Hello, folks. It's TI time. Qualifiers are beginning as we get ourselves into the European region. I'm Gareth, joined by Wagga as we get to kick off some Dota 2. It's a bit warm. Yeah, it's a bit warm, Wagga. Hopefully, we're all ready, hydrated, rested, and ready for Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited. We have a stacked lineup in front of us here, and we get to cast a very, very hype region where there are so many amazing players. And yeah, Gareth, I think we're gonna dive straight into it as well today. It's gonna be, a very hype matchup straight from the get-go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just look at these teams. Team Vision, Paravision there, Natus, Vincere, Team Spirit, Power Rangers, VP Prodigy coming back for a TI run as well. And of course, Team Bald there, bringing up the tail end of the rosters. But of course, a lot of hype around that squad as well. And we'll get to them a little bit later on. Our second series is going to involve Team Bald. But first up, we've got Team Spirit at the top of that upper bracket, looking to try and cement themselves into another spot at another TI. And you look at this thinking, okay, Europe, stacked region, West and East Europe combined into this one massive bracket, double elimination. 4 slots, though, Wagga. 4 slots to go.
Yeah, 4 slots is quite a few to fight for here, and obviously we're sitting here thinking, we can see on the bracket too, that Team Spirit and Team Vision, they're sitting at one side each with the strong seeds, of course, expected to probably take away 2 of those slots, but you never know. There's a lot of really good players here, even teams that may not strike you as, household names, but looking at, like, Enjoy, they got Violent, Squadix, they got Mr. Morale, they got Sweden Strong and Rain. It is a pretty damn strong lineup as well. I look forward to that matchup against Team Bald afterwards. That's going to be pretty hype.
Yeah, it's going to be a super close one. I mean, a lot of these teams, I think you're right. Pre-broadcast, I'm kind of sitting there thinking, okay, 4 slots, 2 of those are taken, yeah, by Spirit and Vision. And then the other, what is it, like 14 teams are going to fight over the other 2 slots. But yeah, in these situations, you could get upsets. You could have a situation where one of these squads takes a game, takes a series of some of the big dogs. Or, Enigma Galaxy make one of these massive runs where they just suddenly click and say, okay, we're the big dogs. We get this first slot out. Because early on, these slots, they start disappearing quickly. One team takes one, then you're down to 3, then you're down to 2. And you're languishing in the lower bracket. Oh god, we've only got 1 chance left.
Yeah, it's really gonna come down to like who has the better idea of what they want to play on this patch and who has really found that, the team synergy to spike at this point in time to be strong enough to win against all these other very, very competent players. I mean, this is just a nightmare of a field to enter, to be honest. Just, we're not even really mentioning and talking about, like, Na'Vi,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
a very, very fearsome team as well. You got some fantastic individual talent there. The young talent on that team, I always keep praising it. So, I'm looking forward to this. I can't wait to get into the games. Any team that you have as your sort of dark horse, Gareth, or any team that you feel that you're rooting for, perhaps?
That's a difficult question. I mean, so there's MODUS, which has a bunch of the old Yellow Submarine boys. We were kind of looking and expecting for great things from them. So there's definitely possibility for them to make a decent run. But honestly, I look at some of these squads with the Mongolian players. Obviously, I see Insanity has 4-2-3 and SE. They have shown up every time I've seen them play. So I kind of expect them. And then obviously Sanctity over on Team Bald. These guys are still, I feel like, unsung heroes. They are incredible players. They can show up and perform very well. Just, we always had that conversation, of settling in on a team and finding your roster to play on. Maybe this is it, right? Maybe this is the start of something great for them. These are kind of my outside teams. Like, legitimately, though, I am looking at, like, Hooligani or Enjoy, some of these more rounded, more resilient, the teams that have been around a little bit longer. You mentioned Enjoy with Violent, Squadix, a lot of these old school players. Hooligani has the one-win players, right? with Snowy, the Seosh, Respect there as well. A lot of these Eastern European boys are just insane.
Yes, particularly Hooligani supports, I think, could be very, very scary later on to look out for. I think Respect and Seiyu have, good synergy, so what they can bring to the table will be interesting to see. But, of course, we have our matchup ahead of us. We can see all the players here are ready early in the morning here to get some games going, get some big stretch.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at some of the players here, right? Rue and Not Me. I mean, Not Me, a very recent addition to Team Spirit. Rue, a recently new addition to them, have been on some of these, out there Eastern European squads and stacks and mixes, and then they pop up, they join Team Spirit, look incredibly good. Also worth pointing out is that Team Spirit have just added Miposhka back to their coaching staff, as they now have 2 coaches, Milan and Miposhka, going to be helping these boys on their way on that road to TI.
Yeah, it's just fantastic knowledge coming in as well, of course, and someone who knows very well how the team functions and what they might need to hear from a little bit of a detached point of view. As he doesn't play anymore, he can just actually try and view what is necessary to break down. But yeah,
And someone you trust as well, right?
For sure, yeah. They've been through a lot of hardships, so for sure his words will probably resonate with the team. We're heading into a draft here, though, and going up against Team Spirit, drafting can be very difficult. They have some pretty oppressive stuff coming in from the support roles, but also on this patch, there needs to be a lot of respect given over to certain heroes, like the Lone Druid, banned out by VP Prodigy. That's the first ban.
Get rid of some of that nasty cheese, because like that's the kind of hero that can just run the game, right? If you don't have a dedicated way of dealing with it, even though he's been nerfed and beaten down a little bit, he is still a hero that can, given a decent laning stage, which Team Spirit have a system built up, of course, to do that, give it to Yatoro and just run things. Also, why we're seeing Drow and Shadow Fiend being removed, he's getting focused pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, these are heroes that he shines on. A lot of people praise Yatoro for being the best Drow player, and this is a meta where Drow has been looking pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Shadow Fiend also doing quite well, but I'm more of a fan of the Drow because I feel like she fits into more different drafts, whereas Shadow Fiend is great if you can somehow set up for his spell casting as well as his right-clicking, but Drow, she just brings that damage. As long as you protect her, don't let her get fully jumped by the entire enemy team, she will be bringing all the damage for you.
On straight out with the Snapfire. We saw her rise pretty meteorically to the top of the ranks during Dream League recently. Looked spectacular out of that mid lane, especially in matchups against like Pangolier, where she just crushed Pangos, literally stopped people from picking Pango, right? With
Yep.
one pick, you're like, don't pick this hero, you're going to be shit on by Snapfire. But also the flexibility, not just in terms of the meta overall, but Team Spirit in particular, I think, has been a squad that has loved Snapfire 3, 4, 2, hell, even 5. This is a hero that can flex across any role.
Yeah, she's been incredibly powerful ever since the 741 patch. She did take some nerfs in the D patch and so on, so she isn't as broken anymore, but still a very strong hero. And sure, going into Clockwork, he can be annoying if he gets on top of her, a good way to cancel the Mortimer Kisses, but it's still a bit annoying for even Clock that she can quickly get rid of the cogs using a third skill, or just lay in a bunch of damage or cookie someone to safety. So I think still very, very good hero as an opener for Team Spirit.
That's pretty strong. How do you rate the webcam angles here from these newer players? Yanter, he's got the classic forehead cam going.
Yeah, it's between him. Yeah, there we go. That's, I mean, that honestly, you got to highlight what you have here. He's got a beautiful set of hair there. And yeah, I think Rare Gods, I think he wins because he's on that tilted angle as well.
Oh, he's got the Amar vibe going, hey?
Yeah, if his room, but he has a window. That's the problem. Amar always plays from the void, like the complete darkness. So yeah, he actually has, sunlight coming in, which is crazy. I could not play with sunlight hitting any part of my screen.
The glare on the monitor. And everyone else pretty casual. They're all very professional from the top 3. Very good, straight on angles. Good job, boys.
Anyway, they're discussing here as we're heading into the later portions of the bans before we start getting into some picks. Are they still going to target down more on Yatoro, or will they start addressing potential combinations with Snapfire, the tempo heroes that can come out as well? It's going to be Yatoro again getting targeted. The Faceless Void remove.
I guess it is a dual effect, right?
Yeah.
You get rid of the combo with the Snap Kisses, and it's Yatoro Faceless Void. And Team Spirit are one of those teams that we so often talk about. Laning phase not necessarily mattering that much because they're a team that can pull things out of the bag mid to late game with individual decisions, singular team fights. They can win games off the back of it. So if you give them a hero like a Faceless Void or a Drow that maybe suffers early, but comes online later, that's scary in the hands of Spirit.
Yeah, certainly. They're one of those teams you can never count out. That's one of their absolute biggest qualities. This is a bit of a surprise to me. The Largo pickup, has fallen off quite a bit in terms of overall pick rates, but does give them 2 really tanky heroes straight out the gate, the Clockwork and the Largo. Now having more ways to stop the Snapfire as well. as you can always croak her during her ulti. You always want to look towards that. Have plentiful ways to stop her ulti because it does bring so much damage early on.
Yeah, so powerful. But you're right to point out, though, this focus onto Yaturo's hero pool means that Collapse has a wide open pool to pick from, right? He can have everything from Mars to Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking pretty sweet for him, and I mean Mars is a very, very classic combo as well. Together with Snapfire, it was a tried and tested combo that was played, 5,000 times in one patch. I remember It was literally just every single game had it, and it's still very solid. But I like that you point out that it's not just that. There's also the possibility for bringing out some other collapse specialties. The Axe is banned though by themselves, so that's not going to be one that they're looking towards.
And then I guess you can still keep the flex of the Snapfire now. So you pick your Lion, maybe you pick your Yatoro here. No, there's a Doom just going to come out straight away.
Okay, I mean...
To stop the Largo healing?
It's partly that, and partly I think they're just trying to set up a game where they can shine in the late game as they usually do. They now have great disables. They have good burst pick-off to play that sort of pick-off game and drag on. They don't have the best pushing ever, but as they head into late game, strong disables from like Lion is going to be amazing, and Doom now with the anti-healing, as you were mentioning, against Largo is going to be fantastic, and it puts you in the spot where, okay, if Yatoro is getting big and strong, and the enemy carry is getting big and strong, you just Doom the enemy carry, and then you win the team fight usually. So yeah, I like what they're basically building. It's hard to counter Doom in laning phase as well. If you're against a Doom plus Snapfire lane or even a Doom Lion lane, you're not really going to hard shut him down.
Especially when that carry pool is so limited already, right? Like, what are we actually looking at? Like morphlings and stuff like that? You've already counterpicked it? Oh, yeah. It feels pretty good.
I feel like their own bans are hurting them now. The Drow Ranger and the SF bans are honestly heroes that would have paired really well with Clockwork or Largo even on that safe lane. So now looking towards similar stuff like Luna, Jarrow, Morphling maybe. Or the potential that this is a carry Venge coming in. She was buffed a lot as a carry.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I've been keeping tabs on some of the other regions, and I know K1 over in South America has been playing this specifically against a Doom, right? We always had the Wraith King against Doom. Oh, he doesn't really care. He's got a second life. Venge is the same thing, basically.
Yeah, she's really, really amazing, and she did get buffed in her own selfish aspects, basically. She is stronger now as a carry or a core hero than she used to be. And yeah, you hit the head of the nail right there. You can Doom her or you can try and burst her, but it doesn't really matter much if she gets the Aghanims.
Super powerful. Team Spirit going to come out with a Terror Blade, though, for Yatoro.
Ooh, that is a gross TB pick. Look at the amount of magic damage right now is not fantastic on Prodigy.
Rocket Flare.
Yeah, like Largo, if he gets Aghanims, sure, brings something, but Vengeful does not enjoy going against a TB, and TB can easily steal, buffs as well, just using Reflection, so that's a nasty thing as well.
That's true. So what are we looking at, like a Zeus or something? Last pick from VP Prodigy to try and get something to blast him. Oh, we have seen a fair amount of Zeus recently as well. Tai Long showing off how you can get these massive damage numbers by spamming your ulti, getting the Enchanter's Bauble.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad, honestly. They do need something along that line.
It feels like you need like some Storm Spirit or something, though, huh? It's always a situation where it's like, if we pick Zeus, who's he playing with?
It's also a question of like how do we initiate, because Clockwork, sure, he can hook in, and that's always a good initiation, but it's a little bit tricky unless Venge joins for me to see who's going to start the fight and how are we going to do it. Like Largo just running in and pulling someone back can work, but it's not that easy, whereas for Team Spirit I feel like it's going to be much more straightforward. By the point they have Blink Dagger on Lion, maybe even get towards a Blink on the Doom, this is going to be very, very straightforward with Snapfire in the back.
Yeah, it plays itself, basically. In the hands of Team Spirit, that's a scary, scary prospect. So they do ban out the Storm. Enchantress gone now.
Yeah,
we're looking at, we need our pos 5, right? Because we've got this mid-snap, off-lane Doom. Everything's kind of clicked into place now with a carry TB, before Lion.
Most likely, yeah. it could still be a support snap, so they have it open on the side of Team Spirit. However, the last pick is on Prodigy, so Team Spirit will have to show their colors first, so they can't really use this flexibility as much as they maybe could have if they had last pick.
Yeah, like maybe there still is a way to like, oh, if the snap's going +5, maybe we can fit a Pangolier in here, get some of that team fight going.
I think they just banned Zeus here, or banned like Lesh even. I don't know, some form of big magic damage is gonna get banned out by Team Spirit for sure. That's the only thing that they really need to worry about. If TB has a free game, I think they're always winning this. Queen, solid.
Yeah, solid ban. There's always these like mid cottles and weird shit like that, which can catch us off guard, but I don't think they're worth a ban when you've got such solid heroes like Queen and Storm to remove.
Yeah, it's a tempo hero. I wouldn't mind seeing the coddle. The problem is that you need to crack the buildings as well. If you're playing that mid-coddle style as well, you need some form of way to just demolish all the outer towers so you can benefit from the power spike that is coddle's early game.
Tusk and Ench gone. We'll see what they're laying up with this Terrorblade then. Hoodwink has been a go-to for Team Spirit as a Rue hero, because it's like it was a +4 hero, then he kind of just played it 5. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just grab that as a ranged hero to go alongside the TB.
Yeah, I also wouldn't even mind seeing them do something like, I know it's off meta, but like Undying, because it's one of the good babysitting heroes. I would like to see something that can babysit the TB.
Of course, there's a Phoenix left there as well. I was like, who can trade into Rubik? I'm starting to think of like, you know, Bane. As Phoenix was an option. A Hoodwink in my mind.
Phoenix looks good. You're against Clockwork and Largo, two heroes that struggle a lot to get right clicks onto the egg. Sure, there are ranged heroes in Rubik and Venge, but Rubik usually is very preoccupied just positioning and stealing spells, so he might not go in there. And while Venge is a decently fast right clicker, she's no absurd steroid right clicker like Clinks or something like that.
Yeah. And then trying to find the egg in these fights, getting through TB illusions, or like, you know, thinking about how the map is played, playing onto high ground terrain and stuff like that. You're trying to fight into Doom, Scorched Earth, Snapfire giving this like artillery covering fire. Finding the egg might be the difficulty in the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. And hey man, you called it, the Coddle as a possibility. He has been played quite a bit this year. It's been a good year for the mid-coddle enjoyers, and we're going to get to see it here as well from VP Prodigy. I pointed out what I think to be one of the perhaps vulnerabilities about this pick here, though, is really the fact that they don't have an easy way to win the towers after possibly winning fights. But their fighting is really strong now. And I asked for initiation. In a funny way, Coddle is initiation. From super far away, he just puts the slow on you, and that's it. You don't need much more than that early on. You know, he rushes into an orchid. Yeah, it's lights out. You get slowed by him, you just feel horrible. And then you're going to get pulled back as well, maybe swap back, maybe telekinesis back. Then you get cogged, you know, like you're going to have no authority over where you're going. And I think for Team Spirit, they desperately need to get some timings as well of items. If they get a Lotus Orb, if they get Manta Style on TB, these things can completely change the dynamic of the game. But until then, Coddle is a phenomenal force.
He reigns supreme. I mean, what builds do we see from Cottles? Is it still that like Spirit Vessel build where you're going for this tempo, try and tank up, get early damage?
It's a lot of Spirit Vessel into Orchid. It's been the most common.
Because like support Cottle was like Holy Locket Rush, and that's what I saw from like support Cottle. Mid Cottle is not something that I've seen an awful lot.
Yeah, mid Coddle has had a lot of different iterations where, you know, different things have been played. We have had the good old days of just Dagon rushing on mid Coddle, but Dagon is very unimpressive as an item, sadly, now I feel. Yeah. The cast range is like a cool thing, but then you realize, okay, level 1 Dagon just gives me 60, so it's really not that much at all, and leveling Dagon is super expensive. Anyway, we're going to head into the game. We have some action coming our way, and obviously both teams are vying for control right now.
Yeah,
just getting
to
some
see if they
vision
can grab some of these early runes. Game 1, best of 3, first series here in the upper bracket as we head towards TI for these EU qualifiers. Virtus Pro Prodigy. Our roster back up on the board, looking to fight up against Team Spirit in this game 1 and going for late smokes. Both squads want to control this top rune. They've both placed observer wards, both looking for that little bit of vision. Not me. His smoke breaks, so he knows someone's up on that high ground, and I'm not sure Virtus Pro are going to be able to make a move for it. They saw him with the Dire Observer Ward, but can't actually make a move on him.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Playing it safe since there's only 3 of them up top. Team Spirit aren't going to take any massive risks. But as smoke broke up there, that also means Phoenix is walking up. Rue realizes, okay, can maybe snag the bottom rune. And they're in a spot where they could get 3 runes. Not going to commit for it, though, as they don't really have too much information to work with.
That's one of those things, right? They process of elimination, figure out, okay, top is a little spooky, bottom is a little bit safer. But early days before lane stage, these early smokes, that's like one of the ways where an underdog team could get the upper hand, right? So as Team Spirit, it just makes the most sense to be wise, deliberate, defensive, and not give anything away.
Yeah, I think it serves them well to try and have the game just play out in a pretty predictable way rather than take those upsetting early game fights.
Yeah, especially when VP have quite a tempo behind them if they can get out of this laning stage unscathed. And so far, Snapfire, a couple of last hits to the good. Laurel having a slightly better time here than the Kotl in these first couple of levels. I'm sure we'll see Serenada spam out with the Illuminate.
Yeah, you got a very nice deny at least on Kotl. Can be hard to deny as a Kotl against Snapfire. Her damage advantage is serious. And side lane's trading a bit of hits as well. The safe lane of VP Prodigy is going to be interesting for me to keep an eye on as well. The bench plus Clockwork has some strong power spike once you get the battery salt and the cogs. You can actually have some pretty strong sustained fights.
Just for now, Collapse is having complete freedom to hit creeps. There's nothing stopping him. They've allowed small camp pull to happen, but it looks like Not Me and Collapse are going to contest it and make sure that Venge has the last hit under tower, which is a little uncomfortable. I'm going to get some damage on the Clockwork to drag the wave away. But pretty comfortable overall from Team Spirit in that spot. While maybe not as comfortable bottom for Yatoro, taking a massive amount of damage already from Meow and Rare Gods. But they might have overstepped. Ooh. Yeah, forced a defensive TP out of Ruby.
Yeah, that's minus 100 gold, and now he can't make plays to his side lanes as well. So very nice. Very nice by Rue diving in there, recognizing they had the advantage.
Just a small moment.
So far, they've done a good job just laying in damage every time they get a chance to. Like this Fade Bolting, trying to keep the Terrorblade low, but just building his Magic Stick charges as well.
Yanta's got to get back onto the training field. Misses out a couple of cogs there. Definitely no Messi. He's got to start watching the World Cup, get some more ideas. That was pretty rubbish with the cogs he kicked at Collapse there.
Ooh. Laurel jumps in and does some damage to Kotl. Also puts him very far away, so hard for him to get the last hits afterwards. And Laurel follows it up with double deny into a clean last hit, into another last hit. Just very beautiful play coming out from Snapfire.
Super smooth. And while Kotl has 6 stick and a Fairy Fire, so probably has enough in the tank to survive the next go. Otherwise, you know, Laurel level 4 here outputs a lot of damage. You've got to be kind of careful with your positioning as the Kotl. So yeah. Looks like Serenada decides to go back to jungle.
He has stacked up a lot in the jungle, so at least that's going well for him that he's getting some recovery, because mid lane has been Snapfire domination, and that's usually the case. This hero is quite strong in laning stage. We see 20 to 11 last hits and deny for him versus the Kotl, who, sure, you're at 19 and 1 now, but half of those are just jungle creeps. They're worth a lot less.
This laning stage has been going the way of Spirit big time. Doom at 20 and 2. Terrorblade looks like he's recovered from that early aggression and harassment, now at 19 and 4. And that's the big thing here from Virtus Pro Prodigy, is that all of the life trading they did in that bottom lane hasn't paid off. They did so much harassment and damage to deal with his Phoenix and TB, but last hit-wise, the Largo hasn't really been accomplishing much. And it looks like with the success that Doom has had up top, he's felt comfortable to rotate out of the lane. And juking around his Clockwork and sniping at the bounty rune is already a victory for him. And then wanders on through the river.
I think the Doom is going to be very happy left alone here as well. Sure, the Vengeful is getting some farm, but Doom with the Devour as well is going to build some serious net worth. Janter just chasing, but he does not have any boots just yet. Also doesn't have battery either, so...
No, the sad life of the Clockwork.
Oh. A little bit too short, unfortunately, on some of those pushes, but we have an invasion by Laurel, by the way. Went in here and stole quite a few creeps. Having the boots and bottle, felt confident enough that he can go in.
War portal, just trying to get what he can. But yeah, that is a point though. I know. I think it was SVG saying it. He wasn't sure about just going to lane with level 1 cogs. I may be putting it on SVG. It might not have been him. But there's a smart person definitely said something intelligent that I was like, oh yeah, battery assault level 1 might just be an option for some of these lanes. And going for this cogs hasn't really done anything for him.
It's tricky. If you land a lot of your cogs, then it can be amazing. Oh, he's gonna spend more mana to jump straight back to try and help Venge, but the dive is coming.
Yeah, the kisses landing it onto this clockwork. Doom and Line are blocked out by the cogs though. They couldn't catch up to the Venge. Instead, trying to go for the clock kill with a blood grenade to high ground and the vision there. And just about able to get him.
That was really nicely done. The TP gang is so hard to avoid as well. Snapfire gets level 6, TP's in, and throws down the ulti. Just immediately getting value out of this and putting the skill on cooldown. Love to see it from LoL. Just, textbook play.
That's a Chris Luck move right there. Level 6 Snapfire, TP to side lane, get a kill from the old Beast Coast days. Bring that early aggression.
Oh, always love when you see good efficiency of the ulti uses. You know, sometimes you have the abilities where you talk about the threat of the ability, but some abilities really just need to be used. They're not gonna give you anything if you don't find these rotations.
Yeah, just pop it on a support, get a kill, open up that map a little bit more, because every inch that Yatoro can get, he's gonna take a mile. Already top of the last hits, accelerating quickly as a Terrorblade, a hero who often does well just coming out of jungle after an okay laning stage. Having a good one, and your other lanes are doing well, this is incredibly scary for VP Prodigy. Because now you've got to hunt and deal with the Terrorblade, who's going to be accelerating. You've got to try and find a way to deal with Collapse's Doom. So you dogpile this top lane, you body block the Doom up. Still trying to cog push him back into the Solar Bind, and the damage looks good enough. VP Prodigy get that big ticket kill in the top lane.
It's that Solar Bind coming in. Can't run away from it. Collapse. Unfortunately, no way out. Just gets brought down. But yeah, good rotation by Caudle. I think it's important that they fight for top tower like this, because if they let the top lane get ganked a little bit, then TB is just gonna move through the gate and quickly take away the tower. So they need to be very, very active with the Caudle ulti whenever he has it ready.
Do what you can to slow things down. Yes, you need that little bit of time to get your vengeful spirit into fighting shape.
And as the mid players are starting to activate, we see the support players smiling as well, just going mid, and they are the new mid laners. You have Rubik and Phoenix just both working on their level 6 timings. Obviously, only level 4 still for Phoenix, but Rubik is level 5 from that.
You can go back and stack some camps as well. Collapse now looks like he's full-time jungling. Double Bracer and Phase Boots. Actually going to wander over and guard this 8-minute rune, which Clockwork wanted to get his hands on. Laurel will step up, but it spawns bottom. An Arcane for the Couple.
Very good rune for him, and he does have ulti ready, so I expect him to shove mid lane and then go. He actually goes even before. TP's to top lane.
Not straight up here with the swap. They are right on Collapse again. Another cog pushback with a Solar Bind. Additional damage. They've got plenty. Another kill on the Doom.
That's fantastic, shutting him down, trying to keep him from building his net worth. That he was farming really, really fast, but now the back-to-back deaths really hurts him. This is what I was talking about, though. Their team does not easily transition these kills into something more. Yes, Serenata is back to farming jungle, and Caudle will keep building his net worth. Venge will try and farm as well, but you're not getting more.
It's like a small pushback, but yeah, no real resistance. Kiss is going to land it onto Rare Gods. Get the kill on that Rubik.
Trying to get max value as well. Send some globs over to farm the jungle camp.
Yeah, it just there's that inevitable feeling, right, where the land is slipping from under your feet as VP Prodigy, and you're trying to grasp at anything to get yourself out of this. Finding kills, yeah, it's good. A little bit of resistance, a little bit of pushback, but you're never dealing with this Terrorblade. Yeah. I kind of like the point though you make that you're playing through this top lane means that Yatoro doesn't get that free tower push it also means that he is pigeonholed into this bottom lane. So VP know that the TB is bottom. They can just be like, okay, he's down there. So they're making this conscious decision just to keep playing through top and ignoring the Terrorblade for now.
Yeah, Vengeful is getting some farm. She will have Mask of Madness soon, and then that will bring them some damage to maybe start making progress on the map. By the way, there is a potential for a hyper-degenerate build on Mask of Madness Venge, by the way. I don't think he's going to go for it here,
I like those words. Hyper-degenerate build.
Yeah. Like, the most psychopathic build is going Mask of Madness on Venge, and then you can disassemble to make Specialist Array, and then you can make Mask of Madness again, and then disassemble it again to make an Echo Saber. You can disassemble it again. You can make so many items that work on Venge with the Broadsword. You can even go Specialist Array plus Battle Fury combination, because for some reason she does splash with Battle Fury on the Specialist Array hits. It's very silly, very goofy, and terrible. So I don't think we're going to see it, but just wanted to point out the needless potential here.
That sounds like one of those CTY anti-mage builds. Like Mask of Madness into Butterfly, into Vanguard, into Satanic, into Abyssal, when you could disassemble and reassemble all those items.
Yeah, you could assemble and disassemble the same item like 4 times on Venge. It's pretty silly.
Yeah, that's great.
They did scan out the rotation by Yanter as he was behind tower, so Snap is not going to try and defend. This is a very important building to get rid of. The mid tower is going to open up the map a little bit for them and put somewhat of a clock on Radiant. But for now, we're 11 minutes in, 2-2 in kills, very even game, but even game means happy Terrorblade.
Yeah, because with that tower dying now, not as easy access for Team Spirit into the map to tuck himself away. Yatoro Metamorphosis going and trying to get some damage onto a tier 1 on this opposing side of the map. Yeah, we're gonna get met
only
by
level 5, so no.
give mana.
Yeah, exactly. And not even that. Chakras himself, the greedy bastard.
God will give me mid. Nope, not happening. Team Spirit. Smoke movement around towards the enemy ancients. Lion and Phoenix, they offer a tremendous amount of damage here, but diving in aggressively forces a lift out, and Phoenix, quite forward positioning. Rue, he has Supernova ready, but doesn't look like he's going to use it, knowing that he's dead anyway.
Yeah, that was a very good reaction. Coming in, Janter with good positioning as well, coming in from behind. And unfortunately, gets punished. The Largo Lick paying dividends there as well, pulling his friend out of trouble. Easy to underestimate the offlaner for his saving capabilities here, but Largo's still a very annoying hero to fight into.
The Lion is pretty underleveled as well. Like, Clock has finally hit his 6. Not me on this Lion, still level 5. Needs a bit more, but his hookshot into mid. Oh, the damage from the Kotl. Lol disappears.
Yeah, it's absurdly strong. The Spirit Vessel plus the Bind and the Illuminate coming in is just too much for Snapfire at this point. And she is pretty Glass Cannon, to be fair. She didn't go for Bracers. She has the Soul Ring, the Travels, and the Magic Stick. That's it. So if they go on her, she's probably there.
And she was. First gate move by Yatoro, though. Coming to top lane with another Metamorphosis. Much more challenging to defend this tower now.
Yeah, plays nicely into the drums that Doom has. So drums, very, very useful tool to have when you have a TB on your team. And they're trying to set up defense as well down bottom. Yeah, as they go through the gate, though.
Spirit come through straight to a frog stomp. So Phoenix, the first one through the door. Now Yatoro and Not Me time themselves together to hold this high ground. They lick down an illusion, hook shot straight into the back, onto the Lion. And this Frog and Venge move quickly in, swiftly dispatching with him. Kisses landing onto Cutie, though. Venge will swap back defensively. Saves himself, puts Rare Gods in danger, going to try and blast down the Rubik and chase forward with his TB, but the damage isn't quite enough. They need the Phoenix to dive in and finish the job. Now with the Sun Ray onto Yamcha, the Clockwork getting burnt down, but it's nowhere near enough. He's healed up. kept in fighting shape, and Verse Pro, they only lose the Rubik there.
They only lose the Rubik, but they don't get the tower again. So while this looked like a pretty scrappy defense, and I was questioning it as well myself, seeing Team Spirit go through, they achieved something very important. That's delaying this tower from falling. They are the team with the Terrorblade. They're the team that wants to go late game, and that means everything you can do to try and delay these towers from going down is going to be so valuable.
That's why the Frog is going Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, he's actually going full Meteor.
He's going full Meteor Hammer, yeah.
Makes sense, I guess. I'm just not convinced.
You pointed out in the draft, like, where tower damage?
Yeah, it's certainly one way to get it. It's this, I don't know, band-aid solution to a draft that's lacking something.
Oh, pretty deep dive in.
Good Sunder.
Sunder's back and stays alive. Now the clockwork's getting turned on and swiped down by Collapse. I was so enamored by this Meteor Hammer build, I almost missed out on this deep jungle dive. Oh. Team Spirit not giving up just yet. Thinking about chasing with his hasted Snapfire. But yeah, they don't go for it.
Yeah, there is vision. I think they realize as well. Team Spirit don't want to make a play into this dire ward. Not sure they know exactly where it is, but they suspect it as everyone was in there. They're gonna dip out. Venge shows herself up top. She did, by the way, do the disassemble once for her specialist array. So the Mask of Madness is gone at least. And actually gonna go for a Vladimir's now for the aura.
Okay.
Let's see if they can lock down this kill. They have Doom and they have the rundown.
Oh, they've got tons here, don't they? With the kisses, they try and hookshot defensively. Cogs, that's not going to protect the Venge. She gets trapped in the cage and loses the courier. QT going to die with Hero and with Chicken. Now, it looks like Virtus Pro is trying to escape here without any further losses, but that Finger of Death from range, Not Me, snipes out Meow. Rare God's going to get cookied on by Rue. Team Spirit just step forward and take names.
That was really well executed as well. You could see Rue just trusting that Laurel will get him with the cookie as well. Great communication and fantastic way of taking the fight. That was with everybody reacting on VP Prodigy to a pretty deep gank attempt. And still, they lose even more. They get nothing. Team Spirit are just definitely outplaying them on the map. And this gives space. Yatoro now immediately pounces to take the enemy farm.
Oh, he dies in Fountain even. Not me. Sliced by the Gothel. I mean, Serenada's having a pretty good game, 2-0-2. But it's moves like this where you think, okay, Team Spirit, they're just a step ahead of...
Yeah, look at the damage coming in. It's so fast. Phoenix plus the Doom, and then even the Snapfire ulti coming in just to secure the kill. That is the core, that is the carry. You want to bring it down fast. This was just beautiful. I really liked Rue's play here. Look at him. A lot of people would just back out or play defensively, but he realizes, I've got my people behind me, and sets up for the stun.
Just keeps on going. Just literally dives in as deep as possible. Looks like he's going 1v4 and feeding, but like you say, trust and respect in his teammates just to keep on going.
I think VP Prodigy overcooked. You know, as much as I like to see these creative drafts, every single core hero is, you know, a little bit questionable to me on their draft. Hold up as we see maybe a pickup. Nah. Like, Vengeful is probably the one that I have the least issues with. Mid-Caudal, you know, is great for what he does, but he also is a limited power spike. And that timing is basically already close. There's Manta Style on the Terrorblade, so he's not going to be too bothered by his silence. And soon enough, we're going to start seeing other players add their own solutions. We have Lotus Orbs being queued up. We have BKB being queued up for the Snapfire.
It's like the whole draft, it felt like they're shooting Yatoro in the foot, right? But it turns out Yatoro's like a freaking octopus. He's got 8 feet, and they've also shot themselves in the foot by banning all those carry heroes.
I honestly, yeah, I can't think of many carry players that would be harder to ban out than Yatoro, right? He's so flexible. He has so many heroes that he's amazing at. They're going to try and punish him down bottom, though. That's ready.
And Sunder. Trying to force him back. Still at half HP. The stolen Hex out of Rare Gods with a lift back. He Sunders, and he's fine now, and Collapse is going to come in and chase them down. Reflection into stolen reflection, but Rare God is going to survive that little hit from the TB. Step back, stay alive, so that's Metamorphosis forced.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Only 3 heroes invested for VP Prodigy, and they forced everybody to come down and save their carry using the meta. But now they're trying to make the most of it. Team Spirit say, okay, we need value out of this meta, so they go quick smoke.
A straight hook shot right into Laurel, but collapses in the back onto Serenada.
He got
the
Doom.
Doom on the
He stole it.
Kotl, and the Supernova with the damage out. The Kotl looks like he's in trouble. Swap back, save, try and get a bit of space. QT stands and delivers against the Doom, but the damage out. This Terror Blade suddenly arrives and annihilates Virtus Pro, Prodigy in serious trouble. Meow trying to sprint away with the Frog. He's going to rip it back to safety. And Serenada did pick up the Doom kill at least, but it's Spirit who are just rampaging forward with the last remaining seconds of that Metamorphosis.
Collapse with a beautiful jump in there, gets onto the Kotl, the best target possible, and yeah, Rubik did steal the Doom from him, but he couldn't cast it. He died before he got to use it even.
Oh.
He looked for a good target, but couldn't quite find it and then gets bursted down. What could have been an amazing fight for them as they saw the Snapfire early turns into a disaster as the smoke from Team Spirit was just on point.
Just felt so close, like within their reach this entire game. Pretty close in kill score. Map space has been decent. That's just this net worth lead keeps building and building for Spirit as they vacuum up additional bits of the map which Virtus Pro Prodigy cannot touch. And now the
Prodigy
read
gets
from Spirit with a
scans.
scan. They see it coming. And they've still got this tier 1 tower here, dude. Like what?
Yeah, they do. It's been very impressive how they play the field and holding this. I think it's finally time to perhaps forfeit this part of the map, so we'll see them try and dip out. Maybe Rue will get caught here as he shows himself on the lane.
Should be dead, even with the 4 staff. Can't get enough distance to safety. So the Kotl dominating, still yet to die. 4-0-2 for Serenada.
It's a great performance, but I do think that mid Kotl is, you know, sort of similar to what we've always talked about on Queen of Pain, how you're supposed to get a lot of kills and you're not allowed to die at all. I think that's even more true on mid Kotl. Like, I've seen mid Kotls be like 8 kills, 10 assists, and then they lose. So, like, you need to do a lot. You really need to put in some serious work, and he's played great. They just need even more. Tormentor's a good start, though. Can they get it?
Oh, Lion!
Okay.
Well, he gave it a shot.
He did. A little bit early on that one. Honestly, I thought he had the timing on the finger of death there, but he was off. I was off in my head as well for what was the timing for it. Just a little bit tankier than he expected, the Tormentor.
A little far away. Began to get himself a little jetpack shard.
I think everybody stopped hitting the moment they saw him come in. So, you know, very quickly the damage stopped and that ruined his calculation there.
Just time stopped at that point. Like, oh god, what's happening here?
Isn't that always the case when you fuck up in Dota? You make a mistake, it feels like it's going in slow motion. You see it in front of you, like
Roundabout by yes starts to play to be continued on your screen as it pauses.
Now you're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah, record scratch.
Should have seen that coming.
Oh, Wisdom Shrine's gonna go 1 apiece there. No one contesting. 22 minutes in, a little bit of calm as things were starting to boil over.
Some amazing power spikes are coming up soon for Team Spirit. They have nearly got the entire Eye of Skadi coming in. They have BKB about to be finished for a Snapfire. In just this mid-wave, she's going to have full BKB being sent out. And Doom is working on his. That's a little bit farther away still, though. He's 1,600 away from his BKB.
Get in there. Get in there.
I guess we talked about Lotus Orb for Team Spirit earlier, but actually, they have a Lotus Orb on VP Prodigy as well, and it's a pretty good game for it. You're playing against Lion, Doom, and TB. So Sunder and these other amazing lockdown tools are gonna struggle a little bit with the potential of reflections.
I have actually started to enjoy Largo gameplay. There was such a long period. I mean, hell, when we were casting in Bucharest, right? It was just Largo, lose lane, go jungle, buy Aghanim Scepter, minute 20, oh, ready to play. It was the dullest period for a new hero, you know, in a long time. We'll come back to this in a second, because Clockwork's gonna get run out. Full smoke gank into jungle, but a hook shot back to safety. Kotl gives him a target to dunk back towards his tier 2 and stay alive.
Not bad. Can be hard to get those jump outs when you're getting
good.
targeted, but yeah, they get safety. No, I agree.
I've been such a big fan of seeing, like, you know, Kaya. This Meteor Hammer is cool, but like Lotus Orbs, stuff like that. No Axe Rush. Actual versatility.
I like it more because I hate when Aghanims is just one item that solves everything for you. It's fighting, it's farming, it's literally everything. So yeah, yeah, exactly. He's like the main criminal in that regard. His Ags. But yeah, they have good power spikes now to play around, and we're gonna see them group up, try and smoke. This may have been sussed out by the fact that the mid ward is suddenly not seeing anyone. They didn't quite see the smoke, but the sudden disappearance of all the heroes.
And now the wave of terror, and the rocket flare, and the swap, and the line is like, yeah, well, we felt that one coming. Phoenix had already dive-rated. The Phoenix had dive-rated away. I'm a native speaker, by the way, guys.
Oh, Serenata is a little bit stuck in the trees there. He will get cookied by Rubik, who has stolen the cookie. Very nice spell to have, by the way. Super long cast range. Gives them a little bit more catch, like I was mentioning. They kind of need that.
It's divinated, isn't it? That's
or you can go Swedish, and it's dikt.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. It's dik.
Yeah. It's dik.
Yeah, Phoenix dives.
Phoenix D-wards.
Phoenix does everything. What doesn't Phoenix do? Phoenix feeds?
Phoenix does damage.
With the Glimmer and Force Staff, this Phoenix can also play pretty freely on the map. It's hard to get quick bursts on someone with that high HP pool, and then 2 different ways to reposition safety. Oh, this is a core hero being brought down in an instant. Yeah, was a core hero. And now it's hard to fight against Meta Io Skadi TB. He is just a very, very serious powerhouse at this point. This is where the carry matchup just doesn't play out nicely. You have this Venge carry. Will she ever be able to carry against the TB, though? I've seen Venge carry do a lot in this patch, but I think TB is a hard mismatchup. I really think that he just solves Venge entirely. Not to mention, steals the Vladimirs, steals the Vengeance aura at the same time if he uses Reflection. He will get like a 50% damage boost if he clicks his Q.
And right now they're trying to steal Roshan. They've stolen this area from Prodigy. They're trying to reclaim it with a bit of warding from the Clockwork, wave pushing mid from this Venge and the Kotl. Meanwhile, Laral just TP's top, shoves out an additional wave and keeps the map open for Spirit to play into. And the desperation is there from VP. They feel like they've got to make a move somehow, so they actually just shift into the pit, straight up, head on in there.
Yeah, gonna start it. It's not the fastest Roche, it's decent, but this is plenty of time for them to come in.
There's a minute without meta, right? So that's the timing they're trying to use here.
Yeah.
Maybe hoping...
But they will fight anyway. They have BKB timings.
Yeah, you can't just hope the Spirit won't come for this. They're going to jump in and take the Aegis, get the kill, blow them up. Not me's going to die. Collapse with his BKB going, tries to stay alive, but they've already killed off Cutie. Vengeful Spirit, with that illusion, skips back to high ground to escape. But that's a Lion coming in, grabbing Aegis. Now with his second life ready to go, they've bought enough time for Metamorphosis to be back up in 20 seconds. Spirit pretty happy overall with the outcome there, because VP, they get nothing and they lose their carry.
Yeah, that's really, really well played by them. Even just denying the Aegis would have been good enough, but they get even better with bringing down the Vengeful. And sure, she is still kind of alive. She's farming, right? Your carry died, but it's the Vengeful with Aghanim Scepter, so he's still happily farming away. But this is taking away their power spike. They need to close this game somehow early on. Here we see the jump. Unfortunately for Collapse, he didn't BKB before jumping in. A little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake by Collapse, as he had the BKB ready, could have blinked in, but instantly got lifted by Rare Gods and unable to steal the Aegis. They stole the Aegis with Lion instead, but if they stole that on Doom, I mean, it would just be clean.
That would be massive for them. Either way, they're able to keep Terrorblade on the map and soaking up everything. He's about to hit 20k net worth. Vengeful Spirit 7k behind, but still able to play aggressively in that top left corner. With the Clockwork and the Rubik by her side, Vengeful Spirit does offer a lot of damage to get some of these kills.
Snap will cookie and then blink to safety, get out of here. no desire to fight this. And you do see the damage starting to come in. Early on, I harped a lot on how they don't have tower damage. Now Vengeful has farmed quite a bit. She's 250 damage per hit. She's getting to a point where she just...
You don't expect the invisible Terror Blade to suddenly arrive at the Eon Disc, though. Serenada gets some distance, breaks free. The Grasp of Spirit not able to clutch onto this Kotl. So now looking at maybe Cutie. Vengeful Spirit's on high ground and safe. The Invis was a nice surprise tool, but Spirit not able to get the payoff.
Yeah, they had the gem as well. I think it was important for the quick reaction coming out.
The damage from Terror Blade. They're still able to get this Clockwork kill, even with the displacement tools at their disposal.
At least they don't lose anything that valuable. Clockwork going down is unfortunate, but more importantly, I think the TB is still looking to take away more of your map on VP Prodigy. Always cutting as deep as he can for farm.
It's always going to be the biggest problem. How do we deal with this TB? At the end of the draft, we're looking at these big damage dealers to maybe try and blast him with a Zeus or something like that. Kotl tried to fit the bill, but so far we just haven't seen anyone get close to Yatoro. He is 206. We've had maybe one situation where he was close to dying, but even then it didn't seem like it was an easy go. And he is starting to dish out some serious damage now.
Yeah, he's insanely strong. Also, I thought that we would see like a Lotus Orb coming out on Collapse maybe to try and make this TB even more unkillable, but he's actually going for a Midas next item. The 30-minute Midas on the Doom is coming in.
Of course he is.
Yeah, he just wants some recovery. Honestly, Collapse has both played really well this game and had a really shitty game. Which is kind of funny to say, but I get it, man. I get it. You want to come back into the game a bit. You don't want to be bottom net worth as a Doom. It's, you know, doesn't feel great.
He's had his ups and downs.
Yeah, his jumps have been really, really good. Just unfortunately, he has been targeted a lot by VP Prodigy.
And Spirit giving a lot of space here to VP. Every time Metamorphosis is down, it feels like they have to take their foot off the pedal a bit as Spirit. Settle back. You create this massive vacuum which Virtus Pro probably are more than happy to inhabit. Get some of these solo kills, look for tier 2 tower pushes, and put yourselves in aggressive positions. But when that Metamorphosis is back up, you have to reset. You have to hold some kind of terrain advantage.
Yeah, the smoke could be dangerous. The Orchid is there as well.
Straight onto the Clockwork. Annihilated.
And get the one kill. Quick and easy there, and see if they can turn it into anything more. Meta is ready, of course. And taking these tier 2 towers is always something that TB is very capable of doing so quickly as well. Collapse with a jump up the bench.
Oh, Cutie gets cookied. That's not great. They lose their carry. You're going to get the illusion out of it and stun up Collapse. He BKBs after the cookie, tried to chain stun the Venge illusion. Successfully so, in fact. He'll come in with more disables to bring her down, so she's gone for a minute. And Yatoro, he feels it now, chasing onto Rare Gods. Tons of damage with the help of the Orchid. And that's slow from the Scardian Reflection. They've got tons. Kill off the Venge and the Rubik.
I like what they show there on Team Spirit as well, that they treat the Vengeful Illusion as a real hero. You basically have to keep committing spells, just make sure to burst this illusion, because it is a lot of value if Venge can keep that alive, keep farming, or even just look to set up kills together with the illusion. So the fact that they go for her and then quickly kill the illusion as well, it just makes Venge feel so bad about the Agonist purchase. Like, oh, it didn't do anything for me on this death.
So much money wasted.
Yeah. And that's money that's not hard carrying the game. Meanwhile, we almost have a Bloodthorn done on Yatoro.
Yeah, it's a quarter of her net worth. That's a hook shot to start on the TV.
Double force.
And a Hurricane Pike. Pushes him away from the cogs.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
I think Yatoro's reaction there says it all. 406 TB and still no chance in sight of killing him.
Yeah, no, you're not bursting him with this lineup, and that's the problem. When you play against TB, a lot of times chain stun into burst with a ton of magic damage is how you deal with him. But looking at VP Prodigy's lineup, I mean, it's theoretically possible, but it is very, very tall order to try and burst TB. You would need all the supports to be out of position, no glimmers, no force, and they have double glimmer, right? So it's just gonna be so hard to deal with Yatoro at this point.
And then they've just smoked under an observer ward, which they then had to deward. So this entire smoke being rustled by Team Spirit. And they've then gone through the gate to go to the Tormentor, which Not Me nearly dies to. And you can't stand there. You're just going to have to let Yatoro solo it.
Oh, very nice. He does get paid for his efforts at least. And going through the gate a little bit early. He actually baited them by pump faking. Yanter canceled his channel and then started again, making it look like he was still going.
And then giggles at them. Forced route to Sunray into nothing. 13k lead now is being developed by Team Spirit. Radiant scanning in front of the Terrorblade, so they can farm safely on the left-hand Ancient.
I wonder how much of this game, like, I've talked about not feeling too happy about the drafts from VP Prodigy. I think it's a rough draft against Team Spirit's lineup. But I also wonder how much I feel it's itemizations, because you're against this TB, we say how, oh, you need magic bursts. I'm not seeing some of the typical items that you see people pick up, right? There's no Shivas in this game. Caudal went for this Orchid build, which got countered by the first item that TB bought, which is just the Manta style. I wonder if there could have been something done different to try and address Yatoro's hero in this game. Like, maybe the Dagon Caudal build would have been worth doing at least, but now it's way too late, of course. TB has way too much HP now.
Yeah, like, Orchid as an item in general often feels like it has these, like, really delicate timings where it has to pay off. You know, we often talk about Hand of Midas or Blink Daggers as those investments into aggression or into greed. I mean, Orchid definitely falls into that pit trap as well. Vision's given though. High ground observer ward into the hook shot, swap back, Brew. He gets blasted down, but now Gucci is out in the open. Vengeful Spirit disappears, and the Will-O-Wisp comes out too late. McCottle gets his Aghanim Scepter, but couldn't protect his Venge, who's now dead for 70 seconds.
That was very, very quick DPS coming in. It was a nice start to get the kill, but in the end you lose your carry. Sure, it's a half death for her, as the illusion this time did live. So she's not completely sidelined.
She can farm!
Yeah. She can fight too. She, you know, in a way, she can fight better as an illusion because you don't care about your life now. So now she can. Well, maybe she didn't care about her life in that fight either.
That's swap. Pretty crazy.
They actually have double Shivas on Team Spirit, by the way. Some heavy investment into getting some armor, and with the BKB on both of them. Both have the BKB Shiva combination. It's hard to burst either the Doom or the Snap at this point too.
And then you just got Terrorblade, who naturally has 42 armor, 4,000 health.
Yeah, Satanic is complete.
What's he got there? Going fishing onto a lion. Not me. Taken out by QT. Vengeful Spirit Illusion doing work as they get into the Roche pit again.
Yeah, starting out Roche, but again, it is not necessarily the quickest. Plenty of time for them to come in and fight for this.
And a bit of deja vu. I mean, this time they've killed a lion. Not Me was the one who jumped and grabbed the Aegis last time. And Metamorphosis still down for 30 seconds. But you're right, this is not the fastest Roshan. They have been delayed and held back by just 5 spirits in the presence of Spirit as they go around in behind, trying to find a fight before the Roche take itself. Terrorblade, who just stands there. Says, hello, how you doing? Manta to get out of Solar Bind, gets dragged back in, protected by this Sunray Supernova, and now Yanter out in the open, getting jumped on, but he hookshots back towards the Cottle. The Doom's too quick though, catches up and kills him. Clockwork down. Team Spirit have spent a fair amount here, and they've got to get more to get the payoff that they deserve, so a double kill for Collapse. He'll happily grab it while Lol goes deep in onto Meow. Sunderback Sunray, kill him off. Frog's gone. Didn't know he was stuck in the pot, getting boiled alive. And the slow onto Cutie. The Vengeful Spirit's about to die. The unstoppable Terrorblade just comes in, clears out house as VPP get nothing. And Roshan, well, outside his doorstep, a DD has spawned for Spirit. Would you believe it?
Gaben, he's watching. He says, you know what? Take this one, TB. You earned it. He does have his 330 base damage at this point as well, so he will hit insanely hard with it. And yeah, this is a faster Roche than what we saw coming in from VPP. That Bloodthorn TB. Here we see they break onto TB, swap him, but there's no way. With the Glimmers, 4 staffs, you're never bursting him there with this lineup. So they turn coat and just run, but it's sadly too late. And here I think they linger a bit too much. The Shivas reveals and finds a pickoff in the jungle, but look at Meow. He starts running in, I think trying to save his Rubik, but now they're just bleeding one kill after another. Now they're trying to save the Largo, ended up losing the Vengeful because of that, so the 1-by-1 syndrome started ticking in.
Yeah, they got pretty confused pretty quickly. Lost the voice in the fight. No one knew what they were doing. Quickly became headless chickens.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to cut your losses, and unfortunately, they were in a forced situation where you feel like you have to do something. You can't just run away, but they also had no authority to stay in that fight.
And honestly, the way that fight started really just reiterates everything you've been saying about the draft and the way of dealing with the Terrorblade. You watch the Clockwork get eviscerated in that top jungle. Usually as a TB, you know, you're thinking, how do I need to press my buttons to stay alive as the fight starts, right? Because usually you're thinking, how am I getting chain stunned, into burst, into destroyed by something? Yeah. Yatoro stands there and he knows he doesn't have to press any buttons until he gets, you know, a stun flying from a Vengeful Spirit, or this Solar Bind has stacked up enough damage to deal with him. He can just pop Manta, send illusions in, and not care about anything. You know, he could hold his Sunder until the cows come home.
It's a pretty chill game from his point of view. There's no Hex on the enemy team. There's not any fantastic threat. There's, you know, of course, unless Doom gives away his ulti, there's pretty much nothing that he needs to worry about. Rubik is perhaps the solution for Prodigy here. If he manages to get some really massive steal, maybe steal Lion Stun or Hex or Doom ulti, that could be the tool they need to actually bring down the TB. But now with the Aegis, he's got second and kind of third life with the Satanic as well.
I was about to say, props to Serenada for not dying this game.
Oh yeah, nice. Why did you have to think it?
It's 5-0-6, and then I watched I watched him walk down that top lane and spirit of 5 heroes right next to him. Oh shit, he's gonna die. The log gets the bonus kill on the Clockwork as well.
You don't even need to speak it. You just think it, and he immediately wanders into no man's land.
Yeah, he's out there.
Unfortunately for them, that means TB is going to solidify this high ground very quickly, and there's not really anything they can do. Venge is farming away, but not sure that you will ever be able to stand toe-to-toe with this. The illusions alone, I think, would win against Venge.
I think so. So he's got Metamorphosis for still quite a while. Taking over there, and illusions all stacked up as they clear out that top lane. A swap back under tier 4s. Yatoro getting stunned up and down to half health, but this is the thing. He still just turns and sunders you, kills your Venge, and says, what's up? I'm under your tier 4s. You put me here. Go on then, deal with me. They'll lick him back and finally get the kill, but you know what? He's got 2 lives. Aegis is going to get spent. Not Me gets into the back lines, kills off another as they hook shot and frog stomp back onto Yatoro. Trying to silence and solar bind him up, but the double 4-staff drifts him away back to safety. Save the Terrorblade, get him out of danger. As the rest of them, Not Me in the firing line, does get taken down and collapse, forced to BKB defensively to try and run away. Laldo, with the help of the Congregations of the Deep into Cookie play, a double Cookie into back onto Kotl keeps him away. But Lal can't quite get any kills. They need Yatoro to come back in again with another Metamorphosis. Meow trying to run away, but the kisses are landing the Frog and the Clockwork. They're both getting blasted. Yanta will somehow survive, but Lal gonna try and close in on the gap. Sharpshooter and try and snipe him down with a little shredder. Scatter blast him straight out. GG from Yanta, says that's it. I'm done, it's over.
Yeah, that was a very, very dominant game 1 coming in from Team Spirit. Impressive stuff from the draft, but also from the play. I think they understood their win condition. I think they understood VP Prodigy's win condition as well, and played to stop and stifle that wherever they could. The fact that they held on to their outer towers the way they did, fighting for the bottom tower repeatedly, and just delaying the progress of Prodigy, I think put Prodigy in just this unplayable spot. So, you know, credit to Team Spirit. Good read on this game.
Yeah, super, super strong. I just see back some of these moments. This vengeful spirit is just trying to do what she can, but being run at non-stop by the Doom, the Phoenix. Whenever she's trying to play aggressively, she couldn't find anything because Spirit had the read and tucked away. And when Venge was farming, trying to accelerate, she was being run at. Just impeccable reads. And map play out of Spirit as usual.
Yeah, here they also outplay them 4v5, by the way. They're just farming away with their carry. TB just doing whatever he wants. Meanwhile, they get 3 kills up there and lose nothing. Just amazing, clean play.
Occasionally dropping the wow.
Yeah. There we have the Aegis steal by the Lion. And Collapse unfortunately didn't get a hold of it, but they do get the massive kill on Avenge.
I mean, Not Me is such a godly player. He joined Team Spirit. He showed up.
Oh yeah.
Has pulled off some incredible plays already in his short tenure.
Yeah, immediately I want to say both him and we were so excited to watch and see how they read the game. And I think fitting immediately into the style as well was the impressive part about his debut when he made it, is that it looked seamless. Just joining the team, got the chance to talk to him as well back then, like on his first week, and he said, yeah, it's just Dota, you know, like just playing the game.
Just playing the game. Yeah, just slotted right in there. 28-16 Team Spirit with a Game 1 victory. You could definitely see, you know, VP Prodigy, they've got ideas, they've got gameplay. They just, you know, had that kind of classic, you know, tier 3, tier 2.5 kind of situation where the draft wasn't quite well-rounded enough. They didn't make all the right moves. It was a little bit sloppy, and you just cannot, you cannot allow, you know, these mistakes or these situations to happen against a team like Spirit. They will exploit you every step of the way. You lack tower damage, you lack catch, whatever it is you lack, they know it. And they know how to deal with it.
Unfortunately, I feel like this draft, it wasn't necessarily just a case of VP Prodigy not solving the TB. I also don't really love the internal draft from VP Prodigy. If we just look at their 5 heroes in combination, I think that they had some, you know, very all in on winning every single fight non-stop and having very scrappy game. But that's hard to do against a team as experienced as Team Spirit. They're not going to bleed kills non-stop unless you're absolutely playing like gods. So they put themselves in a hard spot with the draft. I do wish that they go for something a little bit more safe and reliable, so that they don't feel so forced to make these moves.
Now we'll see exactly how they do that. Game 2 coming your way. It's right around the corner, so stay tuned for some more Dota 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the regional qualifiers here for the international as we get ourselves into another TI season. Beautiful Dota bound as we get back into our first series of the European qualifier. Waga, Team Spirit still looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking amazing. They, not much to really fault them for in that first game. I think they had a very good synergy between the team. Their draft looked clean and overall good understanding as well of the power spikes of the game, their own and VP Prodigy's. Whereas VP Prodigy, I think they didn't really get to showcase their capabilities. These are really strong players. They just need to get some tools that they can work with. It's easier said than done when you're playing against such a seasoned team with also fantastic coaching, like you mentioned, now having both Poshka and Milan, some great minds here to help out with the draft. But they need to get more into a playable spot from the draft.
Are they trying to gather up all of the players that have names starting with MI? Miposhka, Milan. They had Mirele for a while, right? He was on the Yellow Submarine, then joined Spirit. Are they going to try and get Miracle to join them next? Like, what's the plan here?
Holy, dropping the
God.
big bombs here. You can't just spoil stuff like that, man.
Who else is there? Any other MI?
I mean, we had Extreme collecting all the X's, right? So maybe now we have a new trend coming in. But yeah, hopefully they're not too beat down from this first game. I always say if you lose the first game on draft, you have a higher morale at least going into game number 2, because it's not that you just got outplayed. It always feels horrible when you lose a game that you feel like you had the better draft. Then you really feel bad about your chances because, like, okay, we got everything we wanted and we still couldn't make it happen. I think now it's time to take a different approach for VP Prodigy. I want to see them bring something a little bit more reliable.
Stop trying to put square block into triangle hole.
That's right, the square hole.
Because that's what drafting against Spirit feels like so often. You're just looking at this thinking, oh my god, how many ways to ban out all these carry heroes? We try and focus collapse. Laurel comes out with his Snapfire, which seems like a hero that you might have to ban. It is such a difficult task.
Yeah, seems like they're going with a similar approach as previous game, though, banning out the Axe. Axe was actually banned by Team Spirit last game, right? I think. But the Drowned SF removal as well. Just making sure Yatoro doesn't get to shine on those ranged carries.
Yeah, this I can get behind. I think it was just like the follow through of then what they banned out the Clinks +1, whatever. Faceless Void, right? They banned 2 further carries. Was like,
well, they can open Snap for themselves here. It's, a good hero to take away from Laurel and from the flexibility that it would give Team Spirit if they can open with the Snap again. Or you just go for Techies, as that's a hero that obviously both these teams play. We saw Team Spirit banning it in the first game.
It's just a hero that makes your offlane so much easier to play. It feels like very
It's a
strong
fantastic
in
fighting
tandem.
hero. He also works really well in a lot of situations, to be honest. Like, Tekis used to be this big, question mark in pro scene or in pro games, but, that's long ago. Nowadays, Tekis is just a very strong hero from the get-go. His lane stage impact is nice, and if the game ever drags out into a slower state, you can put those mines just to reveal smoke ganks, have a little alarm system up. Fantastic for safety.
So picking all the keen folk earlier on.
Yeah.
Techies and Clockwork. We had Snapfire last game. Might see her again.
Snap, yeah. Get her in here.
Yeah, then what? Tinker, Gyro,
Timber?
Timber, Alchemist,
Is
Sniper.
that all of them? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Sniper.
I feel like I'm missing one, but I don't care enough to go and look it up. Oh, there goes Snapfire. We won't be seeing her anyway. But yeah, Tin Man with a battle plan. Clockwork can be a strong all-around hero for Spirit. And also, we look at these bans, the Drow, the Shadow Fiend. The meta we're currently in with these, like, turret carries. Clockwork just feels like it always has been that position 5 support that is very well in lane and in game when you're protecting or bodyguarding one of these turret heroes.
It's him and Tusk. Whichever hero is stronger in the current patch, is going to always be one of those two that you pair with these range carries. Does extremely well in laning stage and also acts as a shield later on in the team fight, something that can go in front and allow your range carry to do what they want to do and just be the DPS. But yeah, it's a nice opening to get Clockwork. Also messes with the techies a bit. Clockwork is annoying because if you get pushed while you're jumping in for a blast off, you can actually stop the techie's damage, and that could ruin his entire teamfight impact with one single pushback.
That's true. Could be very annoying. So who else do we lose here? Lone Druid, Treant, Puck, Bane. So pretty widespread there. Carry support, mid support, and then another carry.
They're not really target banning a particular player. I think Team Spirit are just getting rid of whatever they feel would be frustrating to deal with, whereas VP Prodigy have a little bit more targeted hatred towards Yatoro in the previous game at least.
Yeah, you got to remove a lot of these signature heroes. So then in this spot, you just profit.
Ooh, okay.
I kind of look at that just being Yatoro's hero. Like that's your carry straight up.
Same. Yeah, I definitely think so. Also pretty nice that they already get someone who can clear out the mines. You always want to consider that when you play against techies. Make sure you have something, either summons, illusions, whatever. Now you could just at least send some treants in and get rid of the mines quite easily.
And you automatically have this pretty strong lane of clock profit with cogs and treants being super annoying. And then you have the in-game combo, right? Of like Rocket Flare Vision, Hookshot to start, and then Profit to TP from across the map. So you can play this global, wide open map style, which Team Spirit, you know, very adept at doing. Play aggressively one side, farm the other, and then join in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I have seen Nature's Prophets struggle against Dawnbreaker a lot, though. This hero is a great reaction, I think. You have the ability to follow wherever Nature's Prophet ganks goes. You can just jump in and be on top of him very quickly. The Sprout doesn't really bother you. You can jump through it with your W. So overall, Dawn just does really great against him. And Disruptor, another one that goes along the same idea. You can now punish if he TPs away or bring him back, even if he tries to TP to safety.
That's some pretty punishing counters, some good answers. Have we seen much Disruptor recently? I feel like he's kind of fallen off the radar a little bit for me in terms of support.
He's been played a bit, but he's not one of the most commonly played. He's like acceptable level, I want to say. Kind of
playable.
overshadow. Yeah, he's overshadowed by like Lion being so amazing, and then we have like Treant and Bane both looking really strong in this patch as well. There's quite a few supports that I would rate higher than him.
Yeah, last Dream League he was unpicked, unbanned.
Yeah, I mean, he still played a fair amount in pubs, but in pro games, I feel like he's had limited success from the games that I've watched.
And is he still one of those heroes that's like very good in lane or from ahead and then poor from behind, or have they solved that problem on Disruptor now?
I think the problem is that he's usually very predictable in the sense that he doesn't really do much until he gets the entire Aghanim Scepter or gets at least like Blink Dagger or something. A lot of times you just have a Disruptor walking around with no items, and he's a glimpse, right? He is glimpse and the threat of maybe an ulti, whereas some other supports feel more difficult to deal with. But he's ultimately very team play dependent, so we'll see if they can utilize this Disruptor to high potential.
Oh, we go down the path of stealing the Terrorblade. Oh, Yatoro, you look pretty good on that hero last game. How about we give it to Cutie this time?
Yeah.
So now they've got that, Dawnbreaker answer to save the TB with a Sunder follow-up. They've got displacement tools out of Disruptor, damage out of techies. This already looks like a way better draft from VP Prodigy all round.
It does look way better. It's still picking the TB into the Doom, so there is the potential for a solution to Terrorblade, right? In the fights, it can prevent the healing coming in from Dawnbreaker, the Sunder not being cast if Doom gets the nice ulti out. And there's even some potential of like stealing a Sunder as Rubik can be insanely impactful in a fight. But I like it a lot more than what they had in the previous game. Also, their overall draft just synergizes pretty nicely.
Yeah, it functions together much better. So for Team
They
Spirit,
do need
last up, we're looking for mid, right, for both teams.
Yeah. Yeah, they need the pretty active mid-hero on VP Prodigy, though, as TB wants to farm quite a few items before he has impact, as opposed to the Nature's Prophet, who's going to want to fight non-stop. If that's a carry Nature's Prophet, he's going to be able to join fights much more frequently than TB will.
Yeah, those active mid laners, of course, including the Storm Spirit. A lot of these combos we've seen in the past with Dawnbreaker. You know, it used to be Earth Spirit mid with Dawn, was always very nice, but I don't think we'll see any of that. Now it's the Storm, Ember, Voids, with Puck already being gone as well. That slippery hero pool from the mid lane is getting whittled down.
Yeah, I was thinking about it as well. There is the potential that they run Laurel on this Nature's Prophet and just throw Yatoro on a hero to, you know, throw a curveball in this situation. And there are a few heroes that would be annoying, but they don't have the best combinations with them. Like Faceless Void is a scary hero for TB. You can get locked down and maybe bursted, but their follow-up into a Chronosphere isn't fantastic for Team Spirit. Like, depending what they steal on Rubik, I guess they can have something, but it would be basically Nature's Prophet right-clicks, right?
Yeah, and then I'm looking at like alternatives for these spirit heroes. Like Primal Beast came to mind. Then I saw that, you know, you're playing into Rubik Clockwork, so I don't know if that's a hero for VP Prodigy. Because we're gonna get all these heroes banned, right? Like Quap is gone, Invoker, Storm, and I'm assuming Ember is gonna get banned here. So then we're left with Void Spirit for one of them, and then Pango for another, maybe.
Yeah, Pango would honestly not be too bad for Serenata. I could see that. That's like sitting here thinking about what heroes fit the bill for him in this game. The fact that there's a Rubik with an insta-catch and potential for Doom as well. A lot of those elusive heroes drop down a little bit in power in my eyes. But at the same time, Serenata does shine a lot on you know, high magic burst heroes.
There's the possibility to go Death Prophet for either one of these mid laners, though. Like having DP Nature's Prophet on one side or DP TB on the other, having this massive push power is pretty scary.
Yeah, she's a tricky hero to play into in the current patch. I think for VP Prodigy, they might need a bit more lockdown coming out from their mid laner. But I don't hate it. It would be a hero who can go in pretty aggressively, and then you have Dawnbreaker to follow up. We'll see if they want to open with that.
So they did still ban the Primal, even though they have Clock, Doom, Rubik. They felt he was enough of a threat. I guess with his gap close onto Nature's Prophet, the fact that in the mid lane he's pretty insurmountable, the big beefy boy.
Yeah, he's even if you do have counters, eventually he gets BKB, and like sure you can still hookshot him or whatever, but it's hard. It's hard to shut down a Primal Beast entirely, and it's a very problematic hero for Nature's Prophet to deal with. Again, similar story. Doesn't care about the Sprout, can get onto you, and even if you get BKB at some point, you can still get grabbed. I can't go Beast.
Okay.
So
that's a hero that doesn't lose mid lane, right? They don't have last pick, so they're kind of just going...
Yeah. Yeah, it does not lose. It should be fine against, you know, most things on mid lane. You could Kunkka it if you want. Actually, it's a pretty sweet Kunkka game.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I wonder if Team Spirit are thinking about that. They don't have too much time, though. Gotta be quick about the decision. 3 seconds to go only.
3 seconds left. Like, over the Zeus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another hero that doesn't lose the mid lane.
It addresses TB in a much better way than the Kunkka would. Kunkka, I think, would be a very, very interesting fit for them, since it would do well against the Beastmaster and has some fantastic team fighting as well. But I like this choice more. Team Spirit saying, you know what, you're against TB, Zeus is never going to be bad. It's just amazing. And if you get to the point of having Nimbus, the Aghanim Scepter for Zeus, you can actually punish even Dawnbreaker. Stop him from jumping in.
I'm sorry, I love the way you say Nimbus. It's like so Swedish.
Nimbus?
Nimbus?
He has a Nimbus. It's a very good ability globally.
He's going to zap you with the lightning. It's the hero that we were calling for in game one. You know, we were looking at VP Prodigy to pick up a Zeus. They didn't do it. And Team Spirit going to show them why you should. Very, very good hero here to blast into the TB. I like the Kunk idea with like Xmark had some really cool use cases against Dawn and Disruptor, but you're right. I think the Zeus just covers all bases.
Yeah. I also do think that this is a very different game from the first game in the sense that this Terrorblade is not at all a be-all, end-all late game hero in this game because there's so many strong things he has to deal with. There's tons of magic damage. They have the tools to burst him. There's the Doom, which is, you know, always going to be a problematic thing. So I think he has his work cut out for him, but probably I'm happier being a TB against that than being a Venge against TB in the previous game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, especially when you've got a bit of backup from like Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian, if you can help out with as Beastmaster, Tempo with a Roar. Lots of tools for VP Prodigy to get themselves there. I do worry about them kind of needing to get this Beastmaster off the ground. He has felt like a hero that's very strong with that Aghanims timing. Recently, we've seen him shift back to offlane as more of like a Helm carry kind of guy. But I'm assuming it's just like Axe Rush again, and that's always the big hill to get over as the Beastmaster is finishing that Aghanim Scepter and being like, okay, I'm ready to go now.
Yeah, he did take quite a few nerfs finally. Thank God. This hero has been meta for like 3 years essentially. I feel like I've seen a whole lot of Beastmaster for a long time now, but he did take a few nerfs. Still a good option, I think. The Aghanim Scepter should be the most reliable way to play him from the mid lane. And from there on, you can go a few different routes, but most likely just gonna play that Aghanim's Blink Dagger kind of initiation style. Maybe get himself towards the BKB as well against Zeus.
Just the worry about that is, like, if he needs to farm Aghanim Scepter and that, you know, 6 or 7 minute period where he's sitting jungle, axe spamming neutral camps, Spirit could run the map. And that's where your Terrorblade comes under pressure. Dawnbreaker's under fire. Because VP Prodigy, if they get to minute 20 with their initial timings, can look very strong. Playing the wide map with the Solar Guardian, playing globally.
Oh, they got 4 runes. Oh, that's
Spirit
so
got
massive.
All 4?
They got all 4 of them. That is not a common thing to see. And it is very impactful getting every single rune like this. It's a serious gold advantage and takes away a lot from the side of VP Prodigy as well.
Net worth graph?
Yeah.
It's out of this world. Skyrockets to the top.
Puts you 160 gold for you and minus 160 for the enemy team, right? It's the difference between those 4 runes. So it's a very nice gold swing for every single player.
We got 4 last hits for the Zeus. Just zapping away.
He's not gonna hold back too much on the mid lane, and the fact that he did go for the Boars as well means that he has more incentive to be spamming this lightning. Just burst him down.
So Ronaldo gonna get denied where he can. We got Laurel with a couple of mangoes. Bottle about to come out. Courier. Should be pretty good to sit pretty in that mid lane. Just keep on spamming the lightning. And like we were talking about earlier on, this is a hero that has been breaking records. Tai Long, what, a week and a half ago, whenever it was?
Yeah.
That
like,
massive Zeus game, just sat in Fountain.
220,000 damage or something? I can't remember. It was absolutely absurd damage.
Yeah, something insane like that. The damage on the clockwork. It gets back through the cogs, but not fast enough. Meow picks up first blood.
Showing why the techies early on can be so annoying as well. The reactive taser skill up early is so oppressive, not only because it disarms the opponent, but actually does a lot of damage too.
Oh, now the Terrorblade with the damage on towards Collapse. QT with his Disruptor by his side, pick up the kill. And under this tower,
he's
not
going
me.
for him too?
He's going
No
for
way.
it. The tower damage. The boulders start landing, and QT now on the run. Oh, Fade Bolt in a second. Not enough damage from Not Me to finish the job, though. So he's just going to let the TB walk back.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
a
could hit
fate
him
worse than
with
death, though. Sat at low HP.
Exactly. It's not a comfortable spot for him. They do bring a salve.
Is under attack.
And that was his own salve that he put back in base, so Yanter TP's in with it. Gonna get himself to full HP, but now meta is on cooldown and maybe Collapse and get some dominance on the top lane finally.
Get some. This has so far been pretty good showing by a VPP. DD7 last hits, but now under tower. Get himself something going. As Collapse will drag that small camp full wave all the way back.
Yeah, try and stabilize the lane in a better spot. So far we haven't seen Yatoro make any super early move to the side lane, but we gotta see some action on both side lanes as they're fighting for the Lotuses.
Yeah. Not that side. They're forced out there, though. On the right-hand side, Cogs and Treant. Rue and Rare Gods going head-to-head, while Yatoro gets forced back by Meow on Dawnbreaker. Always this very oppressive force in the lane. But it's getting turned on by Rue and Yatoro. They've actually closed the gap on this Dawn. She thought she was the aggressor, but gets turned on.
Yeah, just non-stop right clicks, and sadly he couldn't get a blast off over on Techies at all. The battery assault, it was skipped in the previous game, but here we see why you want to have it when you're against the Techies.
Right.
Amazing, just stopping that blast off over and over.
That makes so much sense. Top lane, Spirit starting to feel themselves again. Force Disruptor back. Drag that wave camp away.
Big damage down bottom, but it's in the end gonna be Techies who falls. And Nature's Prophet has a lot of heal here. He's baiting.
He is. He's got a very far to play with, but maybe doesn't expect this Disruptor to make a move from the top lane through the gate. The Yatoro going to get glimpsed back in towards the Dawnbreaker and finally finished off by Meow.
That was a very clutch move to actually join. I didn't even see Yantor make his way over here, but good stuff from him.
The thing is, like, Yanto was small camp pulling, got dropped to half HP, and then immediately just ran to the gate. He's like, okay, I've got nothing else to do in this lane. So made a really nice decision there just to go bot.
Yeah, good choice to gank the Nature's Prophet before he ganks you. Doesn't mean Nature's is respawning, so probably takes an eye on the lanes, but doesn't see any great spot to TP in and gank, so straight down bottom.
And now we've got a little bit of calm. This laning phase settles itself a little bit here.
You got
I
Tom
say
up
that.
top. They're
Top
fighting.
lane, Terrorblade is getting a run at. Forces Metamorphosis and is killed. Oh, he stepped just a little bit too far forward. They've still got this Nature's Prophet to TP if they want to, but it looks like they'll get Yanta skip back behind his tier 1 tower. Well, things were settling
up. He's
bottom
kinda
lane, but
asking
top
for
lane
it.
it all kicks off again.
Drops really low. They're chasing for a Nature's Prophet. Oh, the Zeus ulti, of course.
And that's also given vision over on Serenada, who's pretty low HP, farming stacks. So they know exactly where the Beastmaster is. They know that he's not going to be involved in any of these fights, mid or top, so they can TP up aggressively. Meow has been dealt with bottom lane, but it's the top lane TB that gets run down, outgunned by Collapse, Yatoro, Not Me, surrounding QT. Now Yanda's
There's a
TP'd in
roar
here,
alarm.
probably to his own death. Glimpses back one, but Yatoro can keep giving chase. He's got Sprout up in a couple of seconds. Just needs that little bit of time to catch up to Disruptor. Lal has been sniped out by Serenada, though, as he went deep into that jungle, but a drag back on Disruptor finds another bonus kill for the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Rare God's still chasing, got the movement speed buff and the boar helping him.
The boar slow, yeah, tags onto Not Me, gets Rare God to kill.
That feels really good for Techies. Level 4.5 after these fights. Amazing stuff. And just a little bit too aggressive play perhaps coming in from Laurel. Yes, he saw the Beastmaster in the jungle, but ends up running in there, getting roared and losing almost all his HP, and then just dies very easily to one support rotation.
So like I was saying, as we calm down...
Yeah, this slow and chill game.
I was just looking around the map like,
Protect the
okay,
Nature's
nothing's
Prophet,
happening. Just relax a little bit, then all of a sudden, Spirit like, okay, aggression, go. Deal with this Dawnbreaker. Force her back out of lane. Disruptor and Techies both in the vicinity here, but tempting on Yatoro. Risky business, as this Nature's Prophet is very tanky. 1,000 health, pops a Fairy Fire, skips away. Dawnbreaker needs the ulti, but is going to be disengaged from the Nature's Prophet to break free of the Solar Guardian, and the Cogs push back. Rue saves the day, gets a kill for the Nature's Prophet, who's going to try and TP out. Do they have anything to stop him? No, they don't! He's
All the
away from
blocks.
there, and the
He's
body
trying to
blocks with the battery assault going. Nearly finds Rare Gods,
But
but
look at
thankfully
Zeus.
for Techies, they send it back with Disruptor until Lal shows up, grabs the Wisdom Shrine, gets both of them for Spirit, and then a kill for on this Disruptor. This is madness.
Crazy moves there, and I don't know if you saw it, but the Cog from Clockwork not only pushed back the Dawnbreaker, but burned just enough mana that she couldn't use the hammer to finish the kill on Nature's Prophet, who gets to
So
safety
good.
because of it. He was like 10 mana away from being able to hammer, and hammer would have sealed the deal there. So small differences making up who comes out on top in these fights.
Tower is under attack.
Super close. And like I was saying, everything's calmed down. If I just keep saying it, we'll have more action, right? That's the way
You
it
should do
works.
this every series. It's great.
Now we've got a little bit of lull in play. We can talk about important matters like the pronunciation of Dawnbreaker's name. Is it meow? Is it meow? Do you have to, do you have to say it like it's a cat, or is it meow?
I thought you meant her in-game name, like the actual name of the hero. I'm like, what is Dawnbreaker's name?
What is Dawnbreaker's name?
Oh, yeah, I don't.
Because she was a
know,
Dota
actually.
2 hero, right? Not a.
Yeah, she's a Dota 2 original. I mean, I never really thought about it. Does she have it in her lore page? We'll have to have a look.
I have to look that one up. 'Cause I remember.
She
I had
might.
to, well,
she
they
might just
like
be known as
retroactively gave them stuff because like Void.
Oh,
I had
Valora.
Valora.
Valora. I never heard that. Honestly.
That's like Illyria, like a Wind Ranger kind of name, isn't it? Valora.
Yeah. Oh,
Sounds like a James
Smoke
Bond.
Gang.
James Bond villain name.
Oh, only level 2 glimpse, not quite gonna be enough. He puts the ward, gets vision for a little bit of time there, but not enough to get the glimpse with only level 2 cast range.
Collapse just a step ahead. A little bit too quick on his feet. He's trying to farm himself to Radiance, given that little bit of additional time as he's protected by not me. But that means that Serenada can just go for the straight raw solo kill on the Rubik. The Beastmaster drums with a double bore. Just kill him off.
Yeah, the drums is interesting. We don't always see that, but drums is a very nice tempo item coming out from the mid Beastmaster. Can play a bit nicer with his team, and also, like I mentioned in the previous game, having drums when you have TB is just amazing. The illusions benefit a lot from it as well. All the DPS and movement speed feels great on TB.
A tale as old as time, though. They've not shut Yatoro down. 4-1 and 2. He's died once, but he's top of the net worth and given a lot of free space, while the rest of his team, they're running the map. They've killed off top tier 1 tower. They're pressuring Terrorblade. They're playing through mid lane. There's a lot on the plate here for Virtus Pro Prodigy to try and hold back this Team Spirit side. And it honestly feels like Team Spirit have the better draft going into like mid to late game. But I feel like Team Spirit aren't in the rush, and they're also the team pressing all the buttons. They're the ones getting aggressive and getting like solo kills on this Disruptor is great for you.
Yeah. I would
Serenada.
agree. Oh, interesting play with the telekinesis.
He's going to walk in here. Straight up blast off into Solar Guardian. Serenada survives, now collapsing in the open, but the Zeus will protect him.
The stolen Dawn.
The stolen Solar Guardian going to come and land in onto Meow. Down you go. That is painful stuff. Dawnbreaker sprouted and slain. A double kill for Laurel. As Team Spirit yet again just bring numbers into that top lane.
A very good reaction there, and we see both the teams having the global potential, but just nice little execution advantage. Oh, as Yanter tries to kill the Clockwork, but might just get sold by his teammate as well, as there's too much to fight into.
No chance of survival.
I really liked what Notmew did. He started that fight by lifting a boar and throwing it in to stun the, I think it was Beastmaster, or I can't remember who he stunned, but anyway, it was not the usual play. Normally people just click lift on either the enemy or maybe your teammate when you have shard, but throwing a creep onto someone to stun them is just a nice little heads up play.
Yeah, that was tough. And finally getting a bit of objective damage. Oh, backstab onto the tier 1 mid lane, get a kill on the techies who was trying to defend the objective.
Oh, this are the beasts. Rubik is close enough to lift him. Gets on, but he doesn't quite have help nearby.
Oh, he's got Nature's Prophet who can TP. Oh, he just solo kills him.
The Nature's ulti came in, enough damage for him to Fate Bolt him and just kill him. And he
Holy
got the
moly.
steal before, so he has wild access. Also, pretty noteworthy that he has 7 Curiosity stacks already. This is pretty early in the game. Glimpse up top on Collapse, perhaps? Let's get it.
They drag him back into the TB. So Sunder comes out, Collapse. Tip into tip. There we go. Well, he's going to have a pretty good idea now that there's vision, though.
That was a much needed kill for them. Prodigy definitely on the back foot already in this game. That happens quite easily when you play against the Nature's Prophet hyper aggro lineups like this. Nature's Prophet and Zeus, it's just so much power anywhere on the field. They can project it.
Yeah, just non-stop dogpiling like this. Yanta realizes he's at the bottom of the pile. Taken down very quickly. And Yatoro didn't even have to spend the TP, so he can still farm opposing side of the map and then join for the next go.
I guess that's the good thing. It's mostly Yantar who's dying. He's got 7 deaths, you know. They only have 1 death on Beastmaster, only 2 deaths on the TB, so they're farming away quite decently still. Not bleeding the most important heroes.
This is that period that I was worried about. I don't know if my brain is like blowing it out of proportion, but this is where like you're 6k down against team. Okay, let's forget it's team spirit. Let's just think about this as like draft versus draft in game state. You're 7k down. You know you're down kills. You know you're down map state. The Terrorblade needs to catch up and become the big boss. Beastmaster needs to farm Aghanim Scepter to become the tempo playing hero. I like the fact that VP Prodigy are playing aggressively and looking for kills rather than just AFK farming, because they need this space for Terrorblade, and killing Yatoro is a huge deal.
Yeah, massive. Also, they get behind the tower doing this, so they can siege up for a tower push immediately. But looks like, again, Team Spirit not willing to let go of these towers easily. Even losing their carry, he is up in 20 seconds. They're gonna fight for this.
There's the angle. Straight up hook shot onto Meow, blast him with the Zeus damage. Lost offers so much DPS that the Dawnbreaker doesn't stand a chance. Collapse is even looking for a bonus target, but he doesn't have a blink or anything, so he can't catch up to the Beastmaster.
Looks like they might just play the Uno reverse card as well and just go for some push of their own. Nature's Prophet TP's in.
Our tower? Your tower. That's what's gonna die.
This quick Nature's Prophet gameplay with the Nature's Call as well. You can see towers very simply, even without a creep wave.
Down it goes.
Nearly has the Radiance on the back of this.
Very good positioning from Rubik and Clockwork there as well. They know there's high ground vision. They were protecting the entry point of that tier 1 tower to make sure that Yatoro stays alive and gets the objective. Then, like you said, Radiance for the Doom finished off. Everything clicking into place for Spirit yet again.
Yeah, and this is before Aghanim's timing. Then the Zeus is still going to have more impact as well once he has the Aghanim Scepter, and will be able to throw more damage from across the field. And Laurel, he's just farming away. He buys the shard, says, you know what, I'm mostly going to be jungling, and just get to that point where he can sit in the jungle and just throw all the spells non-stop. Pressure is kind of on VPP.
Yeah.
It feels weird because normally when you have TV, you feel like, okay, we have the stronger late game, we just chill. But I think you're right when you said going late here, unless you're ahead in net worth, does not feel good as VPP.
Especially when your Bulldozer hero is stuck in Park currently. You know, Handbrake on, Beastmaster mid lane looking for Aghanim Scepter still, 15, 16 minutes in. Obviously, this is a knock-on effect of him going, you know, treads, drums, wand, then into the Aghanim Scepter. And it does mean your timing will coincide with a Terrorblade nicer, but later.
Yeah, I think the problem is the drums is an item that really wants to run as 5 and do things to get most value out of it, and they haven't been able to do so. Like, we've seen them make some moves, but mostly it's just been farming, so maybe just going straight for the Aghanims would have been the best play still here.
There's the all Radiant High Ground Observer Ward. Not dewarded, has given a lot of room here for Zeus to push out their mid lane. Clockwork just wanders through the northern jungle, slips back up the top, keeping tabs on the techies. Team Spirit have eyes on pretty much everyone here.
Gets him with the long range on the Infernal Blade. Drops a few mines before he dies, but yeah, no way out of this one. And that means Rubik gets to steal landmines. That is a crazy one to have. The proximity mines is insanely strong on Rubik.
Magic resist reduction.
Yeah,
the proxy
and, you know,
mines.
with his teammates, with having a Zeus in the team, magic resist reduction is pretty damn scary.
That's some spooky stuff. And good
At
luck,
least-
Terrorblade.
Yeah,
Hook shot straight onto Disruptor. Rue has found his man. Trying to mark Yanta here on the way through. He disappears. Then you get the Sunder and the Blast off back to trade out kills, but losing a second support there gives a bonus one over to Not Me.
Yeah, they're going behind. I think they know that TB stuck around.
Oh, they get
Just
him.
bought him, but he should be safe.
I thought maybe they could get there with a lift. Lightning Bolt wasn't enough.
Yeah, but this is a tier 2 tower that you're running away from and leaving. Glyph is forced at least. They might even keep going for the tower.
Yeah, I mean, Diaglyph, Radiant Glyph back up. New creep wave arriving. Why not
Nature's
keep on
Prophet
going?
Mjolnir complete with the Dragonlance, so he's just laying in the DPS now.
Yeah, top 3 net worth, all team spirit. 8k lead.
Dire's top tower.
This is make or break time for Virtus Pro Prodigy right now. Terrorblade's about to hit Manta style. Beastmaster has his Aghanim Scepter. This is their big timing, and they're going to try and use it in bottom lane with Serenada and Meow onto Nature's Prophet and Rue as well. They've got the damage to get the 2 of them.
Oh, and he had cooldown on the cog, so he couldn't set up a trap for people to TP in and punish this aggressive dive. So 2 kills quickly. Exactly what VP Prodigy needed. Looks like Serenada might get closed in on, though. The lift should be there in time.
Yeah, they found him. Axe is stolen again as Rare Gods goes for Blast Off and Mines. Places them at the feet of Collapse and Not Me, but doesn't get the kill. And now with Rubik looking over the top. There's the snipe. And then watch Larl. Zeus is always making these cut moves. Every time we look at these fights, at the end of it, Larl just appears from behind them. Yet again, he was making this long, meandering move to try and find any stragglers, and he wasn't far away from seeing Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it feels fairly safe with having the knowledge that Beastmaster ulti was on cooldown. He can probably jump away from a lot of the different threats in this game. The only thing he has to worry about is the Disruptor ulti, perhaps. The Heavenly Jump is a great survivability tool for him. And yeah, he went for full Kaya Sanj, so 2,000 gold to go and he will have his Aghanim's timing. But he is looking incredibly farmed on the Zeus, even though he's the 3rd most farmed. That just speaks to how fast they're getting their net worth up here. Doom and Nature's Prophet are flying ahead.
Crazy. I still think Lightning Hands is such a funny shard to have as this Zeus. Just like, here's free Maelstrom for you, buddy.
Yeah.
How do you like that?
Amazing. And just put that on Drow Ranger or something. Here,
Oh my
Lightning
God.
Hands. New shard.
Gyrocopter, flak cannon plus Lightning Hands.
There you go, buddy.
Zappy zappy.
I like this style of Zeus. I know it's a bit uninteractive. You're literally just jungling and throwing some spells here and there, but you know, I'm a greedy player, and seeing someone just non-stop farm but also still having good impact for his team, it's very enjoyable to me. I don't think it's as enjoyable for Prodigy as they you know, are looking for a way to turn this game. They have a lot of timings. Manta is complete on the TB. They have the Aghanim Scepter, of course, from before, nearly Blink Dagger on Beast. And more importantly, they have the BKB on Dawnbreaker.
Radiant's top tower.
Some mines on the gate. Taki's trying to set up for something. Team Spirit just goes straight for Tormentor.
Yeah. He's expecting them to maybe make a move after they take Tormentor. Either way, he'll be ready up here. Oh, that's all he's going through.
Terrorblade. Yeah. So Techies was setting up for the backstab. Terrorblade didn't expect the front stab, I guess.
The front stab. One of the most fearsome moves.
One
Just
of the
a
most
dagger to the chest.
One of the most unexpected moves possible.
You keep looking over your shoulder, but in reality, Satan was right there. Doom steps up in front of you like, hello, bud.
That's what got Julius Caesar, right? It wasn't the 30 stabs to the back, it was the one to the front. That's what
That was the one. Yeah, that's the one. He was actually paying attention to all the other ones. He saw all of them coming, but...
He saw all of the senators behind him, but not the one in front of him.
That's what history didn't write down, but... Yeah,
Brutus, you bastard. That's what he did. He stabbed him in the front.
We see an aggressive smoke move coming in. I think VPP understand how sharp of a timing they're on here to try and turn this game around before it slips completely out of playability. 13,000 net worth lead is humongous at this stage. 22 minutes into the game.
Oh, mate, it feels like we're 40 minutes in. Like, how farmed these Radiant heroes are.
Yeah.
Insane.
And even just the supports, right? Like looking over towards the Rubik at 8.2k gold.
Oh boy.
He's very, very happy. Got the shard, got the blink. Of course, some of that is from the Tormentor shard. But yeah, the clockwork as well. Having drums plus plate mail. That's pretty luxury as a support. You're feeling pretty good about yourself having this tank ability.
Now you just got to play a hand-holy Dota together as VPP. The 4 heroes bottom stuck together while Terrorblade farms. And this is kind of the opposite of what you want to do when you have a Dawnbreaker, I guess, and a TV. You want QT frontlining, hitting tower. You want Dawnbreaker farming and then reacting.
It's one of the problems, right, when you play against this Nature's Prophet and Zeus lineup. If you split up too much, you're just gonna get picked off. But if you group up like this, you might fall behind. And more importantly, they're not able to contest the Roche. They're not playing the area. So for now, looks like they're just gonna farm for a power spike item. What do we have coming up next for them? That's the Torment. The Roche is definitely gonna fall. They know about it as well. They have a Harpoon and Shard coming in just now for Dawnbreaker. Shard will be very nice for her to be able to use her Q against stuff like Battery Assault.
Oh, Zeus ulti into catch on Serenada. Beastmaster gone. Yatoro gets the kill.
And again, a fantastic spell to have on Rubik. The Wild Axis is just, you know, really nice. Long range nuke. He has Ether Lens as well, so he got crazy range on his usefulness now.
What's up to 9 curiosities. Very satisfying for Rubik.
Down bottom, setting up a trap, but Yatoro with the BKB, Hurricane Pike, and Aegis. Oh, he's gonna reveal Yatoro and just go for the kill.
Just steps forward. It's quite bold from Yatoro. He's gonna die. Needs backup to arrive. Aegis gets claimed up, and Rubik gonna make a jump on the techies, lift him back in towards Nature's Prophet, and find the bonus kill. So a double for Yatoro, spending his Aegis for it. While the rest of the team in this mid lane, they're on to Meow. Nice poor Dawnbreaker has to defensively BKB, turns the fight. Harpoon's back, now collapse at half health, gonna get roared up under the Beastmaster, and there's Dawnbreaker damage. Meow though gets Nimbus. The Zeus, with the help of the Yatoro, triple killing Nature's Prophet, looking for the Ultra, but Lol will steal it from him. The Zeus finds that additional kill, so in the end, a 4-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, and Two Spirits strike first as well. The Dawnbreaker not able to make a play on her ultimate there. Didn't get to use it at all. And just very nice read by them how they take the fight. Getting the Doom onto her as well, stopping her from having any counterplay. And things are falling apart quickly. I think VVP, they need to somehow force a big fight where TB is allowed to right-click. But at this stage, he needs a damage item. I know he's going for this Hurricane Pike, and it's generally a really good item, but we're 16,000 net worth behind. We need TB to deal some serious damage to bring this game back.
Yeah.
He's queuing up the Scotty, but I almost would like to see him just go for some desperate move, like a Crystallis, just to have a power spike to play on, because at this point, I don't know if he's gonna kill that much. Even right-clicking into like Nature's Prophet, Doom, you know, the Clockwork being as tanky as he is with his 18 armor already. All you have is Manta and Hurricane Pike.
And even then, items can't fix all of your problems. If you're getting run at by this Zeus and you have to pop your spells defensively, it doesn't feel good. And Disruptor has notoriously been one of those heroes that's very good when you're chasing, when you're catching. Solar Guardian, very good reactive tool. If you're being gone on, you can turn it around on someone, but you ideally want to use it aggressively. And with a Beastmaster Roar into Solar Guardian. So a catch on Laurel like this, it's huge for VPP just to get that immediate jump, kill, and then look for a little bit more.
A massive pickoff. That's exactly what they need. One big kill there, get the Wicked 6 streak, and they're going to transition it into a tower push as well, making the most out of it. Some great gold to get going towards your TB. And they didn't have to spend anything big. They just used the Roar, which will be off cooldown in 40 seconds. They still have the Dawnbreaker ulti, the Sunder available.
So one of the downsides of playing such a wide map is Spirit. Praised Lol for those cutting moves through the river several times, paying off more often than not. This time he gets punished by the rune spot. Team Spirit is going to sit back and try and farm while we're going through this situation. And looking at the bottom lane as a possible go. Straight jump onto Meow, and a TP in from Yatoro, going to sprout him up after all his spells have been spent, so no more disengaged tools, and the damage out of this Nature's Prophet is substantial.
Just a raw right-clicking at this point is pretty crazy. Butterfly also serves really well as defensive tool here. Gonna be hard for these three heroes who are all pretty right-click based. Beastmaster, TB, and Dawn will be all held back pretty well by the BKB plus butterfly defensive from Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, because now Terrorblade's like, well, shit, I've got to buy an MKB, I guess. What are the choices
You
he
really
have?
don't want to. You really don't want to. He has queued it up.
He's got a... I mean, then you lose your Disruptor. Your Techies is running top lane from the Clockwork. Your tier 3 is dropping
Tower?
quickly.
The
Tower's
tower?
falling.
Lift is finally there, but that tower is not looking too good right now at 800 HP. And next creep wave coming in even. 2 heroes dead and he has BKB. He's not leaving until his tower falls.
VP do know that a couple of Team Spirit heroes are on that left-hand side. Dar Observe Wards for the Clock and the Doom. So a go on this
Oh,
Nature's
the
Prophet could be
lifts.
big, but they've got the lift save and then the Pike bag. And that's given more than enough time now for Collapse to get to the outpost, the rest of Spirit to repurpose and maneuver across the map. And then Yatoro's like, okay, guys, you came here to save me. Good job. I'm TPing back to where you were.
Man, this is actually so hard to play into. The Ether Lens lift with Shard on Rubik is crazy good saving tool. There's a smoke out. They're gonna go onto the beast? No, just poking him.
Yeah, creating those if-then statements as Spirit, so much easier. To just algorithm your way through situations and fights. Like, if this happens, then this happens. If they go on me, you react like this.
Exactly.
PPP, much more challenging to find that initial, like, you know, what is the if? If Nature's Prophet is out of position, if Zeus is out, it feels like it has to rely on mistakes from Spirit almost.
Yeah. The way you're describing it, making me think of like some hold up, a dive onto a Dawnbreaker down
yeah.
bottom. The chain
Yeah.
stone.
PPB and hammer back to Fountain. Looks like he's gonna be okay.
He'll be fine, but his buildings will not. Actually, he's not
he
even
still
fine.
dies to the Zeus!
Refresher, double ulti.
Disgusting. Well, no Dawn for 70 seconds. No bottom lane barracks forever. They don't respawn. And now your mid lane's looking a little worse for wear.
It's looking very rough. TB is looking back home like, yeah, I don't know if we can defend 4v5, so I'll just keep farming, I guess. Cutting creep waves. He's cutting mid and top wave, to be fair, but that's not going to deter Yatoro.
Nah, you can try and cut the supply lines, but your entire base has been leveled. Yatoro just stands there, his buildings. They try and go on this Rubik, but he's down to low ground. Collapse goes high ground, chasing Yamta. Dooms up the Beastmaster. Serenada's BKB and run back towards Fountain, but he's ticking over and dying to the Doom, while QT with his Terrorblade tries to chase Laurel back. There's the death of the Beast in Fountain as Collapse picks up the kill. Skadi hits flying in towards Collapse, do very little. The Terrorblade lacking damage. Tries to stand and deliver against this Nature's Prophet, but you can see how much Yatoro gives. Oh, it's just an onslaught as Team Spirit. I clap down to this dire base. A foregone conclusion it's felt like for quite some time as Virtus Pro Prodigy tap out of the series, losing 2-0.
They make it look easy. The Lincoln's there. The secondary Lincoln's coming in towards the end, blocking that Sunder as well. And yeah, Yatoro is just gone. You know, he's out of here. He's too good.
It's 5 o'clock, another day in the office. The dinner bell rings.
Clock out. No, just very confident play from them in both games. You and I were talking a little bit off camera, you know, before. Are we going to see Team Spirit show up awake and ready from the get-go? Or are they going to need a little wake-up call before they start performing? But no, they played great in both games here. First game took a little bit longer, but I think they played towards the strength of their draft, and it made sense to take your time.
Yeah, no need to go rushing into anything. No need to give your opponents opportunities to strike back at you. Because you've always got to remember that is, one of the strengths of these underdog teams is making those surprise moves. So I think Team Spirit did a very good job sort of sitting back when they needed to and making sure they didn't give anything away.
Game 2, though, we see how hard it is to play against one of these, top-level teams when they have the global potential of Nature's Prophet plus Zeus. They're just everywhere. You think that you're not out of position because, I saw everybody up top just recently. But then suddenly one hero goes on you and 2 heroes fill in with ultimates and you're just dead. It's like, what? Was I out of position? Yeah, you were. You were anywhere on the map, so you are now dead.
It's so difficult to break out of your base. Especially when you're catching up as a TB, catching up as a Beastmaster. Your Dawnbreaker never really got to play that Spectre style. The greedy farm one side and then spring into action on the other. Was always being outrun, outgunned by Spirit every step of the way. Yeah, there's Laurel Zeus is some nasty business. The amount of damage he brings.
Laurel is just, you know, performing on a ton of the meta heroes. He's, you know, showing that he can play it all, right? Laurel, I feel like he's a very versatile mid player. A lot of mid players have like a smaller hero pool, but that's not really the vibe I get from Laurel at all. He shines on Ember, he does great on Zeus, his Snapfire is, you know, amazing. He has so many different heroes that he can pull out and play when he needs to.
Well, a difficult start for VPP. A pretty simple one for Team Spirit there, but that's what happens, right? You know, early days in the qualifiers, you got these teams seeded up at the top. Spirit, obviously one of the absolute favorites for one of the 4 slots heading into this. And someone had to be the underdog that goes up against them. Someone had to face against Spirit, and it was Virtus.pro Prodigy on this occasion. But you can always argue, you know, a learning opportunity for them, right? That's your first series. You play against, you know, one of the best teams in the world. You lose, you don't look completely out of your depth. You've got things you can build on. You mentioned, right, you're not getting completely outplayed. You're getting outdrafted and maybe out-strategized, but that's something you can go back and maybe tinker with and treat as you head yourself down into lower bracket.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, the lower bracket is still there. So sure, you drop down, but they still have a chance to go all the way down in the lower bracket. But I do think VP Prodigy need to work a little bit more on, you know, playing their own identity, having something that internally just looks strong. Because in first game, I think they overcooked the draft a bit. Second game, it looked better, but not quite as adapted to Team Spirit's draft as Team Spirit reacted to theirs. So just a very good play from Team Spirit overall. We'll head into a little break here. We'll come back soon with the next matchup, which is going to be Enjoy versus Team Bolt.
See you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, folks. Here we are, the international qualifiers for Europe, getting into our second series. Still in the upper bracket, of course, but another best of three awaits us, Wagga, as we get the long-awaited fan favorite Team Bald going up against some Eastern European hot stuff here as Enjoy. Their opponents are some pretty good players.
Yeah, amazing players here. Perhaps not as big names as, you know, we had Team Spirit just before, and of course VP Prodigy as well. But these players on these teams are very, very capable. Team Bald rocking some pretty serious stuff as well with, you know, Bengan and Zib, two of my fellow Swedes hanging out here. Fantastic players, but also they got Shad on carry, you know, who's been looking pretty damn good lately. And over on the side of Enjoy as well, I've always been a big fan of Squadix, and I think that any lineup that he plays in is very fun to play because he's such an aggressive player.
Wow, I've got some real names, yeah. And Shad, Sanctity, Zive, Bengan, MRLS. How are we pronouncing him? Is it Mr. L's? We're going to rename himself to Mr. W's, and if he wins this qualifier?
Yeah, I'm not sure how he wants it read, but I'll get it mixed up with Mr. Morale, you know, because
yeah.
this is MRLS, and then we got Mr. Morale, of course, the offlaner over on the side of Enjoy.
And then someone's going to rename themselves to Miles Morales and bring in some Spider-Man as well.
That's what people thought that I was saying when I played against Mr. Morale in a pub recently. I'm like, no, this guy.
Oh, it's this guy, Mr. Morale. Yeah. Well, there we go. Draft already up. Quickly springing into things here. Rubik first pick with a Nature's Prophet out of Team Bald.
I like how many of the players go for the head-only meta, or sometimes the hair-only. Sanctity is probably the MVP so far of the head cam meta. This is an impressive angle.
It's
I'm
also
seeing more of the architecture of your room than I'm seeing of you.
It's what's that subreddit called? Male living space. He has literally got white walls and an air conditioner. There's nothing else. No paintings, no artwork, no nothing.
That's all you need right there, brother, to focus on some good Dota.
It's the unpacked IKEA wardrobe, you know, sitting there being used as a table.
We actually had the same thing. I just finished up yesterday playing in an Age of Empires 2 tournament with Sing Sing and a bunch of streamers invited. And yeah, there was someone else. I think Captain Lance was sitting in a complete void as well. Just a white wall behind him and wearing a white t-shirt, sitting. Looked like he was in an asylum or something. And he played like a maniac too, so it made sense.
Padded walls.
Yeah,
he's in a straight jacket. You're like, wait, hang on a second. Something's not right here. This is pretty bold from Team Bald, honestly. Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit, immediately snatched up by them. Does this indicate that Nature's Prophet is not just the carry? That maybe he's flexing?
Yeah, I think definitely it gives flex vibes when you open it like this, because otherwise it is pretty telegraphed. And no matter what, though, Enjoy will have to pick heroes that are good against both Natures and Ember if they want to stand a good chance, because otherwise these heroes can run insanely high tempo. If they come in as the core duo, mid-Ember with a safe lane Natures can be all over the map, hyper-aggressive gameplay. So Enjoy need to be on their toes with what they pick up.
Actually, interesting. It's something they've cooked up recently, because it's not, as far as I see, not something they did through those open qualifiers. And of course, you know, worth pointing out here that Enjoy is an invited team to these closed quals, while Team Bald, they were first place in the second open qualifier for Europe. They did play a lot of Ember Spirit, to be fair, but none of this opener of Nature's Prophet into Ember Spirit. So it seems like Gork and Pile I Die have been cooking something up.
Yeah. I mean, it's aggressive gameplay, and that's how you want to come into a tournament. I love to see it. I don't really want to give up control to my opponents. If you're going into the first game of the tournament, you want to at least come in swinging. Enjoy, though. Go with the reaction of picking up Ensh, a hero that can be good for multiple reasons against the Ember, as you can, of course, remove the Flame Guard with the enchants, but also you can be pretty aggressive early yourself now, putting tower pressure from the support role.
Oh, now a Lion. So I got a bit of that catch to enable the Ember Spirit and Nature's Prophet. So this can be your hero that steps out into dangerous territory, starts the initiation, breaks vision, gets up high ground, says hello.
Yeah, it's amazing playing these blink initiating heroes when you have the global presence coming in. Ember almost becomes a global hero if he ever gets his hands on an Aghanim Scepter in this game as well.
yeah.
Then Lion can basically just go on anyone he wants. He will have backup. Problem is, though, some of this insta-catch from Rubik into a Doom ulti could be very scary for Ember to play into.
Especially if his game doesn't go well, right? And this leads into the Enchantress pick here. Because that's a hero that can come out of the laning stage and break down the laning stage just with her own moves. Pressure mid tier 1 with some summons, kick Ember Spirit out of lane. And if things get a little bit spicy there, you know, Ember could be put on the back foot, and then it gets real nasty for him. That's why we need this like Phoenix Lion Nature's Prophet to react to stuff.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Viper ban come out from Enjoy. Not a hero that I would have had on my list, but is of course a gross early tempo hero as well. If you can win lanes really hard and then run down your opponents, you have the building damage from Nature's Prophet. It would be pretty fearsome if Team Bald got all those things going for them. Win lanes and then turn it into a just snowballing effect, you could say.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at this as like, you know, maybe off-lane Viper or something like that. If your carry player wants one of these glass cannon kind of guys, you don't want to be laning against the Viper. Alternatively, there's the whole like Bristle or Tide angle where it's like, okay, or Timber, like, okay, we don't play against the Viper. We're picking one of these guys. It feels like the kind of hero that you ban to leave your draft open as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking a little bit what type of carry they want to lean on. They have the Enchantress, of course. They're going to give themselves more time to think about it. They still do have to pick before Team Bald, so they will need to reveal it. This gives Bald a chance to maybe ban out the carry coming in.
Yeah, I mean...
Or they can go Curveball and just carry Doom, but we don't see that much lately, and it's not very good against Phoenix.
Yeah, and Snowy is one of those players who, at least from what I've seen in the past... This is not Snowy, this is Violent, huh? I've got my teams mixed up. Then never mind. I mean, my point was that Snowy likes to play these Gyrocopters and Agi heroes.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But it's not too dissimilar from what Violent does as well. He likes a lot of the different Agi carry, roster. I don't expect we are going to see any form of, deviation from that. He's played a whole lot of illusion carries in games that I've seen before. Some of them are a bit tricky here. Picking something like Morphling into Lion feels a little bit scary. It would do quite well against like Nature's Prophet though. I'm wondering.
I was gonna say, can we slot Kez in? He's banned.
Yeah, removing the Kez is probably a smart choice. The double hitting would be nice here.
Yeah,
bring down the Phoenix quickly.
Drow Ranger and Storm together is a core pairing that I feel like I see quite a lot. And having a Drow here could feel pretty good just to match up into this Nature's Prophet. You're dealing with Gap Close the Ember Spirit. That's going to be nasty, but I think you've got some responses to it. It's just like Drow enters that a lane you want to play? Probably.
Yeah, it's okay of a lane, but there is the last pick as well going the way of Team Bald, and they can easily just have that be their offlaner. I mean, it most likely is their offlaner coming in. Unless they want to do offlane, offlane Phoenix, offlane Natures even. They have flex for sure. It's also why we see the Undying being banned out, and Joy is saying, it could just be an Undying coming in. Undying plus Phoenix is a nasty combo, because then you get the Tombstone plus the Supernova, and too many things you need to kill. You have to reposition the fights, or you lose it automatically.
That's the scary thing, but like Zibe has such a cool hero pool, where like his signature heroes, like Tide and Dawnbreaker are very difficult to like contend with. Then he's got these Undyings and Centaurs and stuff they can pull out of the bag as well. Because I can easily see a world in which he just picks Dawnbreaker here and says, "Cool, I'm Dawn Lion lane with an Ember Spirit, Nature's Prophet, have so much global presence."
For me, it feels like Dawn or Pango. Pango is also a hero that Ziba plays really well. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, I wish we could have the Zibe Enigma come back, but I think against Doom Rubik it might be a tall order.
Yeah, this is probably not the game for it, but we might see it, definitely keeping that in his pocket for whenever he does see a good game. So I like that they're giving him a last pick since he is such a flexible player. And I'm saying that as though it's a sealed deal, but yeah, they have fantastic players on Phoenix as well here. you know, using it on support, I think makes a lot of sense.
Dire team pick.
SF ban out.
So is it like some Luna, Drow? Are the ranged ones that like I look at as the meta heroes? Like TA is up there as well, but I feel like this is just some kind of lifestealer juggernaut game for Violent.
Jugger is
Oh, they got
okay.
Dawn themselves.
Ooh. So maybe it is a carry Doom.
Maybe it is.
Or it's a carry Dawn, whichever, but...
And Zib is
yeah,
like, well, they've stolen my freaking Dawnbreaker, boys.
yeah, look at him. He's like, what the hell? I wanted that. Yeah, it really does look like he was snubbed on his hero there.
Plan B? Do we have a backup option?
Remaining.
Look how smug they are. Like, oh, we stole his hero, and we know it.
Sip some tea. Got him. Yeah.
So then,
I
what,
think,
what was the second? You said Pango is your second option, huh?
Yeah, Pango is okay, but Pango doesn't lane that easily into Dawnbreaker as well, so I wonder if that's going to be the choice. I mean, it's still a fine pick.
Is there some like Lycan angle for Zibe?
Oh, it's banned already.
That's
We
already
got rid of
banned.
it. Yeah, because Ziba's Lycan is really strong, so it was respect bans.
Yeah, I'm no longer looking at I'm looking at Dota buff. I'm looking through the options.
You may now select
Ooh, go for the axe. Yeah,
Okay.
true. He wasn't banned out. That is really nice for them. Now they have Lion with the insta catch. They have axe with follow up, and you have the global presence of the Natures and the Ember. I love the draft from Team Bold. I think it's really solid. On the other hand, Enjoy. I don't dislike their draft. It is a little bit out there with the whole Doom and Dawnbreaker coming in. It's going to be Violent on Doom, so carry Doom. I still think it's a completely solid draft from them as well.
So it sounds like you're going 50-50. You do some fence sitting over here.
I'd probably favor Bold a little bit.
Oh yeah,
strat-wise.
pander to the favorites.
I'll favor
Waga's in
the
chat.
fan favorite team. Which team do you like, Garrett? I guess you'll be the non-favorite.
Fine, I'll go the other way and get lambasted by everybody. The Bald have no chance of winning whatsoever. I honestly like Ember Spirit, Nature's Prophet. This, like I said, right, it's a very bold opening to your draft, but you pointed out very clearly it is. That is the strategy, right? It is global presence. It is play wide map. Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit can be very oppressive if you're able to get out of that laning stage with, you know, an even playing field or some kind of mild advantage. I kind of like Bold's draft slightly more, but I don't know. In my head, I rate the players on Enjoy higher. So I think it's still like a 50-50 for me, but it's more like a draft versus player kind of thing.
Now it's even worse, Chad. He's hating the players of Team Bold, not even their draft. I mean, at this point,
I'm screwed.
He's beyond saving. Yeah, no, I for one think Team Bold are great players.
Actually, I think Team Bold have the best coaching staff.
They've proven themselves by getting here, right? No invite stuff. They actually worked to get here, Gareth. I think they're hardworking men who deserve this.
Through multiple open qualifiers, getting themselves all the way here. Getting to the close
That was
calls.
just to play as much Dota as possible for the fans. You don't understand. If they qualify immediately, it would be less Dota.
It's all about the concurrent viewership. It's all about that. Running the ads.
Yeah.
Oh, they look pretty good. Let's see if
It's
they
a
can tie
business
things
after
together here. Also, some pretty important things being pointed out by the chat. Why is Team Bald consisting of 5 people who have really strong heads of hair? Shad,
Honestly,
beautiful hair.
yeah.
We see Bangan, gorgeous hair. I couldn't see MRLS because he's sitting in darkness, but Sanctity was, you know, I think that's why Sanctity's cam was showing what it's showing, just the top of his head, proving he's not bald.
Flexing it even, yeah. It's like they do it just to piss us off at this point. I could show my hairline, you know. I could qualify for a real Team Bald here. It is getting too hot anyway.
Time to shave it all off.
Yeah, it is about time.
Oh, Bald.
Going for a rune steal.
I set up on this top rune, straight onto Violent, but the Doom
Bangan in
give it back
trouble.
onto Bangan. This is awkward. 3v3, but the Phoenix is the first one to fall, and Violent, he's stepping away, but Blood Grenade thrown in. Zibe looking for that close-in and kill, gets the job done. 1-for-1 trade out, but first blood for Enjoy, and Axe, half HP, has to TP back to lane.
Yeah, it's pretty costly, taking this bit of extra damage. Also puts Enchantress ahead in the trading against the Lion, so yeah, it feels nice that you went for an aggressive move and you did steal the rune, but ultimately it came down to a 2 for 2 on the Bounty Rune anyway.
Yeah, risky business. He has that mild net worth lead over to enjoy. We'll see if they're able to do anything with it. As we settle into our lanes, and Zibe already needs that protection of the Lion because he's sat at half HP on the axe after that rough start near the Bounty Rune. So he's got a lot of work to do as Zibe to drag this wave, try and gather up creeps, while Rain
baiting
a lot of damage there, but baiting this Lion to stick around a bit too long.
Has the salve just delivered from the courier is going to heal up quickly. Not going for the Nature's Attendance level 1, instead having that enchant in the first blood fight was really useful.
And then Sweden strong down bottom, getting Fiery Spirited down pretty low. Double ranged here with a Nature's Prophet and Phoenix against the Dawn and a Rubik. Add in the little Treants to help bodyguard and bully back. Not an easy lane for Enjoy to play into. But when they do hit these power spikes, like level 3 for Mr. Morale down here, could be pretty big just to like get onto the Nature's Prophet and do some damage.
Yeah, the continuous harassment though is difficult to deal with. The Phoenix definitely hurts a lot. Mid lane, they're trading quite low, but we're going to see both of them get their HP back as the bottle is at least in for the Ember, but Squadix actually is pretty late on the bottle. Hold up a second, his CS is not what he wishes it was.
6 and 2.
That bottle in time for the water rune.
Oh, he's getting handled by Sanctity. Trading,
Very well played.
trading HP early on, but not trading out the last hits. 10 and 2 for the Ember Spirit, already off to a cracking start. Against that
He's got
refill.
more CS on the tower, which he's going to miss because I jinx him.
No, of course. We won't watch it on screen. We'll watch top. And
One
Chantress
of them.
pushes the wave all the way under tier 1. So at least Zibe gets something out of this lane. Actually, 13 and 2 for the axe, right at the top of the last hits.
Oh, Squadix didn't even get the water rune as well. He waited trying to bottle up his water rune with the delayed bottle arrival, but Sanctity runs in and steals it, so he gets a second refill.
Oh,
Staying well hydrated on the mid lane.
it's already looking good for Team Bald. Net worth brought back down to even.
Fight for the Lotus. This is where Nature's Prophet usually is very strong with the Treants. You can't really run away from them, deal a lot of damage. They're still gonna get the rune, but at the cost of quite a bit of HP.
Not being traded out on. Well, Enchantress has a pretty easy time just to waltz into the pool, take the Lotus. As the Lion is going to spend the stun to secure the range creep. That's been an interesting top lane. Zibe, I feel like he's got a lot more farm than I expected out of this lane, just with the setup and equilibrium shifting that they've been able to do with Team Bald. It's been good to get him back into things.
Yeah, the little frost creep is coming in. The ghost is here. Very obnoxious to play into. Actually gonna go forward, trying to get some farm, but taking a lot of damage non-stop.
That's the thing, right? You're into this Enchantress who's now level 3.
Yeah, 2 points in enchant means that creep is very, very hard to deal with. Extra damage on it as well, hitting for 60 damage a pop. Basically feels like having one more hero. And it's gonna do some serious work denying Axe some farm.
Sweden strong, even getting pulled into large camp. There's a Radiant Sentry there. Still have the creep camp in it to get the pull across. Holding the wave
nice
where
last-
they can.
Only had 1 point in Sprout, so didn't even try for that. Just gets the last easy.
Blood grenade up top onto Zive. Enchantress alongside Doom, trying to give it to him. But the actress steps back, protected by the Lion. Zive is really towing the line there. Drag what creeps he can. Now you've got a Warpine Raider chasing
damage.
you, though. Tons of damage from this little guy. The Acorn on the Pine Cone has arrived.
Yep, little seed shot coming in. Quite a bit of damage bouncing
Nothing
around.
about
Nature's
that, let me
Prophet
tell you now.
dropping
Nature's
low.
Prophet dying down bottom, but with the Blood Grenade and the Fiery Spirits, we don't get the final hit from Mr. Morale. Nature's Prophet survives it.
Yeah, doesn't have the dive anymore on Phoenix though, so Mr. Morale is going to run to safety on his Dawnbreaker. And of course, Nature's Prophet, if he gets to level 4, he could do a TP base to refill. Hang on though, not going to be as lucky.
He will die. But he does get to reset and come back down to this bottom lane with full resources. But this here is where things get important for Enjoy to kind of put their foot down, right? Enchantress pressing in towards mid, guarding active runes. The trouble is, Ember is already level 6, so it's kind of difficult to shut him down. You're just trying to limit what access he has to acceleration.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of emphasis on the mid lane as we see Rubik and Enchantress both hovering. Rubik could, of course, help stop the Ember from picking it up, but it's still very difficult to contest him on these runes. Already has a Remnant down bottom. Running for the top one. If it's top, he gets it.
It's bottom.
Unlucky. And that's an important move. Just running in there as a support. Getting the rune, and now maybe can do something with the DD rune down bottom as well.
Definitely got some heavy clicks.
Phoenix
60
has
bonus
gone through the
damage?
gates, trying to set up a play up top. Of course, Nature's Prophets does have his TP ready to go and join. He will do it.
Play up there. So he not only gets to play aggressively top, but he dodges the move down bottom. Getting kill on Enchantress, but now getting turned on as Sweden Strong makes his appearance known. A Hex to buy a bit of time. The Centaur body blocking, getting in front of Shad, and they've got enough to finish the job. Nature's Prophet came in here to kill the Enchantress, didn't expect for himself to die. Now that he's Sanctity to come in to clear up the bit of a mess they've made, a Storm makes a long zip in, going deep for the Lion, while Sanctity kills Sweden Strong. Rubik down, Enchantress alongside him for a Lion and a Nature's Prophet.
A lot of attention to his top lane, so still works out really, really nicely here for the side of Dire. Storm coming in, getting to be part of a kill. And Nature's Prophet, gotta lick his wounds, go down back bottom. Not the best first rotation there, coming up top and just getting turned on by the Doom with the Scorch.
No, not ideal. Not able to do anything mid lane either, as the Storm's protected by the Enchantress and her little sprites to heal him.
One thing we haven't discussed as well, by the way, is that the draft coming out from Enjoy is very hard to play Axe against. This is a tricky game for Axe because you don't have any hero who will just instantly destroy themselves on a blade mill. You can't just rely on Call to be a damage dealer on its own. So it's not going to be so easy for Sivir here unless he gets some serious item progression.
So what's the goal then? Stack Ancients for him?
Get to a point where you can cut the creep wave and farm behind.
Try and do something there, so make noise in this mid lane. We've got a Solar Guardian trying to land on the Sanctity, but Ember Spirit just sidesteps that, while Mr. Morale just goes for the Bang and Phoenix. Quick little kill over on him. So Enjoy bring a few numbers in this mid lane, showing how the global presence is meant to pay off.
That's beautiful stuff. Just playing active Dota and getting in there with D-wards as well. Checking both the sides and do find the bottom observer. And Enchantress has level 3 on her enchant now, so she definitely wants to start looking towards these towers as a possibility.
Zippo's Dragon Wave back towards his Wisdom Shrine area. Lion protect him on the way through. Well,
Ember is actually chasing for the Doom.
Might step a little bit too far forward here. Chucks the Doom onto the Ember Spirit. He's going to step away, but that's a lot of damage taking him over, while Violent is breaking free of the Nature's Prophet and his Treant, so he stays alive, and Ember Spirit
barely fine.
Barely survives.
60 HP at the end of it, so he's completely fine. If he didn't have the Manta from the illusion there, I think he would have maybe died from the burn of the Infernal Blade, but he dispelled the Infernal Blade using the illusion rune. Because of that, he was fine.
Clever little dispel. On Dawnbreaker, getting to do what Axe wished he could. Drag waves into camps, accelerate his farm, and play aggressively on the enemy carry. Nice Dawnbreaker Rubik pair up, as Shad has had a pretty disastrous start to this game one. 10 minutes in, not able to connect on anything, being ganked relentlessly, losing Zibbe elsewhere as well.
Yeah, up top, it was an easy kill between the Enchantress and Storm. They just go onto his axe, and without any friends nearby, he gets picked off quite simply.
I guess this is one of the problems, right? You pick this draft with an identity, where you're looking to connect heroes together with little threads that you've got from Ember Spirit and Nature's Prophet to drag things together and force things to happen. But they like to play isolated and then join when the moment is right. If they get run at, the moment is never right. They don't have these reactive heroes yet. They can't actually turn the tides. They just get walked over.
Yeah, and you need a little bit of items, right? Nature's Prophet as a carry is very strong because he can join anywhere, but ideally you want to have at least Maelstrom Dragonlance before you start joining in so you can actually right-click people. At this stage of the game, Doom carry is actually the stronger fighting hero this early on because he's just very hard to burst. His durability increased even more with the Talisman of Evasion picked up early. So sitting at 1400 HP and evasion, pretty high armor, it's not easy to deal with.
It's a pretty mad scramble for this Axe to get his first item. And nice that they got the chip vest.
Rune too. This power rune on Storm allows for such aggressive plays, having the shield rune ready.
Oh, he can go wherever he wants to.
Radiant's top tower is
He can go diving deep. Wherever he's needed.
Top tower is falling bit by bit. Enchantress has another creep coming, and it's the best creep for taking towers too. The Dark Troll Summoner comes in.
Oh yeah.
The little rally aura is here.
And bonus damage. This is where the map, starts to get really small, and then becomes even more difficult for Ball to break out into these individual moves where they need to dogpile on someone.
Yeah,
You're
also
so reliant on like playing into vision.
they've also counterplayed the main thing I said that they needed for Axe. Enchantress might go down here. She has only level 1 on the heal. Shouldn't be enough to keep her alive.
No Finger of Death?
Dawnbreaker ulti. I think he tried to Dawnbreaker ulti on the Enchantress, but she died just before he clicked it, so landed on the Storm instead. Bit awkward.
Interesting. Maybe expecting the Storm to go in? Either way, a missed call there from the Dawnbreaker. And Skodex and Sweden Strong trying to play bottom in towards Shad again. As the same process that we saw in that previous series where you're against some kind of Nature's Prophet or Dawnbreaker. You don't want to play opposing them on the map. You want to play into them on the map.
Oh,
You
he
won't
sees
see
them
it coming.
first.
Stolen Remnant.
Well, Rubik has the Remnant. Ooh.
Throws it over the top, and now Storm can come in with the damage. Blood Grenade into Vortex, chipping away at Shad. Sanctity just watching his carry die before him. Bald bringing numbers down here, looking to remedy the situation with Bengan and MRLS arriving from that southern jungle. But Enjoy just like leave the Doom on the front line. Everyone else backs up, tighten up, hold that formation.
Yeah, very nice play overall, not showing too many heroes. And Storm, meanwhile, regenning up a bit of mana. Has the Soul Ring ready. Watch out for the stun.
Spirit Vessel's here, and Skodex just zips away. Nothing catching him. Lion with both spells available. Couldn't get close enough.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt to get him, but Lion needed to be first for that to work. Fortunately, the Ember still has one more charge on his Spirit Vessel. Always feels bad when you use your last charge and you don't get a kill, then you feel kind of stranded in DPS, but he has one more, so... I would like to see him connecting even more with Lion and just looking for these pickoffs.
The game is starting to slip away from Bald, though. 5k net worth deficit. A lot of room needed to wriggle free of this pretty desperate situation. And Blade Mail and Axe is going to allow him to accelerate and get faster and fatter, but nothing right now that gives them playmaking capabilities.
I think the most important thing in this game is that Squadix came back into the game so hard. I talked about how he struggled early on, didn't get any water. Oh, they go for a burst on the edge, but the punish.
They're trying to punish it. Zipping on towards Bang and forces the Supernova. They don't have the click heroes to deal with it. So now with the chains forward, Bold, they baited and set the trap for Enjoy to walk straight on into it.
Beautiful play from Bold. Baiting it there with the Phoenix holding ulti for a long time and then clicking it just at the right time to turn the fight around. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't seem like they're going to go straight for a tower as, of course, there's still the Doom ulti available and Storm not really ulti dependent either.
Some really much needed farm time for Shad. He also pushes Lion a little bit closer to Blink Dagger as we see the win probability graph 77% for Enjoy.
is under attack.
It's understandable. They have a pretty significant lead at this point. The Radiance is complete and flying in. He is going to get this relic, and that's a 15-minute Radiance. Not the fastest we've ever seen or something, but it's pretty respectable considering he went Face Boots, Bracer, Magic Wand, even Windlace. You know, he bought a lot of value items as well along with this.
Radiant are
And meanwhile, it's going to be a BKB rush coming in from Dawnbreaker, so not messing around, not going for any of the small value items, just Soul Ring Face Boots into early BKB pretty much.
It's such a strong timing. I mean, BKB Dawn alongside Radiant's Doom. And Storm is a little further from his BKB, but it's still going to be this like 20-minute timing of a couple of items across the cores. Pretty much unkillable, looking at the way that Team Ball does damage. If you've got the BKBs, you can't be touched.
Yeah, we might have enough time for Zibba, though, to get towards his Blink Dagger. If he gets Blinked, at least they have some more authority in these fights. They have another way to catch. He does have 4 points into the Berserker's Call, so he's fully ready to have the maxed out, or to have the Blink with the maxed out skill build. But Gold is still definitely quite far behind from where he wants to be. Losing his early tier 1 tower really hurt him and took away farming grounds from the Axe.
Yeah, but we see this Doom just farming the enemy Ancients. Making sure there is a very limited amount of pie that Team Ball can get their hands on. You're also against an Enchantress who's just sending summons down lanes and shoving waves, so you are held back pretty tremendously. But it's been a good job by Ball to hold on to this game, as it felt like it was spiraling out of control. That 5k lead didn't really develop. It's been held back to about 4k now, as Shad has finally broken back into the top 3 of net worth. I'm pretty close to his Mjolnir now.
Yeah, I think a fair amount is just the Nature's Prophet is farming pretty effectively, and the Mjolnir is going to help him as well bring the damage. It speaks a little bit to how the game is going, the fact that he skipped Dragonlance. Normally you see the Maelstrom into Dragonlance, but here he feels quite desperate. The game is slipping away and he wants to just maximize damage. I really like those little adaptations that we see come out. With this, they are only 500 gold away on Axe, so I think his Blink Dagger, that's going to be the big timing for Team Bold. We'll see them start making some plays. Similarly, Lion is only 500 gold away from his Blink Dagger, so it will be a nice double timing.
Yeah, laning stage wasn't ideal. These initial skirmishes and the entry point for Shad, right, was probably one of the biggest things where it wasn't great.
Hold up.
What is it?
Doom changed his mind. He had the BKB queued up, but he changed his mind, went for Blink Dagger instead. So playing like an alchemist, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Radiance into Blink, and now he instant smokes as well. But he's gonna go for the Ember.
That's his timing. Blink straight in, and the Solar Guardian to back them up as well. They could go for the egg if they want to. Just give it the punches, click it down. They're not quite fast enough, but they could chase the Phoenix. Opting not to go for it, though. Just happy with his Ember Spirit kill.
There's a regen rune for Storm as well. This is amazing for them.
That's huge.
This could spell the death of a support.
Straight onto Bengan. Chase him. It's a good 2-man Earth Spike, but now the Dawnbreaker sprints across. The rest of the morale will finish the job.
Quite a bit of damage done by the Nature's ulti coming in. Rain thinks there's a ward on the cliff, but now he knows that it's closer to him.
Get the Blink call onto the Enchantress off the back of the Earth Spike start. Rain's pretty tanky, so they need the Finger of Death again from the Lion to finish her off.
Get that kill. That was the Blink Dagger reveal as well. Unfortunately, not getting the massive kill that you want with your first Blink call. But you see that they already used the Mjolnir plus Blade Mill combination, so sure, the enemy don't have like a PA or something that instantly deletes herself on the Blade Mill, but the Mjolnir will be a nice addition to this Axe.
That's a pretty cool combo. Nice way to get back into things, and getting their hands on this tier 1 tower mid, vitally important for them to try and open the map a little more. You'd imagine they want to go top. That top tier 1 is still pretty much full health, honestly.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job holding onto the side lane towers. I mean, very, very strong laning stage coming out from the safe lane of Enjoy. This Doom has worked out wonders so far. The question is, can they easily transition it into late game as well? Because it's not as easy to play a carry Doom as it is to play a carry Nature's Prophet. Carry Nature's Prophet, you right-click stuff, right? It's easy. You just point and click. Doom, you have to pick your targets. You really have to choose like how you jump, how you enter the fight. It's not quite as straightforward.
Sitting on top, waiting for someone to show on that tower. Nobody's coming. And a real shift in the mood here from Team Bald. 5 minutes ago, they were down in the dumps, sitting back, waiting to see what's happening. Now they've all got their Blink Daggers. They are ready waiting in very forward positions, looking for individual kills.
And
nice to see
Enjoy
them.
are respecting them as well. So Enjoy are not playing in the area, saying that, you know what, top area is too dangerous. This means Bald will make a cut across the map, though, looking for the bigger kills. Oh, they could lock onto a storm.
I mean, Rain is trying so hard to show him. Like, Enchantress literally walks down mid, trying to say, "Look at me! Look at me over here! Look, I'm an Enchantress! Come on, yeah, come and jump me! Jump the Enchantress, not the Storm!" And that allows the Solar Guardian to come in, turn the fight around as MRLS is blasted by Squadix. Storm zips back in to protect the Dawnbreaker as they're onto Shad. He breaks free a little bit of distance, not enough to save him. The Nature's Prophet's gone. They burn through them quickly, but the two-man call into Supernova.
Wow.
They've got them all locked in place for Zippy.
One,
Oh,
two.
oh, he's too good. Delicious from the axe. A triple kill for Zippy out of nothing.
Man, that was coordination as well. Bengan and Zibet, the two of them, they said, we can punish this. They find the timing there and deal all the damage together very quickly. Fantastic play, good positioning by them. I thought that was a doomed fight. The double damage rune, the BKB timing on the Storm, they burst down Lion immediately. It looked like it was in complete disarray.
The baiting
But
by the
even-
Enchantress.
Dire's middle
Yeah. No, I thought this fight was completely hopeless, but they turned it around beautifully. Regaining their composure on the back of Zib's blink there.
I can't believe it. Like, they put static charge on Zibe and they just stop touching him. Like, they can't deal with the axe.
Yeah. Yeah, he had the static charge and he jumps in, and of course this supernova brings a lot of the damage as well. Back in live, we've got some moves down towards the bottom.
It was a fight
Tormentor,
without the
of course.
Doom. So Enjoy gonna think, okay, right, play through the Doom this time. He is the big boy on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably like, guys, don't feed before I get my BKB, please. You know, he's got it now. So that's triple BKB timing at 22 minutes in. Super early on the side of Enjoy. This is not the easiest Torm to bring it down, but quite scary dropping low HP here.
That's a little spooky. Team Ball playing up into top jungle, but they're under dire vision. They've been spotted all the way across. And get some
I think he
ward
wanted to
coverage
Spirit
down.
Vessel, or I think he wanted to Essence Distiller himself to heal, but accidentally clicked on the ground instead, so he just wasted his heal on Rubik.
are scared.
He wanted to get full HP. I've done that too, when you try and heal a teammate, but you click on the ground.
Oh, that's upsetting. I didn't see the ward get placed in that further top jungle. Enjoy trying to play under their own bit of vision. Now they get the D ward finally.
Yeah, they know Roches on the menu, and the comfortable spot here for Team Bold is they have
Oh, they know the real sanctity. They see the real Ember Spirit. He was under that dire vision for such a long time, trying to bait with illusions, but they knew which one was real. Just a quick blink doom, now the chase on towards the Phoenix, bang out. And he gets dragged back into the vortex. He went for this super sunray TP
neutrals.
play, but he dead to neutrals. You're right. The golem's got him gone.
There's no way these golems got the last hit. Crazy stuff. Yeah, that was an unfortunate spot. Nature's Prophet also did not want to fight that. Even before the fight happened, he just used TP to just go from one camp to another, so he had no idea of joining for a fight. Up top though, looking for this pick up.
Yeah, trying to get the Dawnbreaker down, and successfully so. Oh, left the Dawnbreaker
That's the one thing you can say.
open.
Yes, triple BKB on the side of Dire, but with Berserker's Call, Hex, Impale, they have good stuns to go around this.
Well, that's where it comes back to having that information. Just having a little bit of vision, the way to jump. That can pay off big time for Team Bald.
Team Ball has like stifled the bleeding, right? They've slowed down and fixed the situation basically. Stem the
it's-
bleeding.
Now stem the flow, now it's time to recover and actually... No, you're no longer surviving, right? You're starting to thrive as Team Bald. You're
Yeah.
out of the depression dumpster, you cleaned up your room, you're like, okay, now, it's time.
Well, it's essentially they've been on the same net worth disadvantage for a long time, but the net worth disadvantage is less significant the more gold is on the map in total. So being 6k behind now, as opposed to 10 minutes ago, is definitely okay. Now they have the Aegis as well.
Yeah, because like right now, Team Bald, each team is worth like 50k. So that 6k difference is now a 10% difference rather than earlier on where it was like a, 50% difference or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty enormous pretty enormous how significant it is. Should we have a little percentage next to the gold lead, the indicator percentage of how much it is?
But what would it be? Percentage of their team net worth or percentage of the combined net worth of both teams?
I don't know. Don't tell anyone. Just put a percentage there.
Just put a
Yeah, that's the Dota way, right? Just throw some percentage there.
Let Reddit figure it out. It's what is it? ARG? One of those one of those big internet games where you've got to find clues hidden in pictures and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's the start of a I think it's ARG or whatever it is.
Yes, the pirate treasure hunt, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like what does it mean? The percent that you find out the percentage sign is missing a pixel on one of the little. Oh my god, we found a hidden message from Valve.
Well, they're trying to find more than just a hidden message with the smoke, trying to find a hidden carry, but he's not in this building, in a different castle. All they're going to run into is an observer ward and get spotted for a little bit. Sibba has been seen.
I mean, Lion makes a jump very aggressively, boldly going where no Lion's been before. And he should worry himself about the actions of an Enchantress, though, as both Lion and Phoenix, they fall short and lose the gem. That's honestly a pretty big victory for Enjoy and a massive loss for Team Bald.
Yeah, there were like 3 big things happening there where, okay, losing the gem, that is the saddest part about it. Dying is the least sad part about it. Rubik getting Impale is the second most sad. Like, Rubik having Impale, this is a crazy steal. It's so good. This is just a very, very nice point and click, long range disable. Amazing. Exactly what you want to have against Ember as well. Now he has a way to chain stun him, or even preventing the Phoenix from getting ulti out, which is what happened there.
I haven't seen Violet in a little while, There's Doom, Radiance into Blink, then into BKB. Still 9 seconds left on the duration. AC. Full AC coming. He's massive. 18k net worth. But it's... you've got to transfer this net worth into impact somehow.
He does. But I think they're pretty comfortable with just scaling the 3 cores. I think they're not necessarily looking at this game from the lens of, oh, our carry is stronger than their carry. It's more the tri-core impact here. Oh, hopping up, finds the Stormy Panic Big Beast.
Oh, run away! Escape! Squad's gonna go for it with a Solar Guardian. Stun out from Rubik. They catch the Lion, and this poor Axe. He's handled, sent back behind tier 2. Oh, Sanctity fell in the midst of it all. They'll try and move back in with the Axe and the Nature's Prophet, but realizing this, Mr. Morale Dawnbreaker has picked up a triple kill, and Barnes still has a BKB to go. Shad will hike himself back a little bit of distance to break free of it. Aegis expended, though, as Enjoy just sweep through, get 4 monumental kills and put Ball back on the back foot. They're going to try and go again with Zibbe, trying to catch Squad X. Nature's Prophet damage not enough. They zip away. Another save as Rubik buys more time for the Storm to escape, and he gets a regen rune.
Man, give it up for Rubik. He just MVP in that fight by far.
Shad has the
rune,
BKB.
Forcing the BKB. Yeah. He had to click it there, basically. Could maybe have tried to Hurricane Pike to safety and be a little bit more patient, but he didn't know how many were behind the Storm. But yeah, we can see here, look at the Rubik's positioning and play in this fight. It's just absolutely wonderful. Gets a 2-hero stun, sitting up for the Dawnbreaker, chain stuns with the lift into the Axe, who loses all his HP immediately, and then later on comes in with the save as well, as his Storm is out of position. Just absolutely wonderful. That one stun was a little bit Omega little bit.
I was going to say, he nearly had that cool looking stun on the Axe as BKB was expiring, but it's like, nah.
Yeah. He was playing very far away, to be fair. Like, yeah, Rubik was trying to sit really, really far back and still be useful, which is always a balance to try and keep. You don't want to be out of position, but you do want to be close enough to cast your stuff. And for that, he does have Ether Lens, so really, really nice for him.
Oh, the Lion. Just trying to get a grab on that Dawnbreaker, but not quite close enough. Even with the tumble and the blink. I do like Team Ball kind of gathering their forces up top, though, playing together, because we still are yet to see the Tri-Core actually in action, where we get an Axe jump to initiate, and then Ember Spirit to follow up, and a Nature's Prophet to deal damage. It's all been very piecemeal and, individual plays from Team Ball to kind of one by one filter in. Whereas it has felt like much more of a concerted team effort. And it's what you would expect, right? This old one-win roster, this dire team play together through multiple iterations of different Eastern European squads. They've stuck through thick and thin. They know how to make these long sweeping moves.
It's partly that, but it's also just hard. You're a bit disincentivized to make these big, everybody at the same time, everybody together plays because you're against the Dawnbreaker. If you group too much, try and do that big combination play, you might just get Dawn ultied on. So it's always tricky for them. Rain will spot Sibbe. BKB TP's out, no hesitation.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
That's a very nice information, though, for Enjoy, knowing that Axe doesn't have BKB ready. Definitely an incentive to take fights.
Always a big question where they take the fight, though. Like, if all the lanes are pushing in, there's no Roshan to take, no Tormentor either. Like, objective-wise, it's kind of hard to place where you want to be on the map.
Torm is very soon. Roche is not too long away as well.
He's stunning Sibbe. Knowing his BKB is down, but there's Hex into stun. They can't chain disable Squadex. He's got the Solar Guardian behind him and a BKB to jump deeper onto Lion. Squadex just goes for it as Violet picks up the killing spree. Now looking at Shad, who's forced to defensively BKB, but the blink call. Sibbe gets the dunk down. Mr. Morale trying to follow back up with a Doom jumping in.
Blink call by
Rubik.
Rubik.
Shad as it's Rubik just blink calls them, gives Violet a triple kill. Is that Rubik with a Berserker's call?
Yeah, and
He's
made
a
it happen
wizard.
too.
He's not a barbarian.
No, he is. This is a battle mage now. He got that bonus 15 armor. Oh, get the safety. Boy, the blinks in spot. Okay, it works.
What is this?
The intimidating blink on himself.
I rage, and then I cast Fireball. That's what that Rubik is freaking doing.
Exactly. That was beautiful. I mean, when he stole the call there, maybe you think, oh, that's an unfortunate steal, but instead he was looking for, you know, an angle, some option, and his team, to his credit, they went in. They went very aggressive here and set it up for him. They lose the storm, but then they punish with a beautiful timing on the call.
So funny. Because it happens at the same time as the Doom jumps in. I'm like, did Doom somehow taunt them? No, it's the Rubik with a stolen call.
Doom found the good old axe creep in the jungle and stole Berserker's call from it.
Oh, could you imagine? The Croaker.
Axe offspring.
Croaker's call.
I mean, to be honest, when Doom has this shard that increases the AoE of neutral abilities and he steals the Ravage ability, it does look a bit like he just has Tide ulti.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, we have a start. The call is here again.
They're on to Shad. He's holding BKB. He has to spend it, but he's dead regardless. Full retreat time. Team Ball bleeding out. One by one, they're dying. And the chase is on. Enjoy. Loving their moment. And they get 3 kills. Shad, of course, the prime one there as they ready themselves for a tier 2 tower in this mid lane. Doom is looking for another target on this Ember Spirit. He's going to cut the waves and make sure they've got the push.
Best thing that ever happened to Rubik. He's just owning ever since. It's a fantastic spell. Oh, he's going for it again. He's setting up. He calls the axe.
A lift into call. This feels...
Actually pulls him out of position a lot.
He's miles away. He's dead. He's gone. This feels like Dota 1 days, where Axe would Berserker's call Roshan and drag him to Fountain. And Rubik is doing it with lift into call, just manipulating people to wander where he wants. We've been waiting for the Puppet Master to come from Han for a long time, and Rubik is saying, why? Why wait? I'm already here.
Yeah. Nah, he's having a grand old time, and now with the Yule Scepter for himself as well, it's gonna be even easier. Now he can even do the call into then Yulesing himself, and the enemy will just have to stand there and watch him, which is equally useful. I think he should go Blade Mail, personally. That would be a great...
If only there was a Morphling in this game, so he could shift strength, get Blade Mail.
Oh, yes. He could be the full tank builds.
Tank Rubik. The Tank Magus.
Speaking of tank and support, I mean, the Enchantress has Solar Crest and Pipe as well, by the way. That is also a pretty damn chunky support.
Meaty. So, we're suddenly...
boots.
We're suddenly down 24. I'm saying we, by the way. We Team Bald.
Oh yeah, I thought you were a non-believer. Get out of here. Non-believer. You
Okay, how do
your...
you feel being 24k behind?
Not great, man. Not great.
No,
this
not
team
great.
sucks.
Oh man.
Kidding, of course. Oh my.
Squadix.
What is that
Oh
jump?
man. Squadix. Oh, he just zips into the middle of 3 of them. That's one of those moments where I'm pretty sure there's a few players saying, should we call
just
it?
caught. They're just caught, dude. The Shiva jump right there. They're all sitting in that little pocket. It's a rough time.
Squadix just puts his hand in the cookie jar. There's no rat trap in there. It's full of cookies. No one slapped his hand out of the way. Now we're on high ground as Team Enjoy looking for this tier 3 tower mid lane while playing top and killing off Shad. Violent beyond godlike on this Doom. 10, 1, and 11.
We're seeing more and more of this, by the way. People not really caring if you have one Shivas already. Just go for a second one. It's a 17 armor item. It feels so nice for yourself. We had double Shivas in the Team Spirit matchup earlier. We have double Shivas now again here as the Dawnbreaker and Squadix both have one.
Yeah, because it used to be like we pick Shiva's Guard either because I'm a Storm Spirit and need the armor and stuff like that, or it's, I want the heal reduction, right? But now it's all about this AoE plus vision giving and armor. It just feels so nice.
Yeah, it's very different because previously it was like either you have put the effect on the enemy and they're taking extra damage or you haven't. But now since that's not a component anymore, the double purchasing of it is really not that bad. And it's just a great survivability item, and more AoE feels good on a lot of heroes quite randomly.
Yeah, it feels similar to, we've seen double Radiance a couple of times. You know, I know Falcons does a fair amount from their 2 side laners. Ever since it got changed from mischance to evasion.
I'm a lot more on board with double Shivas than double Radiance.
Okay.
Is how I feel. Oh, Doom, by the way, level 25. He got the mute talent now.
And Lions have been lifted back into the Storm's long zip. 50 seconds without him. Yeah.
It was just like 2 minutes ago, 1 minute ago, that you said 24,000 gold lead, and now it's a 35,000 gold lead. Things are rapidly escalating.
It's out of control. And yeah, I get what you're saying. I think my perspective comes from the days where if you bought a second mech or pipe or Shivas, it was like against the rules illegal.
GGNs.
Like no, it's like actually you would get banned from this in-house if you did it kind of shit.
That's true.
You know? So living in a world now where you have the freedom to do whatever. Oh, Zippe.
Hero call?
3-man call? Can I follow through on it though? No, apparently not. Zippe makes the jump of his life while we're yapping and chattering away, and they've got destroyed by Enjoy under tier 4 towers. They're forced to GG.
Yeah, they know when they're beat. This one is over. They did not get off the ground the way they needed to in this game. The Nature's Prophets didn't really get to dominate the map and play the entire field. And honestly, I don't think it's about Nature's Prophet itself necessarily, but I do just think that the way they played this safe lane, Doom getting so damn strong and shutting down the Axe early on, I think that took away a lot of the initiative from Team Bolt.
Yeah, like you could really see the plan, right? They were cooking on this draft. I don't know if they didn't burn it, didn't overcook it or anything like that. It just feels like it was missing a bit of seasoning. I don't know if they forgot to add salt or MSG or anything like that. There was definitely something a little bit missing, because you had these elements where Zippe's, finding these massive blink calls. They've got the damage from the Phoenix. Things look good when it's executed properly. But Ember Spirit didn't have a game. They never had this tri-core actually, play in tandem together or whatever. Is tandem two people in tandem? I don't know what the freaking word is.
In tandem.
In trio?
Yes. In Trinity?
Triangle?
I don't know.
Just you play in triangle together. There you go. But we just never had the actual execution of the draft that Team Bold needed, right? We had lots of individual plays, things working out, and Enjoy was that team. They were in unison, together, striking as five.
All right, so I've played a lot of Dota. I'm gonna use all my years of experience of putting the blame on something to this one. Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Putting the blame. It comes down to that level 1 move, dude. Like, it actually cost them so much. Axe lost a lot of HP, had to TP to the lane, so 100 gold gone plus HP gone. And then Enchantress won the harass war against Lion as well as a result, because Lion had to run and Ench was hitting her non-stop. So they started out the lane with a serious disadvantage, resulting in the Doom being completely free, Axe having hardly any farm. Axe never got to go behind the tier 1 tower the entire game, and that is the core game plan for any Axe player. You want to cut the creep wave, go and farm jungle, accelerate your game. But if he did that, the Storm would have come up there and punish him as well. So just no way at all to make the play that he wanted to.
Yeah, and that has a knock-on effect, right? Like, if you're not cutting the wave, opening up space, then your Ember Spirit doesn't have space to play into. Your Nature's Prophet doesn't have anything to TP onto. So it's this entire knock-on effect where I think you're right. You know, very, very rarely can we just say, like, this moment, especially so early on in the game, had, you know, ground-shattering implications later on. That's what set it up for them.
I really think so. The lane is quite even otherwise. Like, Axe against Doom, it's, you know, maybe a bit favoring for the Doom for sure. But I do think it was a playable lane to begin with. But the harass trade winning out so early for the Ench makes that lane quite difficult for Lion and Axe to bring back. Impressive stuff though. And like we saw on screen there, the MVP, I completely agree. Rubik, he was shining so hard in that game. Like, just amazing stuff coming out from him.
Yeah, superb stuff. We'll find out how it goes though, as we'll take a break and come back with game number 2.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Here we go, game 2 between Team Bald and Enjoy about to kick off on our screens as we get ourselves back into the upper bracket. Game 2 of this best of 3 for the International European Qualifiers. And while game 1 wasn't easy for Team Bald, they tried something quite bold with that opening double pick, Nature's Prophet and Ember Spirit. We saw the idea, it looked like it could be good, they just never got off the ground.
Yeah. No, it did get slowed down a lot. The laning stage wasn't what they wanted. We talked about how the top lane faltered. Their off lane didn't have a great time, but even their safe lane wasn't necessarily like a slam dunk either. So I think laning stage is something to look back towards. I was really impressed with how Enjoy stabilized after what was a pretty shaky start on the mid lane there with Ember getting the double water rune. I thought that maybe he's going to start dominating, but in the end, it was the Storm who popped off early and the Ember didn't have quite as good of an early game.
Yeah, like there were a few of those moments where Ember is like, under vision, they're trying to play aggressively. I think Sanctity just got soul read by Enjoy. The amount of times they just blink doomed the Ember Spirit and shut him out of the fight entirely made life pretty hard for Team Bald to actually play their draft when your mid lane is your playmaker, your vision giver, your damage. Ember Spirit does so many jobs. Sanctity had a lot of plates to keep spinning in the air, and he just couldn't really do it with the way the mid game developed. Even though Zibe had so many sick calls, it just wasn't enough.
He did, but there were equally many sick calls coming out from Sweden Strong on the Rubik there, jumping in with a stolen call. It's very difficult to play Ember into stuff like telekinesis into Doom. These hard lockdowns or hard counters always make it difficult to thrive on the elusive type heroes. So we'll see if they take a different approach in the draft or if they're still going to open similarly as we saw in the previous game. We do see them banning out the Rubik, though.
Yeah, true.
Kind of hinting at, okay, he's he's having too much impact in the previous game. We gave him the MVP, and this is essentially Team Bald also giving their MVP to Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, how much adaptation do you think then follows on? Like, is this a Rubik was the problem, run it back and do a similar draft, open Nature's Prophet Ember Spirit again? Or is this ban Rubik and also vibe shift your draft to fit this series?
I mean, I think the Nature's Prophet is okay. I'm not a fan of Nature's and Ember as a combination opener. I like having some flex on Nature's Prophet, but if you pick Ember and Nature's, you know for sure that, Ember is going mid. It becomes predictable to a degree, and you can draft some heroes around it. This opener from Enjoy, though, coming out with Treant Protector, a hero that's been banned a lot.
Rain's reaction is like, I guess I'm playing, I'm playing Treant again. Like, oh my god, this hero's been meta for 2 years, and he's so strong, and I'm playing Treant again.
I always find this interesting, the Hoodwink pick into Treant Protector. A lot of times I feel like Treant Protector does a good job against the Hoodwink, because Hoodwink wants to inhabit those trees, and if you run in face-to-face against the Treant Protector, who's also sitting there, he just smacks you in the face, and you basically feel bad immediately, in the laning stage, that is. So to me, not the easiest matchup, but it is a nice hero to bring a lot of burst, at least.
And I guess if you ever see the Treant, you just, the trees start quivering or moving, you throw a bushwhack in there, you're going to catch the Treant with it, because that's where he lives. You'll find him.
Yeah, I mean, you can get on him for sure. It's the one nice thing.
So a pretty big vibe shift in the draft then. So they ban the Rubik, and then they pick Hoodwink and Doom. So they take the Doom out of the hands of Enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a smart thing to do after you just saw that they can play it as a carry. I also know for sure that Mr. Morale can play offlane on Doom, no problem. So this takes away options for them. The question is if Team Bald are also thinking about flexing this at all. Shad is a player who's known for being able to play a lot of different heroes.
Yeah, I think Shad was one of the first ones I remember playing the carry Doom like 4 years ago. Like he was one of the guys that kind of brought it back. So for sure he can play it carry. Drow Ranger though.
He's a versatile man. Drow Ranger coming in. I love Drow and Treant Protector. Fantastic combination. It's one of the better heroes to keep your Drow Ranger alive. Treant can sit in the front line, and the ulti can be fantastic for just getting her out of dodge when the enemy tried to jump onto her. And if it's offlane Doom as well, Doom is pretty harassable for Drow. Not the easiest time for him to tank through all those frost arrows. They've been buffed a lot. They do significantly more damage now than they used to. And keep in mind, Doom, while he has a lot of HP, his armor is only sitting at 3.5 starting, so he does take quite a bit of physical damage.
5 seconds remaining.
How good is living armor against Doom? Because you block the damage, right? But you don't heal.
Yeah, you
can block?
can't heal. I think it's pretty damn good. The fact that you're able to mitigate damage at all is
It's one of the
always
few
super
heroes that can
impactful.
actually do something against it, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's like hiding effects if you get imprisoned or something like that. You know, it can keep you alive. But overall, most heroes cannot protect you when you get doomed. You're usually just on your own. But living armor does block damage instances, which is pretty damn useful. And maxed out living armor blocks a lot of damage.
It does, yeah. Yeah, so it definitely could keep the Drow alive. But now they come back for the Nature's Prophet, maybe shifting this Doom into a position 3 role, keeping the Nature's Prophet as a carry. We'll see what they decide as the draft develops. But it feels like already a much stronger platform to jump off of as Team Bald here. Hoodwink can scout things out. Doom is pretty strong in his own right in lane. Could maybe dogpile up there. Maybe just a bit of a worry that his Drow Treant lane, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and already what's looking like a nice team fight combination as well coming out from Enjoy, having the Treant Protector and the Dark Willow. I think that so far I would give them an edge there, that they are looking ready for the 5v5s, which is something big to mention when you have a Drow Ranger, because she's a good pushing carry, but in order to push, you need to be safe in the team fight, and that's what they're setting up for. So, Team Bald, they need to either absolutely break the laning stage, or they need to add some team fight of their own.
Bane.
Good
Oh,
laning
solid
hero.
support.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. And pairing Bane with Nature's Prophet, you can sometimes force the opponent to walk closer under your tower, and then afterwards you put a sprout on them. Can be pretty annoying to deal with.
Some nice nightmare save possibilities as well. Get your carries out of danger. Joy still going to go for the Squadic Storm Spirit. Storm Drow Ranger, pretty classic core duo. They've got strong lanes, good team fight, very good scaling as Enjoy. Just need that last pick off lane hero to kind of bring things together in the team fight department. Maybe add an extra bit of lockdown or damage.
Yeah.
Like Dawn could be good again. I'd imagine Team Bald ban the Dawnbreaker this time. So I start looking down the line, the sort of Mars kind of heroes. Beastmaster.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards something like that.
Underlord.
I mean, there's...
Timbersaw?
There's also a question. There's the question mark as well about this Nature's Prophet. Is it guaranteed going to be safe lane? We assume it is so far, but it can also still be thrown mid. I would not be against seeing them play a mid Nature's Prophet who can also bring a lot of tempo, and then put a different hero towards their carry, throw a curveball, get some melee carry who can go onto the Drow Ranger, because I don't love Nature's Prophet against Drow just as a man-fighting situation. I think the Drow wins that a lot of times with equal farm or even close to equal farm.
Yeah, they do have that last pick, so they can keep it tucked until the very end.
Yeah, the flex value.
Could definitely pay off. The Dawn definitely worthy of a ban. Yeah, I understand that for sure. I'm not certain what other offlaners you need to ban. You know, there was a long time where Timbersaw was just an unstoppable force, but I don't think he's in that category anymore.
5 seconds.
I don't know if you need some kind of like what do you need? Like Bristleback could fit in here, okay? Something to take the heat off the Drow and the Storm.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was just doing some quick math and looking at some calculations here, thinking, since we were talking about it.
Math
The
and
Treant
thinking.
Protector.
What's wrong with
Yeah, the Treant Protector against Doom. I was wondering how impactful it can be to try and save someone. If there's a level 3 Doom on someone and you throw Treant Protector living armor on them, I think you block out like 318 damage with it, which is pretty decent.
It's pretty good.
It, you know, starts out blocking the full amount and then it ticks down to not blocking the full amount. But I mean, that's really significant. Throwing a 300 HP heal on someone while they're doomed, essentially, is really useful.
5 seconds.
It could be the difference maker for sure. Well, this is a hero that can definitely take the heat off some of your squishier carry core heroes. Centaur can offer a bit of protection through the Stampede. The cart with the drow is always really nice. Aura Builder can tank you up and, of course, can start the fights off.
Your hero.
Team Ball's going to respond with a Zeus for the mid lane, though. Sanctity with a big
Okay.
damage dealer and more global power.
It is more global, which is kind of nice for them. And now any hero can set up easily for kills. If Bane just finds himself solo smoking for the Drow Ranger, you can TP in, you can Zeus ulti. You have the ways to bring her down during a Fiend script very easily. I do like the overall wombo combo draft from Enjoy later. Once they go as 5, I think that looks super tough to beat. The Centaur really just ties the draft together with the possibility for Aghanims, like you mentioned. Putting Drow in that is one of the scariest heroes to have in the chariot.
Oh, it certainly is. So is this a case of Team Bald needs to play quickly here? If we're looking at the scaling and mid-game fighting of Enjoy being so strong?
They need, you know, the typical laning stuff to go right here. They need to have a lane on the offlane. They need to maybe get an early level 6 ulti kill for Zeus, or even a double kill, you know, get some momentum going. And they need to crack down towers with the Nature's Prophet early on. If they do not get out to a good laning stage here, I think that their draft is super difficult to play against what we see coming out from Enjoy.
And what do they need to not do?
Oh,
Here, let me answer it for you. They need to not go for one of those bounty room plays and lose half their health on an offlane hero, and die on another. And I think your point kind of answered that, right? They want just a straightforward start, no messing around, just play heads up.
I think a big thing in this game is to look for gate plays, either for yourself or for your opponents as well. Keep an eye open on those possibilities of moving to the side lanes for any of the supports, really. So they're gonna have to stay sharp, communicate closely here on where they want to make plays and where they feel strong. We're heading into the game. You see them already walking out to get some control. Boots on this Treant Protector, so he's in there.
Pretty quick. I'll find out how they fare. Enjoy already one game to the good here in this best of 3. And if you're just joining us, EU qualifiers for TI currently in the upper bracket. Double elimination system for Europe. No separation. East and West meets. 4 slots.
30 seconds. to battle.
16 teams. Lots on the line. Even this early on. A bit of momentum in these qualifiers. We've seen how far that can carry you. If there's 4 slots, getting yourself a little bit further in this upper bracket really can be the difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to get an early lead into the tournament here as well, into the qualifiers for sure. It's also kind of funny, you say the East and West do meet, but really this qualifier almost feels like a East qualifier. I'm not gonna lie, there are so many strong Eastern players.
Yeah, I mean, Rain, strong Eastern European player, gonna get slain. And Zibe comes out and gets first blood. Completely flipping the script from game 1.
Team Bold is one of the Western teams representing here. They're putting up a fight.
Trying their hardest. Why's Drow got a last hit already? Creeps haven't even met yet. Killed a Treant?
Believe she got a Treant, yeah.
How dare she?
Yeah, she was scouting, or he was scouting a little bit with him earlier. Treant Protector takes a bit of a smacking there as both Sibra and MRLS lock in their damage onto him.
It is a situation where they've not been able to clear any of the trees, really. They've got a sentry ward placed on the left-hand side of the lane, and Hoodwink's playing right-hand side. Important they keep tabs on and harass this Rain Treant, because if they allow Drow Treant to 2v1 someone, it's lights out in this lane.
Yeah. And, misses. Treant tries to get some life with his Leech Seed, but Hoodwink has the Mistwood Wayfarer mischance ability.
Of course.
Random innate.
So she redirects an enemy tree attack to a nearby tree. So she forced a tree to attack a tree.
Fight your friends instead.
Disgusting behavior.
Tree on tree violence.
Amazing.
Yeah, already, just looking at Drow's laning stage, it feels amazing whenever you get in the opportunity to get some shots with the Frost Arrows. They do so much damage now. I cannot believe that they're 12 damage a pop on level 1. It really hurts.
Especially with a multi-shot. Adding in all that extra base damage, having this AoE spill. That's pretty good. It feels very comfortable with Tree sitting by her side in the lane. The Drow range at 11 and 5 already, and harassing Zibe back, who is currently sat at 3 and 1. And we know how nightmarish this kind of lane can be, because we had an entire season where Shadow Fiend Treant was the go-to. Now Drow Treant, very similar story. Keep the bullying
so
going.
far, playing the lane beautifully, not overcommitting, but still dealing damage whenever they can, and not the easiest time for Ziba and MRLS to deal damage back without putting themselves out of position against the Drow.
Well, there are 3 lanes in Dota 2. We've taken a lot of time looking at this top one, because it has been a pretty close-fought battle. Down at bottom, we've got a Bane and a Nature's Prophet into Centaur Dark Willow. Now, Sweden Strong and Mr. Morale are level 2. Bangan's going to be a little careful. Just protect Shad and drag waves back. As long as he has access to that small camp, which he has already sentryed up. I should have a decent time setting lane equilibrium in front of their tower.
Yeah. Time to go over and play for this Lotus. Nature's Prophet a little bit far away, but he's coming to help. At least they can deal some damage. This is quite often what we see. Even if you don't get the healing Lotus, just go over there and right-click your opponent's, like, 10 auto attacks, and then it's fine if the opponent get the healing Lotus. At least you did the damage that the healing Lotus will heal back.
Yeah, you just got to pop it to stay alive. Centaur 13-6 though. Having a pretty good time in this bottom lane. I'm assuming some of those are Treants, but still out ahead of the Nature's Prophet in last hits. Overall, enjoy having a much better early laning stage.
Yeah, mid lane is quite even between the 2 Lightning boys. For laning stage, I think Zeus is pretty comfortable, but later on, the game can get tricky against Storm. Oh, Blood Grenade committed.
Hoodwink
Run
dead.
down.
Fairy Fire and a Lotus, I think, healing up, but the Hoodwink, even with the bodyguarding of the Doom, couldn't withstand that multi-shot damage.
He tried as hard as he could to keep his buddy alive, but it's difficult. The damage comes out, and all the hard harassment they've done finally comes to fruition with a kill.
That's what you expect out of this top lane. And maybe in the coming minutes, we'll see the Twin Gate play from the Bane, a TP from Nature's Prophet, but right now it is just this 2-1-2 setup. No one's going to come and recover what happened up top. That means Treant and Drow just keep on free farming, punching back on this Hoodwink. They've got full access to large and small camps as well. Not much.
Trying to pull straight up. Will succeed in getting at least a range creep.
That's all right. Yeah, the fact that Bangan is just locked into this bottom lane kind of stinks. Oh, I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to protect the Nature's Prophet, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's hard for him to leave right now. He's trying to set up a little bit, forcing the Willow under tower, but they don't really have the damage. If they use the Sprout, she just presses her Shadow Realm, so... difficult situation for them to get kills.
Yeah, it might be an opportunity to like play towards minute 6. Like I'd imagine in 30 seconds time we're going to have these supports shift in towards mid lane, right?
Yeah, as per usual, I think so. We already see Sweden Strong kind of gravitating towards mid lane, as though beckoned by the runes.
He's getting pulled. Like, come over here, reeled across. I'm trying to force a reaction.
He's on the event horizon soon. He can't go back. It's mid lane.
Oh, he missed the last one.
Actually.
Bottom. Well, he's still not moving.
He's helping out, and they did move Hoodwink down here, so an attempt.
Nightmare setup into Acorn shot and then the Bushwhack. They get Shad the kill. So even before that rune play.
Yeah, unexpected. I think this is like the least expected timing to get ganked on the side lane. 20 seconds before the tower rune spawn. You normally don't see both the supports hanging out down here. But that's also what made it work, I guess.
But then Sanctity is left just going for the 50-50. He doesn't get lucky. Storm Spirit, I feel like it's like the 5th regen rune he's had this series. He's had so many.
Yeah, those regens in the previous game were doing some serious work as well.
Does get fortunate that he spawned up top for him.
At least they have Zeus ulti ready now for the side lanes as well, so maybe they can make a play if they get a chance to go on to the Drow. But for now, the positioning has been really good by Violent.
It's just you don't have an opportunity to contest enemy wisdom shrine, so I guess you're just banking on guarding your own one.
Oh, Willow is coming here. Bane is gating through. Everybody playing top.
I start on the Drow, but Violent is going to step back. Zibe looking to get damage onto him, but MRLS has already been battered by Rain. They come in with a TP from Shad and the Thunderbolt's Wrath. And Violent is dead, but looks like so is Shad, as this Nature's Prophet gets stranded. Picks up a double kill on the way out, though, as the Willow falls. 2 for 2.
It's those buff treants. They're extra strong now. More hero damage. Bonus damage of 18 per hit on top of their already existing 35 damage, I guess. 31, 34, yeah. It's kind of hard to calculate. They get stronger when there are trees nearby, I guess.
I'm trying to figure out if that's good for Shad or not. He's 26 and 14. He gets a couple of kills, but then dies. I guess it's pretty good for Shad.
It's definitely good. Yeah, he's happy. Things are like better when you get some kills and then die, rather than being behind everybody else in last hits, right? He was not getting the CS he wanted. Now at least got some kills. Unfortunately for him, one of the kills happened after he died, so he didn't get experience for that one.
He's still closing in on level 6 and catching up, yeah, for the rest of the pack.
8-minute rune. Big contest.
Yeah, looking for that top spot. Doom and Bane lurking and waiting in the wings. But this observer ward from Rain has already spotted Zibe. And the bottom rune spawn guarded by the Hoodwink. Storm's thinking about zipping, but it's already bottled by Sanctity. Woo. Squadix wriggles out with that bushwhack.
Top tower is under attack.
He was pretty safe, I guess, anyway. He had the magic stick and full HP, so pretty hard to burst him before Fiend Script comes in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, honestly, I don't know, a little surprising for me that Storm is 1,000 net worth ahead of the Zeus.
Yeah, it's a tricky matchup to play as Zeus, to be honest. If you play a little bit too far forward, you just randomly get picked off. Full mana Storm basically just kills you, unless somebody is there to save your life. And keep in mind, Storm also has the level 3 living armor that can be put on him. So
right.
I think the reason he's behind on Zeus is because he has to play with a lot of respect to Squadix. Not to mention that Squadix, you know, I always praise him. Every time we cast him, I always praise him for his spirit plays. He's very good on these heroes.
So Zeus couldn't go for the, like, whittled down trade hit. He's just fully focused on last hits.
Yeah, harassing through the living armor was too difficult, so just focusing farming.
That makes sense. Try and catch up, however you can. You currently enjoy sitting with about a 1k lead. Not tremendously significant. This is the period of the game now where they just want to put Drow in the pocket, farm her towards her tanky items, and maybe defend this top tier 1 for as long as possible. Well, Team Bold, they're very focused on farming Shad and looking to get him involved. You can see him just standing and waiting, looking for an opportunity to TP top whenever they see a target.
Yeah, I like the quick move here to try and group up and make a play together. They're shoving the top lane, looking for a tower. Treant Protector is going to leech as much experience as he can here as the creeps are dying. He wants his level 6.
Living armor immediately dissipates.
Yeah, he might be calling his team over, saying that he almost has ulti. Ooh, careful, don't get caught.
They saw him harvesting and foraging around, gathering mushrooms in the trees.
Just a tree pruning some other trees.
They saw the acorn, the ironwood nut, fall on the floor and
oh, he's gonna ult
get
him.
picked up.
He holds 2 in place.
I mean, Zeus and mid lane being run at, but you're right, the TPs are stopped from that top lane, so Sanctity is a little stranded now, leaving Zibe to go for it, but he's doomed up as Zibe did make the move. Shad finishes him off as Squadix trades for Sanctity, and that started because of an overgrowth from the Treant.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, I guess it started with the aggressive play on mid lane there as they were pushing top, but now running down the Hoodwink as well. Treant Protector not letting her get away.
Drow Ranger with plenty of damage. Marksmanship, proccing, get that kill. Things get chaotic very quickly.
Yeah, bright side thinks they did finish the tower, so Treant won't be able to heal up that tier 1 tower again. But yeah, I think a lot of time was invested, and ultimately this gives time for the Drow to farm, the Centaur building up his net worth with this Dominator build as well. Looking pretty good right now for Team Enjoy.
Free tower.
Yeah,
Living armor
rushing straight into a pipe. He realizes against the Zeus, you want to have a pipe on your team for sure. And they're also a death ball type strat. I called it like during the draft, that this lineup as 5 is going to be insanely strong. So going for aura item makes a lot of sense.
They don't rely on any cooldowns, right? So auras matter so much more for them. They can just keep on going, be tanky, play aggressively.
Yeah, their core heroes are non-cooldown dependent. Their supports would be, you know, pretty impactful for the fights having their ultis, but you're absolutely right. The Drow, Storm, these heroes can just keep the pressure up if you're strong enough to take the towers. You just go from one to the next.
And that's put Bang and Shad on the back foot somewhat. Nature's Prophet scouted by the Treant.
Bangan got his level 6 now.
Can they go on Shad here? Like they've got Centaur, Tree. Storm is not joining.
They can stampede in maybe, but it's a little bit of a risky move. I think they could go for it.
I mean,
they're thinking about it right now.
Bold have just spent a bunch of spells killing off that Satyr. Helm Creep's
He's calling
dead.
it. Rain is like, guys, we could kill him.
Bro, Rain has been spamming this Nature's Prophet for like a minute so far.
They're gonna go on him. They're 100% gonna go on him.
They have to go on him now. Overgrowth to start. We've been watching this for a while. Shad had no idea he's been tailed for a good minute and a half. This Treant just kept tabs on him.
That creepy stalker. That's why Tree and Protector is so strong and why his first pick, first ban material in this patch.
Peeping
Being able
Tom.
to sneak around. Yeah. Peeping Tom indeed. And while also being useful while he does it, right? If you compare this to like Bounty Hunter or something, who, as we see, Willow should be going down. Barely. She's fine. Hold up.
That's Shadow Element to earn.
Oh my god, he's fine.
Oh, he's fine.
The Nature's ulti clips him, so now he knows there's Vision here too. If he doesn't die, that's all good for him.
Massive gains. Stays alive.
Yes.
Knows where to D-ward.
Yep. Tree and Protector walks in for the D ward, but has to be a bit careful or he gets picked off instead.
And they've kept the Drow Ranger farming in a safe part of the map. While Storm Spirit plays aggressively down in the bottom jungle, seeing the Bane. Should be easy pickings here for Enjoy with a Stampede. They'll clear him out. While Zeus, he came in to try and dish out some damage, but Sanctity gets isolated and killed. Shad now on the run back behind tier 2. Very quickly, they shift into 5th gear as Enjoy find a core kill off the back of a Bane snipe.
I mean, it's just really nice play right now. And you see what I was talking about, the Storm versus Zeus matchup. It's not great for Zeus outside of the laning stage. Laning stage is fine, but then you can get jumped by Zeus, and there's really no counterplay. You jump once. He doesn't even have it. What? He has no point in Heavenly Jump? Huh.
Oh.
Okay. I haven't seen this. I don't love it. I do have to admit. One point for value is so good, no?
There's greed, and then there's this.
He's all in for damage, but I mean, that's the one little saving grace he has against Storm, is that he can take his attack speed away and, you know, get some distance with the E, but I guess that's not even true.
Well, so far, he's not been able to really connect into this series. Sanctity has had a pretty difficult journey in this best of 3. His Ember Spirit game 1 got shot down pretty heavily. Now Zeus has been forced back into jungle.
I like Rain's move. Instead of staying bottom and looking for kills, he's now shifting into, you know, more of his namesake purpose. He's a protector. He plays in front of the Drow. He's tanking smoke ganks. He's revealing any moves onto his carry. This is really good positioning by him. Even if he dies here, it would be completely fine, but he might even set up a kill.
Yeah, got a good lane ward down.
seconds.
So process of elimination, he knows where people are heading or where they've headed to and from, even scanning that jungle to see if anyone's still stuck around there. And now he sees the Doom.
Yeah, Drow isn't sure about going on the Doom though. She's just supposed to shut the lane, get the farm.
Meanwhile, mid lane,
Lane on mid.
Zeus getting gone on once more with a stampeded Centaur forward. They get the stun onto 2 more in the back with a chain to Sables. The Centaur missed the morale. Gives Sweden Strong a double kill, but Nature's Prophet has now arrived. Dishing out some serious damage with the Bushwhack helping out. The 2-man catch there slays the Centaur. This Nature's Prophet shown up big time. Couple of core kills, try and follow it up with more, but the Drow Ranger, Violent, is going to force them back. The Hoodwink gets shredded, shot down and pummeled. More Shad. He's been overgrowth and rooted up, held in place for the Drow to finish him off. It looks so good for Team Bald, killing off the Storm, then the Centaur, but you realize there's a 3rd core. Drow Ranger comes in and clears it up.
At this point, it's just very hard to kill the Dark Willow even, because she has the Essence Distiller for extra armor as well. She can go into Shadow Realm, the living armor, so much survivability coming out. And you can really see a teamfight difference. There was a nice start with the Fiend Script, but quickly a Terrorize into Stomps, into more, you know, big damage spells coming out, even the Bedlam. I just think that they were lacking a little bit on the big power spells, even with a number advantage.
And back into the game, another kill on the Hoodwink as Violent picks up his killing spree.
Oh no, not now.
Oh, Zippe.
He's so close to Radiance.
He's under his tower, protected by Bangan. Squadix gets turned on, zips back. A bit of distance for the Storm. And they don't kill off the Doom. Sweden Strong tries to give it another shot there with a dive behind tier 2. Can't quite get the job done.
They've sown him out for a long time from getting his Radiance, but he will send a courier and finally get it completed. Also, not 100% how I feel about the Radiance in this game on the Doom, or if I would have liked just more active fighting builds.
Where did he go?
Yeah, that's the Storm. Storm versus Zeus. Show yourself, get zipped.
Is under attack.
Get zipped, nerd.
It's in a matter of seconds. He tries to walk mid lane and dies. And then Bane might die top. Look at this Treant and Drow Ranger. Bangan's going around the right-hand side.
It really does feel like they're lacking some fighting power, and Shad's, he's the next target for the gang squad.
Yeah, the Storm has found him. Down at bottom jungle. Sweden Strong picks up another kill for himself. He's been stealing them with the Bedlams. 6-2 and 7 for this Dark Willow now.
The Squadix is just having a field day, and they do not have these instant disables we were talking about previously, the Rubik Lift. You know, sure, you have some fairly fast disable in Fiend's Grip, but that's also a hard one to cast because you need to be in a position where no one else is going to instantly disable you, like we saw with the Terrorize coming in. So it's very, very hard to stop Squadix here because he's playing so well around his supports. Also, the vision is fantastic coming out from Enjoy. Look at these wards. They're absolutely devastating.
This Treant. I mean, and I guess the Dark Willow just parachuting in behind enemy lines, getting all these observers down somehow.
Yeah.
And Rain
no,
even in position
illusion
here to
base.
see Zibe. They'll try an overgrowth, but he's getting chain stunned. So Treant dead, and now the chase on towards Violent. They've got the grip with the damage to the Nature's Prophet. Very important there for Team Bold to connect on that.
Okay, works out really nicely. They did find Drow in no man's land, basically. No tier 1 tower means her team can't really reinforce her. Even though he did a nice bait with the illusion at first, it wasn't enough to get himself out of that situation.
Is under attack.
Let's watch the Zeus fight.
Very, very...
Yeah, let's watch the Zeus fight next.
Yeah, I think so. His team is TPing, but they do not have a living armor.
They don't get the catch with the Doom on the Storm either. You're not going to chuck it on Sweden Strong. You just try and walk him. Oh, you do. You do chuck the Doom on him. Okay.
You do.
You do. That's a kill.
I would too. I mean, he's actually on a 7 kill streak, so that's a pretty massive kill right there. Almost 900 gold for killing off Sweden Strong.
You're right. Jeez, yeah.
That's maybe the most valuable kill right now.
It's pretty monstrous. But you've been absolutely right, though, with this like 5-man group up from the Dire, there's nothing that stops them. They've got AoE stuns, they've got catch, they've got kill. Team Bold, very single target focused. Right. They need to find these individual targets, the correct person at the right time with the right spell. And that means their vision and positioning has to be impeccable.
You know, the problematic part, I think, for Team Bold is that the Death Ball that I was talking about as well, it's not really manifested yet. It's not, like I was talking about when they have items, once they have what they need to basically start going as 5 non-stop, they've been making a lot happen with very little on the side of Enjoy. Just grouping up and making plays without too many items. Now they're starting to get some of them, though. The Lotus is here on the Centaur. Gonna be pretty amazing to have against the Bane and the Doom. Even against the Zeus can be pretty obnoxious.
What? So this hasn't been them at full strength yet.
No, they're evolving. Oh,
Rain, dead to Tormy.
Sneaky. No, that sneaky shot coming in. The sharpshooter.
Oh. Sneaky little
That's
hoodwink.
funny.
His top tower is under attack.
Not so funny for him. Actually, it was the acorn shot, and they used the ulti to get back to safety.
Scanning.
That's just a little 162 damage acorn shot. Finished them off.
Yeah, and the
him.
Nature's Prophet's ulti as well came in as the vision from the Acorn shot. So nice little play.
But yeah, so what you're saying is that so far we've just felt the
It's the demo version. Yeah, exactly. This has been the trial.
the earthquake before the tidal wave. He's like, oh, the earthquake was nothing, guys. We're fine, you know, just a little shaking
not
up.
that
Yeah. Suddenly,
tsunami is coming.
50-meter tall wave of wall of water coming towards you. Oh, God. Oh, now.
Yeah. In this time, it's gonna be the full force of the forest, I guess, with the tree and protector, and then this nerdy little archer from the forest.
Let's see if Team Bald can
range equipment.
jump onto some surfboards and have a bit of fun with this tidal wave coming in. Because they are smoked up and ready to make a go in this mid lane.
They have Blink Doom, and he's turned off his Radiance, making sure not to reveal himself. Fortunately for him, though, Squadix does not go into vision.
They're trying to figure
I
out
think
where to
they-
go.
I think they sussed it out. They have a lot of deep vision, and they don't see anyone, so I think that Enjoy are aware of the smoke.
And Zibe even drew the line exactly where the Centaur and Dark Willow went. There's no way for them to approach the Drow Ranger. So maybe they can go top onto Storm?
He's been spotted. Tree and Protector saw him and blinks away. Blink is such a nice item to have on the Tree and Protector. Not just for initiating, but for these situations. Just smoke reveal, blink away. Mid. Actually going for a grip onto the Centaur.
Yeah, trying for Mr. Morale here and drop him to half health, but he's got the Lotus Orb up. Sprout gets returned back onto Nature's Prophet, and then the little Quelling Blade gets the Centaur out of danger.
Yeah, Mr. Morale says, have a nice day, and walks the other way. He has 41 HP regen per second, so I think he should be able to recover from this.
There's also a point,
They
right?
underestimated him.
We've got 4 Quelling Blades for the Dire against Nature's Prophet. Very important for them to get out the Sprouts.
Yeah, they know. They know how good it is. It basically makes the hero way worse if you can always get out of the Sprout. On the high ground, camping.
Yeah. Bedlam damage looks good. Finish off MRLS and Shad in that mid lane. He's finishing off a wave. A little bit scary with so many of Enjoy sitting nearby.
Not looking great for Team Bold right now as they're falling more and more behind, but they do have some stuff to play towards. The Agnum's timing will be good on Zeus, still 2k gold away though. He went for this full Kai Assange build, didn't go for Shard. I feel like having the Shard is important though for your farm rate in the jungle.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Bangham looks like he's just going to be the sacrifice here. Might not have given his life to save Sanctity, though. It might have all just been in vain as they chase the Zeus down. Storm with the final little remnants of mana, not enough to catch up to him, but with the little urn ticking
The one
over.
hit.
The Essence Distiller takes him down. Now Zive gets jumped by the Centaur. The damage from the Drow Ranger starts adding up. And the killing spree of the Doom's taken down as, yet again, it just seems so simple for Enjoy to wander into an area of the map, play together as 5, get these kills, and then go for a tower. It feels like it plays itself.
It actually looks like shooting fish in a barrel. I don't know, they were under tier 2 tower there, quite deep, but we did not have Shad wanting to join and they were not grouped. So ultimately they're just losing a bunch of heroes, gain nothing but a little bit more farm on their natures during the... Yes, the Dragon lands, so it's a start. You can at least try and hit people now. You had to rush Manta style because the enemy team has so many things you need to dispel.
And Squadix just has free reign. Do what he wants with his shield rune going. Lincoln Sphere about to be completed. He's what, 600 gold away from it, so that means Doom pretty much loses a lot of his efficacy because Storm is the hero he wants to doom. Dooming Drow and Centaur is like
Bane.
kind of whatever.
Same thing for Bane. Even if both the heroes technically can easily break the Lincolns, it doesn't really matter. It's that little bit of time it takes to break Lincolns and then cast a bonus spell will give Squadix enough time to always jump to safety in between it.
Oh, this could be a good setup though. Around Sweden Strong, who just blinks right onto Shad. Does Shad have a way out of this? Any way to save himself? There's no BKB, of course. Can't TP home, of course. And
Just teleport.
he's dead, of course.
Yeah, no, he's not making it. Unfortunately, Bengham was spotted as well, so double kill down there. And now Roshan is up for 4 minutes down here on bottom, and looks like Drow is making her way over. Very clean play from Enjoy. I can't really fault too much of what they're doing. Everything looks so natural to them.
Yeah, once again, it definitely feels like there is that gap, right? We can say these are very skilled players. Drafts might be 50-50, whatever. But there is the fact that this Dire side have played together for years. You know?
For certain, yeah.
You can feel that.
They have synergy. They have synergy. They've built that for a long time in you know, a few of these players working together. And on top of that, I just think that they've competed like for a long time very consistently. Whereas, oh, hold up, are they catching?
They might get the hoodwink.
Oh, pushing her back. But the creep tanks
creep
the roots.
blocks the brambles.
Still gets the stun though. She's not safe yet.
I'll save you, hoodwink.
Oh no.
The storm is here now. And the Drow Ranger. Alright, that's some hatred.
That is a lot of efforts to bring down one poor little squirrel. But this gives time. Nature's Prophet is only 1,600 gold away from a BKB. You know, we need to cope here. What's the way back in? Doom is closing in on a BKB. Again, I really don't think that the Radiance worked out in this game. I think they needed Doom to be strong early, so they had someone they could fight around. Because when you have Zeus on mid lane, he's this massive AFK useless guy, right? He's just gonna jungle, that's it. So you need to play around somebody. And Nature's Prophet wants to TP in and help out when someone goes fighting. He doesn't want to be the first one in. So that put all the pressure, I think, on Zibba to be the instigator of these fights.
Yeah.
Sadly, we just didn't see that.
I think that's a really difficult tightrope to walk sometimes, though. Because if you are, you know, Radiance on Doom feels like the cookie cutter build nowadays, where you feel like, okay, I can farm fast into it, and then it scales me into mid game. Because if he knows the pressure is on him to play aggressively, and then goes for Blink build, and then nothing happens, you feel even worse, don't you?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And it's very tempting to go for the Radiance. You know, you think you can get away with it. The enemy team has the Drow Ranger. They have the hard carry between your carry and Natures. So, yeah, I understand why, but
Yeah. I know for sure.
but ultimately, we've just seen this very, very different priority between the teams in fighting. Enjoy have non-stop been just running at people and looking for fights, whereas Team Bald, they've been setting some traps here and there, but it's not really the same aggression.
And that really just goes against what you want when you've got Nature's Prophet and Zeus on your team.
Yeah.
Keep on going.
Yeah, they didn't get a lot of value out of their global spam. At this point, the Zeus, he's only level 14, now cracks level 15. He's lower level than the entire enemy team. It's not a good vibe as a mid laner.
Was exactly the same level as the Treant. He's like,
Yeah, yep. He's tied.
It's like 20 experience ahead of the Treant there. Meanwhile, Bangan on the wrong side of the river. Really on a bit of a warding mission. Just trying to scout something out, see what it can find. You know, for instance, if the Drow Ranger is here farming alone, that's, you know, a grip into Nature's Prophet TP into core kill maybe. At the very least,
maybe.
he's forcing two heroes to be here and kill him while the rest of the team gets room on the map to farm. The trouble is that room on the map to farm has now been invaded by Squadic, so Shad has died regardless.
Yeah, and even with the BKB, we saw beautiful chain stunning there coming in, starting with the Vortex into the Terrorize and then bursting as much damage as possible before the BKB can be expended. So at least he didn't use it, I guess. Still has the 9-second pristine, never used, but you know, doesn't really feel much better when you're not getting anything out of it.
What good is a PSA 10 base set Charizard if you're not going to play with it? You can't just keep it sealed in your plastic case. Come on now, break it out of the binder, put it in a deck.
That's so true, actually.
No, it's not. Shut the fuck up.
It's so true. Just use it.
I'm not
Heck
using
it.
my, whatever, 50k
Put it out.
card.
Put it out in the rain a little bit, you know. Give it some experience.
Some sunlight, some weathering. Oh, the jump in from Squadic is getting counteracted a bit by this Doom. Zippe, though, is being dealt with by the Drow Ranger and all his illusions. Bangan couldn't really cover that entrance from Squadic, so the Storm Spirit is able to get in, get Doom, then get out.
Yeah, on the high ground, actually shooting down on the tower. Drow is going to be sieging up for a little while longer. She has her Aegis. And they're healing on the back line as well.
Sanctum, be careful with your positioning. He goes forward and
he's gonna get grabbed.
Creep wave, but he's going to get Vortex ground back into the tree and jump. Dispatched with quickly. Now Zibe making a play of his own. Gets stomped on by Centaur. 2 heroes dead, one with buyback, one without. Shad behind his tier 4 tower, and Bengan trying to buy time for himself is blown up by Squadix and Sweden, strong as they dive. Very deep. That's a good bushwhack, though. They'll save him up with the cart. Mr. Morale just drags the Storm into safety, chases onto Shad, into the fountain as they farm up Team Bald by their base. MRLS dead to rights in the tree line with a double kill for Mr. Morale. GG is called.
That's just a slaughterhouse in their base all of a sudden, and this second game did not even look close. I mean, very impressive show in both games from Team Enjoy. Team Bald, ultimately, I think they had a nice draft, but I don't really think that they managed to lean into the strength of it, and they were just left in the dirt here as the tempo from Enjoy was massive from start to finish.
It feels like... Yeah, it feels like one of those old, old OG kind of drafts, right? Where it is literally just like go, 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 don't think, only press spells. And that kind of draft for sure can work. We've seen it plenty of times. But you're right. I think that's the right way of looking. They didn't lean into it. They didn't go, 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 go. They go, go, wait, hang on a sec. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Farm Radiance and then and go.
Yeah.
It's too late now.
I think it's important to distinguish that because you have one side that has this, big death ball and also, I would argue, stronger late game with the Dra Ranger. If their team fight is stronger and their late game is stronger, then you need to break the game early. That at least was my read on the draft. You need to do some crazy stuff in the lanes, but we didn't really see them play with a sense of urgency. And that's where, again, I don't want to harp on a single player too much, but I do feel like for the draft they need to go like Blink Dagger or Harpoon or something on Doom, so they have some form of initiations to play into.
Oh, rough one.
Just in the early part. Because he played a fine game. I mean, looking at it from Zipper's point of view, at 23 minutes, he was 3-0 and 6. He hadn't died a single time. He had been part of 9 kills. He played a good game, but I think he played, a bit of a safer game than they needed, perhaps. Or like they needed to rally around him. Not sure what the internal comms for this was, but at least that's my read.
It's a difficult, like almost abstract concept to. I struggle with this all the time, like wrapping my head around that. Like looking at someone who has a good game and has a good stat line and stuff like that. Oh, his KDA, his net worth, all looks good. But if you're like that in a losing game, it begs the question: could you or should you have done something differently? Like, should you have sacrificed yourself for the greater good? Right? That phrase comes up thinking about how you play for the game rather than playing for yourself or for the lane. Because Zibe being maybe a bit greedy with the Radiance or being cookie cut, whatever it is, a comfort, right? Radiance on Doom, super comfort.
I mean, it's a team thing ultimately, because it's not like you randomly just buy an item and your team isn't aware or you have no clue what's going on. Like everyone is vocal about their plans usually in games like this. So ultimately, I'm not trying to harp this as his decision, but I think Team Bald they didn't really draw in the direction that they needed to go. With Zeus and with Nature's Prophet, they're never going to be the ones going in first. So it's always going to be about the other 3 heroes starting some shit. But Enjoy showed up and played some pretty fantastic Dota, and this is what I was talking about at the start of our schedule here when we looked at it, that there are a lot of good players in this qualifier.
Oh, yeah.
There are a lot of ones that you cannot sleep on. Like, I could see Enjoy taking a qualifier slot here for sure.
Oh, easily. Yeah, I mean, there's a good reason, right, where we see these teams are invited. These teams were brought here to the qualifiers, and some of the others had to qualify through the opens, as Team Bald did themselves. Bald, though, will drop down into that lower bracket. We'll find out what happens with them later on down the line. And Enjoy, of course, winning this series, go up against Team Spirit in their next series. But Waga, we've had two 2-0s here today, pretty quickly, swiftly getting through these best of 3s. That's us done for day 1 of the group stage. We're going to pass it over to Owen and Fogged in a little bit. But so far, some exciting stuff here. I mean, any surprises? Any question marks?
I mean, for me, I have a lot of question marks for the entire qualifier, how it's going to play out, to be fair. So I'm going to have to keep an eye here as we have more games coming up. But I'm glad that we came in swinging here. Very fast-paced Dota from Enjoy, and Team Spirit also looking sharp from the start. So this is shaping up to be a great next match in the upper bracket. I can't wait for that one. But we have other Dota to enjoy before that.
We do. We'll find out how that goes. We'll see if Rune Eaters can take down Nigma Galaxy, see Eki and the boys and what they can do against Nigma Galaxy with Sumail returning back on the squad. Make sure you stick around and tune in for that. We'll see you all later on.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ourselves ready for the third series of the day. Fogged, how are you doing?
Good. Been watching a lot of football/soccer. Things have been nice. It's nice and early in the day. I'm not gonna actually miss any of the games, I don't think, either. So it's gonna be good. Get to watch some dotes and then some soccer/football. How about you?
Yeah. No, yeah, same. Lots been going on. I've been keeping an eye on the qualifiers, of course. But so far we've had two of the regions, I think, before this one that we've had done, right? Was both South America and China have been played through. And of course, today, the first day of the European regional qualifiers. Very exciting, of course, this massive region now. 16 teams here playing for the four spots. And as you can see from the results so far today, haven't been any major upsets, 2-2-0s. I think both of those teams, though, Team Bold and VP Prodigy, absolutely wants to watch in that lower bracket. Of course, as you can see, they will have to go head-to-head in that first round, so that will be a very exciting match. But yeah, Spirit and Enjoy getting the 2-0s, moving forward to the next round of the upper bracket round. But yeah, it's pretty great. 16 teams, Fogged, all starting in upper bracket. This is a stacked qualifier in terms of quantity of teams here.
Western Europe is always terrifying, right? It's like anybody, they put together a squad of 5. You're playing versus squads of 5 that have been together for like multiple years as well, too. Sometimes it can be like just random 5. Sometimes it can be teams that have been established, too. So always fun to watch. And we're going to know a lot of these players' names, even on some of the teams that we maybe don't recognize. Of course, we'll see a couple here and there that me and you, of course, do know and the fans do, too. So I'm excited for this one. We also get to see the debut, right? It is Sumail playing the carry, so we're gonna we'll have to see how that goes.
Well, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Good reminder.
That's the biggest
people watching
thing.
at home, because obviously they got Laurenov in, right? And Laurenov, that's got to be a pretty solid pickup, right? Because this was the lad that he went for that whole sort of period, right, for standing in for a lot of other teams and doing very well. And doing really, really well on some of these bigger tournament performances. So a good pickup in the mid, but indeed meaning that Sumail is moving to the carry position. In terms of history as well, how much, you got to kind of jog my memory on this. How much carry have we seen from Sumail over the years, the decades?
None, man.
It's a totally new thing for him when it comes to the officials.
I mean, I think he's had a couple. If I can actually look through it entirely, but nothing that he's ever wanted to play. He is just—it's not his role. He's been a mid player since the dawn of his since he was 8 years old in the LAN centers playing. Not even kidding. So this is going to be really interesting to see the switch up, because it's going to have a big effect. Laurenov, like you said, amazing S tier, but playing safe lane compared to playing mid after such a long time. Even if you're one of these type of players, it's just different. I'm super curious what's going to happen.
Because the thing is as well, Laurenov, his mid heroes, are they necessarily like greedy carry mids that allow Sumail to play like these safe laners that are less greedy and more kind of active? Or is that you don't really do that style nowadays, where the mids being the one being the kind of the heavier carry of the two? Is there, some sort of way for them, you imagine that they might play that allows Sumail to stick to a similar style of heroes that he's used to running in the mid?
I think it's going to be a very aggressive team in general. When I look at this one, I feel like all 3 cores are kind of not fully sacrificial, I would say, but pretty sacrificial players in a way, because Sumail likes to play super aggressive. Device sacrifices himself for the team, and Laurenov, he's kind of a dictator of pace a lot of times. So all 3 could maybe be these mid-tier, mid-tier timings kind of thing that they all hit around. So I'm curious to see if it's going to work. The biggest question is just how is Sumail going to look? So.
Because without it, you're saying you would be very surprised if we end up seeing a draft for Enigma Galaxy where Sumail's on something that's going to need to kind of AFK farm, some sort of like Terrorblade or PL or Anti-Mage, something that... There's not going to be anything like that.
No, I'd imagine more of a killer.
It's going to be like the Drows. Maybe I saw some other teams like the Carry Vipers. It's something that's more fast-paced and a better chance of kind of getting through the laning stage without having to kind of fall back and hit the jungle creeps and recover.
Because in the past, so there's a couple of these mid heroes that Sumail did play that were kind of carries, right? He did used to play SF. He did used to play TA.
That's true. SF
a couple
would be
of
good.
these.
TA would be good. Yeah, you're right. Sumail, TA. Yep.
Those are the two big ones that I can remember.
Yes.
Alchemist is like throwing back far, but that was a safe, like a mid laner he used to play at some point. So there are options that he has to play that are a bit, more about the greediest kind of carry. But yeah, I think we're going to likely see him play a little more aggressive. So,
all right. Well, we'll see, because obviously Enigma Galaxy here, so we've been going off about them. because I'm sure you lads and ladies at home looking forward to seeing them. I'm sure you're looking forward to see Rune Eaters as well. There's some names on there that you probably recognise. I think the ones obviously that stand out to me are probably what Copy, Eki, and Malik. I guess Copy and Malik more so in terms of people that have been in kind of big teams, or teams that have attended LANs here and there recently, right? If I'm correct.
Yeah.
Or
But
not.
I mean, of
Yeah.
course, yeah. We do
Who would you say who's their best player
Time.
on Rune Eaters? Who's kind of the high value player on this lineup? The one to watch out for.
Most known? Man, I don't even know because it's difficult because Eki's gotten a lot of he's gotten known a lot because of standing in for Liquid and playing on
That's true,
Bald
yeah.
and all that. So he's pretty well known now. But I would say like Malik and Copy are probably the most known. So.
Yeah, in terms of professional play, yeah. And then because the other two, have we seen these guys much? Ike and Dark Lord?
We've seen them. Yep.
We have. I think not in a while. But this is kind of back in other qualifiers. They've not been on teams that have been at tournaments, right?
Not at
Recently.
tournaments, but you've definitely
No,
seen.
had-
I want to say both of them. I'm like 90% sure. I'll take a look at. I'll try to jog your memory. I'm going to bring up a game and then you're going to be like, oh yeah, maybe that.
Because I like the name Dark Lord, and I don't know if I remember talking
Yeah.
about a Dark Lord recently, at least. It's been a while. So looking forward to see what Dark Lord can do. On the carry, as I would have hoped someone with the name of Dark Lord would be. It doesn't really sound like a position 5 name, does it? Dark Lord. He's
No,
gotta be
he
the,
plays
the
Shadowfire,
Terrorblade,
and he's
the
not the
Antimatrix,
anime.
the Wraith King. It's the Dark Lord. Can Nigma defeat the Dark Lord? We're going to find out in this. Anyway, draft, as you can see, has been going on your screens. I think most notable things so far, really, we're getting, I'd say a little different sort of preference on these. I guess which we've got to expect in these qualifiers, right? Compared to like what you necessarily expect to see from like the tier 1 teams, the teams that are already qualified or invited to international. We're going to see a bit more kind of flair here from these squads coming in with what
100%.
they're comfortable with. Beastmaster Clock's kind of, that's not too crazy. But the Ringmaster coming out at all for some teams and coming out this early, that is a little bit different, right? Teams don't really pick this early, and some teams don't pick this at all.
No, definitely not. But it's a good save versus Beast, and some players do really like it. And I think I mentioned this to you every tournament. I'm like, I always want to see more Ring because I think this hero is still. I think people just aren't the best at it. I think this hero is super hard to play,
agree.
and this hero has
It's
like, infinite
definitely good.
potential. So
Yeah.
I'm always hyped to see some dope Ringmaster. Snap
this
coming in. We'll still see a lot of the really popular ones because they still are insanely strong. There's a Phoenix in the game too, so can kill the egg, of course. So it's not as good as it once was, but this hero, I still feel this is insanely strong in the right hands. You can just play the mid anyway. You can still flex it a bit. It's got a good play style. We've seen it in multiple different roles.
Looking forward to see what Enigma Galaxy grab it. Because I got to be honest, I feel like from what we know of the meta, what we see do well, Rune Eater's first 3 look kind of strong.
Looks good.
Beastmaster Clock Snap, you can't really fault that.
No,
they're
Clock's
gonna go
pretty
with
broken
Tiny.
still.
How do you sort of find Tiny? We see a lot of Tiny. Is there still hit or miss, or is it more hit, more miss from what you've seen?
It's just fine. It still hits
It's-
pretty hard. I just think it
yeah,
still can
it's
run
good.
into some of these. It feels weird sometimes into this into the pacing versus some of these turrets because once the turret gets set up, like walking in as a Tiny, you have to go blink, you have to deviate your build. So if a team gets to get
Sure.
like, properly set up around the map with these turrets, I feel like Tiny has a bit of a difficult time sometimes.
But this does sort of fit the archetype that you would want to see from Samel, right? A tiny safe
Exactly.
lane.
This is
it
his
is that hero that can get that blink, that Shadow Blade as the second item, and get involved.
100%. That's literally what I was one of the first ones I think I was mentioning because it just reminds me of the
Tiny.
past, right? The Sumail Tiny when he threw in RTZ. That was one
And
of
then
the
the
I definitely remember.
Viper. Okay.
Keeping it up, it keeps it open because this is.
I was
now
going to
they
say, is there a
respawn.
chance for the flex still? Because
Likely
between
not,
these two
because-
you think no?
Likely not because they see the Snapfire, and right now it's like, okay, if you're going to pick Snap, it's likely going to go mid, and we're going to put the Viper mid, and we're going to crap on the Snapfire because we've seen this matchup now so many times. The Viper just bullies him level 1, essentially. So I've seen this matchup now too many times now for the Snapfire to deal with it. Even though you do recover in mid-game, sometimes you don't get to recover, so let's see what they do answer with. They go for TB, so Turret Hero, good versus, in a way, both of the cores now, Tiny and Viper, can struggle versus TB in a way as the game gets later.
Oh, interesting,
Okay.
yeah. Because
10 seconds.
obviously for Rune Eaters, they can still move stuff around quite a bit, right? Like you could
Remaining.
have the... does Beast do... You're never putting a Beast against the Viper, or can the Beast do well because of the axe spam? Or
He
do you
might not. I
get
mean, he's
to-
not going to do as bad as a
He's not-
Snapfire for sure. You'll probably
No,
get something out
you
of
would
the
favor
lane,
the Beast
but-
mid over the Snap mid.
Yeah, I guess they
the
could flex that,
matchup.
but right now I think it's pretty like, it looks like it's locked in almost, right?
Sure.
I guess the snap is
I mean,
still
some teams
flexed
do
as a
offlane
4.
snap, you know? If you want to change the
I guess
matchup mid.
You can.
Yeah.
You can. Sure. I think just
see
keep the
next.
clock 5. You can flex the snap as a 4 right now.
Because they're
decide
banning
who last.
sniper. You know, Enigma Galaxy, they're banning sniper.
So they're probably expecting this snap to get moved in the new mid matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
So, but what
What
mid
is-
matchup versus the Viper?
Yeah, because if you take a sniper out, what is if they do want to take out another mid? Do you think the other mid that you're also like, I don't want to play against this if I'm a Viper?
It's not that many heroes that Vipers
No.
doesn't want to play against. Right? It's like pretty limited.
Well, final ban from Rooney to still likely looking towards what Enigma Galaxy get for the offlane.
I've seen teams fall into the trap of this Viper too many times where they just don't, they're not really sure what to pick into, and then they pick like a Queen of Pain, and then they have no one that can lane into Viper, and the game's just over because the lanes are too devastating. So I'm hoping not to see that from
Okay.
Roon Eaters.
Can you not?
Because
Is there any reason to, if you're Enigma Galaxy, actually move the Viper and throw it down bottom and then do some Viper Phoenix lane into the Terrorblade and destroy him?
No.
Or do you not destroy him?
no.
You don't.
You don't
Okay.
destroy them. There's no point in doing that, I don't think, either.
No.
Then they start as a tri lane or something. You get killed level 1 or whatever,
first
and then they
blood,
move,
yeah.
and it's like you're screwed as this Viper. I don't like that in this type of game,
No.
at least. If there's a melee hero, maybe. But versus TB, just pops a meta and they kill you level 1.
What's the other offlane? There's actually banning out the Axe.
They left Timber.
Yeah, they left Timber. They also leave Underlord. Is that also not one to think about here?
I like both. Yeah, both good. For sure. Those are the two that usually come to my mind when I'm thinking TB. It's like Darkseer, Underlord, and whatever I just said. I lagged for a second. Yeah, Timber.
Timber, yeah.
5 seconds.
All right, Enigma Galaxy, do they want to just throw out another ban towards the mid? Or maybe because there's still that flexibility from Rune Eaters, they'll just ban something from another position? Does anything still kind of destroy them? I mean, yeah, it feels like, yeah, I think you're right. In terms of the mid, it's like they got rid of the sniper. And I think that's enough for Lorinov. He's happy then as the Viper. There's not really anything else that he's screaming to not play against. Maybe...
Yeah, I'm like wondering if I'm forgetting something. I probably am. It's first
maybe-
game. Still waking up.
they actually ban out the Timber themselves.
They banned it.
Okay.
Okay, maybe
I think,
because
again-
they don't have pick out of the phase.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. So they're like, but then they're assuming that there is still that potential to have like the snap support, the beast mid or something. Okay, I was wondering about Lena, like
That's
conceptually
old.
right. I was going to say, this is one of those old school ones. You're against a Viper, you've got good range, you've got nukes, but you are a Lena. Is that a problem, or do you think Lena can still be good?
So I haven't gotten to see as many. I've been kind of chilling this week. I got to be completely honest with you. So I've not been able to watch as many of the games on all the other regions.
I don't
and
think
I've
we've been
watching as
having
many
Lena.
pubs. But I want to say this, and because I talked to like SVG about this like a month or so ago, and I talked to some of the pros. I talked to like Watson about it too, and I think this Lena hero is almost there. I'm unsure
Okay.
if she's fully there, but I've seen these Magic Lena builds start to come back away. Yashakaya into Aghanims, and people are playing around. You just like burst people with the burn damage afterwards. So I don't know if he'll do it this game because he already has a turret on his team, so I don't know if he wants to have double right-clicking as the Lena. It's just interesting to pick it into Viper if you're going to go Magic Lena. I know for the lane, of course,
yeah,
but
it's for the lane, but you're right. And they do, of course, get this Underlord.
they go the Underlord, so that makes sense.
Which, yeah, I can only imagine they're going to be quite happy with. I think that probably would have been their pick anyway over whatever that other last offlane ban is. So yeah, Underlord feels pretty good for them. All right, so
Copy also was one of the Lena
Yeah.
players, if I'm not mistaken, for some
was he?
time.
Well, he's got a good Lena set. I'll tell you that. So I imagine he is. He's good on the old Lena.
Let me see if I can get some data for it, because if I'm not mistaken, I think he was one of the guys. We'll see when he loads in, because I think he might be Grandmaster to Lena.
Oh, that's rare.
Might be him.
We don't have a lot of those.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
why there's not that many of them. So, pretty sure he plays it quite a lot here. So I'm looking forward to see that. And okay, so definitely some fragility I can see on the side of Rune Eaters. I can see them being like lacking a front line at some point in this game pretty early if Malik has a tough start. So I think that's key for them, that Malik has a good opening into the game. Enigmas is pretty good overall, I would say. They can definitely hit some issues in terms of timings. I don't really want to see them play slow. I want to see them play pretty quick. They can hit buildings. They can take over the map pretty quick. So
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Pretty
this
interesting.
is a game where Dark Lord will 1v9, right? 40-minute plus in. I feel.
Yes. If it gets too late, they just lose probably.
Like this
so.
terribly just eats them up.
Yeah. It's like, yes, they'll have auras, and I think that's what they... maybe he doesn't even go auras, and they just try to just end the game beforehand, where they get the first Aegis, like 30 minutes, you get the, the shard on the Viper, get that Viper Aegis shard, and you just go high ground very early on. That could be
I
something
think
they're
so.
looking at here. So Rune Eater's probably looking to play around Malik, get the Dominator,
Yep.
not fall too far behind early, and just play the map around their ultis with the Snap and the Beast. While Enigma, I think Dictator's the pace for sure.
Yeah, these guys are going to look to play fast, and yeah, let's see if they can do it. Sumail on the carry. We do like this carry pick for Sumail. It feels Sumail, having him on the
Sumail.
tiny. He's going to be able to active. He's going to be able to do a lot, but it does mean, and there is going to be that question whether he's going to kind of be too active, and then if that obviously costs him in the farm, and then just does mean that they're just not going to have that kind of scaling carry if the early to mid game falls apart. But it's going to be a lot of fun to watch here. Getting into the action here. This game one up in the upper bracket between Enigma Galaxy and Rune Eaters. And then I think, for Rune Eaters, what we're going to be watching the most, really, is to see what Copy can do on this mid laner and just see how well it does indeed fare against this Viper. If it's going to kind of draw the lane or if it actually has the potential to kind of spam the Viper out of the lane. And also, as you mentioned, what the build's going to be. Is it still going to be a focus on the magic?
Yeah, I'm super curious to see how this is going to go. The lane in particular, it does look like it should be a win for the Lina, right? The
It
Lina's
should
just gonna
be.
do the hit,
You should be able to
get
spam the
stacks,
Viper out.
You should
Yeah.
be able to, but that's in the past, and we'll see if Lornoff can somehow do something tricky, because I haven't seen this one in particular since all these changes have gone in, so curious to see how that's going to go. Because yes, your nukes now, sure, they do a little less damage immediately, but the burn, I just don't know if the burn is going to even be useful versus Viper. It sounds kind of worse. I don't know. I'm curious to see how it's going to overall be.
And he wasn't Grandmaster tier. He's only gold.
He's not. He's gold. Still not bad.
And we'll see. See if it's going to be good enough here.
And yeah, let's see if
Galaxy.
Sumail... Because I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know why every time I think of Tiny on Sumail, I just think of him throwing Arteezy into tier 4s as gyro up there.
Wait, when was that? That was back up.
That was TI. That was a long
Yeah.
time ago. TI 5?
Well,
6?
I guess on the... None of these heroes, well, apart from the Ringmaster, right? Phoenix, Viper, and Underlord, if you froze them in, they won't be too upset. So if kind of a toss goes wrong, they still got chances in these team fights. And
Also,
Sumail
they're
already-
gap closers
What we got?
versus Lina and Terrorblade, right? So if he does throw them on top, it can't always be the worst to get on top of these heroes.
Or top
Divide.
line Divide. See what they can do. Some good body blocks from Ike, but not enough. Otherwise, going to be okay. I mean, because that's the other thing about this Lina pick, honestly, that there are things like, outside of the lane, I don't know how safe you're feeling as a Lina this game.
Yeah, and even I just can't look away from the mid lane because I haven't seen this Viper versus Lina since the past when Lina used to beat the Viper. I just don't know if that's the case anymore.
I was going to say level 1 is looking pretty good already from Lorenoff. Some great harassment. Bringing Copy down super low just with the level 1 trades. Because when does it get good for... I imagine it's level 3, right? When you got a
Level
couple
3.
of points in a nuke, then it kind of becomes enough that you can play from range and maybe have enough to just keep the Viper a safe distance away.
I'm just wondering, so the reason why I'm very curious is because the sacrifice of some of the...
Oh, Lina might be dead here. I think Lina loses
dead?
this trade. Oh, it's close, but indeed,
does.
Lina goes down. Lorenoff's fine.
He's
And that hurts, right? You have a trade like that, you go for a play like that, it doesn't work out. The lane doesn't really fix itself after dying like that in a 1v1 and giving up first blood. That makes things kind of hard.
I was about to say, too, I'm wondering if maybe Lorenoff goes for a different skill build, because I've seen some of them hold points. Tai Lung in particular, when he plays versus lane spammers, he goes more in Nether Toxin when he plays Viper. Nope. They just end up going toe-to-toe, level 1, level 2. Ends up losing it on copy there. That hurts. Lorenoff did use the salve to survive the last hit, but ends up, now being able to just deny a full wave away from copy. He'll have a half-level advantage at the least.
Yeah, he should be chilling now in this mid, Lorenoff.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Copy's able to find a way to trip him back up. Side lanes, what we've seen so far, looks like free farm for Dark Lord. Seems quite happy up here on the top
Nice
lane.
toss back bottom. Actually gets it onto Eki under the tower here.
That's a lot of damage, and with the dive forward and the body blocks, trees picked up, and from Sumail, they're going to be able to get the kill. They will lose GH,
Get a
but
trade.
Samael, he won't mind that. Gets the chance to be involved in some action. Also brings Malik down a decent amount.
Don't think that they expected that damage onto the Phoenix. I think GH was expecting to survive diving forward there, but low armor playing versus Shredder. It's actually a good skill put in there for Amaki. Just turns and pops that little Shredder onto him, down to negative armor. What's top lane doing? Dark Lord's chilling. Cogs,
he's
playing with the
free
Clockwork.
fight.
Yeah. That's always what it is. You know, Clockwork's still probably the most broken hero ever. I don't know. This still needs to be visited. Nerfed somehow extra because just not enough these changes.
Yeah, it does seem like as long as the clock player knows what they're doing, anytime there's a clock pick, kind of secures the lane for the carry.
Yep.
Doesn't
If
really
the clock player
matter
doesn't know what he's doing,
Yep.
they look horrible. Like, trust me,
Like
the
this,
difference
yeah.
between a good Clockwork and a bad Clockwork is pretty tremendous.
Yeah, well, you could just straight up tell pretty quickly if the clock player doesn't know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
And as we're seeing, Ike, he certainly does know what he's doing. Secured a very nice lane here for Dark Lord. Complete free farm on the Terrorblade on these first few waves.
And that's before even level 3, right? Being able to do that in the first 2 levels is pretty important on the clock. Once you've got the level 2, level 3 cogs, ends up being pretty problematic. And mid, yeah, we're just seeing the problems, really. Lornoff is crushing the matchup by his raindrop, can endure versus the harassment. Copy should start to reestablish himself a bit here, but
Sure.
yeah, Lornoff is owning this matchup.
Yeah, he really is. And as I say, when it comes to the Lina, there are going to be questions of how well the Lina is going to fare in the rest of the game. In all of these scenarios where there are heroes that can get on top of the Lina. Or at least
And
if
what
they
do you
do, the Lina's not going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah. And what do you buy in terms of, yeah, the answers versus Tiny and these tanky bruising heroes as well versus saves as well, too, can be problematic. Escape back if you are going for Spellcaster. But I just don't know. I don't know. I'm really curious because, like I said, I've seen it a couple times in the pubs, at least in some of the higher ones, but it's been mostly Spellcaster. But this game, Spellcaster looks kind of bad. Gotta be honest.
I mean, do you just rush naked bots still?
That's what I've seen, at least from the people that have played it. So I don't know what else you can do.
I think, I think
you're very
he
fragile
has
if
to.
that's the case.
Yeah, and it's not, both of the cores on the side lane, right? It's an Underlord and a Tiny. These both have decent amounts of HP, so they're not easy kind of TP in and Laguna targets.
And they're both gap closers, right? You can either Rift right on top, or you can just go Blink Dagger early, which I assume is going to be the case for Sumail this game rather than Silver Edge. Since he's playing versus Terrorblade and Lina. You just want to go Blink and close the gap on them and burst, so... Now this is you pick Lina to win the lane, and she's not. She's getting destroyed. She's jungling.
I think it's going to be
this
hard.
is a bit pretty. That's going to be a problem for them. But the fact that their Terrorblade is having a really good time, that's one big thing.
Bottom.
To see how
They
they
get the
look
kill.
to bottom.
GH gets caught in kind of a full barrage of little Shredder in the combo.
And let's see what Nigma wants to do, though, because like we said, they still want to dictate pace, right? They can't just
gotta play
okay, guys,
fast.
we won the mid lane. They got to play fast. So I'm looking at Omar. They're already making moves. They're like, okay, Devi, you're going to probably be sacrificed top here. We're going to look to really shut down this Lina. I see Omar is setting up to at least look for some wards to place down, to at least scout things out as Devi.
He's
able
doing
to
alright.
walk away as well.
Yeah. Pretty much out of mana. But yeah, they don't have enough to lock him down and finish him.
So he's committed, by the way. He's going Kaya. So like I was expecting a Spellcaster build, but I didn't expect first item Kaya from the Lina.
Well, I imagine he's probably doing this because he didn't have like a super easy lane. I think if he was having an easy lane, he would get bots first.
Yeah,
but he's not.
Inventory looks really weird. Bottom.
Bottom lane Samael. He's got the one charge. He does still have the Fairy Fire. He's not getting any help. Nobody's TPing in for him.
Still alive.
He actually's going to live in the tower hits. They nearly get Malik. Malik's got the one charges. In the mid, Lornoff will drop the Viper Strike on a Copy. Copy's in trouble. Omar turns up. As he'll turn with the Laguna, but Copy's dead. TP's come in. They trap Lornoff for now in the cogs. They have the cookie forward. They will get the trade, taking down Lornoff. At the same time, down bottom, they do get Malik, though. So GH, after dying lane, comes back to the lane. Him and Samael are able to get some revenge and kill off the Beastmaster. So action on both of the lanes.
Huge.
A trade in the mid.
Massive for GH, though. He kills him solo, technically. So he gets full solo XP and full solo gold. He's level 5 on this Phoenix now after that kill, so pretty massive. I try to close the gap. Battery Salt skilled. Very rare to see this. Usually we do see them skip it.
GH is going to be fine. I mean, they might even be able to bait Ike and try and go for a kill, because Samael and Omar are coming back in And indeed, the bait's a success. GH is perfectly fine hiding in the trees. Malik also steps up for this one. He's going to take a bit of damage on the way out. They can't quite find the kills down there, Rune Eaters. Enigma Galaxy perfectly fine.
And both their supports very good versus the Beastmaster, as we see. He pops a boar down. It just gets daggered instantly, gets Fire Spirit. It dies literally the second that he does pull out that, what is it called, Razorback? I never remember what the name of these are called anymore. Good plays there coming out from Nigma to ensure Sumail's farm. He's looking pretty solid. So across the board here, looking good for them. But seeing Dark Lord have a good time. He is getting
Dark Lord's farm's good. And even with the death, you know, Malik, he's also farming very nicely. So the two side lane cores are in a very fine position. And as we say, a Terrorblade, you know, Dark Lord, he can carry this game.
Oh,
he absolutely can. So, Enigma Galaxy pressures on to keep these moves flowing.
And I do have to say,
haste, might see if he gets a little cheeky chance to find Copy.
You know, it's been a bit since I've, you know, me and you have gotten a cast. Well, we might actually find Copy here.
He's going to find him. It's a quick TP. So nothing to stop it, but at least will be quite annoying for Copy. And anyway, folks, you're saying we got to cast?
Oh, no, so a bunch of times that, you know, me and you have done it, cast for Enigma.
Yep.
I've been the curse for them. You know, they've been kind of on their comeback sometimes, and I just curse them a lot, so I'm hoping that this doesn't happen for them in this run. Because right now, looking pretty solid in this opener.
It's a solid start. I just wonder if it's good enough. I'm telling you, I feel like Dark Lord, he's telling the boys on Rooney, he's like, guys, I got this. I got this. I'm going to be able to carry whatever happens in this game. I think this Terrorblade's pretty confident with the start that
it looks like a good. It does look like a pretty good TB game if he gets to that point.
He can 1v5.
If it gets to plus 35 minutes, I'm definitely worried for Nigma.
Once he kind of hits the point where he's got like Skadi and BKB, it's a tough game to defeat the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But that's a long way away. So, you know, Enigma Galaxy, they've still got a lot of time to make sure the game does not get to that point.
I'm curious. Lornoff, I imagine he's just going to go, Mage Slayer build? If he's going to play with just this Lina, and they're going to look the front line around him. He just has a casual ring of health right now, so it doesn't say anything. But likely he does do that route.
Yeah, that's pretty much the best bet, I think, here.
Yep.
I have seen some of these core Vipers rush Lotus. And that's it is a good Lotus game.
It is a very good Lotus game.
So, yeah, some of these Vipers have been doing that. Sumail is actually still alive. The Kiss is still quite good. Okay, Dark Lord turns up, finishes him off. GH has to dive away. Omar's going to get caught. Nice move from Dark Lord coming in through the Twin Gate to join the action, ensure that they bring down Sumail. They're trying to give him the kill on Omar as well. Okay, Eki ends up just taking it with the Scatter Blast. But Dark Lord comes in, gets involved in the action, and can put some pressure onto the Tier 1 tower.
And that is not the way that Nigma wants to really play. I think they want to be the ones, like we said, the dictators of the pace. If it's Dark Lord, the one coming to their safe lane and killing their Tiny.
They want it, they want it the other way around, right? Yeah, you say they wanted to try and enable Sumail, get him trying to make a gank onto the Terrorblade.
Divide comes down.
Well, they should get Malik. Dark Lord, he's going to get the sort of the info to get out of there, but all right, a little bit of a cleanup in return for Enigma Galaxy. And they do keep the tower alive. It's very low, but we'll manage to protect it.
Okay, never mind. Didn't get caught in the cogs mid. Oof. Almost ends up killing Copy there. The whip just a split second too late. Looks like they will be able to put emphasis onto this mid tower here with Lornoff. So they're looking to accelerate, right? Looking to play fast. But yeah, heads up move. And Dark Lord, he's the one who got that kill on the Tiny, so did get that last tap like you were mentioning.
Might be too much. Maybe they can't defeat the Dark Lord, Enigma Galaxy. Could be the issue for them this game.
Omar.
Looking pretty dead. Very dead. Ooh, no, Cog's up. They got him trapped. So back on the map, Malik and Ike.
I really like that Ike put the point in Battery Assault too. I really don't like a lot of the games when they skip it. I think Battery Assault has too many functions versus some of these supports. It's really annoying. Playing Ringmaster, playing Phoenix, just literal animation cancels is super obnoxious. So. Eki?
They really want him. Sumail nearly got him solo.
Oh, we got him.
GH diving forward, and those Fire Spirits should do it.
Nice connection there from GH. Predicted the cookie. Got him on with the Fire Spirit right beforehand. How's Divide? Okay, so he is just going to go Ags route. Kind of figured this would be the case. I think we're seeing a lot less of the first aura items coming out from these offlaners. Like, even Crimsons get delayed. Pipe is just an unpurchased item in most games, so...
Okay.
Gonna be a quick one from him.
Do you think even in this game,
either?
is it like even in this game, like you think Pipe will just get totally skipped by Enigma Galaxy?
I mean, maybe the Phoenix gets it or something like that, but I don't think most core players are buying pipe lately. It's just not a thing.
Okay, fair enough. Even if you're trying to
GH.
play one of these earlier timings, you just, as you say, well, you go for one aura, and that aura is pretty much always going to be Crimson rather than pipe.
It just tends to be Crimson nowadays. Pipe's just expensive. Crimson ends up being more effective in most of these situations too. Sumail, Echo is finished. They're really trying to keep this bottom tower alive on the side of Enigma, and I don't blame them, right? Looking to keep themselves in this position so they can play the map. But at the moment, it is still Rune Eaters, at least with gold lead, and them just kind of playing in their lanes. Copy's getting just farm now. He's going for that Yashikaya build that we were mentioning. Dark Lord is getting just sit in his lane, so I think Rune Eaters are pretty happy with the state of the game.
I think they are. I mean,
to chill.
Because why do you think we're seeing this? You know, for Rune Eaters, they seem to be able to a few times now bring quite a few of them down to that bottom lane, and keep Sumail on his toes, make sure that Sumail's not too comfortable down there. Whereas on the other side of the map, I don't really feel like we've seen a lot of Enigma Galaxy group up and look towards Dark Lord, right? Like he's been very happy up here on the Terror Blade.
Maybe just not feeling like they have the ease of natural initiation with their lineup. Sure, Underlord can just port in, but the two supports have to kind of walk in to cast their spells, while the supports on the side of Rune Eaters, Clockwork can just hook shot himself in, Snap can use abilities from a distance as well too. So I think for them it's easier. And then just playing around the boar summons, right? You just have these summons to play around. It's probably just easier for them to pressure, at least at this early moment. But I don't want to see Enigma just sit back. Like, when they get this first timing of core items, when they get this like Ags, Underlord, Blink, Tiny, I want to see big go time from them. Right now, they are looking to make the move with the two supports. Perhaps looking to open up this mid tower. That could be a nice move for them.
So let's see if they can find anyone with this wraparound. Ike wouldn't really be the big catch, and might be a bit of an annoying catch.
He's tanky too. It
He's
takes
just going to see them
forever
first, and Omar's going to take quite a lot of damage, and Ike's ready to just try and go for the kill. The Sunrays coming in from GH will keep Omar safe. He'll turn with the ult. Ike, he's making his way out of it. Viper Strike will come down onto him, so the clock will fall. Copy turns with a burst, but the Supernova's there. Copy super low. Davai comes in through the gate, and will manage to punish Copy under his tower.
He walked into the ulti. He literally just walked into the ring ulti. That was really weird play from Copy. He just walked in and faced it, and just got sucked into it, and then GH is like, guys, look, another free kill. Makes the jump. This is what Enigma wanted.
Yeah, they're like, all right, that's our key to kind of get the ball rolling. Take this mid tower.
That's a pretty massive kill, to be honest. Copy, he was struggling still, but he was starting to make the recovery, turns up, literally kills himself. Honestly, he just walked in and got caught trying to save his buddy. So save your buddy syndrome. That is a pretty big death, as Lorinov now has the Mage Slayer. So they're starting to get that first core item. They're about to have all three of them finished up, and from there, that's when they can absolutely look to open up this map versus Rune Eaters. Malik is about to have Overlord finished, though, so Rune Eaters can absolutely fight back. It's just Copy's very fragile. 1,000 HP Lina. And most of the lineup does look like it'll be pretty fragile.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't think the game's going to get any easier for Lina. But I think that can also be fine for them when it comes to scaling, because there's a Beastmaster and a Terrorblade right there that are in a good place. These two are more than, strong enough to sort of take the lead, take the game on their shoulders, and Copy. He'll be there, but there's less pressure on him to sort of have as much impact as maybe needed when you have different sort of strat coming out from your side lane heroes.
Yeah, and also the overall thing for Lina too, since this hero's not really that fully explored right now, there are some really cool talents that I don't know if he's going to take them, but this 15 talent, I've seen some players taking it. It's absurd how tanky you get on Lina. You actually end up having like 80% magic resist. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Speaking of Copy though.
Well, he's not going to have it yet.
Just dead.
He is very, very dead. Same for Ike as Enigma Galaxy. They're stepping up the pressure. They're keeping the pressure up.
With it.
Getting into the faces of Rune Eaters. Yeah, Blink Dagger online for Sumail. It's just kind of go time for them. And just look to get as much as they can whilst the Dark Lord is focusing on his farm. They have to try and end the game before the Dark Lord reaches full power.
Absolutely. Sumail, Cookie off the mark from Eki, and now Eki getting surrounded.
Sumail's taking quite a bit of damage here. But indeed, with Divide coming through, it's a decent kisses, but... And the egg is going to try a little shredder it, but they can't deal with it.
Dead.
Dark Lord has turned up.
Dark Lord. 5v2.
All right, have they got any catch, though?
No.
Doesn't look like it. They can't really get anyone held down so Dark Lord can take them out. So Enigma Galaxy will manage to get the kills and get out.
Playing good with their timings. A hook shot does connect.
They are looking for Divide. They get a good
He's
cog
tanky.
set up. He is very tanky. This is a bit too much for the Dark Lord to deal with right now. Devi, he does actually end up ticking out. In fact,
The
the
Dark
Dark
Lord
Lord
gets
gets the
him.
last hit there with the illusions. But now they're coming for the Dark Lord. Dark Lord.
Uh-oh.
He's going to get tossed back. They've got him with the fear. He does have Sunder available. He's going to try for the TP. The Dark Lord's out.
What is-
No,
oh,
he
he's
dies
dead.
in the
He's
fountain.
Too much damage.
Oh, Enigma
Now
Galaxy.
the creep as well.
They get the
That's
kill.
a lot of gold. They just got an insane amount of gold. So they get what, 4 or 5 hero kills plus a creep, plus 2-3 creep waves. Absurd. Great plays from them on their timings, like we said we wanted to see them do.
we
Perfect
go.
fight. Sumail baits them. They get the portal in. Sometimes this can happen, you know, when you're not the most experienced teams at times too. You know, Rune Eaters, they tried to make this aggressive move with 2 heroes versus Sumail. They forgot. The Underlord comes in,
Yep.
the numbers come in. So that's always how Nigma can play to bring it in. And now 18, the supports are super high level off that too from Nigma. Phoenix
They
is
are,
almost
yeah.
12. Same thing for the Ringmaster. They're going to have their timings at a really good time now.
And he's going to try and get the pipe, GH. So that time is going to be super strong. We're kind of just playing all in on this early to mid game that Enigma Galaxy want to go for. And I feel like now the timing's on, because after that play, Dark Lord, he ain't going to be turning up to these sort of fights now. He's just going to be like, right, I'm going to hit the jungle, I'm getting my Skadi, BKB, then I'll consider turning up again. So now that the time is there, right? For Enigma Galaxy, it's like they want to end before this Terrorblade turns back up with these next 2 item pickups. Because if he gets the chance to AFK and get those 2 item pickups, the game's going to be tough.
Really good pacing though right now. Level 12 is going to be getting for these 2 supports. The blink, as we said, done for Sumail, can go back for Silver Edge and Copy. And now his recovery, it was starting to look okay, then back-to-back deaths, back to being slowed down a crazy amount. And yes, he is going this build with the Aghanim's, but again, wondering how much that's actually going to do versus this lineup. As you said, Dark Lord, he's got his work cut out for him. It's a game that he absolutely can carry since his beast is in a comfortable position, but I'm just wondering what Copy's going to be able to do. And he's gone on again.
Having him there with a cookie. The gates coming in towards the mid, but Copy already out.
actually
Ike, he's been left behind. There's the hook
okay.
shot out. Should be all right. So they get away from the move there. One thing I guess that's kind of, maybe a bit unfortunate for Enigma Galaxy's lineup, despite the fact that they want to play fast, is they don't really take Roche right. These heroes can't really go into the Roche pit. Or can they?
They can do it like sustained, right? They can do it with fire spirits, attack
but it's
speed,
going to be
slow, right? So
it's
not
going to
gonna
be
the absolute
slow and
fastest.
very obvious, right? And next thing you know, kisses are going to be coming in. Like Rune Eaters, they will contest the Roche, right? If they see Enigma Galaxy's heroes trying it.
Rune Eaters takes objectives quite a bit easier if they're set up for it. And speaking of being set up, they've got quite a bit now. They have Blink for Eki, Blink for Malik, GH actually gets to dive away.
It
Eki's
might
in.
happen with this Blink chase.
Deep.
They'll use the Raw. Just try and get rid of GH so he doesn't get the Supernova off. He actually still gets the
it off.
Supernova off. It won't matter, though. They can take it down very quickly. So if anything, just an extra
Sumail.
win for them there. Supernova on cooldown and a dead Phoenix.
They were thinking about jumping. I guess they didn't have the Underlord, so they decided not to. 20 seconds left on his ult. Because Sumail was debating on jumping into stun for that Supernova.
I mean, they want to fight, for sure, Enigma
They
Galaxy.
do not want to give up the Tormentor.
No. And they don't want to give up that kill for free.
No.
Can they find the Dark
Lord
Lord?
off. Malik.
Cookie. He's going to opt for the TP. Ooh, and
Heads
he's
up.
away. They didn't actually have anything in time to stop him. They'll get the toss
vision.
back onto Eki, but hidden behind the tree, he gets out with a nice TP.
Does mean that Enigma should be able to get themselves a Tormentor here, so they lose their Phoenix. They have to use ulti for it, but they end up being patient enough to force Raiders away.
But
Is
the
he gonna get
steal.
steal.
He's going to go for it. Ike. Oh, it's a little late. It's a little late. And now he's a little dead. But he went for it. Didn't get it.
Always go for
Tormentor
it. You
for
always
Enigma
go.
Galaxy and Shard for GH.
That's a pretty good shard to get this game, gotta say. Sure, the egg is killable, but he's very high level on this Phoenix this game, so this Sunray is going to be very impactful now. Like you said, going that pipe, so they will have this double aura to play around with the Crimson. And like I said, I feel like that second Aegis, or maybe even the first Aegis, might just be hitting the high ground if Enigma's able
I
to
think
set
so.
up for it.
If they can get everything in the fashion that they want to with this lineup, absolutely. Yeah, if they can get kind of Aegis, Shiva's on Devi, Pipe on GH. What next we talk? Okay, the BKB It's going to be the nice next timing for Lorinov, and same to be said for Samel. So kind of these BKBs on the cores, the auras, the Aegis, that's going to be the big go time. As I say, I'm still looking on track to kind of be that sweet spot that comes just before the 40-minute mark, where Enigma Galaxy is going to feel their strongest and look to just hit Rune Eaters as hard as they can.
He's getting burned down. So much percent base damage whenever there's an Underlord and Phoenix in the draft. And also hunting on another side here. Enigma's making multiple moves here. They have the Underlord ulti as well, too, to join in.
That's a nice effort. Won't catch anything by the looks of it. Of course, Rune Eater's not in this area right now.
But smart, at least, they're anticipating that the side
you got to go
is
for these kind of attempts.
So this is smart. Yeah. Like how they're trying to go for this hunting play. Because overall, Rune Eaters, you can see the way that they're playing the map, right? Look at the Beastmaster's playing. Look how the TB's playing. Right? They're trying to shove these lanes in, get as much information as possible so they can see when Nigma's hunting. Because they know that's the way Nigma has to play. Nigma does not want this game to get super slowed down by any means.
Samel,
he'll find
he's going to find himself a Snapfire. So won't quite end up being the carry that they were hoping for, but still something found with this move from Enigma Galaxy.
Can they go into the Roche pit with that kill? Maybe. Probably not. Maybe. We'll see.
It could be on their minds.
It's probably on their mind if they get
it's
a core
not
kill.
fast. It's just very slow. But as you say, it is pretty safe. Like, they're not going to fall low. It just takes a fair bit of time.
Because it's going to shift to bottom side. That's the only reason why I'm saying that. It becomes quite a bit harder for them to do it on the bottom. DD might be able to dictate them going for it.
If they want to, yeah, DD and Roche. Yeah.
I would think so, because when it shifts to bottom,
this is the best opportunity you get. Yeah,
exactly. Like if you're on Dire side and it shifts down, you're happy as Dire. So it should die decently fast versus the percent damage in the DD now. Let's see, can he get the steal this time? Wasn't able to get the Tormentor. Can he get the Roche? It's dying pretty quick.
This amplified damage
4 heroes
making the difference. There we go. They get the Aegis on Lorinov. Well, Samel, he's looking for big plays top. He's able to set up on the two of them from the Invis, and he'll make sure they get the both of them. With the backup coming in through the gate, very nicely done by Samel. They're hunting them down, something they were just not expecting, with the fact that I think they just assumed that Enigma Galaxy were elsewhere achieving an objective such as the Roche. But yeah, Samel, he was already out on the hunt.
This will be a pretty crazy game if Rune Eaters is able to recover. I know the Beast and TB are still so farmed, but this Lina is just food, Owen. Like actually food at this point, and the supports are going to soon overtake. So
it feels like one of those experiments gone wrong, right? It's like they tried something like, hey, back in the day, Lina versus Viper, it's going to be great. Hey, you know what? It wasn't great. They're probably not going to pick it against Viper again.
No. And now Lorinov, he does have that shard. So like we were saying, the timings, they're going to look to just really accelerate things, shut things down, don't let the TB hit to these points. Rune Eaters trying their best to hold on to this tower here.
Okay, there's the first sort of item ticked off. So Skadi's done for Dark Lord. But as I said, I think really for the big chance to come back, he needs that item after the Skadi. I mean, can he afford to kind of go for the big stat item, go for the butterfly, or do you think it does need to be the BKB if he wants to stand a chance of turning this game around?
That's the same thing I'm kind of debating. I feel like he might
Can
have
you skip
to go
BKB here?
But
I think you can't.
I think he can't skip it this game. I really don't. There's this lineup.
He's got to go Skadi BKB. Yeah, Skadi BKB. If he gets this BKB online, as I said, that's when there's going to be a little concern for Enigma Galaxy. They ideally they want to get honestly, they probably want to get 2 racks before they see this Terrorblade get his hands on his BKB.
Honestly though, like even with the BKB on and the Skadi,
you don't believe in the Dark Lord.
I'm starting to lose quite a bit of faith just because of how poor the Lina is. Just that there's no recovery for copy. They don't have a third core hero. So it's like, yeah, he's got to do a lot of damage as a Terrorblade versus double auras and heal. That's the worry. The sustain that comes in also from Enigma Galaxy is that all this lead is building up with this pipe now with the Crimson. It's going to block a lot. Like they're going to block a significant amount of damage that Rune Eaters has, and then it's just the TB. So let's see.
Lorinov.
Mid lane.
Oh. He's
got Aegis.
tanking this. He's got the Aegis. Backup's coming behind
They're on top
him.
of Dark Lord.
So it's looking like it was a bit of a bait. Let's see if the bait works out successfully. Kisses are coming in from the side. Or is it keeping them safe for now? Little Shredder on the egg. They're going to be able to kill it. They'll bring the egg down, but they've lost 3 heroes. Likely more as Malik. BKB comes to an end. 4 of them dead. The Dark Lord left on his own, surrounded by Enigma Galaxy. A buybacks come in here from the snap to try and save the Dark Lord, but the Dark Lord's brought down by Enigma Galaxy. I mean, it works out. You know, Lorinov just walking down the mid saying, go on me. I've got the Aegis, go on me. And you know what they do? They go on him. And the bait works out amazing here for Enigma Galaxy.
That's how you use. This looks like a Paravision strategy that I've seen so much in the past, where they're just like, okay, guys, it's end the game time, essentially. They run down the lane, they force the fight. Rune Eater's starting to get things together, but then the fight just gets right on top of him and copy again. He just dies instantly. I swear this Lina is just unable to
I didn't even see him in the fight. He was dead
I
that
didn't
quickly.
either.
Yeah, it's not an easy life for the Lina. Oh, he's gone for the solo play. Well, he's dead. Yeah, back on the replay as we see. Took them a bit of time to date down the egg. Sure, they do get it, but the damage, of course, already been done there by Enigma Galaxy. Back in action. That's not a replay. That's real time. That's copy dead again.
It looks like they've done it, Owen. 13,000, 14K
They're hitting the timing.
28 minutes. They are hitting the timings. They've lost games before with these type of leads at 28 minutes. With this one, they've got
this is looking good
now.
Yeah.
This is looking fantastic.
So far, so good in terms of what Nigma's been pushing for. They haven't over-pushed it. They haven't slipped up. You know, they really knew what their timings and their strengths were going to be this game. Taking out the mid-melee racks, making very good use there with that Roche, with that Aegis, you know, essentially securing them this team wipe. And yeah, Shiva's Guard online for Divide. Yeah, they absolutely, they've got every tool now to end the game. So you're going to see them knocking on the doorsteps of Rune Eaters again very, very shortly, I would imagine.
Yeah, Rune Eaters overall now, it's, guys, we have to try to get lane control in a way, but also we have difficulties getting outside because this Underlord now constantly is going to port on top of us, so it's very difficult for them to try to get this next item like you were mentioning, the next one that the TB really needs. They can just go from tower to tower. Enigma does not have to split up.
Samael's in. A lovely setup again. Very nicely done here from Samael. Absolutely fitting into the carry position perfectly on this Tiny, right? This is something that already, you know, teams are going to have to consider. As I say, when it comes to Samael playing for the carry position, you've got to be prepared for him to pick these sort of active carry heroes, because that's what he loves to do, and he's doing it great here. 8-1 and 13. Perfect performance from Samael coming in as the carry.
And some nice bait plays, really. The bottom play in particular, when they got the triple item timings, was the big one. Another port forward. Eki.
Yeah, he's dead.
Rune Eaters is feeling... they're feeling desperate to try to get out to find some farm, but yeah, the problem is at their base already. The final Rex.
Yeah, it's...
Omar having some fun in the base.
But we'll be interested, obviously, if this does continue. Game 2. Because you got to imagine, right, if that mid situation was different and Copy was actually having a game on a mid hero, then this game would look, it would definitely look losable, right, for Enigma Galaxy. If this Lina situation wasn't going on in the mid. Yeah.
He's not a hero.
If they had a hero here in the mid, then this TB and Beast, you know, with the scaling that they've had so far, you know, it would look kind of tough for Enigma Galaxy. But Enigma Galaxy, in this position, with these timings, they are very much looking like they're just one step away from being able to shut this game down.
Yeah, like you said, this Lina, multiple different things. Experiment that went wrong, but then also him dying at level 2. Another, like that just can't happen when you pick a lane to at least trade / win. End up losing the lane miserably, and now he's just not a hero the whole game. I don't have damage numbers like I was saying, but I imagine he's sub 10k. Because he's just unable to walk up, and every time he does, he just gets tossed back.
He probably tanked a lot of damage.
Sure. Maybe. I mean, he's not that tanky, though.
Well, that's true. But he has died, you know, 8 times.
Yeah.
He's definitely been getting hit quite a bit.
Wilson overall for Enigma.
One thing for sure, the Dark Lord's not going to be happy.
So. No, the Dark Lord, he only has the 2 deaths. He showed up. He did get the early kill on the Tiny, but yeah, the mid lane just was non-existent. Truly.
Well, let's see. They're going to go for a smoke Rune Eaters.
They do
have the BKB. So this is that timing. But again, pretty much, yeah, what we sort of saw coming, right? It was like, if they get the 2 racks before BKB Skadi TB's online, they're going to be happy. And that's exactly what Enigma Galaxy's got, right? They've already got 2 sets of racks. Sure, BKB Skadi TB's online, but Enigma Galaxy have hit all the timings.
And they're massive now at this point. They have +2 items on top, so it's like a 5,000 HP Tiny, 5,000 HP Underlord, 4,000 HP Viper. So to go through this now as a Terrorblade has gotten dramatically harder. They have Butterflies, Crimsons, etc. You're not, you're just not going to do the damage. You need like 40 seconds of auto attacking on this TB. Somehow have to go for this perfect type of execution, and they first have to catch the back line. So can't let the Phoenix get spells off first. But these tanky front lines are a big problem for the
Malik. He's going to get caught. Ends up walking down in the river. Samael straight on top of him. They'll try and get him away with the cookie. And he's actually still alive. Lorinoff will dive forward to kill him off. They're going to turn, look to try and burst through Divide. But Divide, of course, incredibly tanky. The Dark Lord, he's getting burnt down. He'll get the Sunder off back up to full HP. But just does not have the damage to kill these heroes. Oh, actually, maybe it does with Malik coming back in with the Roar. No, it doesn't matter. The box comes out. And it's over. The Dark Lord's had enough. He can't carry this. GG is called. Nigma Galaxy take game 1. And they do it well, right, Fog? This is very nicely played by Nigma Galaxy. Absolutely knew their strengths. And you can tell already that the strategies that they have when it comes to how they want to play the game with Samael, getting to still be Samael when he's playing carry, it happened exactly here, right? 9-1 and 15 on the Tiny. That's what you want to see from Samael and the boys.
100%. And I think this Underlord pick also ends up being the perfect pick, too, because like we were mentioning, versus Terrorblade, there's like 3 big heroes. It's Timbersaw, Darkseer, and Underlord. And then you have an Underlord versus a Lina, the turret hero also that hates getting ported on. So I feel like I've seen this a couple times that ends up being a case where it's like a sniper versus an Underlord also, where the game is just very difficult, especially if the lane isn't great. And the lane was just not good versus the Lina.
Oh, no. And don't look at the Lina hero damage, Fogged.
I don't want... It's bad, isn't it?
It's real bad. That is... I said, Copy ain't going to want to play Lina again. Which,
6,000?
Yeah, that's not a lot. Nearly half of that of the lowest damage dealing here on Nigma Galaxy. So the Lina won't be coming back. It was an experiment. They were like, let's try something. We know this fight is going to be mid. Let's try and big brain it, bring back one of those old counters. Did not work out. Was not a counter. We won't see more Lina. So we'll get to see, Copy do something different in game 2. And we know he can do good stuff as well. So, I think he would definitely be said as well that the Lina pick kind of ended up holding him back quite a bit in this game 1. Nigma Galaxy, I wonder after this game what they're going to continue to prioritize. And if you are Rune Eaters, do you kind of say, well, okay, Tiny, that's got to be kind of a bit further up the chopping block. We don't want to let Samael get his hands on that because it seems kind of perfect for the style of carry he wants to play.
Yeah, I think step 1 that, but also just have Copy a hero that, an actual mid hero and something they can, I don't know. It's just they had no mid.
No. There we can see the final stats. All 3 of Nigma Galaxy's cores only dying the once each. Samael, Lorinoff, and Divide. Very, very good stuff from Nigma Galaxy in this game. Able to run over Rune Eaters. And yeah, as I said, the mid situation is going to be switched up next game. So very likely to see at least a more balanced outcome from that. And we have to give it to him. Samael coming in here, showing what he can do in the carry position. And absolutely crushed it. And bearing in mind as well, with a lot of pressure being put onto him in those early stages, right? There are a lot of Rune Eaters heroes down there trying to slow down this Tiny. But honestly, for the most part, he pretty much did keep on par with the farm of Dark Lord's Terrorblade in those early to mid sections, despite the fact that he was having a lot more pressure put onto him than Dark Lord was being put onto him. So very well held together performance there by Samael on the carry. And one, as I say, that I think is going to likely lead to him not getting the Tiny next game. But I think that's fun for the viewers because it's going to be fun to see what other carry heroes like this. Are there any that kind of quickly come to mind that you're like, okay, Samael crushing it on the Tiny-esque heroes. Who else is kind of there similar in that same ballpark as Tiny right now?
Not that many, to be honest.
It's actually not a lot.
I kind of want to see him just play a lot of Tinies.
Yeah, so we'll be interested to see what kind of the backup is if he doesn't get his hands on the Tiny next game. Well, we can't wait for that. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, but we'll be back for game 2 to see if the Dark Lord gets his revenge against Nigma Galaxy.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, they move.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm Eddie Pixel with Fox. We're getting ready for Game 2 now between Rune Eaters and Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy coming in pretty hot in that Game 1. Game 2, Fogged, I'm really intrigued to see what goes on in the draft because we know there's going to be some huge change-ups, mainly in the mid situation, right? We are going to
Hope so.
see a completely different, at least attempt of outcome of events from Rune Eaters, as indeed Copy ended up having one of the rougher times I think we've seen from a mid situation in quite a while on that Lina. The Lina was that Lina ain't coming back. It ain't coming back in this series. I don't think it's come back in any of the series. That's probably the last Lina
Not
we've
versus
seen.
Viper.
No, definitely not. That was
the more I saw it.
I mean, it's just not a counter, right? Yeah,
exactly.
But they obviously felt it was right because that's the only reason. I'd hope at least there was definitely no other reason I think they wanted to pick Alina that game other than they did think that it would still be able to counter the Viper, and it didn't. It didn't. It kind
the more I watched
it drew the lane. You know, if the Lina didn't die in the lane, I think Copy would have been able to draw the lane right. But he did die in lane, and then it got real bad.
Yeah, the more I watched it though, like even PTP was like messaging me, and I'm like, I didn't even like think about it too. It's just like the burn, it keeps reapplying corrosive onto you. So it's actually it might be just worse matchup than in the past. Honestly.
Oh, I think it's definitely worse than in the past for sure.
But like I meant like in terms of like being able to just go for like building like right click style build also too. It feels like the hero's not as good at that anymore. So that's where it's really curious to see for me because I've only seen the hero as built as spellcaster beside Malrine nowadays in the high pubs. So yeah, whatever. You know what? I think for this one, remove it from your memory copy. Let's get back and play some regular Dota. So
yeah, let's have a look and let's see. As I say, if Rune Eaters do target any of the picks that we did just have come through from Nigma Galaxy, because I would imagine they, will be feeling very happy with just running some L on the Tiny again. You know, they clearly found something that works very well for him. There's not really many reasons why you don't feel good picking a Tiny, even earlier in the draft. So we'll see if they get the chance to do that again, or if Rune Eaters want to take that away.
And didn't get to mention it too much because the game was, like Nigma was just kind of crushing them. But the Ringmaster overall was pretty decent. So I did like the 2 support combo that we did see from them. Would like to see it more. I'm a Ringmaster fan. I want to see it. So right now we're seeing Coddle's not banned. Just kidding. It's gone. So same bans as we saw last time. See if there's any switch up. For Nigma, they kind of got everything they wanted in this game, right? They got 2% damage support. They got a tiny pick. Banned percent damage off lantern, the Timber Saw. They kind of covered all their bases as well. Really fortunate.
Let's have a look. First pick here for Nigma Galaxy. Last time round, they went for the Phoenix and the Ring. Again, they'll open with the Phoenix. Rune Eaters, last time they did have some of those picks that should have been good against the Phoenix, but honestly, even when they did have those, it didn't really matter too much. So I think there was a couple of times where they killed the egg, but it never really mattered. So if they still want to get something like the Snap again, they'll actually open this time with the Nature's Prophet. Carry that has been pretty popular right now. I think pretty exclusively carry, right, Fogged? Some teams playing this support, or is that very rare?
Am I fixed? Am I back? Am I good? Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I think it's been mostly exclusively played as carry. I think it's gotten flexed just because it's gotten like counterpicked. But I want to say this has been mostly been picked as carry. I've seen it be forced as carry though into some situations where there's just too much gap closing and too many heroes that are good versus it. I think we just saw that example for Team Bald when they picked it and there was a storm in the pool.
Yeah. Right, because I think this is also Dark Lord saying, right, he's like, I can't go AFK and hit creeps. I got to be on someone that gets a bit involved because my team, they're struggling a little bit. He needs to be a little bit more active. And of course, as a Nature's Prophet, he's going to have that easier option to turn up and clean up in those slightly earlier fights.
Yeah, you're not cooldown reliant. TB is like, I have meta, I can join. I don't have meta, I'm not joining ever without meta. So yeah, I like Nature's Prophet right now a lot. I actually think this hero is kind of broken in the safe lane, but like I said, I think there are problems sometimes where you can force it too hard, and if it does get counterpicked and you don't move it, problems can arise. But yeah, after watching Watson playing it, it looked actually broken straight up. You just get a free relic from these treants. They're tree walking, so they kick the crap out of supports in lane, especially something like Phoenix, which can be low armor a lot of times. So this hero does seem insanely strong right now.
Rune Eaters now Do they want to ban the Tiny?
That is the question. If you're playing NP, I think probably.
I think you do indeed. You are a carry that does not want to get blinked on by a Tiny. And also just hunted down, right? We saw Sumail play very nicely with the Invis, just getting those setups, you know, finding two heroes together for these kind of toss into avalanche plays that completely destroyed Rune Eaters in the last
Like
few
if you're not
moments.
playing, right? Because you're not planning to play it, so it's like, why not,
No.
right? I guess if you're fearing other things that much more, perhaps, but I guess we'll see. Nigma might get to run back a couple of their heroes here.
Oh,
if
they
they
might. They might. Because it's what you say as well. It's like if you ban the Tiny, there's not really another hero that's that similar to the Tiny. So Sumail is going to be forced to play a slightly different style. Sure, he might still get something aggressive, but nothing that quite is a Tiny. So I feel like, yeah, you've seen him absolutely dominate on that hero. You want to try and force him to do something a bit different and see if that ends up kind of weakening his impact.
It's a hard hero to pressure in lane still too. I mean, teams have gotten better at pressuring the Tiny as times have gone on, but it a lot of times just ends up having a good lane. It's good versus a lot of the
Because they tried
like
to
the
pressure him
summons.
last game.
Yeah, they ban it.
Yeah, they
Okay.
banned it. This is. I feel like I honestly was a little surprised. But did they end up going to reserve time on that one? I think they did a bit, right?
They did. Yep.
But yeah, I think this was a bit of a no-brainer. Just don't let Sumail get the Tiny. Force him to play something different.
I think it's with the Phoenix also is the problem. Like Tiny is a
It's
strong
very
hero,
good.
but you throw Phoenix, the heals, the max percent, like all these things in together, an Avalanche that covers. I think these two heroes probably together are just too strong as for certain teams. Because we saw like even right with Kaori and Nightfall, like these two would pick it like every single game too. It does seem super strong. So Rune Eaters, they'll do the hoodwink. Okay, combo plays, good stun, just strong basic hero. Partners well with Nature's Prophet at all stages.
Yep. Can set up things easily for him to TP into. And
Still a
Nick
big fan of this hero.
Galaxy-
10 seconds.
Yeah, it still feels, fine to play, and one of those that every support's pretty much happy to pick up.
Not that many ranged supports that people are liking to play. I'm running into the same issue myself of what to pick. I've
kind of what this Bane- And who else am I
Limited.
thinking?
I mean, it was Rubik for some time, but he kind of has gone. Bane's a 5
Sure.
position, and so from 4 roll, it's limited. It's like Wind Rangers,
That's true, yeah,
the
from 4.
Snapfire sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely harder to find a lot of these ranged 4s.
And do Enigma Galaxy want to go with the ring again? No, they'll actually pick up a Timber.
They'll move the
early.
Timber.
All right, and they'll be quick with this Timber, and they'll get themselves the Lion.
Very cool. I like the way they're changing the draft style based off what they're playing against too, right? They see this Bushwhack, they see this Nature's Prophet. They're like, okay, well, Timber looks fantastic here just for this reasoning.
Oh, it does look
It's gonna
pretty
be able
great,
to
you're
escape
right.
every time, get on
And
top
you
of them,
just-
and they have
you-
burst.
You cannot bully a Timber out of a lane as a Nature's Prophet carry, right? Like, Timber does not care about this kind of low damage right click in the laning stage at all.
No, and even though it's like Hoodwink, yes, you have Break, and you have some good burst
Yeah,
damage.
shut down
That's
the
not
line.
the way it functions versus Timber. Yeah, later Timber has great answers.
So yeah, that Timber pick feels pretty hot. I
It
mean,
does. It looks good.
to the point where do you do something crazy and indeed move the Nature's Prophet off the position 1 and get something else? Or you think you're still okay to play the carry Nature's Prophet into a Timber lane?
Guess what? We'll see what their choice is. It's up to the Dark Lord himself if he's gonna give up his Nature's Prophet to a pesky little support.
Yeah.
20 seconds. They are going to go through a lot of time here, so they have to make their decision pretty quickly here.
All right, still leaving it open. Flexibility
Still
here.
open.
Could be mid.
The
Could
triple
be carry,
range
could be
already.
support.
Triple range is a bit, because now this could just be the 2 supports plus the safe lane, and then it's like, okay, your mid laners might have to be a melee, so things could get a little weird. with how
They've
they
got to have some front
things
line
set
here.
up.
Somebody's got to go in.
Yeah.
Team pick.
And it's not this hero.
So they're gonna have
4
a single
range.
melee hero. 4 range is usually a bit of a concern,
Storm.
and that's an instant snap. That's an instant storm pick too. So close. That's what I was
Yeah,
mentioning.
they
The
were-
Nature's Prophet pick sometimes. If you do this too early,
I think you're
going
going
to
to move.
Storm.
I don't
Yeah, I
think you want
gotta
to play
move
this
it.
carry. Dark
think you
Lord,
move
you don't want
this.
to play this. The Dark Lord, he's saying, no, I do not want to play
How many
Nature's
times-
Prophet in this game.
I think I've seen this happen too much, but this is
gotta-
the problem with when you
but
you
then-
don't have enough bans, right? You first pick
No.
Nature's Prophet, and I was mentioning the worry about first pick Nature's Prophet is if Storm's left in the pool, and they literally actually get the Storm. So
And actually, I mean, can you really do that? Can you really just run this lineup with Snap off lane, Wind Ranger mid, and get something else for Dark Lord. Or maybe actually Wind Ranger is taken to the carry.
Carry mid. Carry Wind Ranger, I'm sorry.
Carry Wind Ranger, Snap mid, Prophet, Hoodwink, supports.
This looks awkward already. They have nothing to rally around.
It does.
They have no one hero that it's like, okay, this is the guy that's going to start fights. This is the guy that's going to give us info. Right now they have a bunch of follow-up heroes. They don't have a guy that's like, all right, I'm making this play happen. I've got Kisses in the back line. I have Sharpshooter in the back. I've got Wind Ranger and NPT peeing in.
10 seconds remaining.
While Nigma's is just very clear and concise. Theirs just looks well-rounded. It looks strong.
5 seconds.
And they didn't ban Drow, right? Drow's still in for Samael if he wants. Do you like Drow here? I feel like Drow's nice.
He's got some options.
I feel like Samael could kind of vibe with the Drow. Or, I tell you, if he wants to be really cool, you know what the really cool pick is for Nigma Galaxy? Which I feel like would have been banger back in the day, and maybe some teams would consider it banger now. Doesn't this look like a beautiful Spectre game?
I honestly was debating it, but when I saw the Storm pick for
doesn't it look like a
Five seconds.
it just
then there's no way it's an NP carry. Then it's like, okay,
yeah, exactly. You cannot play him. But then maybe you try and you know what I mean? I feel like they banned this route. Like, if you want to be cool, just
though. I would be.
Is
hyped.
it not?
It would be hyped.
Yeah, but Samael, he's old school. He doesn't. He's not been playing carry. This is a new thing for him. So he's going to be like Spectre.
If there wasn't the Hoodwink, dude, it's just such a bad hero versus Hoodwink.
You go for the old school. You either go Spectre or Faceless Void in this situation.
I'm cool with Void.
Remaining.
I'm pretty cool with Void. Void
I feel like
actually
both of those are just a free win.
Their lineup looks pretty good right now. Rune Eaters looks a bit like quite volatile. Like no one really to set up the plays. This is kind of like a all-in to win the lanes, and with the matchups they're up against, it's definitely not like some type of clear, concise. We're gonna win the lanes.
Oh, dude, am I imagining this, or does Samael play a good Morphling?
That hero is very difficult to fit into games right now.
Okay.
Period.
Because I think that's another one that looks pretty nice here.
Oh, that also.
He goes with a Necro. Okay.
That's a lot of sustain in this draft now.
Yeah?
You have a Timber,
You
Necro,
like this?
and Phoenix sustain.
Okay.
It can be It can be a bit vulnerable versus like the Snap Kisses early on, but I think they're looking for something that's just going to absorb. And
Select your hero.
I'm
I'm
not.
their last option.
I'm not sold by Rune Eater's lineup. It looks hard to play, Fogged, I gotta say.
It looks very difficult.
It is at least, it's not. It's not a Carry Nature's Prophet. Indeed, they have to not. You can't play Carry Nature's Prophet against this. So yeah, Dark Lord's gonna get the Wind Ranger. It's gonna be Support Nature's Prophet. But I gotta say, I do like Nigma Galaxy's draft. It looks pretty good here.
It kind of ticks all the boxes in terms of like early game fighting, which is what at least I want to see Nigma doing in most of their games, is dominating early mid game. This looks like another early mid game one. Rune Eaters, they're gonna have to do something tricky in these lanes. They're gonna do something fancy because I'm definitely having difficulty seeing how it all comes together. So for me, it's all around copy. Like actually everything. If he starts having a difficult time, the whole lineup falls apart.
He's got to be running around the map. Get some early Vessel, punishing this Necrophos.
Yeah,
not losing the mid to Loren off on the Storm. This is kind of the redemption game for him. He had a rough one in game one. This could be the one, and it needs to be the one, where he does indeed take the lead, takes over the early game, and gives them a solid shot. Because it feels like Rune Eaters, they very much have a lineup that if it falls apart early, there is no kind of comeback. You don't have kind of these Beastmasters or these Terrorblades. It's like if this collapses, Nigma Galaxy, they'll walk over you way quicker than they did in game one. And even if they don't, it's not necessarily an easy game for you if you're Rune Eaters, because Nigma Galaxy, this lineup can also scale. You've got the Storm and the Necrophos. They don't mind kind of playing it a bit slower, a bit safer. It feels like, even after the game one win, Nigma Galaxy, they've set this game up to be even easier with a very well-rounded draft, while it feels like Rune Eaters, they've gone for something very risky here and that feels very vulnerable. Let's have a look here. Getting into game two, ladies and gentlemen. See if Rune Eaters can bring it back. One thing, of course, that will change, as we say, two things. The mid should be a better situation for Copy. I don't think it's going to be necessarily easy, but it shouldn't be another one of the Lena Viper situations as we saw from him in game one. And Dark Lord on the Wind Ranger carry he'll be able to be more active. He's going to have more options rather than having to kind of be this Terrorblade where he has to resolve to just working around the Metamorphosis timing and hitting the creeps. He can definitely get more active. But let's see. Let's see if they've got it in them, Rooneyters, to try and push this to a game 3, or if Enigma Galaxy has got this one in the bag. It will be, slightly, a rather different play style from Sumail, as opposed to what we saw from on the Tiny, of course. This time on Necrophos. Full AFK, kind of farming that Radiance to start the game off. And then once he gets that, then he's going to be obviously part of the team, putting the pressure on, but in a much less flashy manner than the Tiny. He's doing a lot of flashy moves on the Tiny. You don't really do flashy moves outside of the Radiance visibly burning on a Necrophos carry. So a different style here for Sumail. Bounty runes, we're actually going to see 3 of them go the way of Rune Eaters. I managed to find them to start things off, and they can actually do a lot of damage to Sumail here. Malik and Ike are bringing pretty low, but GH is in town with the Fire Spirits. And Blood Grenade actually thrown down onto Malik. We'll be able to run him out and trade a good bit of damage back to him. Sumail will turn up to the lane, though. Pretty beaten up, though, by that level 1 attempt from Rune Eaters. Let's see how this lane goes. Here with the Necro and the Phoenix. Should be good damage and good sustain. Can collapse early, though, against the first kind of levels of burst that this offlane duo from Rune Eaters will have. Mid lane, a lot of eyes on Copy. Had, of course, that rough situation last game where he gave up first blood to Lorinov. Things should be different on the Ember. I don't think they'll necessarily be easy against the Lorinov Storm in the matchup, but they should definitely be better than in the Lina versus Viper situation. And then, yeah, bottom lane. Devi. See how much pressure you can put onto Dark Lord. Dark Lord last time got complete free farm on the safe lane on his Terrorblade. And this time round, honestly, he's probably going to be pretty fine for the most part. The fact that they did get that nice switch up and move the Prophet onto position 5 here with Eki. So Dark Lord could get a bit of a safer carry to play here on the bottom lane. Already keeping both Devi and Omar very low in that matchup. You're back. You have returned for us, so welcome
I lost
back.
power for a second. Had a bit of a hiccup.
Uh-oh. Are you back in
Yeah, I
now?
don't know. Something exploded outside, to be honest. That was kind of
Oh.
scary. I don't know what the hell that was. So.
At least you're here.
At least we're here.
Hearing
Has
you loud and
anything,
clear.
how are the lanes looking? Because the lane setups,
Honestly,
I think leaders have a pretty decent setup for it.
It's looking nice, as I said, with this big switch up, not having the Nature's Prophet to carry. They're actually able to put some decent pressure onto bottom so far with the spam, the power shots and such from Dark Lord. Keeping both Enigma Galaxy pretty low on this bottom lane.
And mid lane, it's a skill matchup, right? So I always tell you I like the Storms. Some people like
the Storm,
Embers in the matchups. So see how that one ends up going down too. And top lane, right, Sumail, this is a lane that it's a lot of burst damage they do have on the side of Rune Eater. So if Sumail's not too careful, can get popped. It's very hard to pop these Necros. They usually end up not making the mistakes, even holding the skill point sometimes for the Ghost Shroud.
Yeah, because I think that was kind of my only concern maybe with the Necrophos pick, that it was, so the 2 areas I look at that it was picked into, right? It's picked into, well, basically these 2 in the lane, right? The Snapfire and the Hoodwink. If these guys don't have a bad game and they get to a good spot, these 2 alone offer up a lot of burst to punish the Necrophos at the points of the game where he is, has just got the Radiance right. If they're able to catch him before he gets that second item, he's going to be in trouble. Bottom lane, Omar. He's going to lose the trade here. Devi's going to see if he can get Eki in return. Eki.
Close.
He's going to be fine. And Devi, he might be in trouble. Blood Grenade's out. Devi, he'll get shot down by the Dark Lord.
Nice play.
Handling this safe lane very nicely. This has been good play so far from Dark Lord and Eki. Dealing with the Timber very nicely.
And already some quick move arounds here, too, from the lanes. Ike's setting up for mid, but Omar is already here in return. But here comes the NP.
Yeah, Eki turns up as well. They'll be able to get rid of the tree to stop the bushwhack, but still Lorinov gets caught out. Sprouts down. He's trapped. The supports from Enigma Galaxy come in, but won't manage to find anyone return. So fast moves from Rune Eaters.
Took him a little bit of a warm-up from the first game, but this one making the nice moves around in Eki. The swap to the NP support. Quickly looking quite nice here with this rotation. And bottom, like you said, Devi is getting slowed down too. So these movements, little change-ups that they've done, actually working in this laning phase so far here. Getting the stacks going for the snap as well too. Malik, overall, it's not going to be the full free farm Snapfire, but like you said, we'll have kill threat onto Sumail as the game expands on. Very cool stuff. Curious to see what Eki looks to build too. Since he has the Ember on his team, and Ember is very likely to go for that Vessel build, I guess he's just going to go for some other type of style build on the Nature's Prophet. I'm wondering what he does want to do.
Right.
He's trapped.
Yeah, nice
see.
Sprout. Yeah, it does allow him to get a couple more hits in.
Dire's bottom
Power shot off
Power
the
shot.
mark. Still, the device low. The next power shot might just get him, right? He does not have wand or anything, but looks like Dark Lord's not going to go for the shot. Device
He's got a wave.
will be fine.
He's got a wave to go back to. And yeah, I'm trying to think more about like this Necro pick, like you're mentioning, right? Because I was thinking similar when I saw this picked into that position. Maybe it just is like a comfort thing from Sumail too. Yes, they have a lot of sustain that builds around the draft, and maybe it's around this like mid-game kind of timing thing. But yeah, definitely curious about the pick. Because it's a super strong hero, as we know. But
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just very different, right, to the Tiny playstyle from the carry.
super different.
Yeah.
Very
Bottom lane
farmy.
Devi. I mean, he was getting
Again.
pretty greedy down here. He was sticking around super low HP. Just ends up giving Dark Lord another chance to get another kill against him.
He's getting owned in this lane, to be honest.
He
He's
is.
bottom of the cores by a pretty significant margin, too. Malik, of course, struggling, too, on the snap, but much more so the Timber. Dark Lord now can be left alone, so they can look to make moves around here for Eki. I'm really happy they moved this NP. We're already seeing the
Yeah.
results of it.
It was unplayable as carry, but and apparently he's the position 5. It's looking very good this game. Eki,
Omar,
he's been pretty much everywhere. Oh, it's over towards the mid, able to get the setup. They want to try and contest the 6-minute power in. Lorinoff will still be able to pick it up. Manages to grab the haste, but yeah, 5-0 so far. Hot start here from Rune Eaters. Great play across the lanes.
looking pretty different from that last time, and having a mid-hero to play around, too, absolutely will make a difference as Copy. He does have the Urn finished up. He's got the Max Flame Guard finished, too, and Devi, again, only level 4. If Dark Lord was 6, he just focus fires him there, so not quite there just yet. And this Vessel build, it's going to be super good, right? If Copy is able to finish this at a good timing here versus the Necro, versus the Timber, even the Phoenix.
To get a nice
Look at the
scythe
kill
kill there
top.
for Sumail. Yep, could put some pressure on the tower, get a courier as well as Malik's courier passes by.
Nice aggro there from Ike, making sure that the tower doesn't get pressured too much forward more here. Doesn't want to lose his wisdom, though, so they might have to bring another hero.
They do. At the moment, Copy, I mean, he's heading over, but still not necessarily easy for him to fight. There's 4 members of Enigma Galaxy in the area.
They have to just trade.
So-
They have to go for an opposing contest. They're bringing more.
They're going to get the jump
Lorinoff?
forward. I mean, Lorinoff, he went for the kill, but ends up going underneath the tower for that attempt. He just ends up dying under the tier 2.
Battle for the shrine. Devi. Getting chased. There's another power shot. Dark Lord might just have him.
Dark Lord's got him for sure. He's not going to miss this. Doesn't even need to hit it. Already the right click's done the job. Same time, Copy will
Sumail.
finish off GH. The kiss is coming in. Sumail dies. There's 4 dead across the map there for Enigma Galaxy.
They just actually all die all over the place. Overall, Lorinoff with a very over-aggressive play, diving under the tier 2 for the
That
Hoodwink,
was a
gets
big
caught in
dive.
double stuns and dies. Yeah, that was kind of painful for him because he had a haste rune too to be able to assist with the contest of the Wisdom. They will get a 1-for-1 exchange, but like you said, losing 4 heroes across the map, pretty big, and Devi continues to really struggle in the game. And overall, watching what Eki's doing, most of these Nature's Prophets, when they're played as support, the job ends up just being scouting after the laning phase a lot of times. So I think his job is just going to be ensure that there's no ancient stacks. Because a Timber who struggles in lane, usually one of the big recovery periods is just hitting those ancients.
Top.
So if Eki's able to scout it, it's pretty huge.
Sumail. He's on his own, and Dark
shot.
Lord's found him.
Another kill.
Big kills here for Rune Eaters. They can put the pressure onto the tier 1 tower. You've also got Copy scouting out GH with the invis. He'll be able to pick himself up a solo kill. And at the
quad
same time,
ranged.
Omar, he's having a run. They're going to go on for the chase room. Bushwhack doesn't catch. So Omar will escape.
The quad range is absolutely working right now. Playing around
Yeah,
with this
they've
Poppy Amber
smashed the
too.
lanes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's looking very good on lanes. And just, yeah, the amount of poke potential is pretty big. And also one of the things that, you know, obviously when you're playing like this Necro carry, like that's the thing, right? You're playing against a lot of heroes that are going to be, for the most part, keeping their distance against you and offering up poke. Even the Emberite, the melee hero, also has the poke. So in reality, it feels like, you know, is this really the carry you want to see when you are going against a whole lineup that's going to be looking to play at distance from you?
That's actually a really good point, you know? Usually we do see it's like Heartstopper and Radiance ends up being so strong because the heroes are on top of you, but they are actually just hitting you from a distance and you're getting like, yeah, vesseled and poked. Yeah, could be difficult for Sumail if he is starting to struggle, because usually these Necros, when they own, they have like a 2K advantage over the opposing core. This is not one of those games right now.
No. And just on the other side, Dark Lord, he's absolutely crushing this early game.
He's cruising.
3-0-3 on the Wind Ranger. Is going to have a super fast timing on the Maelstrom. Very nice switch up that is looking fantastic in his hands. And, I felt, already in game one, we were seeing the potential of Dark Lord. But on the TB, as we said, it's a lot harder to kind of pull those sort of games together. Here, he's definitely getting to kind of just exercise his power a little bit more as a Wind Ranger, being up and down the map, getting involved, crushing the lane, and just stepping up the speed at which he can look to get active. Lorinov, he's going to be able to get in and get out. Rune's going to end up being top, though.
I mean, they're the ones truly dictating pace this time. Like last time, it was Nigma the entire game, just looking to pressure. This time, it's 12-2. They're taking towers. Eki looking to play super aggro. They'll find a kill there, as we saw there on the Phoenix also, with the Hoodwink.
Yeah,
just great job.
This is looking strong. And I think, this is what they do need to be doing, right? Because their lineup, as we saw for the drug, it does feel, it's still a bit volatile, right? Like, it could collapse and crumble. It's a lot of range heroes, a lot of squishier heroes. But if they can sort of dominate and just outplay in this early game, it is going to continue to look good. They do not want to give this lineup of the Necrophos and the Storm time to get those big items online. If they can keep this up.
The fact the Ember has the Vessel at this type of time, right? I was the worry for me really is if Copy does have a struggle in the game again. That's where I'm like, I don't know how they rally around. And this time it's amazing. He has the Vessel. Yeah. He's got rune control. They've taken kind of, I mean, not all 3 towers, but 2.5 towers. Dark Lord's got the Maelstrom finished. Everything is going their way. So for the side of Nigmas, they need to slow things down, get some levels for the supports in particular. So GH does have 6, and then likely for Omar before they can look to make that next move. Because they need a finger, and they probably want to at least kill one of the big cores, at least the Ember or the Wind Ranger at some point soon. Because their timings are getting accelerated a bit too much here. And they're the team that's actually getting to hit the Ancients. So on top of winning lanes, they have stacks to go back to, and it's not Nigma who has any stacks, really, as I've been seeing. So they're just farming slower as well after these lanes did not go their way. Bottom tower, another T1. Is Nigma just going to give this one up also? They might, because they don't have any of these big timings together just yet. No Radiance for Sumail. Let's give it up again. Now Omar.
Going to get the jump on him. Lorinov's going to come in with a counterplay. Supernova down. See Copy get out of range of it. Eki's going to get caught underneath it. So Eki will die, but indeed the trade's there between the supports. I continues to try and fight from the side. Over in the river, Lorinov's going to get caught by the cookie and shot down by the Scatterblast. He went for the regen rune, but ends up costing him his life. And bottom, the Dark Lord nearly ends up sniping Divide there with a power shot. They'll turn with the Sunray, but the Bushbite catches onto Sumail. Blood Grenade down onto Divide. Dark Lord, if he can hit the power shot, it's coming in. Oh, it's close. It does hit him, and that sets up for the cookie. And the shackle shot onto Sumail. He's got the Ghost Shroud out. Turns, sight down onto Ike. TP attempt not going to be successful. And Dark Lord, Omar has the finger. So Nigma Galaxy this time finding a good bit of punish at the end. Did still happen after they lost both Divide and Lorinov, but they do get something for it. And they get that big kill, able to take the Dark Lord down.
And Owen, I wanted to mention this to you for a while, after I've seen some of these Snapfires play in the offlane. This is the build. I hate the Boots of Travel first. This is how you play it. The Blink Rush, look at how aggressive he's being. He gets to have the follow-up is the important thing, right? Like the Storm gets caught in a chains, and he's probably able to zip away if there wasn't the Blink, but then the follow-up comes from the Blink, from the Snapfire, so great aggressive plays and great itemization so far here from the side of Rune Eaters. Although they do hemorrhage some kills, I like the way that they play aggressive with their itemization here. Supports did hit 6 there, we did see from the side of Nigma Galaxy. The egg comes into play, and then the finger right at the tail end of things to get some return kills. So they'll be happy on that front. But 15-5 right now. Radiance is done. Not the fastest, like we've said for Sumail, but not a bad timing either. Eki.
Eki. And Lorinov will catch him. And easily bursting him there. Gets destroyed through the Sprout. By that.
Cool, he's doing the Greaves build as well, since he's playing versus the Slight Chains, versus the Spirit Vessel as well.
Or Divide. They're going to have the burst easily at this stage of the game.
Look at Malik go. Blink Kaya, standard build as we've said, but not Boots of Travel first item in the offering. I absolutely hate that, and I'm going to keep saying it.
Yeah, he's in a great spot this game.
Yeah,
really pick things
totally
up.
Different.
As you know, on the other side of things, we're seeing Divides continue to struggle to get back in on this one as the Timber, after having a rough lane against this Nature's Prophet and Wind Ranger duo. That
And one of those games where
very, very nicely played by Rune Eaters in the safe lane.
And one of those games overall, right, for the Timbersaw, where he wants to go hit his Ancients. He wants to sit back and farm, but he has a Storm and a Necro that also wants to hit those, so he has to
need
take
to farm,
the back foot. Yeah, he has to just be the sacrifice. He's probably going to die quite a bit more times here, since he has to take the more dangerous farm for his team. They're looking for him immediately. 2k lead at the moment. Lornoff does have the Greaves now finished up, has the Shield Rune. Nigma can start making plays around with the double ultis on the supports.
Oh, Ike.
They do have 4 item timing. Ike.
Yeah, they're fighting in the trees. But there ain't no way. He's surely dead. There's no getting out of that. They will get him. If he got away from that, that would have been pretty wild, but they find him.
That was like 5 tree redirects or something. Getting themselves some kills. It's a finger, but it's a good usage of it. Starting to get themselves some galvanized stacks for Lornoff. Starting to get him back into a comfortable spot. 16-7. But Nigma restabilizing things. Kiss is coming in. Divide.
Gonna get out to the side. Another Kiss connection should do it. And there it is. Malik brings him down.
I'm okay. I mean, I guess you just have to go this build, the standard on the Timbersaw, but I'll talk about it in a second. Copy.
They got the Hex. Almost got the lockdown. Malik's going to try and head over to help out, but the Scythe comes in from Samael. So if they can go for more, Lornoff closing the gap onto Malik, and with the burn of the Sunray, they'll get themselves a second.
Big from Lornoff. The second he gets Greaves, he gets involved to get a double kill, and he's going to be able to get himself a power rune as well with the Arcane rune. So huge for the Storm Spirit to recover his game. Really nicely done around this. Also with the 2 supports hitting 6, pretty much immediately, they start getting the ball back rolling for themselves. 2 massive core kills. And Sumail does get that last hit too. Might even be able to put some pressure onto this tower here. So Enigma striking back big time here. That's a lot of money too that they get for those 2.
It is. It is. I mean, this is the thing, right? The net worth lead has never been too great from Rune Eaters so far. And as I say, you know, if they can quiet it down a bit, Samael's going to be happy on the Necrophos. Same to be said here for Lornoff on the Storm. They can sort of stall this out. Yeah.
The hero does recover, right? Like
yes, yeah. If you give him time,
it's a lot.
It's going to be a lot to recover from, but we've definitely seen Timbers recover from this sort of situation. But yeah, you give him like another 10, 15 minutes in a game where they're able to stop Rune Eaters from getting too far ahead as a team, you're likely to see the Timber get up into the top 4-3 net worth, given that sort of amount. Or at least you should, you know. And about, you know, Divide Grandmaster Timber, he will recover. You just need to give him a bit more time than he's had already. He hasn't had enough time to recover yet.
And you just kind of, I was going to say, like, you just have to go this item build because it's too broken on Timber, right? You just go Kaya Sanch first always. But I was thinking, like, maybe even this is a game where he could have thought about Lotus for his team and for himself. He probably will do it right after. I was like, you just can't deviate from this item. It's just too good on Timber. And honestly, they're just hunting him. So, like I said, he is going to be the one who's punished a lot, but my goodness, they're really finding him every single time. Yeah,
true.
I mean, yeah. His teammates are taking the safe farm, so he is going for the riskier farm, and he's getting punished for it. But
so if you're the Timber, you can blame your team on these ones.
At least a little, maybe not 7
a little
times,
bit, like
maybe 5 times. Because like Necro wants to farm, Storm wants to farm, so it's gonna happen. Speaking of farm, Sumail, they're setting up for him top.
So he gets back up. Yeah, Lornoff's gonna try and help. Get a stun out, Cookie in, blast, and the power shot. They burst through Samael. Samael's dead.
Far too much.
It's a lot of burst. If they ever kind of isolate Samael like that, you know, Rune Eaters, they absolutely have the burst to kill this Necrophos right now. Lornoff will be able to get the kill, but the sharpshooter still comes out onto Omar. Lornoff's out of mana now. Power shot in.
Fight right now.
Running forward, the chains are back up. They'll use the Supernova, trying to help Lornoff out, but Lornoff is dead. And they can easily kite out the Supernova. Rune Eaters finding a nice 3 kills. They might go in for more. Yeah, blinks up. They get the jump forward. Malik cleans up with the triple. Big stuff here from the offlane snap.
And Divide, he says, see guys, look, I died and then you guys all die afterwards because you guys didn't help me. Divide just goes and finds his own space afterwards from it. But 4 big kills. Great chase forward. Low cooldown. They're not really cooldown dependent on Rune Eaters at all. It's just kisses, and we saw them come in pretty beautifully there from Malik. Loving the way he's playing the Snapfire from the off lane. 8, 2, and 3. Following up beautifully with this team. I love because he's playing super aggressive too. It can be a bit risky sometimes. These Snapfires to just jump in like that, but he's feeling confident for it. Now he can go back for bots. This I'm totally fine with. I just don't like it as a first item.
As for builds for Nigma Galaxy, do you mind that they're sort of, you know, when you look at like the Storm, right, Lornoff, he wants to go for this Greaves, then into the Lotus. So like going for this kind of sacrificial build, right? Sure, it's a very good Lotus game, but it does mean that he might not necessarily have the scaling as much as he could have, and it kind of just falls onto Necrophos to scale, or at least have that opportunity to scale a bit quicker.
It's just such a good Lotus game, right? That's what I was mentioning even for Divide. I was considering that maybe he accelerates it, because I think it's just one of the better items nowadays on Storm Spirit 2, because I think people look at Kaya and they just forget about how the mana amplification works, because it gets better the more mana regen that you have. So if you build all these like early mana regen and then you buy Kaya, that Kaya is very good at the point when you buy it, right? So try and delay it as much as possible and just wants to have double dispels. Needs it versus the chains, the vessels. Maybe even reflecting a shackle could be pretty huge. Defending top again. Eki also has an Orchid, so that's probably an indicator of why he wants Lotus also.
Oh, Omar.
Quick break. So yeah, I mean, now that I see the Orchid as well too, because I was wondering what the Nature's Prophet was going to build, for sure. Then the Lotus feels like amazing. It already felt amazing, now it feels even better.
Yeah.
As he buys the Kaya, right after we're talking about it.
So he actually changed his mind. Well, he bought the Perseverance, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe because the game's slowing down, he thinks he's going to just be able to hit the creeps rather than picking the fight. Not sure.
Sure. And that does sort of check out with the math you were saying, right? He's bought the component that gives him the mana regen. And
mana regen,
yeah.
See if he gets punished for going for the more greedy kind of style. Bottom rune, he'll find an amp damage. That's a pretty nice rune for him. Because if he gets Kaya and doesn't die, and gets to farm the Lotus, then whatever, right?
Sure, you get to end up getting the 2 items quicker than if you did it the other way around, if you're getting to farm.
So, and he's just getting followed by Omar too. Omar's just giving him mana regen too. So it looks like for the side of Nigma Galaxy, they are looking to farm a little more until that next fight, timing of items. While side of Rune Eaters, I imagine they are looking for the fights a little more here with their timings at the moment. BKB soon finished for Dark Lord. This game is close though. Very
it is. And I do feel like Nigma is kind of happier with that. I feel like, you know, they don't feel that this game is out of control. Sure, there's a lot more kills on Runeator's side, but I can't imagine Nigma Galaxy's too unhappy with this position, because I don't think they were not expecting to kind of dominate the lane in the early game. Right?
No.
That was not what they're going for whatsoever. Very dead.
Insane TP.
Oh, he just wanted to get in there and silence someone.
I guess. That's a lot of gold given. When you're a 5-position NP, you're pretty rich. So every time you do die like this, it gives a lot to the enemy team. And that slows down speed, right? We were talking about how Rune Eaters does want to play with some of these pacing of item timings they're getting. Now Nigma is getting to hit these creeps. Now this Lotus, right? The Kaya rush. If he gets to hit the timing of the Lotus, it looks good.
I think they're feeling pretty happy. It's, you know, it was great execution from Rune Eaters on the lane and with those kind of first 15 to 20 minutes of play, but it is slowing down. They never got that incredible of a gold lead. You know, Nigma Galaxy, it feels like they're getting through the tough part of this game when you consider their lineup, and they're getting to the good bit for themselves. You know, Sumail, if you can get these consecrated wraps and the BKB online, it's certainly that kind of poke and prod that they have that was what the Necrophos was susceptible to is completely countered. So let's see what they can go for next. It's Rune Eaters. Copy. Pushing pretty far forward on the mid, but he's feeling pretty safe. Does have also this Invis rune ready in the bottle. And probably their next timing is going to be around when Dark Lord feels good to go. With the BKB online, I'd imagine he would not feel too opposed to getting out with the action, and he'll actually end up popping the smoke here to try and get something started with Ike and Malik. Huge burst and setup available from these. See who they can catch. At the moment, Nigma Galaxy only with Lornoff in the area. Looks like they are aware of this, Rune Eaters. See if they can catch the Storm. It is tricky. He's got the Greaves to remove at least one of the lockdowns. They can't quite get the opening. He's a little too prepared for it, Lornoff. He's out with the zips. successfully away. So frustrations there for Runitas. They need to find these kills. The slowdown continues, and as you can see, the minutes passing, Enigma Galaxy starting to take that gold lead. They can look towards objectives. You know, maybe they're not getting the chance for kills, but they can try and press the tier 2s, force Enigma Galaxy's reaction. They're on towards the top, but it's being met by mass TPs coming in return from Enigma Galaxy. They get the shackle into the cookie, the burst. It's not enough to kill him, though. Loronov's fine, and the stun ends up hitting onto Dark Lord. Dark Lord's the first one to die. They've got to run. Without their Wind Ranger carry, they do not have the damage to offer up to take this fight. They've got to get out of here. Ike's going to go for the TP out, but Omar's ready with the stun. They'll take him down. Eki will just be able to TP away. At the same time in the mid, even Copy's being chased down. Lorinov, he's got the Vortex. Copy, he's got another Remnant ready to throw down, but he's been slowed down immensely here by the lineup of Enigma Galaxy. The Kisses are coming in to offer him some coverage, and that will force Enigma Galaxy to back off. Defy only just getting out of range of the Kisses. Samel still hanging around to see if he finds someone walking up into the high ground. Samel, he wants to get back in there. They know that Malik stepped up. Lorinov looking over towards him. They get the Vortex into the Hex. Samel puts the BKB, steps up, Scythe at the ready, taking down Malik. 5k lead now for Enigma Galaxy. Runitas, they may have entered this game too with the flashiness, with the outplays, but they're starting to hit a little bit of a brick wall as the timings have been hit for Enigma Galaxy, and Samel just absolutely just gets catapulted to the top here. Very far Necrophos now on top of the BKB. He's now ready to get working on that next item, looking towards the Manta, in fact, having that extra option of a Dispel for himself against such as the Chains and the Orchid. He's feeling great. He is feeling really great right now.
Sorry for leaving you again. Apologies, I'm having some outside difficulties today, I guess.
Well, we're getting the comeback. You know, look at Samel's farm.
Looks like
he's
it.
at the top. Eki,
Big fight wins.
caught down bottom. They are starting to crumble, Runitas. Malik.
Losing another one.
Oh, they get the slight chains. GH, he will die. But Lorinov very able to escape this. Plenty of mana, plenty of HP.
So what I missed, they big team fight win because Sumail jumped like 4 levels from when I left for 2 minutes.
He cleaned up massively on that one. Yeah, they just...
Top.
Oh, this is rough. Dark Lord, he has spotted the BKB. He will take Omar out, but likely can't stick around for anything more. But yeah, no, last fight, they tried to go for a fight around the tier 2, and Dark Lord, he just got caught and killed first immediately.
Is under attack.
Okay, makes sense. I mean, Lorinov at this point now is pretty massive. He has Kaya Sanj, and he's got the full Lotus. Literally from when I left in 2 minutes. Like, pretty insane that he's got this coverage now. And Devi, as we said, he is going to be able to recover. Look at that. The 7th death, that was the last one. He is literally completely caught back up ahead of the Ember now at this point. Yeah. And the Orchid, I wanted to mention this one right before I was leaving for a second there, is so far, at least from when I saw it, it hadn't got anything done, and then I guess they tried to do something with it again, and it punished them too. Sometimes this build, it can, even as a support, it can kind of do nothing in a lot of games because there's so many answers.
It's rough.
They have BKBs, now they have double dispels.
They just weren't able to punish sort of that timing where when you get it online, which it can absolutely happen, right? As you say, when you're building it on the position 5, it's just not going to come out at a time that really terrifies the enemy and can end up just feeling a bit awkward. You know,
it's a very volatile item.
There's not really many other heroes, right, that you're picking as position 5 and rushing an Orchid, and there's kind of a reason for that.
I was wondering what he was going to build too.
Yeah.
Like, I was wondering overall, because he's got the Ember, and usually the support Nature's Prophet ends up just building vessels, urns, distillers, so I thought maybe he was going to go more of, like, Solar Crest route, but going for this very, very aggressive, expensive item, it kind of, it hurts the timings of when you want to play around early, and then when you get the Orchid, if you don't have a very impactful move, it can fall off very, very fast, so they still can make moves happen with it. It's just, now it's gotten a lot more complicated versus BKBs, Mantas, quad dispels on the side of Enigma Galaxy overall, so... For the side of Rune Eaters, they probably need to get the BKB, I'd say, on the Ember before they look for that next fight. But now things are getting pretty complicated because this Storm Spirit, Lorinov, now kind of can't be chain stunned and killed. Should be able to get the Lotus off, should be able to be protected, probably doesn't die in an initial stun. Chain stun has gotten a lot more complicated for the side of Rune Eaters. And all the praise that I did have for Malik in the early game, I mean, very quickly it stops. in terms of being able to just dictate pace as a Snapfire. It is a bit of a hard hero also to work as that offlaner sometimes if things aren't just always going your way.
Yeah, it did feel like a pretty snowball reliant lineup here from Runeaters. I think one of the reasons why me and you after the draft were kind of like, we'll see how it goes. And to be fair to them, I think that the early game definitely went a whole lot better than I thought it would from Runeaters. But I feel like now their lineup's kind of hitting that side of that sort of volatility where it's like these heroes can just turn up and die in a team fight if they don't manage to successfully kind of poke and kill someone at the start of a team fight play. Enigma Galaxy's lineup, much more robust. You've got this Necrophos at the center with a BKB and soon having this Manta that probably you're not really 100 to zeroing unless some big mistakes being made by Enigma Galaxy at this point.
They're just like you look at the 3 cores on the side of Enigma. Once like I was thinking out of lanes, if they come out like 5k ahead on the side of Runeators, their draft can function. But if they don't, that's where it looks complicated because they have this quad range lineup and it's all around copy to initiate. And then on the side of Enigma, they have these 2 very safe support heroes that can always function, and then these 3 tanky cores. Like they might have to use almost everything to kill one of the cores, which means the other 2 can probably just succeed in the team fight. So we'll see as the next few moments come forward. Malik is getting closer toward BKB, so they're gonna have a triple BKB timing on the side of Runeators. So we'll see if that makes a difference as Enigma Galaxy has completely gone into this comfortable position here. And they have a gem too, so they're gonna be able to control the map as well too pretty nicely here. So they can pick and choose their fights around this. Eki also gonna go BKB, so he's gonna just become another core is what he's looking to try to do.
Sure. I mean, I think as you say, it's just one of those ways you kind of have to go when you are in H's Prophet position 5. It is like,
I guess so.
Where else is the impact? What is the impact you're going to have when kind of the snowballing stops and the game slows down? You have to try and just look towards these big items.
Like some games you can be like, oh, a pipe could be nice or anything on that, but like, I mean, in this game too, I look and I'm like, pipe looks nice, but then I'm like, does this actually fix the problem of their draft? I don't know. That's the problem for me, so. Triple BKB's finished. Enigma though, they're the ones pretty ready to fight. And as you said, more dispels. Lotus is finished up for GH. More and more answers, more and more protection for Lornoff. Hey. Ooh, smoke breaks. A little slow to notice it. And then the next natural build-up for Lornoff can go for the Witchblade versus the Wind Ranger as well, which is always going to be super nice.
I mean, it looks like for Runeaters, they are kind of just falling into the backup plan. Just like we wanted to try and snowball them. We can't now at this point. We just got to kind of hit the creeps and hope for the best and see if we can scale against what Enigma Galaxy have.
Yeah, hope for those next items and hope that those are going to be the ones that do it for you. The crit in particular on the Wind Ranger, but I feel like they're at their strongest timing for the next like 10 minutes. It feels like. So I'm wondering if they want to just try to take the heads-up fight. Difficult to say since. Are they going to go for a Roche Steal? Okay, they're going to go for a Roche Steal play. This is actually pretty clever. I was going to say, what do they want to do since it's about to shift toward the top side and it's easier for them? But this is actually kind of cool because this is totally unexpected.
Yeah, and Enigma Galaxy aren't going to be quick enough to contest this.
No. This heads-up play. Very good call.
Now, I would imagine, though, that having this Aegis has got to mean that you are going to try and get the show back on the road, right? This isn't going to be an Aegis and hit creeps, really. It's surely going to be an Aegis and try and push for at least 1 or 2 of these Tier 2 towers.
I would think so. They have quad BKBs as well, too. Yep. It's just in terms of team fight, their team fight is a lot harder to execute in a straight 5v5 now at this point. Their only real team fight is the kisses and like the BKBs, of course, which counter the opposing team fight, which is the Phoenix. Device in.
Copy. Jump on a Copy. Copy's in trouble. The Vortex is there to follow up. He's able to get the slide and finish the BKB off. Copy's away with the Remnant. He'll live. Dark Lord, he's got to run. Divide trying to chase him down. They'll put the BKB. The Egg's going to get quickly dealt with. Both supports down. Now they turn to Sumail, but Sumail's actually able to get the BKB off before the cookie connects. He's on the run.
Sumail.
I mean, Malik wants to chase. They're looking to Lornoff instead, who's now out of mana, so they'll get the Storm. Sumail's able to live, but 3 of them dead. on Nigma Galaxy. That's the sort of fight that Rune-Eater's absolutely looking forward to. He does end up walking in and gets caught by surprise to the fact that Sumail and Devi are still around. But all in all, a solid team fight there around the Aegis of Dark Lord, and Dark Lord able to even ensure that he doesn't lose the Aegis. So they've still got 3 minutes to try for something like that again.
And Copy lives. I think that's the big thing. Somehow they didn't get the chain stun onto him. I didn't see if something wasn't there to follow up. But
Oh, yeah,
Copy
that's true.
survived
Who missed
initial
the
go.
chain stun? Let's have a look. They get the Hex
I don't know if it wasn't.
into the Vortex.
I guess Omar just didn't get the stun off because he just died too fast.
No, they didn't have anything else, yeah, because Dark Lord was able to immediately eliminate Omar.
Smart
So
plays
they
and
just
Eki
didn't
this
have anything
time.
else to throw down.
And Eki, honestly, this time Eki playing it really clutch with his TP forward. It's a very aggressive posture that he does, but he forces GH completely to use everything on him. So this kind of picture-perfect fight from the side of Rune-Eaters around those triple BKBs.
Yeah.
And Eki now looking for Omar. Can't get him. That was very heads up from them.
Let's see if they can do it again here with the Aegis.
Dark Lord does have BKB at the ready.
Just got to keep it going. They don't really want to jump the Wind Ranger.
Thinking
Maybe
about
they
it.
do when he's going up this far. Maybe see if they can at least force the BKB out of him on his first life. But he's playing safe, Dark Lord.
He was a
coming
bit
in.
isolated. He does have some TPs that can come forward, but Devi, Lotus.
Omar. Run out onto Eki. Sumail jumps in. They've got the burst. Eki gets taken out. Dark Lord.
Careful.
He's going to have the kisses coming in from Malik to try and help out. Devi's just going to go straight over towards the Snapfire, as Malik will now have to deal with the fact that there's a Timsaw in his face. The BKB comes out from Dark Lord. They'll look to Omar. The Supernova's there. They're going to try and kill the egg. They'll get it. Dark Lord brings it down. Omar jumped here on the backlines by Copy, but the Vortex and the Scythe are still at the ready to throw down onto the Dark Lord.
He got baited
Nigma
to go for
Galaxy.
the egg.
And they did a lot of damage throughout that. Devi will end up dying. You know, isolated
Nice play,
by Malik, Eki, and Ike off to the side of the fight. Eki coming in with a buyback to make that play happen. Copy seeing if he can try and get something more here. They just get the chains onto Sumail. Sumail's still got the BKB ready to press. So Sumail, in fact, just pops it, and he's ready to run back at them. They look towards Ike. They're going to get the hoodwink. This fight is absolutely over for Rune-Eaters. They've just got to get away from Sumail.
Run Malik.
Not fight the Necrophos here with just the two of them down at the moment.
Malik's
Lauren
trying to hold on to his BKB.
He should be fine. Laurenov's out of mana. Malik gets out of there. Omar, of course, he came in with a buyback himself for that fight.
Kind of equivalent. I can't even tell who won that fight. Kind of equivalent exchange since both teams using a buyback.
Oh, and Omar.
Malik ended up solo killing Devi. Omar.
I was off the mark with the stun there. Allows Eki to get the BKB TP off.
Okay, well, bit of mistakes coming in, but either way. Interesting fight. Dark Lord, he pops BKB, pops Windrun to kill the egg, but it feels like it almost ends up baiting him, right? Because he ends up having to use the BKB to kill it, and then he just gets scythed right afterwards. So
Yeah.
it looks decent for him, but ends up hurting.
Exactly. They needed that to not be kind of like a meh trade. It had to be a good trade at least, right? And it wasn't for Rune-Eaters. They didn't quite get that extra fight around the Aegis that they wanted.
It's like Malik got
losing the Aegis, momentum gets taken away again.
Malik got some cleanup at the tail end of things, but it's Dark Lord who wants to be the one getting the big kills. So they're going to smoke up. They're going for it again. Egg is back up in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Maybe trying to
they
take
can't
advantage
sit
of
back.
some of this timing.
They've got to keep throwing themselves at Nigma Galaxy at this point.
Yeah, can't let them hit the creeps.
Because they do still have that good burst.
GH,
And there's the setup.
go get him.
Very, very dead here on the Phoenix.
Another one maybe.
Copy.
Get the snipe
He wants
onto
to go
Omar.
for this. Omar will get the Ghost Scepter off, but the silence is there from Eki into the Sprout. That's going to be Omar dead. Both supports gone. Jump in,
Divide,
Malik.
maybe.
He's going to get the cookie and the bushwhack
Chain
there.
stun.
Follow up onto Divide. There's BKB comes out, but the right clicks will take him down and in the trees. Well, Copy kind of finds Laurel. Maybe Laurenov's found Copy. Copy has to put the BKB.
Kisses.
This is coming in onto Sumail. Gets him down to about half HP. Big hit there from Rune-Eaters. They get 3 kills and absolutely go for the pushdown. I mean, there's a minute where Devi's dead.
Dude, Malik is coming on. I feel like I'm only getting distracted by the Grandma, but the Snapfire I feel like is doing so much work. He did all that damage to the Timber Saw in the last fight, then he gets the initial stun here first, and then he gets the initial stun onto the Timber after. I feel like Malik is doing so much for the team. It's actually nuts. And he's going to have Refresher pretty soon, too, and you can I mean, you can do like 6,000 damage in this refresher combo. With the quad cookies, it's absurd how much you can actually do. You don't even need to use your ulti at some points to be able to find people isolated. Now up to a 2k lead for them. After sneaking an Aegis, winning a team fight, winning 2 afterwards pretty decently too. This game has continued to be pretty exciting. 33-19.
It's close,
Enigma
yeah.
striking back, but now it's Rune Eaters striking back themselves.
I have to keep this pace up, keep getting these kills. 33-19.
Yep.
Tormentor there's. Dark Lord gets himself a free shard.
They're getting big item pickups. Is this Satanic? It looks like for the Wind Ranger. This is not the usual pickup we do see, at least this early on, but wants to have the secondary life besides just the BKB, which is pretty interesting. There's,
Yeah,
I
I
think
like
they're
it.
starting to hit some pretty nice scaling moments, at least from the Wind Ranger and the Grandma. Okay, we're starting to see also Eki. We were talking about here he's going to be the 4th core. He has Silver Edge now, too. Getting themselves into a comfortable spot versus this Necro. Level 24, Sumail still top of the net worth by good margin. But they're having answers. Ags now for copy also, continuing to get this scaling, and he does have the bauble, Owen. So we do have to check out the baubles. The tier 4s, that's one of them. Refresher also for Malik. Their fighting is now incredibly strong on the side of Rune Eaters around this. Partisan's brand plus the refresher on the snap. Pretty insane burst potential. Lornoff does get the Conjurer's Catalyst, so also does have a pretty insane item pickup, and this is an interesting item he's queued up here. I don't know if you saw it, but
Who have we got?
I don't think I've seen this before. It's a Scotty Storm.
Okay.
He's committing for
Like-
it too.
I don't think I've...
I don't
wanna
think
say
I've ever
I've
seen
never
this.
seen that.
And I've been playing Dota for
Like-
since the dawn of times. It's the prehistoric
I mean,
era.
okay, it's... Why? Yeah,
So
what,
what?
what do you think? Of, like, the
Because
stats
he's versus
feel
ranged
good.
heroes?
Scanning.
I actually have no idea. Because it's stronger versus the ranged, right? So it's like 25% stronger, and he maybe just wants stats to tank up. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I guess because, yeah, as you say, it's because they value the Skadi, and obviously they don't have anyone else on the lineup that can build a Skadi because they have a carry Necrophos. And Sumail, he doesn't, you know, obviously he does not want to buy a Skadi on
But
Necrophos.
my question is, why does he
Yeah.
value the Scotty? The Satanic? Is that it? He just wants an extra heal negation, something? It's very interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, what I feel like other Storms in this situation would sort of say, well, yeah, they don't need to be slowed if they're stunned, and you get like an Ags, and you just
I
go
mean,
for kind
Owen,
of some AoE Ags.
He doesn't have a
Pull of the
BKB or an
Vortex.
Aghanim's on the Storm, right? I've never seen this. I'm super curious to see if this is going to work.
The Skadi Storm. All right. I
We
mean,
did say there's a lot of ranged heroes, right? We did say
it
quad
is. It
ranged,
is. I think that's got to be what he's looked at here. Yeah.
and the Satanic, right? So, okay, I will say, this is curious. This is cool. All right, next team fight. Malik, big, important target for Rune Eaters. Enigma, ideally want to be able to find this Snapfire early into the fights. If they kill Malik, it's a lot of the damage that's going to be gone for the side of Rune Eaters.
All right. I mean, because the thing is why does he not want to get a Hex? I guess he's already got a Hex. He's like, I've got a Lion. I've got a Hex from my Lion. I'm not going to buy a Hex.
Look at his stats, that's why. He's got 44
He's
armor.
got a lot of stats.
He's got a lot of stats, you know. That's curious, for sure.
Yeah, that's fun.
See if that ends up working for him.
I mean, what'd you go after, Skadi? No, you probably go Butterfly
Sound like
Storm.
me.
That would be the baller build. Go Skadi,
I think I've seen
Butterfly.
that. I think I've seen Butterfly Storm.
You seen Butterfly Storm?
Scotty Storm.
Hey, maybe that's
I've seen
coming
it
up
once or
next.
twice.
We'll see. I mean, I feel like if you go Skadi, you probably do want to buy another right-click item, right? If you're doing this build of Storm.
I have no answer. I don't know. I have no answer for you, man.
I think you go Butterfly.
I think you go
It's a-
FKB.
Nah. Oh, yeah, you're against...
He's versus Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I'm kind of memeing, but either way, 25's been hit. 25 for the Necro, that is. So Death Pulse, the one that I like. Some players still debate about the Reaper one. It's actually really interesting when we had this talk with Amar and Watson. Some of the players, Watson likes the damage, I think it is. Well, most of the other players like the Death Pulse. So just really interesting things to point out with that one. Heart for Sumail. Very low armor on him, I will say, with this build. He even goes for that blink, the overwhelming blink too. At a critical mass point. All right, Lornoff's going to BKB. Be more sensible.
Oh, that's.
But this is cool.
Come on, Laurenov. You got us excited with the sky. Yeah, BKB the sensible one here for Laurenov after that. But after that,
this game is...
we might see another cool right-click item for the Storm.
This game has gotten to a pretty crazy point because it feels very even. The next team fight could decide a lot here around this Roshan. Malik is very close to 25.
It does just... I feel it still very much feels like, you know, Rune Eaters, the execution has to be that much tighter to get the win with this lineup in this position. Sure, they have the lead, but it's not enough of a lead that makes it an easy game for Rune Eaters.
Okay.
You know, one bad team
one thing is
fight.
that,
yeah.
Eki is scaling. That's my one thing.
I mean, he is
going to get to a scaling
and Devi
point
is back
too.
to struggling.
That's what I'm like.
Yeah.
I'm kind of liking Rune Eaters as the game progresses
Okay.
now with things slowing down so much, but we'll have to see. Because even though Phoenix is farmed and all that, it's just this Nature's Prophet is literally going to turn into another right-clicking core pretty much now. Copy. Hex.
He needs help. Backup's coming in.
Force
Malik.
that.
Oh, he's in. They get the stun onto the two of them. Laurenov still able to zip forward. Looks up toward Dartlord, but the BKB's out. They've killed off Omar. Divine Sumail trying to get in underneath the tower, but Sumail, he's getting focus fire. Sumail's in trouble. He'll get the Ghost Shroud off.
Healing.
Kisses are coming in. He's dead. They've killed Sumail off. Devi, he'll try and Timber Chain out of this, but the Slider Fist is there from Copy. The three of them dead. The dive under the tier 2 goes horribly wrong for Enigma Galaxy. GH will go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it away, but three of them dead, and they get nothing.
I gotta see Malik. Look at Malik's damage. I'm waiting for this fight recap. This Grandma, I'm telling you, man, he is carrying 6,000 damage in this
that
fight.
is insane,
Holy crap. He literally just landed, I don't think he hit every single cookie, but he landed like 4 cookies on 2 targets, and then the kisses raining down on 2 different ones. That was pretty beautiful. Rune Eaters devastate the fight, and Sumail kind of charging in, maybe thinking he's tankier than he is, but honestly, he's pretty squishy in terms of armor.
Yeah, they killed him.
He just dies to the physical damage.
Absolutely. They just right-click him for the BKB.
Yep, and look at Malik go. Jumping all around. This Snapfire needs to get killed at the start of the fights. I don't think they can go to start on a fight like that on the Ember. Beautiful Force Staff, I believe, coming in from the Hoodwink to save him, but I think even if they get the Ember there, that fight does not look like it's going to be easy. And now onto the high ground, they get a rush. That was hot stuff from Rune Eaters.
They're ready to
Copy
dive in.
again.
Omar, and he's going to have the stun. Laurenov, he went a bit too aggressive there. He's going to be dead for this one. And now Laurenov, he's leading the defense here, pushing them back.
Dark Lord.
They'll get their hands onto Dark Lord. See if they can kill him twice, though. They might not even get him the once. He's going to be fine. And now Malik's in with the burst once again. The two of them shot down. Laurenov's trying to get back in on this. They'll have the buyback coming in from Omar. The kill onto Ike, Devi.
Malik.
Laurenov super low on the mana. Sumail. They'll help them clean up Malik. They have the stun, the burst, the scythe onto Eki. So they have to use the buyback from Omar, but it works out.
Big kills. Laurenov just jumps in. Just over-aggressive there from Copy. Diving under tier 4s, gets pulled.
It was a big dive.
Gets completely burst.
Yeah, he didn't respect the fact that the Lion was ready to go.
In this game, back and forth we go. Up to what? It was up to like a 10, 15,000 gold lead for a second. Explosion, 4 heroes dead.
They got to be careful. They may feel themselves that they're in a bit more comfortable position than they are, Rune Eaters. You know, I'm telling you, they're kind of like a couple of bad fights from letting this game slip away from them. They have to be tight with the execution. Slip-ups like these will cost them against Enigma Galaxy's heroes.
And you have to just respect Laurenov and the Scotty too, right? Maybe just not expecting how much this Eye of Scotty can do from him. He just comes in, cleans up everybody. Conjures Catalyst as well, also coming into play. He's going for another kill.
See what he can force out. No BKB.
What a swing.
Aegis.
We were just here a couple minutes ago, but now we're back. Even though the Rune Eaters is the one with the Aegis, it's Nigma leading the charge. Force the glyph. Back up and reset. Back to even we go. Level 25 starting to be hit though for Timber also, and Laurenov now at level 27 after getting that quad cleanup kill. He's now feeling very good about himself. And Dark Lord, even though he has Aegis, he didn't get to utilize it, so 2 minutes left on it. Losing his entire team.
That was rough.
That was pretty rough one, yeah.
You know, I think the volatility is still just there for this lineup.
Sure,
They were a couple of bad fights away from getting into a really rough position, and that was one of the fights. You know, so they cannot afford to lose another team fight like that, Rune Eaters.
Radiant are scanning.
I love watching these type of games. They're just super back and forth. Sumail, after having almost no gold, now has a full Octarine. They all pretty much pick up a full set of items after that huge swing around. Rune Eaters, they want to use the Aegis, though. They still have a minute and 30 seconds on it. And Eki did get to place a pretty sneaky ward.
Malik. Ooh, Cookie only gets Omar. Now looks at GH, but GH has got the BKB. The Hex is out on a copy. He's getting burst down here. Jump for Sumail. They've got the lockdown. Scythe comes in. That's copy gone.
Again.
Yeah, it was just a bit of an awkward setup. Devi, he should be fine. Dark Lord's trying to chase him, but Devi will get away. Dark Lord's trying to run him down to finish up the kill. They will get Devi, but Dark Lord's had to go so deep for that. He'll BKB TP out at the end of it. So we'll get away with at least bringing down the Timber with him, but still losing 3 heroes on Rune Eaters. They do just get the 2, and yeah, just as you say, for all the great plays from Malik, he was a little bit off on the initiation there. Tries to go with his cookie play, only ends up catching the Lion, and it's a Lion with a Neon Disc at it, so it's just not the sort of initiation that they need right now.
He did get the beautiful ones on the top one, but this time, yeah, just too aggressive. Again, it's actually just back-to-back from Copy. Over-aggressive, not getting the BKB, I don't believe, off either, right? Just gets chain stunned and killed.
Tower is under attack.
Lornoff, Parazma now finished.
Yeah, the Age is about to expire as well on Dark Lord.
They didn't even get to use it.
That was sort of the second fight gone wrong. And now Enigma Galaxy are very much back in a position where they're feeling that they've got this one in the bag.
Yeah, and Lornoff overall just kind of doing it, not entirely on his own, but a lot of it on his own with the Storm Spirit buying that shard, buying the Scotty. Scotty actually looks pretty
the build's
good.
feeling nice.
Yeah.
Very much able to just offer up that extra bit of right-click potential that Sumail as a Necrophos isn't able to because of the different style of carry that the Necrophos is. Sumail, of course, having a great time. So that's 7k gold now on top of pretty much an already complete build. Has worked out very nicely for him and getting a decent amount of Reaper-sized stacks as well. This game's up to 8.
He can buy the Aghanims if he wants to in this game now. He doesn't really have slots unless he wants to really replace something at this point.
Yeah, a little surprised that he's not queued that up. Yeah, because he's got such high HP with the Overwhelming in the heart. Such high health regeneration.
Devi's just in now at this point. He's feeling pretty confident to just tank spells now that he's got the BKB, the Ags. They get another catch.
Straight in. That's another side kill. And now Lornoff with the zip forward. He's going to get his hands on to Copy. BKB's coming out in return from Rune Eaters. They're trying to bring Lornoff down. He's got enough mana to zip away. Dark Lord wants to chase to finish the kill. Will get it, but he's now going to get caught by Omar, coming in with the Hex and the stun. They've locked down the Dark Lord. The Phoenix Supernova goes off successfully into the Sunray. That's the Dark Lord out. Sumail backing away from the Kisses. Copy. He jumps forward. Won't get clipped by the stun from Omar. Must get him with the Hex onto him with the blink forward. Devi's able to finish off the job. That's Copy gone. They did get Lauren off, but again they lose 3.
Just Copy's just not able to do much on this Ember Spirit, to be honest with you now at this point. He jumps in and does nothing and dies. That's like 3 times in a row I see him just jump in and kind of do no damage in the fight. And this fight, the 2 supports actually just killed Dark Lord by themselves. That was pretty crazy. The Lion and the Phoenix able to fully lock him down. Even though he has to chase forward, he gets the kill on the Storm. He just gets burnt to a crisp. The tankiness.
The base now. Yeah, they've got so much HP that they have to try and get through.
Exactly. 4,000 on the Necro, 5k on the Timber, essentially, 4,000 on the Storm. Maybe that's why he did want the Scotty, right? It just makes him innately so tanky.
There it is.
Rune Eaters are having to use so much.
On Sumail, ready to kind of finish the build off.
And yeah, I mean, Copy, right? They got some momentum coming back, and then after they did that mid play, the momentum just completely stopped for them. Like, absolutely every single fight for them afterwards has been devastating. Enigma just leading the charge, picking and choosing how they want to go for them. What a wild game. Another jump, Lornoff. Pick off after pick off after pick off.
Very hard to stop this Storm now.
Scotty Storm coming to pubs near you.
I think
before
so.
BKB.
I like it. I think he might have even got away with not buying the BKB at all. You know, I think Laurenos going to be probably like, why did I need to buy the BKB? I could have gone some more right-click items.
He came in so clutch in this game when it was needed, right? Right around the tier 4s, right when that whole push was happening. Did look like it was starting to turn on its head, but boom, immediately back massively into their favor. And now feeling strong, just as this unit. Bots too on Laurenov as well. And Rune Eaters perhaps feeling like they don't have the damage to go through these scores.
Yeah. I mean, they can just barrel
I just can't believe how
down this
fast
bottom
Copy
lane.
I can't believe how fast Copy fell off, though, because he was doing quite well, and then it was literally 3 back-to-back-to-back deaths after they got a fight win top.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's just sort of the nature of the Amber Spirit as a hero, right? In a lot of the games we see. It does just feel like one of those heroes that can be dominating until he isn't. You know, and then suddenly you kind of hit a wall and your game slows down. And even though you might have great farm, you know, a few bad fights, you're not going to be able to keep up cleaning up any sort of neutrals or side lanes across the map. You know, you start losing the fights, your impact is going to fall off massively.
No, and also, like, compared to Storm and scaling, right? Storm just, especially because Conjurer's Catalyst exists, this item is, I'm going to keep just mentioning every game how stupid it is. But yeah, it enables these type of heroes so much. The Mystical one as well, too. The scaling for Storm Spirit is crazy nowadays. Eki trying to become that pretty much.
He is.
the actual
He's
right
trying to
core
pick
now.
up, where sort of Laurenov's falling off. Sorry, not from where Copy's falling off, right?
Yeah, because I thought that, you know, after this top fight in particular, this is where Eki was going to start being that kind of transition to that 3rd, 4th core, but then the mid situation happened where they lost 4 heroes immediately. Didn't happen. And now they have to deal with GH also being a 4th core for his team as well, too, with this refresher BKB.
There we go. Rune Eaters. Out with the smoke.
Need a fight.
They need this to hit good. If it doesn't, it's going to be game over. Series over.
And they need to make sure that this backline can't just free cast. They can't just let this Phoenix get the egg off, let this Lion free cast, because I'm seeing Omar and GH just be able to free cast too often. Malik has to find the angle again. Because it was him who was the clutch one in some of the fights. All right, hide your breath. Eki, we said it's up to you now, it feels like, how much you can carry with Dark Lord. Enigma's not giving them the chance, though. Not giving them any opportunity to get pickoffs. They're just waiting for the Roche. It's gonna spawn. Even looking for the next few items here. Sumail going for the Wind Waker. This Roche is gonna die super fast. No way that they can get over there on Rune Eaters.
Can they pull together some sort of insane base defense?
I mean, they're giving Eki the farm. He's actually gonna overtake Dark Lord in a second here.
It's the Hex done
See what
for
he can
Laurenov.
do. I'm surprised Dark Lord isn't committing the gold. Maybe considering if he wants to replace the Dragon
He's got a
Lance.
lot. Yeah, he's got, what, 3,800 on top of the buyback.
I think he was debating if he wanted to sell it for Lincoln's, because he doesn't. If they get caught in one stun, they do die on the side of Rune Eaters right now. But I feel like he does want to spend his gold in this type of state.
I mean,
Enigma,
do
they
you
are
maybe
spending their gold.
do you buy
Laurenov,
Rapier
X now.
on Wind Ranger?
Maybe he's debating that. That's good. That's true. It's a possibility.
I think
The fear
I
of
think
just
he might
getting-
need to.
My fear of him is just getting caught in one stun and then just dies. That's the problem. But he does have a Force Staff to bail him out on a support. At least one.
But that's it, basically. That's the only item
That's
that anyone else
literally
has to
it.
help him. That is his support. It's
Yeah.
a force.
That and then
Nothing
yeah,
else.
because like Malik is not cooking him. Malik is cooking himself always for the combo. All right, let's see. I mean, Apki, let's see what you can do. He's got also 5,000 or 6,000 gold saved up. And let's see if they can address the supports. Because now Omar has hit 25. GH getting close to 25 also. So Omar can play. You're pretty much an Earthshaker now on this Lion.
We'll see. And because from Rune Eaters, who sort of starts the defense? Is it Malik jumping in and cooking?
Maybe a Hex. They have the Hex on the Hoodwink, so if they can catch an initial Hex, they do get it onto this Phoenix, but no follow-up in the stun.
They're able to get the catch onto the Hoodwink. Ike's gone. We'll see them cooking forward. They are able to get through the Aegis pretty quickly.
Sumail,
he just blinks in. They immediately respond with the BKBs. The Supernova's down. They won't be able to turn towards it. They've got to try and run away here. Eki's going to go for the TP out, but the stun catches him. Immediately coming in with the 2 buybacks. Vortex onto Copy. He's getting very low here. Burnt down by the Sunray. GH ends up killing off Copy. He'll buy back. Another Supernova here on top of the fountain. The Scythe down onto Dark Lord. The stun coming in from Omar. The Supernova. They're killing them off in the fountain. As Enigma Galaxy, they may have lost Sumail, but the fight absolutely theirs, as they've just forced Rune Eaters to come in with, what, 5 buybacks. GH, he won't get out, will get caught by the shackle, but that's... Okay, no, so that's, 5 buybacks.
5 buybacks.
And then, 3 of them diebacks.
Look at the damage numbers on Nigma. It's not one hero. They're all doing an insane... Everyone was just melting. I saw Copy jump in with BKB, and he was literally just melting to AoE damage of everybody.
And they just buy back and end.
Yeah, they can just end it. Omar is just standing in the back lines from these stunts, and he's just essentially, like I was saying, an Earthshaker. He gets a 3-man fissure.
Sumail should just buy back and end as well. I mean, it probably doesn't matter. I think they're going to end either way, but there's 3 dead. There's 3 diebacks on Rune Eaters.
He might
it's just Copy. And Dark Lord left behind. Yeah, there's the buyback. They're ready to close it. They know that Rune Eaters have got nothing left in the tank. They'll clean up the final set of racks, but it is Dark Lord against the world.
I need to see damage numbers at the end of this game, because I just feel like Nigma, it's not 1 or 2 heroes. Yes, Lorinov is probably going to be the highest with Sumail, but everyone's damage just feels insane in these fights. I'm watching Rune Eaters run in to try to take a fight, and then they're just evaporating. Dark Lord also...
Caught by the Hex. He'll get the BKB off. He's done quite a bit of damage here to Divine. Not enough to kill him, though.
Too angry.
As Enigma Galaxy clean up the tier 4s onto the Ancient. GG is called. Enigma Galaxy will get the 2-0 here against Rune Eaters. And both games doing it in different styles, right? Enigma Galaxy in game 1, showing that they can draft to sort of run over the enemy, and they absolutely do. Game 2, they're forced into a different style. The Tiny from game 1 gets banned. Sumail goes for a different style of carry, gets this Necrophos. It's a lot slower, but they do show that they know how to deal with a lot of pressure from the enemy team. They're being able to survive through a lot of very good attempts from Rune Eaters to try and close this game up and shut them down. But they are able to persevere for Enigma Galaxy and get this much later win along the line, 57 minutes in. I think good signs from the squad today, Fog.
Yeah, good signs from him, and especially around this one, right? Because I think this moment, I was pretty worried for Nigma. I was like, damn, Rune Eaters, like their draft, they're starting to get this quad core. The Nature's Prophet is getting the scaling as well too. They got the Aegis, they denied it away from Nigma, and then they just lose 4 heroes. They don't use the Aegis either too. So the fact that Lorinov, especially Lorinov, can identify that he can do this type of play, delay the BKB, is kind of everything. So not the cleanest game by any means, a bit sloppy all over the place, but they do get the W.
Yeah. And I think, Sumail in particular said the spotlight was very much on him here in these 2 games to see what he can do as the carry. Both games, honestly, pretty darn good. Game 1 on the Tiny, absolutely fantastic. And even this game, right, even though there's a lot of chaos going down, he died the least on his team. 14, 5, and 15. Very solid showing on the Necrophos in the safe lane. Looking good. And as I said, the fact that it was shown in 2 very different play styles as the carry.
Yeah, and all the damage too, right? I was looking at it. The 3 cores, they did the same damage. It was 42,000 from Lorinov, 40,000 from Devi, who got very shut down this game. Definitely have to highlight Devi for that one, and 41 from the Necro. So overall, their tri-core, it ended up just getting to this point where, they're just melting. Heroes are just dying. They're just melting to the Radiance, melting through all this constant damage of the bounces from the Lorinov Storm Spirit. This is cool. Overall, I think like Rune Eaters, you could definitely see like some of the sloppiness that's coming out from them. Perhaps some copy in terms of some of these later game deaths. But overall, I think Nigma should be happy with this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Rune Eaters, we'll have to watch out for them, of course, in the lower bracket. This game too, at least, showing a lot more of their potential. Sure, at the end, Copy still did start to fall off as the Ember, but that whole kind of mid-game, they were dominating for the most part, at least in the kills, right? They were making a lot of moves, getting a lot of pressure onto Enigma Galaxy. I definitely feel there's going to be other squads in this qualifiers that up against that style of play, they would have faltered. Obviously, Enigma Galaxy didn't hear, but Brunitas, if they're able to come out with something similar to that in the lower bracket, could definitely see them making quite the run. And standout, of course, has to go to Lorinov. If anything, just because of their creativity, going for this Skadi, which absolutely, it felt very nice in the end. And as you say, if you're trying to get into the mind of Lorinov, you would imagine that the main reason was that he was saying, hey, I'm playing against all these ranged heroes. We don't have a right-click carry on our team. Nobody else can buy this Skadi. Skadi's pretty good. I want to get it, so we have it on the team.
Yeah, he's probably just like, I'm the end-all, be-all carry in this game. And he absolutely was right. So there's a pretty cool approach from a good patience from him to also, right, delay the Lotus Orb, right? He went for Greaves.
He did it right, yeah.
Into the Perseverance, into the Kai Assange. Then he went back for the Lotus and back for BKB. So went for a very different style type of thing. So cool. Very cool.
Yeah. No, good stuff there from Enigma Galaxy. They get the 2-0, so it's a third 2-0 that we've had today so far from the teams. One more series to come up. Looking forward to see what goes down in that one. It's going to be Na'Vi up against MODUS. So yeah, not too sure what we're going to expect from that one. I see a fair few players on MODUS that, at least a couple, that I don't think we've seen before. So looking to see what they have in store against Na'Vi. See if they can maybe give us the first upset of the day. Because so far, in terms of kind of the matchups, the results pretty much what would be expected when you consider kind of teams' past performances coming into this qualifiers, the 2-0 so far. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with Na'Vi versus MODUS after a short break to close up this day one of the European Regional Qualifiers for TI.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. We're about to get into our last series of the day. MODUS up against Na'Vi. The draft has begun, so we'll quickly get it on your screens so we can hop straight in. Folk, let's see what we've got going on here. Na'Vi, of course, by now, everyone at home, I'm sure, are very aware of this squad. We have seen some pretty good highs from them in some of the tournaments over the last kind of year or so. And then MODUS, on the other side, I think some of the names you might recognize, but a couple of them, I feel like we haven't seen, right? I don't remember casting a Problems or an Elmo, but they're here, and I'm looking forward to see what they've got for us.
Yeah, I very limited information on the two of them. Right? I can't find much of anything. The other ones though, Kasane, Morel, Bottega. Bottega, I think we've seen the least of the other two, but we've seen them for sure.
Yeah. But
So
Morel
this
and
should be-
Kasane, Kasane, right? He's been on quite a bit.
He has.
Yeah. So let's see.
Curious to see how they do because right, we have actually a good amount of information on them, which I mean can be good and bad for both teams, right? Since now they actually can look because some of these teams it's like very limited information you can find because they haven't been playing much recently. But MODUS, they did just go through the qualifier, so you have all this information to grab from what they've played. So Na'Vi, they're gonna be able to get good stuff out of that, and not switching up already though. Na'Vi, they're sticking with their Axe. They've been doing this for months now. First pick Axe.
All right.
Navi's turn to ban.
I like it. I mean, it is one of those heroes, right? You get a good game going. Suddenly that drow ain't as scary as she was before. You get on top of her with a blink blade, mate. It's going to feel pretty nice.
PMA also, right? I feel like this guy somehow just has games, especially on Axe, where he wins lanes he should not win. I remember particularly some games versus Necrophos that he had where he was matching farm as a Necro, as an Axe off lane, even killing the Necro. Some crazy stuff that we have seen from him. So yeah, hero. I mean, we just love to see Axe. It's a very exciting hero. Drow, though, not exciting.
No. One of the safest carries to pick right now. It's just... It's a very chill carry to play for the lane, right? It's yeah.
Yep.
You're gonna do fine. Same
The
build
answer-
every game, pretty much. Axe techies coming out. That's again, as you say, Na'Vi 3 and 3, right? From what we've been used to seeing from this squad.
Yep, even before when they had Zayats on the team too for some
were still
time.
doing
This is
this,
when
yeah.
they loved playing the techies, yeah, because he loved to play it.
10 seconds.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit interesting. Let's see if they do. So something a lot of teams are talking about, and they do like to play versus the Drow Ranger, is the Nature's Prophet carry. So it's something that MODUS should be prepared for, because I think more and more teams are looking at what we saw from Watson and the boys when they were able to just, you just TP on the Drow's face and lane and kill him. This hero Drow suffers.
That sounds terrible, right? Trying to lane as a Drow against an Axe techies, and as you say, adding a Nature's Prophet on top of that.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty nasty.
It felt like one of the best answers, to be honest. And I keep mentioning this because I know you were there too. Like when we hung out with Watson and with Malady afterwards, like we were just talking with them so much, and just the concept of it feels super strong. And I know all these teams talk to each other a lot. I'm mentioning this the whole time as it's banned, by the way, because I'm an idiot. So
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, that's true. So that won't be an option here.
First phase ban.
But maybe some other sort of carry that's happy to make an early move through the twin gate.
Tiny, probably one of those that can come into play because you're already seeing the two supports, which are pretty limited damage, both of them. These are just control heroes. Rubik, very dependent on what he steals. Super conditional. There is the counters, of course, that are still in the pool, some of these percent-based heroes, but you do see both supports. And these supports can't, they're locked in position.
5 seconds remaining.
This is a
this
5-position Clockwork.
strong
This is a
duo.
4-position Rubik.
Yes. But at least they do add that 5 o'clock because, that's pretty much the best chance of keeping the Drow safe in the lane.
Versus techies, of course, you just put down some cogs to prevent the blast off. They have two different ways now to protect versus blast off in those lanes. I feel like a lot of those popular supports right now have a way to stop blast off, right? You have Lion with Impale, Blinding Light, Lift, cogs, a million different spells.
Do we even see... Oh, actually, let's hold on for this pick. Okay, it's going to be Tusk coming in
Gap
for
closer.
Na'Vi. Yeah, and another one that can make a nice move if he wants to through the gates to do something about the Drow.
Yes.
And
you don't give Rubik good
mid-snap.
spells. The thing about Tusk also
Yes.
is you do not give Rubik all the spells are kind of mediocre, and then also versus Clockwork, you can bypass cogs also too. So one that we don't see as often anymore, but I love Tusk. I don't think there's very many games that I'm like, this is a bad Tusk game. You were saying something before the pick? Sorry.
Remaining.
Yeah, I was just saying, when we see Drow lane against Techies, do we ever see Drows take an early point in Gust to help as well against the Blast-Off, or does that kind of ruin your progression?
Sometimes we see it at 3, but very rare.
Sure.
At
You think
4, usually.
You really don't want to. Yeah.
Not really, no.
No.
He's got clock. It's not your job.
No.
It's the clock's job to keep them off of you. Sure, if you have to go 1-1-1, maybe, but very rarely will you see that. So Na'Vi, a super aggressive lineup. This is all about dictating pace. So there we do see that % damage that I was kind of expecting, because they don't show their carry yet on Na'Vi, and this is protecting versus some of those tanky, tinies, etc. Now you're at least deterring them from considering that pick with this Underlord.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the lineup from Modus, right, it looks good. It ticks all the boxes of what you want to see right now from this patch. Drow and Underlord.
Big Underlord.
If I was to make up sort of a win %, I'd imagine it would probably be decent, over the last patch or so, when you have the Underlord and Drow duo as your carry and off lane. They complement each other very nicely.
Like a team that we don't know so much about, right? A team that's definitely on the the back foot compared to Na'Vi. When they just look at the lanes, right? You see Rubik Underlord, good lane. Drow Clockwork, good lane. And you've got your last pick for your mid. You see Snapfire, who's, it's like a 99% chance that Snapfire mid, so you get your pick of the litter to choose what you want to do. So,
our last final ban here from Modus, looking towards Na'Vi's carry options. Banning out the PL. What else do you want to ban from Na'Vi? Is there another sort of another hero that gets on top of the Drow that's pretty popular right now? I mean, do you take the Tiny, or do you think the Underlord is enough to stop the Tiny carry from being picked?
I mean, if you picked Underlord and you're banning Tiny, that feels pretty bad.
Okay, so you're just saying, like, they're not going to want to pick it. If they do, you don't care. You're happy. So.
Yeah.
Even though it could be good against, it would be that extra gap close against the Drow down the line. Well, they're thinking about it here, Modus.
I like the aggression from Na'Vi right now, but I do also I think Na'Vi has really good aggressive lineup, but I think Modus has very good answers to the aggression too, because if they do overcommit, right, there's a Pit, there's an Underlord, there's a Rubik, there's a lot of ways to control inside these fights. Just a little worried about their damage. Right now it feels like majority is going to just be about this Drow, because Underlords, it's good damage, but it's very static.
Radiant team.
Void ban, Viper
And that's a good ban. I like that. Yeah, it's a snap mid, right? So the two most popular ones. What else is the other one? We've seen the Invokers and the Zeuses as the other ones versus the Snap that looked good.
Yeah, Invoker. If they can play Invoker, if
looks good.
There's an Invoker player, it is a very good Invoker game. Yeah, very.
He's got Tornado versus the Axe.
Love it against the Axe
versus Tusk.
Against the Snowball, right? Snowball comes in, you just gives you a chance to kind of lay down the combos that come out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, if they play Invoker, I think you're picking.
I don't know if he does. I'm looking, and I don't think he
not an
does
player?
as often.
He just goes
plays
for
the
the Ember.
Spirits.
Okay, something safe, something to try and jump the back lines, get on top of the Snap. And of course, there's not a huge amount of easy catch coming out from Na'Vi. So, again, it's safe, right? There is, but it's not super easy, right? You're able to react. There's no instant. The most instant thing, I guess, is a blink punch from Tusk into a call. But if you're ready to react, you're ready to react. There's no sort of hex.
Absolutely.
It's a safe draft from Modus, right?
It's very
literally
safe.
I think any pro team in the world right now could come out with this draft. Right? It's safe. It's what we've seen a million times before. And honestly, for Na'Vis, it's also what we've seen from them a lot of times. Even with this last pick, right? Got the juice getting his Lifestealer as the last pick. Is, of course, a very good Lifestealer game. The Rage is going to be very, very strong. And very good heroes to kind of enable him. So, all in all, yeah, it's a big kind of question mark of what we're going to get from Modus, because, as I say, we're not too familiar with all of these players. But their draft looks solid. Na'Vi, theirs looks good as well. So I think, just in terms of what we expect from both squads, because we don't really know a lot from Modus, it feels good for Na'Vi that they got a very Na'Vi-esque lineup. But maybe Modus, with, kind of sticking to the standard here, can actually have a good chance against them, Fogged.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lineup that can play. They can play at all stages of the game. So if they fall behind early, can definitely have ways of coming back in the game. Just Na'Vi, it's a very aggressive lineup, and it's a very strong aggressive lineup, which I think overall they can be a bit more aggressive than the side of Modus. Modus maybe needs to wait a little more for these timings, and perhaps a bit of it relying on the Ember Spirits game too, which I have to mention for Niku. very good player for Nico, but Nico's a very volatile player. He can sometimes die in matchups that he shouldn't die. He can sometimes kill in matchups he shouldn't get kills in. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at mid.
Because that's a matchup, right, where like a nicely played Ember Spirit does pretty good against the Snap, right? You got the means to sort of dodge part of the combo with the Sleight of Fist. Yeah, you should be able to protect yourself as well with points to the Flame Guard. Like, you shouldn't die in that matchup unless you make massive slip-ups. It's definitely one of the safer mid heroes to kind of put into that matchup to just try and get through the laning stage. And then, for obvious reasons, with the Remnant and the gap closed, you can mess with the Snap fine. And just have that availability, right, to turn up to the side lanes easily when Snap tries to go for those early rotations with the kisses to put pressure onto your carry in your off lane. So it matches the Snap's timings, unless you do lose the lane. But I'd imagine he's going to come out of the lane okay.
We'll see. He better, because like I have seen Snap sometimes dominated as well too if the Ember does make too many mistakes. But yeah, Morale, this is one of his, if not his, most comfortable hero. Curious to see how this is going to go down, as they do have a strong 5-man draft on paper to see what they can do versus this Lifestealer. Because as you said, yeah, this Lifestealer pick does feel pretty damn good for Got the
It's
Juice.
a nice
versus the
Lifestealer,
Underlord,
man.
it's
Yeah.
very nice. There's very limited lockdown, and there's just limited damage that goes through for him. It's just the Drow really that threatens this Lifestealer, and that's going to take some time.
And just going to be sort of a question of how safe Kasane can keep Bottega in the laning stage, as there'll obviously already be pressure from the duo of Na'Vi, and just also the likelihood that there might be times where Daze looks to turn up and sort of throw that extra hero into the mix and look to dive the Drow early.
I was going to say, Daze, I think for me, not Navi, can do so much in this early game. He can even
the
hit
ganks
mid
are gonna be
pretty
good.
early on the Tusk. You can hit safe lane, you can hit mid, you can do a lot on this Tusk in this game. Kasane,
Ooh, they're going to find him. He gets the cogs out. But, okay, he's going to be all right. Yeah, I didn't have anything else to lock him down, so we'll manage to run.
Riddy's held the skill point, didn't want to go for the blast off. It looked like he wants to have Taser for lane, because I think if they skill blast off and he waits for the cog to disappear, he can probably go for it, but it looks like he did just want to ensure that they have Taser. And it looks like they probably are just going to kill the range creep. What we're seeing a lot of teams doing when you're playing versus these quote-unquote impossible lanes, or whatever you want to call the turret lane, you end up killing that range creep. They're even doing it in the top side, so MODUS wants to build up a pressure on this Lifestealer. Well, let's see what we get.
Mid lane. See how these two match up. Morale and Niku. You say.
Let's see how bottom does, like you said too, right? How much this clock can secure the lane. Because PMA, this is probably his best hero on the axe. He just is a double melee versus Clockwork and Draw Ranger. So they're going to have to pull lane, get what they can out of it.
Yeah. I'd imagine it's because he's such a experienced axe player. He's probably played against a lot of Drow clock lanes in this meta as an axe.
All day.
So
all
not a
day
rare
in the pubs
situation
you're
for him.
playing.
Yeah.
It's either Drow clock or SF clock or SF tree or Drow tree, and you're some axe, so should know how to play versus it. I'm looking at mid mostly because I have to see how the first few waves go for Niku in particular, because we do have to mention the matchup has gotten changed a little bit with the boomstick no longer applying to denies. It's not as bad as it once was, but it can be rough if the Ember makes some slip-ups.
So from the top, good CSing here from Almo. Putting in a nice few early denies against Got the Juice.
Yeah, very solid stuff so far. High base damage always ends up being the case. The Underlord versus the Lifestealer, even though Lifestealer has good animation, you have a 20 base damage advantage as this Underlord. And yeah, I need to just keep looking at mid. Because I do feel like, Niku could just even solo kill the Ember. Finds the right angle. Now level 2 Flame Guard is online, somewhere else should be fine.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be hard. I think
He should be
Morale,
fine.
Radiant's courier.
I don't know. We'll see. I feel like it's just a nice pick against the Snap. Like, you shouldn't feed as the Ember Spirit in this matchup.
Bottega trying to match the wave bottom here. He's kind of low HP on the Drow, though. Does have to be careful. Daze holding the skill point in case he sees an opportunity.
Elmo. Still ensuring that God the Juice has a slow entry into the game. Not a huge amount of CS so far here for the Lifestealer.
He's missing a lot under tower too, Owen, I do have to say. I was watching you miss at least 3
it's
that
not
I've seen
adding
under
up.
the tower here. Yeah, so getting quite a bit of pressure. It is a lot of damage reduction. You know, I was mentioning it's the 80 damage on the Underlord, but then it's also Fade Bolt plus Atrophy Aura, which you don't always see these Underlords skill at level 2. We do see them skill Pit a lot of times, so I do like that he actually skilled it. Even though it's only a slight bit of reduction, that slight bit adds up. Did a good job of protecting their bottom wave. Niku.
Well, big damage on the mid.
Big damage onto Morel here.
It's starting to get a bit
far
rough
behind.
now. Down to the couple of last tangos.
He's got
On
range
that.
drop now, so should be able to sustain the next blast, but could get caught.
Yeah, Niku just happy to keep the wave shoved in, set up to get the refuel with the water in. Here in a couple of seconds.
Bottega, careful how far you step forward bottom. Riddies is in the area.
Well, good shots will do it. And there it is. They get the catch. Kasani's going to look to help out with the cogs. Try and get
Good
Bottega
cogs.
back to safety, but the blood grenade's out. They'll come in with the snowball. Bottega will fall. Look at the first blood, Na'Vi. Looks like Modus should have a chance of going for days. Rocket Flare, a
got a
couple of tower
salve.
hits. Actually,
He's
you're right
fine.
with the salve. He's going to be okay. They weren't even able to get the trade kill.
Super nice aggressive play from Riddies. Recognizing the top, you know, he's not really helping Got the Juice much anyway, just sees his opportunity to move, go for the play. Get the first blood down bottom. Who actually got the last touch? Also, it was Riddies, right? So they do this a lot of times for PMA. He ends up just having a good lane. He always gets an early neutral item, too. I always wanted to point this out, too, on his axe. So he already has Ash Legion Shield with Vital. So he's getting a ton, and he might just be able to be left alone now on PMA. Might look to see some moves happen around the mid lane, so Morel has to be quite cautious.
Yeah, they don't want to spend too much time chasing the axe right now. Will take far too
Morel.
long to try and kill him.
Dispel the Flame Guard.
They're just getting overwhelmed by the 3 of them. Shards into the cookie. Na'Vi able to kill him off under the tower because Kasani TP's in. They are low on Na'Vi, but Kasani's not got anything else to throw at them. Na'Vi
Good
get the
patience
kill,
from
they get
Riddies.
out.
Waits for the taser till right when the Flame Guard gets popped, it dispels it immediately so they can bypass it with the magic damage. Top, though, Lifestealer gets pushed out of the wave. They're getting a decent amount of damage onto this tower here, too, so Elmo is set up for success. But their other 2 lanes are being a bit rough, especially that mid one, as we said, the Ember. Zero's had some difficult entries into games.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of Ambers over the last few months just not really sell us the hero.
Not
Does
really, no.
You know, it does feel like one of those kind of last picks that's kind of like, well, there's nothing else that we really want to play here. Let's just go with the Ember. Rather than this kind of hero that's like, we are going to surprise them or we're going to hit them hard with the Ember last pick. It feels like it very rarely hits them hard.
Both the Ember and the Void Spirit last picks for me have been very underwhelming.
Sure. I mean, I think Void Spirit's completely out now. I think the teams are starting to realize that you just don't want to be the ones picking the last pick Void Spirit. It ain't going to go. It's not going to go good. It's not going to look good. It's not going to feel good. And Ember might be drifting towards that also as a hero. But I do think
I feel like it is.
I think Void Spirit's on a different tier of kind of like you don't want to play this hero. Now, Ember Spirit,
Yeah.
I can see the appeal. Void Spirit, just the numbers are too terrible.
At least Ember Spirit can still build. I mean, I haven't seen them building it lately as much too, but you can still build Mage Slayer, which I feel like you can't buy on Void Spirit.
Elmo.
So. Top. They'll get the kill, Elmo.
Oh, he was dead anyway, for sure, because he only stopped moving in the last few moments. But even though still a slightly unfortunate disconnect there from him. But yeah, even without that, I think he was dead. Had a few 1 charges of Lotus, but was not going to save him.
And he's the one having the best time in terms of lane, at least. Yeah, Drow is having a bit better, but it's been set up for that with the clockwork, of course. And PMA is having a free time. His mid lane, it's a problem. The snap off to a fantastic time, as we said. Niku, definitely a chance that he can do this versus the Ember. And it's going to be around this Wisdom that he can make the rotation with the level 6. Morel has hit 6, so can match, but doesn't have boots. So it's a little awkward for the Ember to walk over there. Might have to just TP. Because Navi's in position to potentially go for both of these Wisdoms.
Yeah, things could start speeding up pretty rapidly against Modus. As we said, it's a tough match for them. And Na'Vi, this lineup has had some pretty great showings. These players.
And they're very good when they get an advantage on Na'Vi. They're very good at pressing their advantage. And this is definitely one of those super aggressive drafts that can look to do that. So now Kasani is looking to steal the opposing wisdom, but as we do see Na'Vi, they are set up to steal as well. For Kasani, it's not super easy. He's got cogs, but he's got to do quite a bit to work PMA out of it. Oh, he actually does it.
All right.
Kasani. What
Nice
a play.
little play for the wisdom.
That was beautiful, Cogs.
A little
Sacrifice
bit of something
comes in,
there
though.
for Modus.
Needs
Top tower
something.
not looking
because-
too hot.
Yeah, right now everything else is not looking so great for him at the moment.
Problem's trying to push them off. Slow them down a bit, but
They
there's
almost
still
got-
3 of them.
They almost got the entire tower out of this play. It's actually pretty massive. Morel, level 4 Flame Guard is online. Going to start cutting the mid-wave. Starting to get that recovery for him. Still having that difference between him and Niku. Daze right on top of the Spirit. Doesn't have any follow-up here.
And they want the
Power
enemy to
rune.
power in. It's going to be up top. And we'll be taking Elmo. Able to get the steal.
And they can't go for Daze. Can't even go for the kill here with only level 1 Slight Chains. The fact that Elmo is rotating over like this kind of says a bit, right? The fact that your Underlord's not just sitting in the lane farming, he's actually moving over to help the rune. I would say that's a concern. At least he does take it, though. No gust points on Bottega. Not even at... He's level 7 with 0 gust. There he's in position. They'll find Kasani.
With the shards.
Go for it. They will.
So they get PMA the dunk. Cogs are down. But he can
wants
still
it.
close the gap. Look for the dunk. There it is. They'll find the dunk and should be able to find the tower off that.
Always good to have this axe also when you're playing versus Drow, right? Even though it's a first pick axe, it is a Drow response into it. When you get these dunks building up, that plus armor feels so good versus Drow also. He's already sitting at 19 armor and 14 of his plus armor. We'll be able to just walk at them. They even give PMA the last hit too. He's going to have some crazy timings on this axe. As he tends to. A first pick axe, as I said. PMA, this is his best hero. He's ran away with games so often on this.
Mid Morale. Playing nice and aggressive here against Niku, but can't really finish off a kill on his own.
I quite like what he's doing though, right?
Yeah.
Because he knows where the supports are playing, and he knows he can, like you said, it's not the most easy stuns to land on him, so he's pushing how much he can with this Flame Guard.
Yeah, the game's kind of
Does have to
chill
just be cautious.
until the Blink Daggers come out for the heroes, but obviously for the axe, even for the axe, right, there's going to be a while. It wants to get the Blade Mail first before the Blink.
Just has to watch for tree line stuns from the taser.
Try for a
From the
combo there,
Daggers.
but it isn't clean, so Morel's fine.
Here's Elmo.
Gonna try and chase down Riddies. Catch him in the pit. So look at the techies from this one. Modus get themselves a kill on the board.
He does find the rune too. Very important. Just trying to secure Morel any type of positioning here. Since he did struggle a little bit in terms of that laning phase. Now he is starting to make the recovery. And now Niku steps up.
Get the chains on him. He's got a cookie.
Nice slide.
Morel running him
Drops
down. The
into the
cogs
cog.
are out. They'll get the kill. Morel, he's
And
got a
Morel's
remnant
out.
at the ready to jump back out of there. Shots do come down onto Kasani, but it's a difficult one to chase. They don't want to go for the clock. They can't chase him.
Very good individual plays from Morel. This whole time, these last like 3 minutes or so, he's just sat mid, recovered with Flame Guard, cut wave. He's got the vessel done, and that was literally all him. So
Yeah,
really
he's the
nicely
same
done.
net worth as the Snap now. Morel.
Yep. Beautifully done.
And a full level ahead.
Played it perfect too with the slight. He ends up dodging the cookie, the little mini stun there. I love how he didn't react to things. Like he just sat in the mid lane, understood what he was supposed to do, dragging waves, feels confident. Does lose his Flame Guard there, attacks the taser by accident, but whatever. Really nicely done. So you can see why the Underlord, right, Elmo, was like, I'm going to sacrifice myself a little bit here in terms of how much I'm getting, help you get the runes, because that's what happens if you do get the runes on the Ember Spirit. End up getting into this good spot where he has the vessel, and now he can make rotations. Good look for Daze here. They want the bigger kill.
the
Blade
call onto
mail.
Morel. So PMA
They got him.
outnumbered.
Really good stuff from Morel, honestly. All him right now in this early game. Fixing it. What went wrong in the lane? Power rune.
Oh, they want to try and fight for it. Does end up spawning top though. Niku easily able to grab that. That's the blink done.
Yep, and Bottega is getting the space to just be able to farm up on this draw range now. Top of net worth. Lifesteer got the juice, as we do see. He is getting that free farm too. He's about to have that relic finished up, and it looks like Na'Vi, they are looking for this drow. Bottega is more vulnerable to get picked off, a lot more vulnerable than got the juice is, so they do want to try to slow him down.
I mean, if Daze gets the setup, the drow's 100% dead to
It's just a
Niku's
free kill.
burst.
Yeah. Niku has the blink even too, so he actually changed the priority of build, I think because they want to try to get these early kills on the drow, and even potentially the Ember. Then he's got that follow-up, he's got that setup.
Looks like they're not finding the drow though. That's been dodged. They could
Might
just
have
wrap
to
back
settle
around
for
for
support.
Modus.
Kasani will scout it.
I mean,
They'll
Niku
have
still
to
wants
settle
something a
for a
bit
support
bigger.
kill, if anything.
Yeah, but then they didn't do that. They'll have to. Not getting the chance to find a core. They'll just get the clock.
Another good read by Modus. Just great positioning from the two supports. Sure, you lose your clock, but you're in a great position to just... You're identifying the movements from Na'Vi, and now got the juice. Just putting some harassment onto him
He's
here.
trading well with Valmo. We'll try and get out here with the dinosaur. They'll get him out of it.
Juice? Okay, he'll be alright. Really good move in
Daze.
this early game.
He still wants to go for Bottega, but Bottega's been a sort of a step ahead each time, not getting caught out by these attempts.
Ooh. Nice try, Kasane. If they land that, would probably just get Niku. They're all continuing to look to play aggressive here. He's run out of Spirit Vessel charges, though. Looking to get this next power rune. They will not have the Underlord port for it, though. So they might not have the numbers. Yeah, very good attention that they're putting, right? They're like, Ember Spirit is super important in this early game. Make sure we have the two supports playing around him. The Drow is not getting pressured. So I've really liked the way the Modus is responding to the way Navi's playing right now.
A power rune for Modus this time. Morel's helps get it secured for him. Arcane rune on the Ember.
Solid stuff. Level 7's been hit from the clockwork now, too, so he's got the level 4 cogs. He can be a nice deterrent, and they're going to smoke immediately with Morel with this Arcane rune, too. If they can find PMA, it would be pretty huge. They can stop this blink timing pretty nicely.
And the found Daze. Looking pretty dead on this
Kills the
one.
kill. It's a vessel
for
stack,
Morel.
right? I think Morel, he's perfectly fine with any of these kills, because then he gets the vessel so that he can continue looking for the next one. Solid stuff, Na'Vi. They've gotten slowed down a decent amount. Like you said, just not having the blink yet, at least from the Axe. They do have the blink from Niku that they can play around, but not able to find that big angle onto a core just yet. And Modus. Yeah, really nice moves.
Yeah, that blink dagger timing is going to be huge, though, for PMA. 100 gold,
is.
and then they can start running around the map with the axe, get aggressive. Got the juices, got over that first hurdle with the Radiance now online here 15 minutes in. So his farm's now going to step up in pace, probably catch up and keep up, maybe even take over that of the Drows now. If the game continues to kind of be peaceful for him.
Very even early game, but Na'Vi now have the game opened up to them to make aggressive plays. And overall, catching the Drow, it's much easier, as we see. Killing got the juice. It's going to be the biggest problem for them in this game on Modus. They can defend their Ember. They can get the Ember online. They can get the Drow online. It's just solving the answer of the lifesteal is going to be later down the line when Bottega gets involved.
They'll settle for the
Kasani.
clock. They'll go for Kasani here with the
easy
blink
one.
reveal on PMA. They want to
Daze.
try and fight back. Bottega got the silence onto Daze. They'll find the tusk, so not going out of this empty-handed Modus.
Bottega can start getting involved. He's got the Hurricane Pike, so although she is a bit more limited of getting picked off in comparison to Lifesteer, she can get involved as well, too, to get these kills. They'll get the D-ward as well. Problems will be able to find it. Very even early game. I didn't get to see Modus at all throughout the group, so right now in the first 16 minutes, quite impressed. At least with the way that they've been able to keep things even. Let's see if they can continue to do so, though. As you said, PMA, Blink is done. They've got the Blink on Niku. The Radiance is done. The triple core timing is finished for them. But Modus also, they got their triple core timing. Elmo, his Ags is about to be finished also. Let's see where it all comes together.
And they're prepared for something down bottom, Modus.
Yeah, it looks like they're very ready for the move that's coming onto Bottega here. Kasane is in the spot for the hook shot.
It would be pretty deep for them to try and go Na'Vi. As Modus are ready to punish. They get the catch here. PMA is it with a good call. Onto the both of them. Sets up the dunk onto Problems. They'll kill off Bottega as well. I mean, this is, you know, the kind of the jump they want. Can they punish PMA? They get him caught in the pit. Firestorm coming down, but the snowball will keep him safe. Gonna roll over towards Morel. That'll make the blink jump over towards Elmo. Elmo is trying to get out of this, but as soon as he comes out of the snowball, PMA is ready to get also the call onto the Underlord. And Na'Vi.
Oh, they tried to get aggressive themselves on the side of Modus rather than playing more passively, and it actually sets up for the Drow to get gone on. Decent cogs to push back, but then he gets the call on too. And they've got the follow-up with the Snapfire.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like, you know, Modus that they were trying to set up for some sort of bait play, but in doing so, they actually end up getting baited by Na'Vi.
Mm-hmm. It looks good, right? Because they get the catch on the techies initially, but they don't finish the techies. He gets the blast-off follow-up with the call, too, and it ends up being pretty disastrous, even though it looks like they were reading the play. So after a very calm and disciplined first 16 minutes or so, they hemorrhaged pretty massively there. And got the juice. He'll be like, alrighty, baby. He's a last-pick lifestealer who's been having absolute freedom in this game. He gets involved. Now he's got the armlet after the Radiant's done.
This is going to be super tough.
Starting to see it.
If this life city continues to get out of control. You know, Armlet into the Manta and the Ags. You know, gets the Manta and Ags online. Not a lot that Modus' heroes could do against a lifestealer at that point. So things are only going to get harder. Like you can't deal with this lifestealer. Like he's going to be able to remove the silence every single time, and he just gets on top of you. And outside of the Drow, they do not have anywhere close to enough damage to kill a lifestealer that's just getting the chance to freely hit and lifesteal back up.
As this game progresses, it literally is only the Drow.
Yeah.
Sonny.
He gets caught.
Deleted. Morel.
So they look to fight back. They're coming in as well with the pit. Maybe they can get PMA. They will. PMA gets left behind.
Good kill from Morel. Make sure he gets those last hits on the Ember Spirit too, so he can get to this BKB timing, so he can actually get involved a little earlier.
Bottega. We'll be able to Hurricane Pike away from Got the Juice.
But look where Juice is playing. Look how confident he's playing.
I mean, he knows
that there's no threats.
No.
Yeah. There's zero threats, and he even has eventual backup. He has protection from, you know, the Tusk eventually when the Blink's online for days, which is very close to being done. As you said, for Bottega, it's much harder for him to find that positioning in this game. He's actually queuing up a second item BKB on the Drow.
That never feels great.
No.
It's, you know, when you can't get away with even getting the Yasha in your build-up, or let alone the Manta style, having to just go Hurricane Pike into BKB. You don't see that a lot, and it only really happens when the game is, or at least the carry Drow feels that the game is in a pretty rough spot.
Can understand why he feels like that though versus Taser or versus Tech. I keep calling it Taser. Techies and Snapfire. It is so much overwhelming magical that I can't blame him, but it does not feel great to have to do so. We'll see though if it does end up paying off. Problems like, also we did see him in this last fight stealing fast, but see if he can save people. Yeah, I don't know. It feels hard.
And you're just never going to keep up with a lifestealer's farm, right? When you're going for a Hurricane Pipe BKB, neither of these items, you know, they obviously give you a slight bit of damage, but not the same sort of ability or farm ability as something like a Manta into more agility stat-focused item would give you. So the farm difference between Bottega and Got the Juice is just going to increase exponentially with how good of a game Got the Juice is now having as the lifestealer.
And the game for Got the Juice does feel like it just continues to be pretty easy coasting forward in comparison to the Drow. It just looks hard as the game progresses more and more. Because everybody's just getting more and more plus armor also too, right? That's the thing about this Lifestealer pick that I do like, that they go armlet still. Because you just have this plus armor versus Drow. You have multiple ways to close the gap. And Axe also. They have a lot of different ways to play versus this Drow Ranger. So maybe what Bottega is telling his team is... or what they're talking about is what's our next timing of when we can take a fight, and maybe they're like, we need triple BKB.
Yeah, and just group up and go, get the Aegis, get the Roshan, and just try and run at Na'Vi. Don't give them the chance. We've got the Juice to AFK and kind of farm that next item difference between him and the Drow.
Oop. Morel, problems. They're trying to do an Infest, but the Infest actually ran out, so he actually gets forced out of the Ember Spirit there. He will be able to steal the mines, actually, though. So that's probably the best
yeah.
spot he can get this game.
Pretty nice little steal.
So that was pretty fortunate. But Riddy's, he's got mid controlled. He has, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mines already, 8. Ensure that they cannot push this tower. And overall, it's a Drow lineup. It's a Drow, Underlord, Ember. Like, Ember Spirit and Underlord, they usually want to play with the map being opened up so you can make these plays with the gate. They haven't been able to get any tier 1s, which is causing them problems to be able to use this Underlord gate, get aggressive, look to shut down Na'Vi. Na'Vi's just getting more and more out of the map.
Yeah, if they don't start winning fights when they've got this triple BKB, it is one of those kind of commitments when your cores go for this that, yeah, if you're not winning the team fights, it's kind of game over. Do get a good catch here out of the two supports. Very nice little catch. Daze, he's on the run, won't escape. Sleight of Fist comes out from Morale, so quick moves there from Modus to allow them to punish the positioning of both the Na'Vi's supports.
But 100%, like you said, right? If they're gonna commit for the Drow BKB, which she has now, you're in. You're in to win the next 10-15 minutes, and if you don't, you probably just have to lose drastically. Yeah. So
yeah,
let's see what they can
it's a
get.
big commitment for this kind of 20 to 25-minute window.
Yeah, it's good kills. They at least find the 2 supports, but it is just the 2 supports, right? So can they turn this into the mid tower? It looks like they should just be able to here. Reactions coming in though. Riddy's looking for an angle. They'll find it.
They get the opening, but he's still able to get the Sleight of Fist off just before the cookie comes in. So Morale's out.
He's getting chased.
See over in the river.
A little hesitant.
Call onto Kasani. Daze is in. We'll get the clockwork, but yeah, Morale quick there with the opportunity to get that Sleight of Fist into Remnant away.
I thought he was going to get chain stunned. Niku hesitated. Will survive though. Holds on to his BKB charge as well. Na'Vi. Still posturing in this area. See that Daze has gone for a bit of a different build this game, by the way. Rather than going for Blink, since he's playing into Underlord, he went for Force Staff. Because then he can force an ally out and perhaps even Drinking Buddies yank them as well, too. So kind of cool little adaptation that we all do see. Don't really see this usually happen on a Tusk, so did want to point that out.
Is a very good force camp.
Yeah. I mean, versus Underlord. You need to have some type of mobility. Especially now that Drinking Buddies is no longer castable when you're rooted. Niku BKB soon to be finished. A 5k lead. They're getting all these timings. Manta's done for Juice. And PMA, I don't know how he does this on Axe, I swear. He's second in net worth still in this type of game, which is pretty crazy to me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Modus got to see them make some plays there.
They're trying to. It's hard. They're limited on spaces that can far. I'm looking for the plays because they haven't gotten to tier 1. So it's like they're limited on their side of the map, and Navi's the one actually just running at them at this point. So you can see that Morale and Problems are looking for these moves. It's just there's 3 tier 1s blocking them. And it's Na'Vi perhaps going to find the better jump themselves with this Infest at the ready. They're probably anticipating that Modus is going to back up to this area after going for this tower push. They will finally finish up that tier 1. Kasani will get picked. 25 minutes for them to get a tier 1, though. That is pretty absurd with this type of draft. They want to be the ones opening up the map for this Drow, as we were saying. So Bottega, as we said, BKB's done. He will go back for the Butterfly afterwards, but as you know, this BKB, it's a fighting BKB. Doesn't mean this farm is going to be that much slower. And on top of also, I will say, not getting tier 1s, you're playing versus techies. So the less map control you have means the less map control you have. Yeah, it just continues to get worse and worse. This puts the bombs everywhere. You might just rift into a bombs. Fiend's Gate on top of them. And they have great information. This sneaky ward by Daze, it's seeing so much here. I've only seen this one placed a couple times, but it's seeing a lot. Sees the Rubik, saw the Drow.
Dire are scanning.
Modus. They will find it. They're being super careful, trying to protect Bottega so much here. And the mines, they continue to get placed. And these mines, they are protecting Roshan. So the access to Rosh for Modus is getting harder and harder also. So Na'Vi can, looks like they can just walk in and start it now. I don't know if you want.
Take what they want.
I don't know if you want to go over there. It's so dangerous.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean they've seen it, but
the Bombas.
Yeah, it's not fun getting over to this Roche area for Modus.
Clockwork, let's see what you can do. Kasane, can you get the angle?
He's looking for it.
PMA's hot in the chase.
And indeed, PMA is able to make sure that there won't be that sort of chance for Kasane. As he will get taken out, a little off with the dunk. Still dead, and the space there for Na'Vi to get Roshan and get the Aegis on Got the Juice.
Top tower is
Very disciplined from Na'Vi. Next item queued up for Got the Juice, going for that Aghanims. His farm continues to just be at that faster pace in the Drow. Bottega, it's about that next item. If he can get to the butterfly, perhaps can fight. He is spotted, though. Gate. On days. Don Bottega.
Nice. Look at the chance of Sobel, and indeed,
He's
Bottega
dead.
just gets jumped and taken out with no chance to get a Hurricane Pike or a BKB off. They will get days.
The ward. The fact that they have this ward on the high ground. They were just scouting him literally the entire time. He's just walking. They're patient, waiting for the chain stun, and they did it. They actually just executed it perfectly.
Well, they're ready to go again, Na'Vi. Niku's in.
Oh, this ward.
Getting the information. PMA's able to get in with the jump call onto Elmo. They've locked down the Underlord, and the damage easily there between Got the Juice and Niku.
Oh, this ward is ruining them. It's ruining Modus. Just one little vision ward gives perfect information, gets 2 massive cores. And these are the fights, like we said. They went for the triple BKBs.
They did.
They're losing the
not-
fights.
I mean, I feel like maybe they felt more pressured than they actually were. Like, I don't know if they had to go in for this triple BKB play, right? The Drow might have gotten away with farming and maybe, you know, just trying to stall it, play for some sort of high ground later down the line? Or do you think they did need to go for this sort of drastic all-in triple BKB?
I thought he was going to go more greedy on the Drow
Yeah,
personally,
I think
but
he could've.
I think they're feeling that pressure. You know, you're playing versus
Yeah,
Na'Vi, a
sure.
pretty established team. Right?
Yep.
It's definitely tough to feel confident and get a good read of what the game is looking like when,
tower is under attack.
you know, you're 0-3 as a core. You're 0-3 as your Drow. You're probably like, man, this game is super hard for me. So I can't blame him fully, but Na'Vi just take complete advantage of it and just out-executing, out-maneuvering. There's a solid first 15, 16 minutes or so from the side of Modus, but I don't think much has happened after that.
No. And, you know, all in all, it does feel like this lifestealer pick's been pretty brutal.
It's perfect.
Now, maybe
you know.
something that they did kind of forget coming towards the end of the draft that was left in for Na'Vi. And honestly,
It is a hard one
I
to
don't think
ban.
Na'Vi would have wanted to go for anything else here, really. This kind of feels like the best fit for what they're doing.
Pit
We'll
on the
set
back
up
line.
the
PMA.
pit. Investor's going to be there trying to keep PM alive, but Botega's, he's got the damage. They're going to try for the
TPing?
TP out. He's actually out of
No
there.
way.
He gets
Juice?
away. I mean, he's got the Manta. He's got the Aegis. They can't get him. And he's
Oh,
going to have Infest back up in 10 seconds, but big saves there.
I
Got the
thought
Juice
for
coming in with the
sure.
Infest, and Daze, was it Daze what coming in with the, I think it might have been Riddy's right with the Force.
It was
Getting the
Verdes,
axe
yeah.
out. Yeah.
And now that's
Got
their
the-
BKBs used on Modus.
Oh, yeah, they've got to run. They can't fight this. Got the Juices ready to get back in on them. And the Infest is there.
He's
Jumps
inside.
straight over towards Problems. He's trying to bring him deep back towards the base, but that's Problems out. They do not have the
I
damage to
cannot
kill this
believe-
Lifestealer.
I can't believe that PMA survives there too. Just pops the BKB, all that plus armor that he's been able to harvest to that little bit. What, 6 I think he had. Every little bit mattering for sure there. I mean, this lifestealer, it's hard to pen this though, right? Like, I don't know.
It
This
is
this
right,
definitely
yeah.
a very genius pick.
But maybe against Na'Vi, you know, as I say, it's something that we've seen them do this sort of style before we got the Juice on the Lifestealer.
And when you look at it too, it is a pretty perfect game for it. And my goodness, PMA just solo killed Bottega.
Are fortified.
That's rough. Such as the life as a Drow when there's an axe on the other lineup. Sometimes he does do that.
And sometimes PMA, I swear, just gets out of the lane with too much. When he's playing a double melee versus a clock Drow lane, he was ahead. He was just far ahead as this axe, which usually dictates that you're going to have a pretty solid game. And the fact that they've been able to just take over the map so beautifully and not give up their towers. I think that mid tower taking so long to die was pretty crucial.
Top tower has fallen.
And Navi, 13,000 lead, and now at this point, it really is just smooth sailing. This is an impossible game for them to counter the Lifestealer now at this point. He's going to go for AC next, so even more plus armor versus that Drow. And yeah, they bought the triple BKBs and have progressed to just lose every single fight since then.
Yeah, hard to see sort of where to go for next here for Modus.
Yeah, you're trapped. Yes. Playing versus techies, if you do lose the early game, if you lose towers as well too, it does be so hard. Just can't get outside. And Riddies is doing a fantastic job of controlling these areas, giving good vision, as we said from earlier with that one ward they had. Nice juicy wave for PMA. And yeah, this axe is just too big. And Navi, just the first pick axe. They do this. They will do this very confidently. And it's, you know, we did mention a little bit too about the Ember. You know, it's not like Morel's he's playing bad or having a bad game either. He's 7-1 and 3-0. So like, maybe there is something also just what the Ember can provide in comparison to some of these other heroes. Not sure.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know what it is about the hero that kind of falls it, you know, causes it to fall flat in a lot of these games. As you say, even when it is, you know, it should be having a good game when it comes to KDA and farm.
It just feels like this, like the concept of mid lane, the concept of like this the slow damage, just doesn't feel
like
as
the
good compared to the big burst right now.
Yeah,
like the poke just doesn't feel the same now.
No, absolutely not. I think that's why out of the spirits, kind of Storm is fine, right? Because with Storm, you can just keep going and going and going, right? The damage doesn't stop as long as you've got mana to play with. But with the Embers and the Void Spirits, it's like you press all your spells and that's it. You either killed someone or you didn't, and if you didn't, it's kind of game over for the team fight.
Yeah, it's like you can do a lot once you get Aghanims and once you get Shard, you're able to replenish your remnants and do all that, but
it stops.
It's just up until that point, I don't know. I'm feeling just something weird about this Ember hero. You fall off, and Storm doesn't, and a lot of these other mids just feel more reliable, and they don't have to be in there, not as reliant on BKB. Not sure. Maybe it's some other things with the matchups. It is also versus the Lifestealer too, right? The Ember versus Lifestealer matchup is obviously pretty awful versus
you kind of
the Ember.
do nothing there, yeah.
But
kind of just unlucky.
I just wonder if, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see, because I know I talked to like Quinn and a lot of them about it too. It's just they're all just debating. It's like, is it the item build that people are going for? Is it? Not sure. 20k lead. Navi feeling super comfortable now at this point. Days a full Lotus. They're just getting. They're getting it. Everybody is farming. And on the side of Modus, really just the Underlord is getting farmed now.
Radiant are scanning.
Even though they're smoked, they immediately knew where they were smoked, by the way. Even though Bottega used multi-shot, Daze was scouting the wave, so they're positioned. They know this play is happening. And the bomb's actually exploded. Morel.
Instant catch. PMA so ready for him there. As soon as he shows, he's in with a call. Problems. Also dealt with. They just can't make a play right now. Na'Vi ready for them every single time.
Navi's on top of this game. Watching the waves as well, too, not letting them even smoke out. Drow's Butterfly has been killed on the Courier. They'll tip Riddies for that as well. Oy.
Yeah.
And this Techies is farming like crazy as well, too. He's going to have a Hex very soon. He is owning
PMA, he might be just ready to jump the high ground if he sees a chance.
Oh, yeah. 8. He has an Octarine.
Yeah, he's chilling now with this Octarine pickup. And he's in.
Look at him go.
Another one. Bottega just doesn't have the damage at this point.
Does 0. Actually hits for 0 on the axe.
Tough one here for Modus.
Good first 15 minutes. So if there's anything to look at, I think just look at the first 15 minutes and just try to think what went wrong after and how you can open up the map more. Because I think my biggest problem was just not getting an early tower from them.
No.
Because they didn't get a single T1. Besides that, I think everything was pretty good, at least until after that.
I'd like to, I think I'd like to see them go for something other than the Ember if they manage to get that in the draft. And honestly, maybe just they could have maybe gotten away with just being a bit more greedy on the Drow. You know, maybe that BKB was not necessary as the second pickup. Because it's not like Na'Vi, closed the game up in sub 30 minutes, right? I think you would have still been able to play to get those next few items online at a bit of a better pace and just fall a little less behind than he has done here. Because at the moment, Bottega, he's bottom of the net worth of all the cores as the Drow.
He is. It's so much snowballed out of this bottom play. When they tried to go aggressive themselves and they got turned on, it was like, from there, it's like a 5k swing into 10k plus. All right, Na'Vi Very good macro plays, understanding how to play. The second Roche, they've got the banner, they've got the area control too. Riddy's continuing to just be a menace on the techies. And they've got double hex now for the end too.
Roche.
30 seconds until the butterfly comes back, and that's, I mean, likely have to just defend on high ground with butterfly and hope for the best. This fighting outside is not possible.
Radiant are scanning.
So many ways to jump PMA. Ready to get whoever he sees.
5,300 HP when he's infested. They just don't have the damage to go through him. They really do not. They need two rounds of Firestorm, at least.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does have Partisans branch. I mean, it is a strong Firestorm. Butterfly is now delivered onto Bottega. See how they can hold the high ground. She's buffed up. Sending him in. Plays it safe. Backs up. For the infest. Morel jumping out.
We'll get the chains on PMA. Stops them from being able to go for a blink play for now.
Rage is back up. Got the juice. Gonna go hit the tower again. The racks, sorry.
Just don't have the ways to keep him off through the rage. The melee rack's gone.
Has so much armor. Throwing the drinky buddies on top too versus that drought. It's just so much that he has, especially with AC also. She just tickles him. And he just continue doing that every time with rage. How do you stop this? You can drag the bottom wave. Looking for another infest play. Anyone who shows could just insta-die Elmo. It's him.
Straight in. They get the catch onto him. Forced out to the side, and the cog's down. They'll be able to save Elmo. They get him away from the reach of Na'Vi. Morel turns aggressive onto the backlines. Will manage to clean up Riddy's. Got the juice. Chases down Kasane. Morel, last sort of sleight of fist in a remnant. He will use it to get back to safety. It's just a support for support.
Bottega did use the BKB, so did Morel. They did have to use quite a bit there in order to try to push out for some extra kills. At least they got one.
They can go for another infest move if they do see anyone show.
Especially now with no BKBs.
So they just want to back up, bring in the top wave, actually. They're not going to take the risk, Na'Vi.
Trying to play it as clean as possible this game. I think this game, for the most part, they've been very careful of the mistakes that they make. Back up, reset, wait for heroes to respawn. I believe level 25s are starting to get hit also. Juice has it. Niku, not quite there just yet, but he is also still continuing to get this insane growth and scaling. Conjurer's Catalyst for Niku. Refreshers queued up. I like that we still do see some of the snaps go for the Spellcaster build and some of them go for right-click. I think GPK almost always goes right-click. And still stuck in the base modus. Even though they were able to hold there, it was just a hold. Here we go.
Na'Vi. Still a minute and a half with the Aegis. PMA actually gets the call off on towards him. There will be the save with the telekinesis. Kasane
Infest.
gonna get infested. Bash comes in. Kasane would try and force away, but they've got him. Taker attempting to turn on to Got the Juice, but Got the Juice, he's ready to just turn towards him. They get the call again. PMA gets the catch, but the telekinesis will try and save him, but Taker has to put the BKB and run back to the fountain. Got the Juice. They'll find his hands onto Elmo. Underlord's out. Has got the buyback available. Morel having to jump back to the fountain with the remnants. They just can barely touch this Lifestealer. They can barely touch him at all. 2 full sets of racks now cleaned up by Na'Vi.
They can't deal with the front line. The Axe and the Lifestealer are just too strong. Morel spent all his time killing one hero in the back, and it's just a Tusk. He's out of remnants.
Town gone. Final set of racks exposed. Got the Juice happy to lose the Aegis here, as he will be back for round 2. And they can try and time it, but if they do that, they're just going to wait until he takes the racks anyway. And they'll get him the once.
Get a
the racks are gone. Can they kill him? They get the quick catch on a PMA. The counter plays there as he tries to get the jump in. He'll still get the chance to get the BKB, the call off onto Morel and Elmo, turning with a hook shot onto PMA, but he's able to run. They're looking to chase him down. Remnant 4 from Morel, but he gets caught by the Hex of Riddies. Morel's gone. Has got the luxury of buyback. This one comes down onto Bottega. Another telekinesis coming in to try and save him, but meets the problems. Gets left behind as the Rubik. Rubik to fall. He'll buy back. Save himself for the Ember, but they close the gap onto Bottega. He's out with no buyback available. As the Morel trying one final attempt to slow down the push of Na'Vi, but it's not happening. Na'Vi keep everybody alive. They take out Kasani. And with that, the game's over. GG's called Na'Vi to take this game 1 against Modus. And it was a tough one for Modus. This one looked very, very difficult. They just didn't have the sort of means to really hold back Na'Vi. And yeah, Na'Vi's play, it just looked very impressive, right? They got this last pick Lifestealer and seemed kind of untouchable.
Yeah, I think, honestly, this last pick Lifestealer may have ruined everything that Modus had, like the ideas of how they wanted to pressure to, because they weren't able to take any early towers. Bottega didn't want to move, probably because he was like, where am I supposed to move? I can't really go to pressure the Lifestealer lane either. Maybe could have, but yeah, just ran into really big problems. Even though Morel, I did have to highlight him after losing the lane, right? He made some pretty decent recoveries, and then afterwards, it just felt like they could do nothing. They got their triple BKBs, and Na'Vi just won every single fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Na'Vi showing us what they do best here with these sort of this sort of lineup of heroes. And now Modus, whilst it was a safe lineup, we were kind of happy to see them kind of just get something that feels nice and reliable. Maybe when you're in these sort of matchups and you're kind of coming in as the underdogs, maybe you do have to bring something in that's a bit more surprising, because it did feel like with the Lifestealer last pick, right? Na'Vi, they've almost certainly played against a lineup exactly like this numerous times before, considering the popularity of these heroes and in these combinations, that this was just not an uncomfortable situation that Na'Vi was in whatsoever.
Yeah, Na'Vi's super comfortable, and perhaps like you said, I like most of Modus' heroes, just perhaps maybe something like the Rubik or something like that could have been changed up, and maybe the Ember, some slight little switch-ups. Because I feel like Rubik is running into some big problems in a lot of games where you're so dependent on what you steal that you can't actually make moves. And then if you have some like Rubik Clockwork support duo, there's no damage between these two. When I look at the other support duo on Na'Vi, Techies is always going to have damage. Tusk is always going to provide that control too. So perhaps just some little workarounds, fixes as well, because I just feel like Riddies, this Techies did the job of both of the supports on the side of Modus, if not more.
Yeah, he really did. He really did. Yeah, 3, 4, and 24, an incredible amount of participation. I think he was the highest participation in kills on Na'Vi's lineup. He was everywhere. 27 of the 31 kills Riddies was involved in that game as the Techies. So yeah, a lot for Modus to think about going into the game too. As we say, when it comes to some of the matchups today, and as we've seen so far, they have been pretty tough for kind of the lower seeded teams coming into the matchups. Everybody getting 2-0'd so far today. Modus on the verge of potentially also getting 2-0'd here in this final series. So we'll see in there. Riddies indeed MVP for sure with that Techies performance. Very, very well done. And I mean, what do you do if you're Modus? What are you taking away from Na'Vi? You're probably going to take away some of these heroes. Is it sort of like a early phase ban on the Techies even then, because of what you've just been reminded that Riddies can do with it?
I want to just see them play in a more, like I was mentioning how their draft looks good if it's playing in a defensive posture. I just want to see them playing in an aggressive posture, because that's the problem with like this Rubik Clockwork. I honestly just want to see something different than Rubik, probably. Sure. I don't know why I'm hating on it so hard. It's not like it was his fault in particular. I think he actually played pretty fine, but I just feel like there's something different when you're the one being able to make these plays yourself rather than being a responsive hero. So
yeah. And the fact that the Lifestealer, was there for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi played the Lifestealer so good, it kind of felt game over. You literally look at Modus' lineup. None of these heroes want to play against a Lifestealer. They all just kind of do nothing. Unless the Drow is kind of snowballing and is far ahead. But was not the case here for Modus. Tough game 1 for them. Solid game from Na'Vi. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut to a short break, and then we'll be back for game 2 between Na'Vi and Modus.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Europe Regional Qualifiers. We're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 between Na'Vi and MODUS. Draft has just begun, so we'll be able to get that on your screens very, very shortly. We just had Game 1 fogged. Looked pretty comfortable for Na'Vi. MODUS, they had a pretty safe vanilla lineup, vanilla draft for Game 1. I'm kind of hoping they switch it up a little bit more here. We'll see if they do. Because against Na'Vi, it does seem like that this is it's another one of those tough matchups that we've had today, where for the lower seeded team, the difference is just a little bit too much.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so I was seeing people. I'm going to look it up just to see. I'm fact checking the chat really quick,
Okay.
actually. Chat's saying Drow sucks. They said Drow is a
It's
crap
just not.
hero. This is what people were saying earlier in Dream League also. But this is the chat. The chat's always wrong.
No.
I mean, they're always right, but they're always wrong. Let's take a look, because I want to see actually how does the win rate look for the hero, because it's getting first picked. I think is a big problem. Which also is setting it up to get.
That's probably
really
got to stop,
countered.
right? Because that was kind of working for a bit, but then I feel like it's not going to work anymore. And it shouldn't work anymore. There's no way that first pick Drow is unbeatable, right? And evidently we saw obviously that
It's
last game
definitely
as well.
good.
It's just, well, you don't mind it at first pick. Like, you think it is that good that you don't feel bad throwing it out first pick?
Radiant team pick.
It's hard to say. I think you have to cover it very well is the problem. If you're going to first pick it, you got to have, like, you can't mess up your bands, like, at all.
But
And
they
if you
did
mess up
last
even,
game,
like,
right? Because
one,
they
it
had
can be pretty
Drow Clock,
dangerous.
right? And that was kind of the dream. That's what you want, right? Like, you don't... That's the two heroes
Yeah,
you
but they
want.
responded into... Maybe it's not into Axe, right? I think
Okay.
maybe you just
Yeah.
don't pick it into Axe, though. I don't know. I can agree with chat and with some people that it looks forced at times. It's just the
a
turret
little bit
meta at the moment,
overrated,
It's
maybe.
like
Yeah.
it's just the turret meta right now. It's established into these players so much because it's literally what's in every single one of the games. So it is refreshing to see Lifestealers and some of these others kind of come in because I think it's just SF tree, Drow, clock, etc. So sometimes I think it does get forced in. So I will give chat some credit that probably shouldn't be in every game.
Switch ups already. Modus going to come in with the Bane this time. All those heroes, though, that we saw from Na'Vi Game 1, they are still available. So we very well might see Na'Vi just go for a repeat of what they did. I don't think there's any reason...
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I don't know. Does the Bane put you off from picking a techies next? Because of kind of the sleep interrupts? Or do you think no, and they probably do just pick techies again? Yeah?
Personally, I will say this, Owen. I've said this since the change from techies. I think this hero is unbelievably broken. Like, so broken,
good,
and I think it's still going to take more times to get on it. Like, some players just don't play it as much. I think some teams are still picking and this hero's busted, I swear. I don't know. But yeah, Bane. I think Bane overall is also a very strong hero that people are... I almost said slept on. But yeah, like, actually, I think this hero is a really solid 5 position right now. It counters a lot of the good offlaners. Lincoln's Breaker, strong lane. Gives you everything. So I'm happy to see this picked.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Let's see.
remaining.
Modus, what's the change up going to be this game?
Because the other thing too is, like, I feel like Techies got nerfed, but I feel like Techies is still on the upward spiral for a lot of teams. And Rubik, I think, didn't really get touched on. I think Rubik is on the downward. I don't know. Every game that I see Rubik, it looks very...
Yeah.
It's super hit or miss. It's like one of the most volatile heroes.
Modus. Do they change up the bans?
I like Navi's bans this game in particular right now. So we see they take Axe, they ban Tiny and Necro, the 2 heroes that do not care about laning versus Axe at all. And the one that Axe doesn't like to play against throughout the whole game. It's not just about the lane.
I mean,
it's about the whole game too, so...
I would really like to see Modus run the SF Bane lane against the Axe. And yeah, there we go. They're going to do
completely
it. This is one of the things that I've seen do very nicely. You know, if you don't want to go for the SF Clock, the SF Bane, arguably even easier to just set up these early kills and keep the SF safe in the lane. So I like this already from Modus. This gives you a much
like
better
the
chance of
SF
punishing the Axe.
5 seconds remaining.
Exactly. I think that's the big thing is with the Drow, yes, you're double range, it's good punishing, but this is now mixed damage. You know,
Yeah.
you've got
Now
this
you're-
physical,
you
you've
can-
got this
you're
magical,
guaranteed kill
you can
setting.
kill the Axe.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, I do think I prefer this. That does mean though that Na'Vi, they're like, all right, well fine. We'll just take the turret lane ourselves and they will take the
techies again.
techies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I swear, man, I'm I've been on the techies train since the change. Some players were like, "Nah." I was talking to a bunch of them, and they don't think it's such. I'm calling them noobs.
I'm just saying,
Techies
yeah, well,
will
that's the
be-
thing, right? Some of these supports, they just don't play techies.
No.
No, maybe they should.
So the
You know, as you
Days-
say, these pro
Days,
players, maybe
he
they all
does.
should. Yeah, he does. Yeah, for
I
sure.
really
Some of
do.
these teams, they just don't have a techies player.
Exactly. And I think sometimes, like, I don't know, like, I think we'll see it more and more until it gets nerfed.
Yep.
I think Taser is such a broken ability. It really is. And then once you get an advantage with this hero, just the way that you can control the map, controlling the gates is still a thing. Put these bombs there. We've seen literally some of the best teams in the world get ultra killed by mines around a gate. Sorry, Tundra. They'll never live that one down.
And honestly, Navi, you probably go Tusk again, don't you?
For Navi,
Is there a reason not to
Yeah, they
Tusk?
could.
Yeah. Tusk
could.
techies, I think, every time for Navi if they get it.
Clockwork's also in. They can also just clockwork themselves. It's bad. It's actually better. Versus Bane SF, the clock looks fantastic.
That. Ooh,
So
they
they're
are
going
switching it
outside
up.
the box.
All right.
So, okay. We wanted to see something different.
I mean, because this is an Earth Spirit mid, right? And about support.
Yeah, and
What-
they've done this before, actually. Let me
They were
look at
there
the-
in Earth
'cause
Spirit
they
mid
did this-
team?
I think they did this yesterday. Or, sorry, last week when I was watching.
One in the
them.
qualies, yeah.
I think it was 4 position, the game that I saw.
Oh, okay. Okay. And what, an off-lane bat player?
Yeah, and then they
Yeah.
just play it as like some melee plus off, ranged offlaner. So maybe it's still flexible, but I'd imagine this is probably the 4 position.
I mean, I don't mind. That sounds good against the Drow, right? It is a pretty high-pressure lane, bat and Earth Spirit. Getting on top of the Drow.
Ways to close the gap. It's a repositioning, 2 repositioning tools. You can pull the Bat Rider while he's lassoing as well too. Yeah, there's some cool, fun tricks you can do. I mean, I'm happy. I wanted to see more aggression from them, and this is already screaming aggression.
Yeah,
Last
both
game, I
lanes
thought
are
they were
gonna
more
look
like
to
a
kill.
passive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one, I'm happier seeing them switch. in
Oh,
terms
the
of-
Ember Curse falls to the hands of Na'Vi. This will be the test. Because it said so
They
far
have the Drow
today,
Ember.
all the upper seeded teams have won their games. You know, it's been 2-0s through and through. If this series goes to game 3, I'm saying we can blame the Ember Fog. We'll find out.
Maybe we can. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe the Drow also. Maybe chat will be right. I'm getting to
That's
see what
true.
the
Yes,
chat's saying
see.
right now about me
We'll see
also.
if
5 minutes
if
Latin.
Na'Vi lose this, Drow gets chat gets a point, and we get a point because we don't believe in the Ember. Chat doesn't believe in the Drow. If this goes to game 3, I think we can all say we were right. But we'll see. See if Na'Vi can prove us wrong.
I believe in the Ember more this game though now, because like I'm
You do?
seeing the
Okay.
reason as to why. The Flame Guard looks good versus
Yep.
Earth Spirit Bat. Like the Flame Guard is fantastic, and you're about disrupting the backlines as the Ember Spirit while
Sure.
you're Drow and your techies and everyone does this kind of thing. So you're just a distraction.
Yeah,
But I will put an asterisk.
Yeah. And I do always like a chain setup for a techies, right? A lot of early aggressive plays that you can do between the Ember and the techies, moving around the map. But as I say, let's see. I'm telling you, if this goes to a game 3, this will be an
blame them.
upset, and it will be a question mark on these 2 heroes.
that would be an outrageous, but it's pretty funny now. Navi literally just takes their concept. So
Yeah.
all right. And now they have this is pretty interesting. You don't see this too often. The 4 or 5 is the last position, the last pick here. So they have options for themselves. I mean, let's see which one they do want to go for. This is an interesting ban here from Modus. Look at this disruptor ban. That is so targeted at Riddies.
Yeah, this is. I think Navi's
the
the only
only
team.
disruptor
They're the only
player.
team that plays disruptor.
I think he's the only
Yeah, only one.
player.
And Navi, last ban from them. They ban out the Lifestealer. You know, they're like,
Oh,
well,
this
you
is
just
just
played these
cute.
2 cores against us, and we showed you how good the Lifestealer is. So let's make sure you didn't get any ideas from that game 1 and get the chance to do what we did to you.
Well, because like you look at it and you're like, wait, why would they ban that? They have SF, but SF versus Ember mid, you know, it can be that
Exactly.
heads flex kind of thing where they could do. So this is some heads up stuff and really interesting kind of adaptation.
I don't think they are going to move the SF mid though, right? Because you want to play the SF Bane lane against the Axe. So
Yes, I would imagine so.
yeah, I don't think they're going to be drawn away from that modus. They'll pick something else from mid, or do some like Esper mid. Yeah, they ban out the Tusk.
They banned the Tusk, but now the clock is in the pool. You ban Tusk, but they can just go Clockwork.
Oh, and it is a very good clock game. I mean, as you would say, most games are a pretty good clock game, but this is
Like,
also,
every game's
this
a
is
good
a
clock
very
game.
good clock game. Yeah.
Like this one, it's great versus Bane and Shadow
Yeah.
Fiend to get on top of them. It's
Yeah,
good to protect your
just
Drow.
pick the clock. If they don't,
They're probably discussing if there's something
yeah.
else.
But you're right. It seems like an absolute no-brainer here. Just pick the clock.
Let's see. Tree is banned. Clock is in. What's another one that Riddies likes to play? Maybe they're thinking something different for Days, because Riddies is the one who plays the techies.
I mean, does Days play Shadow Demon?
Radiant team pick.
No, it's just the clock. Yeah, it's just the clock.
They were discussing. They were probably just contemplating.
This was the obvious pick, and one that they're probably like, well, we actually got the chance to get that through at the end.
So
Modus. It's the Storm.
Ooh.
So we say one of our preferred, well, actually easily the preferred spirit out of the spirits in the game for the mids.
But they're all aggression this time. Oh, and I do have to say, I like the change-ups that Modus
Yeah.
did. It's very aggressive.
It's not let's just slowly farm BKBs and lose the game. It's a good change up. And yet the real test. Let's see. Are Drow Ranger and Ember Spirit the problem? If Na'Vi lose this game, I think we could say they are. So
I mean, yeah, I think so, because the other three are great, right? I mean, there's the Axe, Techies, Clockwork. These are fantastic.
We're blaming if they lose, we're blaming the Ember and the Drow. Absolutely, 100%. Because that will be quite something. Again, as I said, all the upper-seeded teams have won 2-0 today on this first round. If this one goes to a game 3, it's the Ember and the Drow. They're taking the
I don't even know what to say also, Owen, because this is one of the first times I think I've seen, well, it's not all the spirits, but 3 of the spirits are in a game together. Earth Spirit, Storm, and Ember. Hell yeah. Where's the Void last pick? Man, I don't think we've ever had all 4 in one game, have we?
Yeah, I feel like we've had like lineup. I think there was like a TI, right? We had a lineup where 3 of the spirits were on a team. Wait, would that? No, that would not have been possible, would it?
That's not.
Was there ever a meta where you could have done 3 of the spirits? Maybe there's a game where there's like
Carry Storm.
Yeah, Carry Storm, Mid Ember, and then like a support Earth Spirit. It might have happened. I feel like that happened in a game, but not 4. Not 4 of them. No, 4
okay, so this is interesting. So they've gone for much more aggression.
Yeah.
There's definitely volatility. I will say on the side of Modus. Navi's does look. It looks clean. It does have great ways to execute as well too. And I do like. I mean, overall, it does look like a good Drow game versus SF. Drow versus SF is a pretty good answer. Except now there is 3 other heroes that Drow has to worry about: the Bat, the Earth Spirit, the Storm Spirit. So, I'm looking forward to this game. I want to see if Modus can execute better. Is the most important thing after the first 15 minutes, because I think the first 15 minutes was pretty good last game.
It was. I like the start from them. It did have hope. And yeah, I like that they changed it up. This is a much more exciting draft from them. One that they can really kind of like show their own flair off with. You know, the last one was kind of like, as I said, it wasn't surprising. It wasn't inspiring, the lineup. It was everything that you'd expect from kind of any, Dota team right now in this matter. This one, a little bit more flair with the picks such as the Earth Spirit and the Bat Rider. Should be a good one. We're going to get into the Game 2 action right now as it kicks off here. Modus versus Na'Vi. Can Modus be the first sort of underdog of today to push a series to a Game 3? Let's see.
And can they do this with this offlane? Because I'm not seeing too many players even picking the Bat offlane. I think it's exclusively Whisper. I think PMA was the other one that was playing the off-bat. But I'm curious to see if Elmo can. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that does. Because it's with the Earth Spirit also, I just don't know how this hero can be played in terms of a 4 position anymore. So I'm really curious what problems this is going to do and how many problems he can make for Na'Vi. Because it does feel like he could get kind of useless in the early game. Or he could be super useful. I think it's like the no in-between kind of game. Let's see what we do get. Days playing the techies this time around. Big fan of this hero. They've got the double robot support.
I mean, they're definitely one of the strengths of Na'Vi that they have that flexibility on both supports. And as we're saying, there's some teams that have neither support that want to play techies, but Na'Vi have got both. We'll
nice kick.
Him back to safety. Some turnaround, laid down a raise. And,
beautiful kick there.
It's going to keep Bottega fine. Might get the first blood. And they actually get the setup for 3 bounty runes off that Modus.
Already flashy. And we said this is one of his heroes. He's got to do some crazy stuff with it already. A quick little fancy kick to save his Shadow Fiend at the start of things. Take that. Bottega did use a lot of mana, though. I think it was a double raise, plus he got hit by a cog or 2.
He did,
so won't have the most mana to go back to the lane. But it's a strong lane design with the Bane and the Shadow Fiend. Let's see if they can execute it versus PMA, because I did also mention somehow PMA always does good in these lanes, even when it's a really hard lane. Let's see how these do go down. And let's see how they do top. Let's see if they can handle the Drow Clockwork with Bat plus Earth Spirit.
Yeah, because it feels like quite an all-out lane, right? It's like a lane where you either get away with the aggressive moves or a lane where you start feeding pretty horrendously.
Yeah, and then or just a lane where you just have to abandon, and the Earth Spirit has to just go make moves all over the place, which he can do. That is the one thing. The Earth Spirit can look to rotate onto the mid lane, even onto Niku. So really looking forward to seeing him. I'm going to be watching Problems a lot in this early game. Niku. Niku.
Mid. Oh.
Niku. Oh my god.
If he... Oh, that slide wouldn't do it. He's got Fair Fire as the ready as well here, Morel.
I can't look away from the mid lane, though.
Both very low.
Should both be fine here. Morel has the extra denies at the moment here. Niku, nice play there from Morel, aggroing the creeps onto himself. Okay, now the bottles are going to be delivered soon, and they should get restabilized, at least in terms of that lane.
Yeah. Now bottom lane. It's going to be that level 3 when they get the level 2 raises on Bottega, where they have huge kill threat.
Even level 2. Right when, just when they have level 2 on Kasani, they can just go
Sure.
for a sleep play. If you set up the 3 raises, it's unlocked with the bonus stack.
They get the jump on Kasani.
Days. Kasani's in trouble.
I think he might be dead here.
A lot of damage that kicks in from the two of them. Battle Hunger not going to get thrown here, but Kasani's getting chased. He's got another fairy.
He's going to be fine, actually.
Should
Yeah,
be okay.
Daze can't actually quite finish him off. Not yet, at least. We'll salve up on Daze.
Bottega's able. He's trying to control the wave is the important thing. He's trying to keep it in a position where PMA can't cut, because too often do I see PMA be able to do this, is cut the wave and ensure that he gets good timings, even versus this double range lane.
And he's just about to hit the level 2 raises. So now it's the point where Na'Vi can end up feeding if Kasani gets his hands on them.
Looks like he can't quite close it. SF doesn't want to leave the lane that far here.
No.
So yeah, PMA is going to be able to get the drag. He's going to be able to get a lot out of this lane now. Niku, though, mid lane, he is struggling. 12-8. He has 14 CS, but Morel is truly bullying him.
Bottom. There's the setup. Easy. Oh, maybe not that easy.
Maybe
Okay, not that easy at all. He's out with the blast off. Couldn't get the raises in.
How's top doing? Elmo being kept low, looking to continue playing around mid with problems. Niku, they do want to get him here. Looking to probably just steal away the water and bounty rune too. Putting a lot of emphasis onto December Spirit.
Bottom, I don't know. They really have to find a chance to get a kill. I feel like already, as you were concerned about, this axe is getting far too much.
He's getting so much. Yeah, he really is. Water runes, Niku is going to try for it. He will be able to get it. Should be fine now, too. And that might mean that Morel doesn't get the fill up himself because they go for the play there. That actually ends up hurting Morel more than helping. Niku ends up getting both runes versus the Earth Spirit who rotated first. Well, they can't close the gap. They just cannot quite get it onto Na'Vi here.
Our bottom sleeps back up.
Daze.
Here we go. They've got to try and secure a kill for Bottega. This time,
He's got
they
blast off.
should have it. Yeah, they'll take him out with the brain sap.
Good thing they did too, because they had literally just dove top and both died. So if they didn't get that first blood that exact second, they would have given it up.
But that's the concern of this lane, right? It really is an all-in lane. You're either dominating or you're feeding with this Bat Spirit.
And I haven't seen Bat Riders, like I said, besides Whisper, when they don't dominate. I think every time that I've seen this off-lane Bat Rider, they dominate. He dumpsters the lane. So I just don't know what this hero does when he plays from behind in particular.
Yeah, this is a really
We'll
rough
have to see how
start.
that ends up going.
I mean, to the point where can he even lane anymore? Has he got to start falling back to the jungle?
You probably have to just go back to jungle because he went for Firefly too. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things that can allow this hero to play aggressive as Bat Rider. And most of the time when I see Whisper, I'm gonna keep naming Whisper a million times because he is the bad off lane player.
He is the bad.
He gets flame break in these type of lanes. When he's playing versus the long, like the turret, he usually goes flame break.
Oh, mid.
Mid
Nice
lane.
rotation from Daze in with the blast off. They really
It's
want
easier
got the
for him to
juice
get the
top.
setup.
They've got the sleep. With the roll forward, TPs are coming in. The cogs are out, though, and the call's there from PMA.
He's
Got the
alive.
juice. He's going to be fine. And again, it's the two of them in
Oh,
trouble.
boy.
As the Earth Spirit's dead, Elmo's going to fall, and they don't kill the Drow.
You'll have to do better
And they're going to
than
start
that.
throwing tips onto Elmo, too. They're like, he has no flame break, guys. He is trying to Firefly run down my Drow Ranger. I'm shocked he put to the point in Firefly, I got to be honest. Maybe because the lane was going rough and he wanted to have this farm thing to go back to, but I swear, it's like if you're playing versus these turret heroes, you need to have the bounce back.
I mean, it's just such a it's such a risky hero to play on the offlane.
It's a really all-in
especially
lane.
when you're in a matchup where you are kind of trying to push against the power of a stronger team on paper. Like trying to play the battle offlane, it's a pretty bold move.
Yeah, it is. Niku, looks like they're just switching things up a bit here now, too. Niku's just, I guess, just wanted to TP bottom for a split second there. And they're having just PMA sit top. He TP'd top pretty early to go for the help play onto his Drow, and now he's just occupying this top area since bottom is death. Might have to give up the shrine, though. Is Daze going to actually go for it here?
If he gets a
'Cause I
plus
thought
one on
that's why the
TP.
Ember was... I thought that's why the Ember was coming bottom, was to set up a Remnant to be able to play for this, but... They'll have to give it up.
All right. Both Wisdoms coming in then. For Modus, certainly something.
I think they probably identified that even if they
Yep.
bring two heroes bottom, they have a sleep plus a Requiem. So there's like not really a way for them to contest unless they bring three, and I don't think they could bring the three, so just taking what they can. Yeah, we see the second point. At this point, I'm fine with the second point in Firefly. I did see our reserver pointed out. Because like now it's like your lane is lost. So
Sure.
now you have to be
You're
able to
not.
farm, but... Definitely a concern. I don't know how Bat functions as an offlaner from behind it.
Bottom. Charm with the sleep set up into
Oh.
the Requiem, but the call's there. TPs are coming in. Last off, he can't get the Requiem off. He's going to try now, but the Gust is there. They just interrupt his attempt every single time. Bottega taken out. And Kasani, he'll get dove under the tier 1. As the lane, it just hasn't achieved what they wanted to. The farm's still good for the SF, but they just weren't able to make those plays with the Bane SF, get those kills early on. It just hasn't happened for them.
No, and Na'Vi, they're very liberal with how they move around the map. Even bringing, like, TPing the Axe top to help. And then they bring the Drow bottom to help with a quick early Gust. Point and Gust early, by the way, unlike we did see earlier from Bottega. Does get it at that early point. Absolutely comes into play. And top Elmo, same level as the supports.
I mean, he's going to try and TP out. Makes
The
it.
chain. Oh, I think the chain caught him in base. Oh, the slight hit him, but the chain didn't catch him in base.
Is under attack.
So he will be able to survive, but survive just the least as he is bottom of the course by a good margin. And yeah, Bottega, like you said, his farm is good, but does get brought down at least the once here early on.
Maybe they can get PMA. Kasani. It's a bit
Do they
deep.
want to dive?
They should have him. Requiem, the raises, they'll do it. Finally
Yes,
able to get that sort of
there we
sleep
go.
setup that they were looking for. And it's a big kill, taking out the Axe.
Took him a long time to be able to get it, but they do find him, and they do have nice stacks to go back to. So there's something Problems has been able to set up for the Bat Rider on the left side and on that right. So Max Firefly is going to kick in here. But yeah, top net worth, Drow Ranger, got the juice. Not under any pressure at the moment here. Still gap closing heroes he's going to have to watch out for as game progresses. But Daze
Everybody's got the D ward.
is spotting the stacks. He does know this is triple stacked here.
I mean, they might want to steal it. Niku's going to go back to base and refuel. They can bring
He's
Drow
bringing it
over.
out.
They can take this stack with the three of them.
Daze can take it almost himself just with Taser. Taser's a pretty broken ability.
I mean, this is...
They'll hang on to it.
What can they do about this?
Kasani.
Got the Gust into the blast off. The Problem's here to try and help out.
Juice.
Attempting to come in from the side. TP's coming in. They want to do their best to try and hold on to this area of the map. They don't want to let these stacks go for free. And Bottega.
They are really protecting this medium. It's just a medium stack. They really didn't want to lose those creeps there. That was interesting. Does mean that bottom tower is left abandoned here since Bottega even rotates over. So heavy rotations for Modus to protect those. I don't know how much Na'Vi cares about that. Now they're making the move. Morel has illusion. He'll be okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Many of the cores TP bottom on the side of Modus. They do have a bat TP if they want to try for it. They don't have their SF TP and their Storm is low mana. So Na'Vi getting a pretty fair bit out of those TPs around the ancient area. Heads up moves from them. Problems. Thinking about going in. A lot of Na'Vi heroes though. Bottega, careful.
He's going to try and go for this.
It's a kick.
Set up onto got the juice
Got
into
the
the
lasso.
lasso and the Requiem coming out. Now kill off the Drow. I mean, that's a huge one. They're catching got the juice in that sort of position. They get them off the tower.
Nice confident play too from Bottega. This is one of the more confident moves we've seen from them this series, actually, right? Just setting up for the play here. Earth Spirit's rolling even though they saw 3 heroes.
A mid? Kasani's got the setup. He's
Look
got the
at
sleep
Kasani.
into the Fiend script. Bottega's able to TP over, pick up a kill against Niku.
Nice play, Kasani. Support's able to make a lot more this game already, as we're seeing the Earth Spirit and the Bane. Nice kickback there from Problems. Na'Vi getting shaken up here. Bottega now looking toward the mid lane as well. Daze has hit 6. Kasani already hot on the chase for him.
And Almo, he's making a nice recovery. He's got the same
He
net
is.
worth as the Axe and the Ember after a very rough
Just
start
farming.
in the lane. Yeah.
Yeah, farming, gets involved, gets the first kill, at least down bottom, onto that setup, onto the Drow. So yeah, making the recovery here with the Firefly. And as you said, maybe the Drow and the Ember Spirit, the curse.
Maybe. As I say, if Na'Vi lose this, we're blaming the Drow and the Ember. We'll see who we blame more if they do end up losing it out of the 2 of the heroes. But
the
so
Ember
far,
now
it's looking a bit shaky. You know, you can't deny
Yep,
it.
Niku is for sure getting caught in the mid lane is a big deal there after they lose their bottom core too. Back-to-back core deaths. They've lost quite a bit of cores already in this game.
Got the
Na'Vi
juice.
looking to make their own move here.
Set up with the Gust. Problems. Try and roll away, but the cool's there. TPs are coming in.
Bottega looking to get involved. Might have to back away and give up this tower here. Niku is perhaps identifying that they are here. Sees Kasani for a second. Don't know how far he wants to dive forward for it, though. Elmo top. Getting some fair bit damage onto the tower here, too. Has Morel in the area if someone does TP in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As we said, last game, first 15 minutes from the side of Modus, pretty solid. This game again also. First 13 minutes, not too shabby. 4-8, behind on kills, but ahead in the gold. Fiend's grip at the ready, Kasani's the one going.
Get him up on the cliff. And I'll get him off the cliff. Kasani gone.
Elmo.
He's looking for the chase. Morel's got his hands on Riddies. So they'll get one of them.
Nice.
They might just get another. Lasso's there on today. Sets up for Bottega to take him out with a raise.
Just the 2 supports, but a 2-for-1. They'll take that for sure. Good responses being rotated forward here. Problems getting a good magnetize off. I thought he had to. My God, I clicked on the Problems and I was like, wait, what? He has 2,000 gold, but it's the when they leave the game thing. I was so confused for a second. For me, it shows him having the Bat Rider's net worth.
Oh, so we see it on the Ops PC as well.
Yeah.
No, he's,
You see what I
he's
mean?
currently
I
got
was like,
700
whoa.
gold. Actually, no, wait, no, I don't
was
know.
like, how
actually.
the hell?
That was someone else's gold. I don't know how much gold he has at all. I'll have to find out when he reaches.
I want to say he has like 600 or 700. He's going the Distiller too, so he'll have some good vision to be able to catch heroes in the tree lines. And yeah, he's got some good combo plays, as we can see.
Yeah.
He's got good ways to partner with the Bat Rider, good ways to combo with his allies. Looking up for Modus. Defending their area nicely this game, and overall, like last game, they couldn't really hit towers. This time already, getting the 2 T1s nice and early on, able to protect their area too. All 3
that's
cores looking to be in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, they really are.
That's the spirit. That's the
And
spirit.
yeah, well, I said, I do feel out of the 2 heroes that I would say that Ember Spirit might be more of the problem than the Drow. It's just, I feel like there's so many games that we've seen where Ember, 10-minute plus in, is just the bottom net worth out of the cores. And it doesn't really get
I
out
think
of that
it's always.
spot. It's just,
I think it's almost every
I
game
think
that
it
we
might
see,
be.
right? Yeah.
This hero just doesn't
pretty
really
crazy.
keep up in farm. I don't know. It's just, I get it. It's fun to play, but it loses a lot.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see
Still
as
early
the game
days.
progresses, because I can,
Yeah.
like, I could see what the concept of, like, why they want to play it with, like, Mage Slayers and whatnot, but most of them aren't buying Mage Slayer. I think Niku is queuing it, though, this game,
He's
right?
going Mage Slayer.
He
now.
is, okay.
Yeah.
Which I can see why if he actually goes for the Mage Slayer playing versus
yeah.
the Bat, the SF, the Storm, the Earth Spirit, right?
yeah.
But we'll see how much he can distract, how much he can protect. Because right now, yeah, MODUS making some very good early moves here. And this is before they do have the Blink. So Earth Spirit, he has 380 gold. Okay, that makes more sense. Power Rune.
And Niku can't stick around for this.
He's
Going to
trying
be
for it.
bottom. So we'll get the setup to go for it. Nobody else on the side of MODUS on that side of the river. So Niku finds an Arcane.
But I'm really happy to see the MODUS. They're playing their style, right? They're playing with this Earth Spirit, and so far we're seeing, at least in the early game, what they can do with it. Manta soon finished for the SF also. And he's always got this Bane behind him. Kasani looking for the catches, looking for even perhaps the saves that we can't see come in from the sleeps. And now they have Bat Blink, so even easier for them to make these aggressive moves. So Na'Vi, bit of slowdown period for them. Perhaps waiting for the Axe Blink Dagger now at this point. So I would say for MODUS, can definitely take advantage of this timing here.
Yeah, they've got a lot of kind of different pairings of heroes that they can make moves with this type of lineup.
Yeah, Blink Requiems, yeah, pull. It doesn't matter. They have so many different things that they can pair up with. So they're going to smoke up, look for something here. They do not want Na'Vi to just be able to sit back and get these next timings. Which Na'Vi looks like they are. At least they're already starting to queue up. It's you're playing versus Bane and Batrider, so one of the best Lotus Orb games you can go for. Elmo, they're already on him.
The jump on him.
Instant move.
Absolutely burst through him there with the mines.
That was very quick from Daze. Very fast. Puts the lane ward, and the second he sees the bat, no hesitation, jumps forward. So Na'Vi's still very confident, at least for aggressive play still too. Another jump.
Got the hook shot into the pushback of the cogs. Oh, was that pushback into a stun from the neutrals? It was, wasn't it?
Oh my god, it
He got
was!
pushed
The
back
Ogre
into
clap.
the neutral club from the Ogre. Oh no.
Okay, I'll say there's
That's
some
funny.
RNG that comes into play here,
Oh,
because
yeah?
if Riddies hits the cog onto the Ice Ogre, then it won't bounce the storm. I mean, that was insane. I cannot believe what I just saw.
He got
I haven't seen an Ogre
smashed.
smash get someone killed. Oh my god, Riddies. Holy shit.
Oh,
Bottom Kasani.
I mean, Niku's trying to TP out, but problems was in with the roll forward. I mean, Niku's going to sort of say, all right, maybe I can fight back. He'll lose days.
PMA lives. No way.
And they're trying to turn see if they can get rid of Kasani. And he's got the sleep, but got the juices coming in. That's Kasani gone. Bottega has
Okay,
to run.
that's Gaben is on Navi's side.
Like-
Just ends up surviving also to the axe. He gets Lotused at like split second of HP. Lives also. Oh my god. What a series of events for Na'Vi. That was wild. I mean, Riddies, what a play. Have to give him the credit for it. Quick moves, Na'Vi. After we did see right MODUS getting this timing, they got their Blink Dagger for Bat. It's actually Na'Vi the ones to be able to find the kills in these last few moments. And it's right after 15 minutes, Owen. Right after we were saying, first 15 minutes solid for MODUS. Now hemorrhaging again.
That is where it did start to go drastically downhill last game for MODUS.
I mean, look at this play. Because, right, there's 1, 2, 3 creeps that he can hit with the mana burn here. One of them gets pushed. Yeah, I think this is insane. What a play. Mage Slayer now finished for Niku, too. So, in terms of aggression that MODUS can do, a lot of it's going to get slowed down now, too, just from the poke and the mitigation that can come in from this Mage Slayer. I still want to see them get aggressive, though. I don't want them to see them just sit back and hit the creeps right now. Because Na'Vi, they're getting a lot out of the map at the moment.
Yeah, keep popping the smokes. Play with every lasso cooldown.
They did try before with Kasani with the Fiend's Grip. It just was a bit far forward away from his team. Going to control the triangle here. Power Rune. Both sides looking to play for it. Na'Vi very ready to fight. Smoked up. Distiller will catch them, so they do know that they're smoked there. They'll back out with that information.
Just on the mid. Jump forward. They'll go with the call as well, but they get the kickback and the pushback. Problems, saving morale.
Nice save. Good read. Understanding where Na'Vi was looking to play there. Able to back away. Not lose anybody for that. But immediately, Na'Vi back to hitting the creeps. Feeling comfortable, draw top of the net worth. Very even game, at least in terms of the net worth, but Na'Vi at least this Drow, in terms of core matchup, right? Because we did mention early, Drow first pick in some of the games has had some troubles, but into the SF, just the carry-to-carry matchup, it's a super good matchup for Drow.
Radiant are scanning.
Bottega. Always has buddies behind him. And he needs them. Always has to have protection when there's this Clockwork and Ember Spirit in the game. If they get on top of this SF, he can just die, so needs somebody to bail him out.
Looks like Na'Vi know it. They're not trying to go for any sort of aggressive plays onto the SF when he shows.
Yeah, they're expecting them both to be sitting behind. 40 seconds, Tormentor. Na'Vi starting to get prepared for it. They already got vision control. There's a 1 ward placed from Modus at the moment, watching. Hard to contest into this area, though, versus Techies. See how much they do want to contest it here. Looks like they're not going to contest it, at least with the way the Morel's playing. He's just farming, maximizing as much as possible to get his BKB. They're also seeing Elmo up top. They're actually going to make the aggressive play top. Elmo, this ward that killed him earlier. Okay, it looks like he'll be able to get the read. Won't get caught from it again.
Just avoiding the fights for now. And with their eyes on an arcane in the mid. Both spirits are going to jump for it. Morel. Get the pickup first.
Kasani was trying to be sneaky. Tumbler's toy into a Fiend's Grip, but can't quite get there onto the Ember. It does mean the Tormentor will go the way of Na'Vi. Daze will get it. Nice little extra damage for him. And soon to have the Lotus. As I said, this is probably one of the best Lotus games I've seen. You're playing versus Bane, you're playing versus Bat, and you're playing versus Earth Spirit. A lot of different things you can trip up. Removing silences. Niku top. You don't have the blink ready from Elmo yet. Can't go.
Tough to go for. Daze was ready as well, just in case.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're in for an exciting mid-game. BKB nearly done for Morel. I'm just wondering what Bottega wants to do with this build. Because these two cores, the two safe laners, are incredibly farmed compared to everybody else. So wondering how much they want to... how aggressive they really want to be. I think Bottega does want to be a bit more aggressive here.
Stays out. Problems. Closing in and getting the kick
Don't
back.
let him. Yeah, don't let him get up the hill.
Told you a storm was coming.
Lasso used. Lasso on cooldown. Does Na'Vi want to make a move to punish this at all, or nah? They're just... it looks like Navi's pretty chilling. Looks like Modus, more of the dictators of the pace at the moment in these next few situations, at least. But no Lasso. BKB on Morel with an Arcane. They have this nice ward here, too.
Diving PMA might be a bit tricky. They're going to go for it.
There he is.
They get
Nice
the kickback. End of the pull. They've got him. Very cleanly done.
Beautiful.
Yeah, reading his position perfectly there with that roll forward.
Niku?
On the river.
They found
Bottega.
Bottega. Oh, God.
They got him. Dead in the river.
Biggest kill they can find. They got to run now. Modus don't want to get caught and lose anything else here. That is brutal. They find a nice axe kill, but then losing the SF in a kind of random position, too, here. Like, just in the river, not going for anything in particular. Navi's going to look for snowballing off of that.
Yeah, they might get more. Niku on the hunt here with the remainder of the amplified damage rune.
Juice gets the Manta off.
On top. Backup's coming in
Finishing
for
the
him.
time.
Lasso's there. Have they got the damage? These two, they
tanky.
don't. Got the juice is going to be fine. The both of them dead. Back to sort of, memories of the lane itself. The Bat and the Earth Spirit just trying to kill this Drow and not succeeding.
These are brutal sequences. Losing, remember, all their cores back to back to back. I mean, sure, Morel doesn't die, but doesn't get involved with anything. That's tough.
Yeah, it's starting to crumble now.
Really tough moments for them. Yeah, especially because now the Drow has a clear separation between the SF, and I could see that Bottega, he was considering if he wanted to go for the BKB earlier. Now he's like immediately after dying there, he queues it up. That was a brutal sequence for them. And now the Lotuses are finished. So the Techies in particular has the counter versus the Bat and the Bane in a lot of situations. Just seeing Got the Juice have a bit of an easier way to protect himself in comparison to Bottega. Just pops the Manta, can stand his ground pretty easily. They got a smoke and punish. Morel is looking for something with Kasani.
They'll get Days.
They'll find Days.
They'll put the BKB to just full commit here for the Techies. They don't want Days to live. Niku.
Kasani.
BKB himself looking for the counterplay. On top of Kasani.
Trading the BKB for BKB. How's the support items looking? So both are itemizing for themselves on the side of Modus. Earth Spirit going for the Blink. We see Bane going for the Lens plus Ags. While on the side of Na'Vi, they are itemizing for the team. So it's a Solar Crest for the Clock to buff up the Drow. The Lotus from the Techies to buff up the Drow and the Ember as well. So overall, Na'Vi, a 3k lead, but probably feeling pretty comfortable because of all the little extra elements they have for this Drow Ranger. While Bottega, he just has, you know, they all just have independent items for themselves.
Not going to be easy to protect
like
their
seeing-
cause. Pre-BKB on Modus.
Yeah, Bottega, it feels like perhaps needs to slow down the game to get a BKB, but that doesn't feel great as an SF versus a Drow matchup to slow the game down, really. You want to be playing ahead, playing fast, because Drow can just keep the distance and turrets use so much easier. Closing the gap is just not really a thing as SF. It's completely reliant on your teammates.
Are scanning.
Elmo does have Lotus finished up also. I mean, his farm isn't bad, in particular on the Bat Rider, but he can just be very fragile without BKB. He's got Lotus and drums, but can just get caught in a single stun and die. So roll for Na'Vi. It feels like their game is getting a bit easier as the game progresses, and for Modus is looking harder and harder for me. Even though the Storm's farm is good, and the SF's farm is good. Just worried about that core-to-core matchup for the SF versus the Drow.
Yeah, got the Juice super strong now, nearly level 20. Aghanim's
He
coming
is.
out in the courier.
He's very tanky. He's not this like very squishy, fragile Drow Ranger that they can just commit for either. He's 32 armor. As you said, with the Ags built, he's 3,000 HP.
Tom
They
Morel.
probably have to just full commit for him. They might be able to
Forced
find
BKB.
Dr. Juice here.
We'll play his way out of this. They get the last up, but
Lotus.
the Lotus was there. Gives him a chance to survive. Backs off here with a multi-strike and now ready to turn. Hook shot forward. They
Bottega.
look to Bottega. Bottega surrounded as Bottega cannot run from Na'Vi. He'll fall, and in fact with the BKB, Niku's trying to chase for more. Elmer will get the chance to blink out. But over on the bottom side, roll away from problems. Looks like he'll also escape. With the chains coming onto Kasani under the tower. Follow-up comes in from PMA. They'll try and pull the Bane back to safety here, get Kasani out of this one. A PMA chases him down, chops off his head with a dunk. Double kill for him. And yeah, even that sort of chance to get the jump, they just can't deal.
Almost.
We've got the Juice. He's too far ahead.
It's right when he gets the Ags. I think if he doesn't have the Ags there, they get the kill. But he literally just gained 500 HP, so much extra stats. I think just watching that replay of that one is actually really cool to see, because little fancy things that got the Juice got off. He got the Manta mid-kick on the Earth Spirit, and then they get the Lotus because he gets the Manta to prevent the instant lasso. So they actually got like everything kind of perfectly done and perfectly executed on Na'Vi there. Another catch, call it off the mark.
He gets the chance to get problems. Oh, he was thinking about rolling back in on this.
I think he tried to get the kick back, but wasn't in range on the axe. You know, like blink in, kick, roll at the same time. Jump from Morel.
Well, didn't get caught by the chains into the call. Cogs are down to stop Bottega and Morel from being able to chase. Elmo's still going to jump forward, goes for the lasso on Irides. Bottega's killed Days.
Morel's dead.
That's not good. Bottega's also very low. He's got to run because there's going to be the chase down here from Niku. Bottega forces away. Remnant from Niku. He's ready to go back in on them. Kasani, he's out. They get the slow on Elmo. I'll try and remove it here with the Lotus, but got the Juice. Closes the gap. Problems looking to kick him back to safety. Elmo knocking them away with the flame break. He should be all right. But yeah, Dead Storm once again.
He did BKB the bombs on the floor. The techies did his thing. There was a bomb on the floor after the death. The Mad Bomb ends up finishing him off with all the extra little bit. He got a little unlucky there.
Oh, mid Bottega's
showing in mid.
He's super low.
Oh my god.
Careful.
Careful.
Another Roshan. Here, Na'Vi.
It takes
ready
so
to
much
step into the
time
pit.
for them to kill the supports. This techies, this clockwork, they got every spell off. They got like 3 or 4 cog connections as well too. Allows the time to close the gap for the team. Now look at it again. Look how long it takes him just to kill the clockwork.
Clock last pick, certainly feeling good for Na'Vi.
Yeah, look at Daze, the Mad Bomb, plus this... Techies, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean,
Insane,
honestly, bro, the two of these, right? These are probably what your two kind of most valued supports at the moment of the patch, Techies and Clock.
Personally,
Yeah.
yes, but I also I put like Hoodwink up there as well too for myself right now, but it's
Okay.
like it's very player specific. But yeah, for me, I would say yes. These two are at least by far the best. They just feel kind of like insane what they got given to them in that patch when they did get given all these little things. So 6K lead now for Na'Vi, winning 2 pretty big fights for themselves, and got the juice with some really, really fancy little plays. Just small individual stuff that he was able to do there with his Manta.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Seal.
Great ward coverage now for them too after these last few fight wins, and Bottega now has the BKB, but it felt like he probably wanted this 7 minutes ago or 6 minutes ago. It's gotten delayed so much here.
Radiant's middle tower is
Okay,
under
so
attack.
Elmo is going to have an Aghanim, so at least he's going to have that to be able to bypass and protect versus some of these Lotuses, so you can grab, you know, the first target, bypass the second one, but this doesn't, it's not easy to go for these lasso targets anyway, as we've seen.
Has fallen.
Bottom.
Morel's trying to go for PMA, but Morel is super low on the mana. Must have BKB used that last little bit to get out of there, Daze. Trying to get the catch on him. Nightmare will stop and they'll get the lasso off. It is onto the Drow. Can they kill God
Is it
the
enough?
Juice, though? They can't. They can barely get him down to half
Uh-oh.
HP, and of course still has that Aegis on the Drow.
That's not a good sign. Outside your base and you can't kill the Drow? That is rough. God the Juice just able to survive. That's a
And that-
butterfly finished up for him now too.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that was pre-butterfly. Next time around, he's going to have that. It's coming out.
And Morel, careful. He used his BKB just before.
They did go for the smoke play, but Riddies was just ready on the high ground with the cogs.
Roll away. Problems will be okay. Navi's just outmaneuvering them, outplaying them with a lot of these little plays too. I see that
all
Daze
over
has
the
gone
map.
for an Atos this game. Pretty cool, since he's playing versus triple mobility heroes. It's gonna be a very good Atos game. The Earth Spirit, the Storm, and the Bat Rudder. And yeah, this SF, right? Bottega, this is not usually the position an SF wants to be in. He wants to be ahead, doesn't want to be behind, especially not versus a counter matchup of the Drow
Yeah.
Ranger.
I mean, I think, you know,
So he needs
the
the next item now.
The farm was good in the laning phase, but I think, you know, Modus, they definitely hoped to try and be able to punish that lane more, get kills out of it, and they just didn't, right, because of how well, you know, Na'Vi PMA was able to play around it and avoid putting himself in situations where he would feed away his life to the Bane SF.
And look at this. I'm going to highlight a couple things, too, from Niku this game, because I know me and you were hating on the Ember. Just little deviation in the build. I think I'm going to like most games, I mean, not every game, but deviating toward, like, Mage Slayers. This game he went Blink. It was a bit
That's
kinda
pretty
crazy
wild.
from Niku,
But at this point, he's kind of cruising. You know, he's like,
yeah.
you know, Kasani. PMA's there waiting for him. Morel's going to try and make the jump. They will get the
Double lasso.
off, but the...
Bottega gets stunned.
I was going to say the neutral's griefing Modus again. The stun comes out onto the two of them, stops Bottega from being able to get that follow-up Requiem. It's 3 dead on Modus.
Oh, my God.
They only got the
Dude,
techies.
Gaben.
The neutral, they've had
Gaben
it
is
out.
on Navi's side.
They're getting smashed. They're getting tentacled. They can't hit the combos. The neutrals keep interrupting them.
He didn't want to BKB in Requiem because he wants to hold it first, but the neutral just comes and interrupts, I think. Navi on top of playing very cleanly here after the first 15 minutes. Gaben also, of course, on their side here, as we're seeing up to the high ground, got the juice with the butterfly.
Big damage now to the base. And Modus.
They just have to watch now at this point.
They still have a little bit of a chance for the comeback. And maybe the Drow Ember Curse is strong enough to lose a game as this. You never know. You never know. We've seen. But if it does,
Things have fallen off just so hard. I mean, honestly, the last,
Yeah.
it's very similar. It's very reminiscent to the first game for me. The last 15 minutes or so, nothing has gone Modus's way. Absolutely nothing. They tried to make a couple moves, like with the Bane play bottom. That was one of them, but they couldn't even finish off the axe. And just every little time someone gets away with super low HP and they get caught, and Na'Vi just one step ahead, it feels like.
It's
Dave's
been
now going for luxury.
better than game one, for MODUS.
Yes.
They've got to play a bit more, and the sort of gap hasn't been as large for as long as it was in game one. That's still a tough one here for MODUS.
Yeah, and Na'Vi pretty disciplined as a team, as we saw last game. It did take them, what did we get to, 40-something, 45? So they're going to play careful. They're not going to go for these high ground pushes kind of recklessly or anything. They'll probably wait for that next Roche play. Unless they catch MODUS outside. If they catch MODUS outside, they'll take the fight. And speaking of MODUS outside, Bottega is deep. Very deep. Get him with the cog. Trying to run himself away. He will be able to.
There's a Hastrin as well for them here, Na'Vi.
These supports are insanely rich on the side of Na'Vi now, too. 10k net worth for the two of them.
Are scanning.
Dive forward, Niku. Ready to try and start things. Good silence. Stops the call from coming out. Allows Kasani to get back to safety. Good save. Coming in there from problems.
Na'Vi's just constricting them, not letting them come out. Next pickup's about to be there for the Drow. Daedalus. Riddy's in.
Got back up on the way over. And a hook shot. Nothing else from Morel, though. I do get Kasani. Slight change. Clips him into the call and the dunk. Oh, BKB for Niku.
Misclick?
Definitely, yeah. I think there wasn't anything else coming his way anytime soon, and he was full HP, so... Oops, a bit of a mispress there.
He's got the full Aghanims now finished up for the Ember. And there's the MKB. SF does have it finished up. They get the lasso, but it's on the Lotus.
He's not moving. Caught in position there with the self-lasso.
Let me get my arrows back, and then you can die.
Now for the push. Na'Vi.
Just great itemization. Na'Vi knowing exactly how to play versus this draft, playing versus Emo's Batrider.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
They're gonna try.
See what they can do here. And then jumping onto Got the Juice, but Got the Juice, he's able to back away. Morel really wants to finish up the kill. He's not going to be able to do so. Bottega pots the BKB, but just isn't offering up the damage to threaten them. 3 dead on Modus. Everybody's still alive on Na'Vi.
Bottega.
Requiem comes out, but Niku's able to jump over. They do have the Fiend's grip, but Bottega still dies. Niku, he'll be fine. They cannot kill him. The Cog's coming out onto Morel. Sets up for PMA to come in with the call. There'll be a buyback coming in from Problems and Kasani, but the rest of them do not have buybacks. GG is called. Na'Vi will get the win and get the 2-0 here against Modus.
And they look good. And I don't want to discredit Modus too much because I think their first 15 minutes, it looks good. It does. But afterwards, things fall apart really, really quickly. You're playing versus a team that they played very established, right? Na'Vi, they knew exactly how to play around the map, even though we saw Modus reading some of the moves. Things just weren't connecting. And I think, like you mentioned, right? These two lanes, they wanted to get more. The SF and the Bane, they wanted to be able to shut down the Axe. The top lane also, they're probably just looking to get these kills as well, too. It just wasn't the case until very late. But even if they did finally got the juice, it took forever, so...
Yeah, it was definitely a riskier draft, which was fun to see from Modus, as opposed to kind of the safer one they went for in game one. But indeed, those early plays did get punished. Was one of those lanes, this Ember Bat that can... sorry, no, the Bat Spirit that can either dominate, or you do just end up throwing your bodies under the tower and feeding. And unfortunately for Modus, that was the case this game in that safe lane situation that they're trying to punish. And yeah, Na'Vi.
Like right here, this is the biggest mistake for me. Like up until this point, I was like, I'm pretty cool with what Modus is doing. They get a really good catch on the Axe. And then it right here, like everything fell apart. It's super fast here. Na'Vi just heads up macro moves after catching the SF, right? It was an instant move top. Perhaps just Modus making these moves a little too fast when they weren't already. Na'Vi just a step ahead. So if Modus cleans up their act a little, could definitely see them look quite a bit better. But yeah, these small mistakes, or these type of mistakes, it's the difference between these tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s, etc. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, refreshing to see a nice little win from a team with a Drown and Ember after, you know, we've had a few times, few showings where it hasn't looked hot. Na'Vi, if anything, very much kind of giving a showing right to Modus, especially with the Drow, when arguably a better time is to pick the Drow and to draft around it. Coming in with that and the little things, right? Like they ban out the Life Stealer, something that they themselves had shown in the first game as being very good against the Drow strat. They just didn't have the chance to get anything into their lineup that would deal with the Drow outside of maybe that off lane crushing the Drow in the laning stage, which it just didn't. They just didn't have the means to deal with him. 7-1 and 12, got the juice. Fantastic farm from him. But Niku, we'll give it to him because, as I said, he won with the Ember.
Hell yeah.
Something that a lot of other
He did.
players have not been able to do recently. So hats off to Niku. And he would be the one to show us how it's done. His Grandmaster tier, level 30 on the Ember Spirit. So great play from him. And fun little build, as you say. Getting the Blink Dagger
Blink.
in. Something that we don't see from other Embers. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to see more Blink Ember, Fogged.
I mean, I'm not sure about that in general, but maybe the Mage Slayer. I think
The
like
Mage
not
Slayer's
finishing the
nice,
Spirit
for
Vessel
sure.
in every
Yeah.
single game. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think just being able to go earn Vessel can
Yep.
absolutely see or earn into Mage Slayer. We saw he was negating a lot of damage, and it is all three cores are mixed. They are like a lot of magical early, so I do like that he pivoted. He played super well, and Navi not really changing things up too much, not going. Heavy team fight, anything. They're just playing their standard style. They get PMA on his axe both games. They get techies both games. It looks super good. Yeah, so I think overall for them, I think they should be very happy. And I think Out the Juice, at least for me, was the MVP of the series. He looked really good on both of his characters.
Sure, yeah, we
And
take
he was-
both games into
I think the way that
solid carry showing.
the way that you're mentioning,
Yeah.
where like they don't force the carry, he gets to see the opposing carry that he's playing against in both situations, gets to pick and choose what he wants.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, not just throwing it out there. Yeah, being a bit more smart with the way that they pick it up. Nicely done from Navi. And as you saw with that, all 2-0s today for the higher seeded teams in the game so far. So today, no surprises with the results. As you can see, there's going to be the Team Spirit going to go against Enjoy and Enigma Galaxy against Na'Vi. So two very exciting games to come later down the line in the upper bracket. Tomorrow, what can we expect? Well, the rest of the first round of the upper bracket, Mouse versus Yellow Submarine, Virtus Pro versus ICX Insanity, Power Rangers versus Huligani, and Team Vision against Foiki Bamboni. Some of these teams I've never even heard of, Fogged, and I think the viewers haven't either, so they're going to be fun to tune into. Already, my gut read says that the last one's going to be interesting because Team Vision, they're a pretty good team, and I do not know who Foiki Bamboni is. That sounds like one of those kind of like Italian brain rot things. I don't know what a
I think
Foiki
it
Bamboni
is, isn't it?
Is that what it is? Is that what a Foiki Bamboni
I
is?
don't know.
Who's
I
on
was
that
gonna
team?
ask
I'm going to
you.
look
You
who's
know
on the
more
team
about
right
it.
now. I don't know a single one of those players. Yowei, Ethereal, Anku, Anisan, and Waveform. They're going to turn up tomorrow in that last series, and they're going to try and tackle Team Vision. I'm looking forward to that one, Fogged. That could be fun.
Yeah, Yowie?
Do you
No, that's not the same one.
No?
I don't know. I don't know.
Any of
I was
these?
checking through. I don't know. I don't know a lot. This is going to be pretty interesting. It's probably going to be some people that we, that I've played against in my pubs, which is not a good sign.
You might have had them in your pubs. I'm looking forward to it. So I think that will be the question, right? We've had all the 2-0s today. Are we going to still get the 2-0s tomorrow? I mean, looking at those, was there any of those series that you're like, you know what? That might not actually be a 2-0. If you were to say one of those four that we just saw on your screen.
I think like the bottom. I don't know. The bottom two series, I have no idea what could happen. So
Sure. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of fun. I said this qualifies super crazy with the fact that we do have these 16 teams all starting in this upper bracket round one. A lot of fun to be had on the upcoming days of Dota 2. So I know we'll see you all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so I don't even need to tell you to come back. I know you'll be coming back. But thank you for joining us today. Day 2 should be just as fun as day 1. So have a lovely evening, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you tomorrow here on the EU Regional Qualifiers for TI.